Welcome to the Sci-Fi Center, the place to be, where comic books and wrestling collide magically. Movies, TV shows, and pop culture we share. Get ready to rock, we're here to take you there. From superheroes to aliens in outer space, we've got the latest news and reviews in our embrace. Turn on your screen, let the neon lights glow. We'll take you back to the 80s. Let's rock and roll. Sci-Fi Center, where the legends come alive. Get ready to geek out, let your imagination fly. We're diving into the past with a touch of modern flair. Sci-Fi Center, the ultimate pop culture lair.
Oh, I'm going to miss that one until the next holiday seasons. Happy New Year's Eve. We are back at the scene of one of our biggest triumphs as a YouTube channel, and that is the goal that we met last year on New Year's Eve. That goal was $5,000, believe it or not. We went on during the calendar year of 2024 to raise another another $10,500, which puts us around $4,100 away from a $20,000 goal for the year. So that's why we're here today. We accomplished that on New Year's Eve last year, so I thought it would be cool to go ahead and give it a try again. I mean, we can't lose with this. So far, I have Taladi. What's going on, dude? Happy.
Hey, man,
it's not
what's
New
up?
Year's yet, dude.
It's New Year's
Got a
in
few
3
hours.
hours.
Yeah.
3 hours.
Yeah. So what we'll be doing is we're going to be starting out with Man of Steel, going on to BVS, then Wonder Woman, and then Zack Snyder's Justice League. I originally had Aquaman on there. That's why the original thumbnail had Aquaman, but that would put us way past. That would put us like at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I timed this and wanted it to wrap up right around midnight so I can get the hell out of here because I got a long New Year's Day. Droga, now it is definitely New Year's where he is at. Hello, Droga.
Happy New Year, Droga.
We are going to be watching this on HBO Max. And here is the current campaign. The link to donate is tied to the top of the chat. So at any point in time, you guys can go in there. That's where our goal is now. When you see the 500 raise and the $5,000 goals, that's just for this campaign. In order to get the money to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, we had to end that campaign that we were currently on, the one that raised $15,500, and get that money to them. So I will be bringing up throughout the marathon. I will be bringing up that finished screen on there, but we won't be using that screen to donate. This one right here, if we reach that goal, that'll bring us to the total of 20,000 that we're looking to get. And if we reach it today, great. If we don't reach it today, great. Whatever we get today, we they didn't mind how long it took last time to get it to them. So there we go. And there's Clint. How are you doing, Clint? Happy New Year's Eve.
Happy New Year.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. It's duck season for him.
Every day is duck season. All right. So I don't know how many co-hosts we're going to have today. They all have the link, but I am going to go ahead and get us started. I am right at the Warner Brothers logo where it is in stone. So I'm at -2.
I'm at 000.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, what's going on? Does it let me go to? Oh yeah, it does. Okay, cool.
It's absolute Brad.
Oh, hey man, you're already 3 hours. But by the time we finish the first movie, you're going to be pretty close to New Year.
Yeah. It feels weird that there's light in your face right now.
Oh yeah, it's just my it's daylight out, and that's my blinds are right behind my computer. So.
Oh yeah,
that'll probably start changing in the next half hour. So let me see if I can tighten those up a bit.
For me, it'll start changing here in a couple hours. It gets dark here around 4. All right, guys. So it's on the screen. The link is on the chat. Let's go ahead and get started because I got customers in the store, but I'm gonna be intermittent. Be out. Just remember why we're here, and help the cause. It's New Year's Eve. It reminds me of a song by Counting Crows that was released back in 1996, Long December. That's where everybody turns everything over. Everybody looks past on the year that they went through, everything that they made it through, hoping that the new year, the next year will be better. I think whether you're in, whatever you're dealing with, that's probably a universal wish for everybody. So let's do our part and help anybody get there. Teladia, if you can count us down, that'd be great.
All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
I have the HBO symbol, so I'm a couple seconds.
I can almost guarantee my next year is not going to be better than this year.
Well, thanks for the uplifting start to the marathon.
Actually, people have called me an inspiration.
Here's Tabby. Sure. All right, I'll be right back.
The nurse I see every month says, I was just thinking about you, Clint. What you go through? Oh, my God, you're an inspiration. So how are you guys watching this?
I already paid for it. I paid for my BVS Zack Snyder trilogy.
Yeah, I just got it on my Amazon, so I'm just streaming it from there.
So which one of the movies? Is it Man of Steel first?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about Man of Steel is the battle with Zod at the end where they're destroying all the buildings. That just seemed over the top and cheesy. But the very last scene was very, very good. It was one of the best. I guess you're the only brave one to show your face, Taladia.
Sorry?
You're the only brave one to show their face today.
No, I just turned away for a second. So one thing, you guys may have seen on Twitter and Blue Sky, like I did a little bit of, because I independently, the last few days did my own kind of like night by night watch party of Man of Steel, BVS, Wonder Woman, and ZSL. Give my thoughts on it, and I may be writing something on this in the immediate future because I've done the three. I've done Man of Steel, BVS, and ZSL, but I'd never done them with Wonder Woman yet. So that's part of why I wanted to do that, and part of why we're doing this tonight. And I did William mention also he decided I saw last night he put Aquaman in the thumbnail. And I thought, okay, it's like, do we really want to do, because that's going to be a long one if we tack that in there. Oh, here's an alien. This is madness. This says Krypton. Stand director. But anyway, so I'd always wanted to do the marathon with the 3 plus Wonder Woman. Obviously, Suicide Squad. I want to do that, when we get Ayer cut out there. But I'd never done the 3 plus Wonder Woman. I kind of wanted to see like how they, that all plays together. And of course, we're doing that again tonight. But I did it independently myself also these last few nights to just do that on an individual level. And yeah, you might see me writing something about that in the near future because, there's things that jump out at you about the collection of those 4 now that we have them all together and what they kind of seem like. One thing I said about Man of Steel is that it is aged very, very, very well. It's like it doesn't look. I mean, you would, and not just with that, but also with like the conversation around the. I mean, you would think they all came out yesterday. So, but it's kind of the inverse of like Superman Returns, which I mean, I think that's better than it gets credit for. But I mean, obviously, I'm not as enamored with it as I am Man of Steel or Superman and Lois. But the way that that's kind of fallen through the cracks of the conversation, and again, like Man of Steel is like really just. Again, it's as if it was released yesterday, and same goes for BVS, Wonder Woman, ZSJL. So that's why I wanted to do that whole marathon, just from my own, viewership of those 4 together. And now we're doing that for the charity on the Sci-Fi Center. But yeah, watch out. I might be sharing some comprehensive thoughts on that in the near future.
Oh, another thing I didn't like about the movie, but that's just me personally, but Amy Adams. I hate anything Amy Adams is in.
We hate anything she's in, or you hate her, just don't like her as an actress?
I don't like her as an actress.
Yeah, different,
Right, it's just taste. That's just taste,
I mean, I've said she is. I mean, she is not my personal number one. Lois Lane. That is that honor goes to Erica Durance.
Of course it does.
Well, I'm a Smallville guy. It's like
you're saying names, and I'm like, who, what, huh? And I just bought my ticket 2 minutes ago. Woohoo!
Okay, that's good.
It should last the whole marathon, this flight.
Okay, well, sure, it'll be fun. By the way, like one thing I kind of also said, for Man of Steel the other night is that because remember when this came out, it was Warner Brothers they came to Nolan and said, hey, can you do with Superman what you did for Batman? And he said, well, I don't know if I could direct it, but I think I got your guy here in Zack Snyder. And so I mean, obviously out of the all the DCU movies, this is the one that Nolan was the most directly involved with. He's got executive producer credit on BVS and Zack Snyder's Justice League, but I mean that's again it's much more. He was never on set for those, and it's far more tertiary his role. So this is the one where you definitely feel his fingerprints the most, and that's the kind of thing I said is that this is the one where it's like you kind of feel it's a nice kind of symbiosis of the Snyder style and Nolan style, and then when we get to BVS, it's like it's that is. I mean, it's kind of like the difference between Batman and Batman Returns, where it's when you get to Batman Returns, it's just Burton going Burton, and BVS is Zack going Zack.
When I saw that facial feature of Nosferatu, my immediate thought was, "Oh, William's not going to like that." And my psychic ability was right.
By the way, Erin, well, for her, it's probably like 6 o'clock in the morning, so probably won't see her until a little bit later. But she's already in, 2025 now, or in Australia.
It's just another day. Just for the next month, you keep writing the wrong dates on things.
Oh, you talking about you still write 2024? Yeah, I do. I do that too, very much.
I went to a car radio installation place today because my car radio sounds as flat as my head. They'll fix it for a tiny sum of $600.
Yeah, I always get you with those extras. Yeah, that's a quote from Good Burger.
Nah, he didn't try to extra me out. If he did, I would have walked out the door.
I remember one time I had to get my, I think I was just getting my oil change, but or something like that. And this is, when I was like 21 years old, or 23, something like that. It was because I didn't get my license until I was 22. So I was very new as a driver at that point. And I had to get, some kind of repair done on my car. And, so I was back in college at the time, and I was getting the repair done. They said, "Oh, by the way, we need to get some antifreeze in the car too." And so I ended up doing that. And my dad, because he was, I was a broke college boy, so it's like he was, definitely, was, financially lending a lot of support at that point. So, and he saw that bill, and he was so pissed, and he looked at me like, "Brad, we live in Savannah, Georgia. How much do you think we're going to need antifreeze for anything?"
Well, it's good to have a good coolant in there. Not just water, because, water rusts things.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, anybody else when they first saw this, I always call it the flash drive because it works basically like a flash drive. But first time you saw Man of Steel, did anybody else think that was the codex for until we get like the reveal that it's inside of Superman's DNA, the whole movie? Because I think it's a pretty good misdirect that they do is they make you think the key there, the flash drive, that's you're led to believe the whole movie that's the codex.
No, it kind of, when he was a baby, I don't know what scene you're on because I'm not watching the movie because it's too hard for me to do that and talk on here.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. When they're they're putting him in the ship and Zod and everybody's getting to the Citadel.
Yeah, so when they put it in the baby, I knew it was in him.
Now, when I first saw it again, I thought that was the codex was the little flash drive. Oh yeah. Like all this Kryptonian armor they're wearing, that's all CGI. Which is amazing to me. That's what I talk about. Part of what I talk about and say this is aged very well because you can't. It's like you have CGI that doesn't remotely look like CGI. Heresy. Yes, this also a reminder. This is a charity stream, so we're trying to get over our total for all our charity streams. We're trying to get over 20 grand. So we got like a 4,100 goal or whatever that is tonight. So yes, if you can, please click the link in the chat and please make a donation if you can.
Where are we at? Because my HBO.
I'm
Max
at
paused.
right when the ship it. I'm right when the ship is launching from Crypto, sending him, and Zod screams no and stabs Jarrell.
Timestamp.
For me, it's 14:19.
14:46 for me.
All right, I'll go in between both of those. Yeah, my favorite things about this particular version of Superman is the alien nature that it opens up in, and it constantly reminds you that this is not a human. This is an alien trying to adapt to humankind. Every iteration of Superman, even though the original movies, the Christopher Reeve movies, start out with that, you don't get that feeling. You don't get that pure alien nature of what Krypton is, what the Kryptonians are, their whole culture. You don't get any of that. You get a Jor-El wearing, an old Marlon Brando wearing an S on a white suit, and that did it for me as a 6-year-old. But as I grew into adulthood, this filled the void, because Superman, the constant reminder that that's the conflict, that Superman is an alien. He's from another world. He was raised on Earth. Whenever I see Superman in any other form, they look at it from the point of view reverse, and I think that kind of takes away from what he really is.
Yeah, this is the first one, and it's definitely the one where you get the most sci-fi kind of vibe to it. And I told Lottie when you stepped away, because this came about, they approached Nolan after the Dark Knight said, "Hey, we'd like you to do for Superman what you did for Batman," and he said, "Okay, I can help kind of shape the story, but I don't think I could be the captain of the ship on this. But I got a friend named Zack Snyder. I think would be the right guy for this," and that kind of let that. And one thing I said, because as I mentioned, go ahead.
My biggest criticism, I always have criticism because Nolan just doesn't make the kind of movies I want to see personally. That's the best thing he did, because we would have gotten something totally, completely non-linear and different under Nolan. That's the best thing he ever did, was tap Zack Snyder to make this. I don't know if I would be sitting here if Nolan would have made it.
Well, that I mentioned that when you stepped away, is the because I of course did my own independently did watch these over the last week, and I may be writing something on this pretty soon of the marathoning the original 4 of the series, but one thing that jumps out about Man of Steel is that you feel it has kind of a nice kind of symbiosis of Snyder style and Nolan style, and then you get to BVS, and that's pure Zack Snyder style. I kind of liken it a bit to Batman '89.
I will slightly disagree from my point of view. I see no Nolan in this.
You don't feel any Nolan?
Not a crumb, and that's probably why really? I like it. Yeah.
Well, also, this is the one he had the most direct involvement with, because BVS and it's ZSJL. He has executive producer credits on that, but it's again he was not on set for those. That's kind of okay, you're an executive producer because he kind of helped shape the start of the franchise. So that's the audience, kind of when they get Stan Lee executive producer credits on Marvel movies. It's not a matter of he was that heavily creatively involved. But with Man of Steel, Nolan was a lot more heavily involved compared to the other two.
You don't, I don't see it, and it probably comes from I had seen 2 Zack Snyder movies prior to this, and I instantly, he may have been there as an advisor, but I feel that like I said, the creative engine behind Man of Steel is all Snyder. I mean, executive producer, making the connections, making a phone call, giving advice, but the creative engine of Man of Steel, I see nothing of Nolan in this movie. That's just me, though, but all film is subjective. Each person's going to see different qualities and different characteristics. I see none in Man of Steel, but that's just me.
I would say the introduction of Man of Steel is very Batman Begins with doing a kind of a montage introduction to the past of his life so he could catch up to the current events is very indicative of Nolan's influence.
Wow, I'm on the other end of it. The way this movie opens up is all Snyder, and like I said, this is coming from watching 300 and coming from watching Watchmen. I saw that as the direct lineage. I mean, you could see his style there. Like, at that point, I had seen enough Nolan movies to pretty much you know when you're watching one, and I just didn't notice it there, but I like I said, there's a style that he does his movies in that kind of like is like William repellent. So
well, there's also
can I get a timestamp real quick?
Zach. I mean, he was I'm at 1927. It's right when the ship is heading towards Earth. The other thing too is like because Zach was known at this point, but obviously you make a Superman movie that just, as a filmmaker, that just skyrockets your, name recognition way beyond what it was before. And of course, Nolan had made 3 Batman movies prior. So there's also an element of, there is a kind of an element of marketing of like having like Nolan emphasizing his, predecessorial role on this very heavily. Again, not that Zach was downplayed at all, but in the marketing or what have you, but again, this he done 2 CBMs before this, so only one of them was superhero related. So again, once you make a Superman movie, it's like then you get to that level, like everybody knows who you are as a filmmaker. But again, I think it's Nolan. I think Warner Brothers eyes, like Nolan, marketing wise, his name also kind of gave it a bit of a boost. After the Dark Knight trilogy, Williams' feelings of the Dark Knight trilogy notwithstanding.
Well, no, it's. I just don't see it. I see zero influences from Nolan in this.
Are you talking about from like a visual appeal?
Visual appeal and anything. There's like I know when I'm watching a Zack Snyder film, and I know when I'm watching a Nolan film, and I know I can see influences of other directors in other films that I'm watching. I can see a Michael Mann influence on other movies and vice versa. I don't see it here with Man of Steel. Now they may have used his name. That's fine, but I don't see it here.
Again, there's another thing I was kind of talking about in my kind of Twitter comments about watching these myself over the last week is that there are a lot of narratives that came out of this that I have no idea how they got started, and one of them is that I remember seeing complaints when this first came out. Superman never saves anybody in this movie. Literally, the first thing you see him do that we're watching right now, he jumps on this oil rig and he saves these oil workers, and he also ends up saving the crew when the tower starts to collapse. And then right after that, have the bus scene when he's a kid, and then he intervenes in the bar when the guy's harassing the woman. So he hasn't so much as said a single word. And
his save count is 47 people on screen and the world twice. If you add them all up.
And that's just this movie. So I have no idea how that narrative got started, other than to say it's like.
Thank you, Samir, for the donation. We $25
but he didn't smile or quip when he did it, or he didn't have the suit on in that particular save, or
that's because people are morons.
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on. I want to recognize Samir. Thank you for the $25 donation, getting us closer to the goal.
Thank you, Samir.
I swear, superhero movie fandom can be so mercurial with like, but this didn't happen, or we didn't get this part, or we didn't get it in the way we wanted.
The frustrating one is that he still gets blamed for the demolition of Metropolis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where he's on the other side of the globe and the World Engine's doing its thing.
I love you, Samir. I can find a whole lot of things to do other than finish Batman Begins. I mean, you name it, that's what I'll do. If I sit in front of it, I will literally fall asleep.
Another narrative that got started, and I have no idea how this has gotten any kind of foothold, is the idea that there's no color, or there's no the visuals are drab and all that. It's like, I have no idea how this has taken any kind of foothold, that there's no.
Well, it was pretty drab when you're near the World Engine.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think narratively, it could have been a little bit more color. The only time the color actually kind of got to me was when they're in Smallville. You get a lot of that rigor mortis skin tones and kind of flat look, but I think narratively the drab ending works for the world ending because it is very dour, just like the ending of Avatar where all hope is lost. That movie gets zapped of all color.
Well, it works. The color that he used works for this movie. See, the one thing what I think a lot of people do is they think of other Superman interpretations while they're watching this one, and you got to realize what he did in this movie works for his movie. This movie, this setting, where he's at.
But I
have a tiny little criticism of this movie. Where's Superman's home? Is it supposed to be like the North Pole?
Are you talking about where the Fortress of Solitude is?
Yeah, that's his home, right?
That's basically the the scout
it's supposed to be at the North Pole, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
One at a time.
And when you see him flying, he's flying in the North Pole, and then all of a sudden he's going past animals that are in Southern Africa.
Well, he flies very fast. Well, no. Anyway, going back to the color thing, though, it's like no, that's something I have no idea how it gets the narrative that there is a lack of color or there's a lack of visual flair to it, and then at the same time you have that narrative. At the same time, Zach also, his detractors, say he's a filmmaker who only is good with the visuals, and it's like, okay, which one is it, guys? It's like he's only good with visuals, and the visuals aren't good.
Well, most of those people didn't even see the movie. Remember that. Like I said, when you start out with the finished product in your head of your Superman, whatever made you happy, and you enter into another Superman movie, you're already handicapping yourself. Your opinion is already almost invalidated to me because you are impressing upon a brand new story something that has nothing to do with that particular story. You're impressing a vision. What's up?
By the way, Henry totally didn't get in shape for this movie, as we can see in this scene here.
Yeah. Well, like I said, a lot of these
he really could have spent more time in the gym. Can't we all agree?
Yeah, a lot of these criticisms are not even relevant anymore. They were never relevant then. But yeah, when we were marketing this movie, like I said, you just had so many people with their cartoonish, childhood Superman, and they needed to have the same color grade and all that. I'm like, with zero respect, regardless whether it was Zack Snyder or anybody else, that director is telling his story. Keep your cartoon shit in your childhood and in your photo books and in your memory. If you can't, open your mind up to a new movie, just, like I said, all you're doing is bringing, you're putting that kind of weight. Nobody's ever going to be able to tell, superhero stories if they always have the weight of, somebody else's childhood her story. It's kind of the point of redoing these things.
I don't disregard people's criticisms on stuff like aesthetic and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, if somebody says it's too dramatic,
I do, because here's the thing: anybody can pull an opinion out of their ass. Can it apply?
There's no right answer.
Well, no, there is. Can you apply that criticism to something that it does not apply to?
Yeah,
we all have opinions, but do they matter? And in particular, what someone else's color grade in another story, does that matter when this person's telling his story?
You can, because like when it comes to aesthetical choices, everybody has their own opinion. Like there's kind of been a backlash on movies that have like the yellow filter, like in Black Adam. People don't like watching movies where it feels like you're watching with Ray-Bans on. They want to see colors and stuff like that, and so they kind of push.
Then go watch another movie. That criticism. See what I'm saying? That person did it the way they wanted it to look. You see what I mean?
Right.
So that's
I was very gorgeously shot.
I'm saying they're not wrong for not liking it.
Yeah, but it's just like when you try to look at an opinion, why that opinion of, I don't like the yellow filter, the fuck does that mean to me as far as like, I mean?
That's kind of through like a more solipsistic lens, but I'm saying to them, you can't prove that they're wrong. Just like you can't prove that you're right when it comes to
aesthetic. And to me, the right answer is just not to apply it to it. I mean, that is a personal, that's a preference. That's a preference. But to me, the tie goes to the person telling the story.
one thing
Like the only arguments. Sorry, I just want to say this one thing, Brad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The only arguments I'll push back against on people that they make are just things that are taking the movie out of context, like this Jonathan Kent scene where people clearly say, "Well, he just wanted those kids to die." I'm like, all of a sudden, we can't analyze acting. We can't analyze nuance in acting. He clearly doesn't mean it as he says it. So I'll defend that.
Well, that's what I was about to get to as well. As
most of the stuff like that, I've been listening to these criticisms for 12 years now. You listen to them and you look at the movie and you're like, the fuck are you talking about? You know, it's like,
yeah. Well, that's the thing I was about to get to is like kind of everybody's, because this is like, that's probably one of like the biggest flashpoints in the whole movie. Maybe like Zach's whole filmography for a lot of detractors is, you know, should I have just let him die? And Jonathan saying maybe. And I mean, yeah, it like in context, he's not, it's not a callous, yeah, just let them drown kind of a thing. It's like he's the whole message of this movie and like leading into BVS is that even acts of heroism like have a ripple effect. These things have consequences, and there's what comes of that is like how do we prepare for the positive and the negative of heroism, and obviously that's what BVS deals very heavily with.
Here's another example. That's the color grading, and not just in Traffic and Cesario, but in a movie like Heat. When Heat came out, I heard a lot of people, how come it's always in blue and in red and all that? I mean, that's a preference. But as it applies to that movie, that's a personal preference. That the storyteller, Michael Mann, that's what he wanted to do. You saw the movie as he meant you to see it. You know, it's like they think that people don't know how to make movies sometimes.
What I like about what Brad was touching on with this is that the context of this movie is that he's trying to erase what you know about Superman and prepare for a world where, it may not happen. And we all know we paid for a Superman ticket, so it's going to happen. But the way these parents aren't goading him into being a superhero by making his suit and telling him to get out there and use your powers to help people. No, they're like parents who just want to keep their kids safe. And that's great.
Exactly. Well, and by the way, another thing, talk about like the comic book influences on Man of Steel specifically, and like William, you probably could speak to this very well. Also, because I remember like when first reading a Superman Earth one. So I'm a big fan of the Earth one, DC graphic novels. God, it's like I wish they kept those going because that got so sporadic. We never saw like Green Lantern. We didn't see the Flash or Aquaman, but there's some of the best. Like
I agree with you. I wish they sold.
But like with Earth one, the first Earth one, it's like I really wish I had read that before seeing Man of Steel, because I remember first time I read that thinking like, oh, Man of Steel, like I would go as far as to say Man of Steel is essentially Superman Earth one the movie. Yeah. I mean, and it's like if you've read it, you definitely see the influence. I'll point them out more as we go through. Like, and one of them is like this scene here where Jonathan, it's not quite the same, but there's a flashback where he tells Clark, "Yeah, I took a piece of your ship to a metallurgist, and they couldn't even like pinpoint the material on the periodic table." So that's right out of Earth One. I love this. God, this always brings tears in my eyes. It's like, can't I just pretend I'm your son? You are my son.
Well, that metallurgy thing is not real in the really world, but in the comic book world, yay!
Well, I'm not sure I'm not following, man. Metallurgy is
in this universe. In the really real world, there are no metals that are not on the periodic table. But in comic book movies, you can make it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because we haven't had an alien ship like crash land. I mean, that we know about anyway. We've seen some in the sky that keep flying away lately. But
the laws of physics are the same no matter where you go in this universe.
He destroyed that harasser's truck. How dare he?
Yes. Cool. Oh, the scene. I remember like thinking, I didn't realize Joss Whedon had a cameo in Man of Steel. Yes, I went there.
Give me your time, Simon, because I just finished the truck part.
Oh, I'm right at the trucker who's picking a fight with Clark.
Okay, I'll go back a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Those that can.
I actually, I remember seeing someone share the GIF recently of him trying to push Clark, and Clark just stonewalling it. And when it's a GIF, it just starts over and over again. And somebody commented and said, the funny thing about this in GIF form is that it looks like he just keeps trying over and over.
So what the nuance? People complain that Superman is supposed to be better than us, right? Well, yeah. Here's the example of him not punching somebody like the way we would, and having to hold back for 33 years of his life, which the destruction of the truck is fitting because it's the only thing that he can take aggression out of.
Yeah. Well, and the again, back at Superman 2, he goes back and gets his payback and just lays that guy out. So
Yeah.
they actually this last season, or the season 3 of Superman and Lois, they had a scene kind of like that was sort of homaging both Superman 2 and Man of Steel when Clark has to confront a guy in the Smallville diner and say, "Hey, leave my family alone," and he has to get a little bit aggressive with it. So definitely took that as a tribute to both of them. Does anybody else remember too? This is a kind of a big part of the marketing when this movie came out, because Henry, he has the full beard at the beginning, and now he's kind of got more of a 5 o'clock shadow. And I remember like one big thing they did something like with Gillette or one of the shaving.
Oh yeah,
the whole like how does he shave kind of a thing,
yeah.
And they never answered that question.
Now, this scene that here kind of reminds me of like a separate related topic.
I have to rely on William to answer that question, Brad.
Yeah,
it's not like Superman 4 with the stupid nuclear man thing.
Oh, where he takes one hair.
Yeah,
it's so strong and hold up the weight, but it's like, but Lex can still cut it with the bolt cutters. And
on a cellular level, his hair is going to be just like normal human hair.
Well, on the subject of like the box office for this movie, right? The stuff that people don't take into consideration. See, any moron can take a number, multiply it by 2, then double it to say how much a movie is supposed to make. But to use Williamisms, we're not in that room when they're forging the budgets and doing all this stuff. So according to a chief executive officer of so and so sales, whatever title at Warner Brothers, I can't remember exactly. This movie's budget was 70% covered before the movie came out with just the product placement alone.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then who was that guy? Greg Silverman. He was the chair at WB at the time. He commented on Twitter not too long ago where he said, "Yeah, Zach." As far as like Zach's body, because that narrative is like a Zach. His movies weren't making money for the studio, and he said, "No, I mean we lost a bit on Alice of Cahul and Sucker Punch, but like everything else he did at Warner Brothers like made it very, it was very profitable." Those are the exact words. Yeah. So,
yeah, I remember the Nikon camera being front and center for a good 4 seconds.
Hey.
Oh, Lois's camera.
I got a Nikon camera staring me in the face right now.
Yeah, they had a lot. They had marketing, and they destroyed like half of it in the Smallville battle.
I can understand like some people's problem with like product placements if they're like, ostensibly in your face. But I mean, we live in a world of products. I can only imagine that like the hardcore anti-capitalists would have a problem with like, hey, there's a box of Cheerios in the background.
It works. And I mean, Fast and the Furious has made hundreds of millions taken off their budget with their product placement just from tires and auto. I mean, geez,
I remember like the first Iron Man. I mean, they do like some of the most like as far as like problems when he's rescued from the captivity. It's like I want American cheeseburger, and he goes and gets one from Burger King. So it's like that's like some of the most like just in your face product placement I've ever seen.
Every movie has it too, because Iron Man had a lot.
Oh yeah,
Iron Man had a lot.
Iron Man 2 does too, with all the NASCAR stuff and yeah. So.
Fantastic Four.
I don't know why it bothers people, unless you feel like they're stopping to do like an actual ad.
Yeah, it's like the Truman Show. It's like, let me fix you some of this Cocoa drink.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm like, you live in a world where products exist, and come on, you're not wearing a brand name T-shirt of some sort while watching the movie. Come on, you're watching an advertisement if you're wearing that stuff.
Oh yeah, Daniel, I remember these too. That was actually how I first saw this movie. Was I got one of those like Walmart like early showing tickets. Yeah, I
got 100 tickets.
Which one was? Oh, IHOP. Yeah, IHOP.
Yeah,
that's
Sears, IHOP.
Yeah. Again, the both get destroyed in this movie, so it's like it's product placement placement, but it's like it's product placement that like has like a narrative function too, where it's like it's also, as Spidey points out, that plays into the next movie where Martha, she worked at the Sears and that gets trashed. So
Now it's gone.
Okay, now she has to work.
Now Sears is gone.
Well, not only that, but also, well, yeah, it's true. Yeah.
The only product
I
placement that I have an issue with is that, because it actually reveals the plot, is, Apple phones versus Android. Apple says none of the villains, or no villains, can ever use their phones in a movie. And so, yeah, if you're watching a mystery movie and someone pulls out their phone, okay, well, it's not this person because we know Apple doesn't, allow villains to use their phone.
They took a Steve Jobs joke and really made it literally. They really stuck with that shit, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it was a joke from like literally years ago, and it became law. And I'm like, wow, you guys, nobody laughs at that shit anymore, boy. Because Steve Jobs he wasn't a very funny guy. So when he had humor, it just sounded like another order, and it just said, fuck it. Because it really doesn't make that doesn't make sense. But if he's like a god in Apple. I mean, he literally is. He probably haunts Apple headquarters, giving directions and shit.
All right.
What's going on, Salati? What you got to say?
I'm enjoying the film, by the way. I just ordered myself some desserts just for the movie. So
What'd you order?
I ordered a milkshake and an ice cream. It's on its way. So
A milkshake and ice cream?
yeah.
But
there are those who love chocolate, and then there are those who are wrong.
by the way, because we got Russell Crowe coming back here as the hologram of Jor-El, and I made this point recently. Oh, before I get into that, we got the open pod here, and Zach, the full circle event, kind of shed a little bit of light, saying, that might have been Zeus, and there might be a link between the Olympians and Kryptonians.
I don't want to hear that. Mute
yourself. I like
yourself.
that. I am so down with that idea. I love that idea.
Oh, you're talking about okay. You're talking about the Kryptonian.
The idea that
I
the
thought you were talking about Zeus
from Oh no, Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah, I'm like, no, stop it.
No. That's the other point I was going to make. That was the other point I was going to make, where it's like, I think we can all very safely say at this point that Man of Steel is by far the best superhero movie that Russell Crowe has ever been in. And again, it's like, that might sound a little.
That's sad to say, by the way.
Yeah, considering the competition, it's not. Considering the competition, that's not a high bar to clear, but it nevertheless bears repeating.
The kind of Zeus he could have been. The kind of Zeus Russell Crowe had in him, and he's in a gold tooth. Oh,
I remember seeing
that movie.
I like Russell.
When Thor: Love and Thunder was coming out, I remember seeing this meme circulate where it was something like a Marvel Zeus versus DC Zeus, and they had Zeus from the history lesson in Justice League,
ripped up and shit.
And they had Zeus from Thor: Love and Thunder, and this is a little bit before the movie came out, but we'd still seen him, Zeus in the Thor trailers. And I remember seeing people like, there were people like who were really going to the mat defending. I was like, no, this is like Zeus, like he is in like Greek mythology. And it's like this, it's like, and this is a more fleshed out Zeus, and this is a Zeus that we're like we can actually get on board with. And then the movie came out, and it's like nobody defends that anymore.
No shade against the actor who played Zeus, but I thought that Zeus looked a little too red pill dude bro for me.
I thought he actually looked a lot like Leonidas from 300.
Yeah, he didn't seem like Zeus to me. Again, I wouldn't want to take work away from an actor, and he's in amazing shape. But yeah, he was a little like non-main character for me.
Well, going back to what I was saying a minute ago about the with the open pod and Zach at full circle event alluded to, it's like, that open pod that might have been Zeus or like an ancestor of Zeus, and that the Olympians may be descended from like ancient Kryptonians that have visited Earth, and there's a little bit of a lineage there. It's like, I actually really like that idea. I think that's really cool.
That's a plausible idea, and they've used that kind of stuff in comics before.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm sure, man, but
it went beyond that, Brad. It was even that the Amazons, down to the Amazons, we're gonna have Kryptonian origins too.
Well, because they're they're linked to the Olympians.
Yeah. So I don't know how you feel about that.
No, I think that's That's and I tweeted this out too.
I mean,
where I
that's a
said,
narrative. If you look at the Ultimate Universe, like the Ultimate Universe in Marvel, where everybody individually got their powers through their own happenstance, but then when you did the Ultimate Universe, it was all about them trying to replicate the Captain the Super Soldier Serum and all the offshoots that began off of that. So you could change a narrative. You could do an entire Elseworlds where that would be something and people would buy it. So I never thought when people brought that up, I never understood the resistance to that one personally.
well, it's well, I think people like again, there's a little bit of comic purism in that. Probably is kind of the main pushback on it, but also yeah, which by the way, it's like John Peters does have executive producer credit on this movie. And remember, and again, remember him telling Kevin Smith, it's like he's got to buy a giant spider, and I want to have like polar bears. It's like, and it's like, okay, you got a polar bear, and when we get to the World Engine battle at the end, like pay attention to the design of the World Engine. It's very, let's say, arachnid looking, I will say.
and he wasn't supposed to be able to fly.
Yeah, no flying, no cape, and he has to fight this spider. So
the World Engine kind of looks like an octopus more to me.
Nah, man, I see a big spider. What was that, Talia?
No capes.
No. One more time.
You don't get that reference?
No.
Edna Mode from Incredibles. No capes.
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
lost me. You lost me at Incredibles. I'm not going to know what the hell that is.
I've seen the second. I've seen the second one. I've actually never seen the first one.
I have not watched 1 second.
Oh, I'm gonna make you watch that. I'll donate if I have to.
Yeah. Well, William, it is a superhero, therefore sci-fi. So. And
it's adult oriented too. I just don't have any interest.
Well, anyway, what was I saying a minute ago about the? With the whole like Kryptonian, Olympian, Amazon connection, all that. Like William said, it's like it's not even like strictly in DC or comic book storytelling. It's the idea that ancient aliens, the aliens visited ancient civilizations and were interpreted as gods. That's not an idea that's that has never been done before. We've seen that actually quite a lot. And that's Zack's basically just kind of taking that and plugging it into DC mythos. So yeah, I do. And I tweeted my thoughts on that where I share. It's like, yeah, one of my big Restore the Snyderverse dreams is like he puts that and the Bruce and Lois romance back in and just tells everybody to deal with it.
Where are we at?
One thing too, like with this kind of Jarrell's whole kind of history of Krypton, whole graphics of that. Some of it, like the way Zod's portrayed in it, and some of the imagery here. I remember because I've seen some commentary where this Michael Shannon's version of Zod is kind of likened to Adolf Hitler.
Somebody's choking up in the background. Somebody.
Second?
I can hear a bong. And I hear who's bong? Is that fourth? Is that your bong?
I don't smoke no bong. I don't do the weed.
Okay, so what is it that you're doing when you make the post on the site? Can you show me what that is? Because that's some powerful shit. Hold on.
You might want to check with the Mile High Club. Did you probably look at is Clint still here?
Yeah, he's here.
He is. Yeah, he's.
I don't think he does that. He doesn't do a bond. No. Clint does that.
I'm still here, but I'm muted.
Yeah, but
Claudius, toke it up, boy. That's why he went off camera. All right, I understand.
No, I was ordering food.
Oh, that's what it is. All right. Isn't it funny if he came on the screen and it's just all smoke? You can't even see.
I had to order ice cream and milkshake and whatnot. So obviously.
So what horrible British flavor are they?
Oh wow! Come on, man. That's rough.
It's Oreo milkshake and
fish essence of chips.
British cuisine is not horrible, guys. Everybody, I don't know where does that come from. Why do people think British food? I mean, is so drab or something like that, especially seafood.
Comes from Britain.
It comes from Britain. Yeah.
Some of the best.
Just kidding, Solon.
Try a vindaloo and your butt will be fun. Buy it for days.
Okay, well, that's not a glowing endorsement, but okay. Next topic. What the fuck? All right, we are here for a charity, by the way. Bring it back to where we are at, and the charity, like I said, it's really important. the whole reason we're doing these particular movies is because the light that it brought onto that particular cause for some very unfortunate reasons, but that's no reason for the cause doesn't end just because the movies do. So American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, they do a lot as far as they not only provide resources to try to prevent the event from happening, the aftermath, because a lot of the times these families are dealing with things now that they've lost somebody, and they are there for them as well. And a lot of that stuff, the infrastructure, costs money to do. It costs money to keep people, if they have other jobs, to be able to stipend themselves out. A lot of the stuff that, and I wish I could get one of the people back on here, because Matt who's the local chapter head here, she did a really good job in breaking it down. And if I can find that video before the end of the night, I might play that so that you guys truly understand it's more than just a number. It actually goes into infrastructure that helps people. So it's like any disease that you're fighting, any illness that you're fighting. I don't know any disease, mental or physical, that has not been moved forward by fundraising and resources. So the link is tied to the top of the chat. Whatever you can put forth is going to help. If we reach our 20 grand, I mean, it's not all on the screen, but if we reach our 20 grand, that's great. But whatever we leave this marathon with, we'll go to a good cause.
And another thing about British food, their food's kind of crappy, but for some reason, they can do other countries' food really well.
Like what?
Claudia's never coming back here, man. He's like, fuck you.
I've been to America, but I'm never going to it.
Where have you been?
Washington and New York.
Okay.
Why was not Vegas on that list, Claudia?
I was a kid.
No excuse.
Come here. You need to come here and get corrupted.
I mean,
There's a giant dick downtown. No shit. I'm not kidding.
If I come to America again, if there's one thing I want to do is I want to come to Vegas and I want to meet you, William. That's the one thing I want to do.
That's the right.
It's not all that's cracked up to me. I did it before.
Yeah, I've known him quite a while. It's not that great.
Right. That's the one thing I want to do.
The people who are talking are assholes, so you're not an asshole.
It's the one thing I want to do.
Pure of heart.
William's a lot smaller in person.
I want to meet you.
Actually,
and
I'm
Brad.
not. Apparently, I'm bigger. When people tell me, they don't realize I was that big, and I'm like, I thought I was average size, but then I take pictures of people.
Brad would have me.
Film Junkie came out here, dude. I thought Film Junkie was this big buff dude, all stocky. Could you see him on his show?
Like 5'5".
Yeah, he comes out here to Vegas, and I'm like, I was ready to just hold my hands out and have him jump in and take our picture.
I seen the picture of you standing right next to him outside the Sci-Fi Center. I mean, it's like you got like a good foot on him at least.
Yeah, and
I feel the same way, William. Man, I think I'm just normal height, and I tower over everyone.
Yeah, I met Fourth. Fourth is like, I mean, granted, I was trying to push him off of a ladder.
Choose your words carefully.
There was a height difference there, but yeah, he's
that was fun to watch.
Yeah, it would have been even more fun if I would have completed the mission, but he survived.
I think I could have taken William. He wasn't that intimidatingly tall. If it had a
clip. We're in the first flight scene. We're in the first flight scene now. It's like this is just like one of the best Superman movie moments of all time for me. Is the first flight in Man of Steel. Because it's just so triumphant. It's just so
for me, it's the helicopter scene in Superman 1.
That's a great scene.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, who's got you?
I love that line. You got me. Who's got you?
The reason why I want to meet you, William and Brad.
Oh, what? William's ego's gonna get big.
No, it's basically because William has got a really cool shop, and Brad is a very kind and gentle person that I really want to chill with, and I want to bring something from the UK.
All right, I'm gonna edit out the Brad part, but yeah, about me, everything that's everything you said about me.
No, but
hey, Claudia,
I want to bring something special.
See my name underneath the duck things?
Yes, amazing.
That's every name Brad has called me except for sneering.
I want to bring you both something special if I do ever come to Vegas. That's something I want to do.
That's great. That's
from
very
the
kind,
UK.
Well, and Clint, I only call you those names because you're a sneering, less dumb, idiotic friend.
That's a lot. That's a lot. You probably ran out of space. I don't think you can even type anymore. Those faces. I didn't even notice when he did that the first time. All right, we are.
I want to tell you something that to a lot of you that when I first came to the Sci-Fi Center channel, that Brad used to bully me extensively, and
Oh,
so
piss off, man.
Yeah,
Oh, piss off, mate.
I was there. No, I'm just kidding.
I know Brad's been a bully to me, man.
Yep.
Brad ain't a
Take-
bully. He's a star.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
taking that into consideration that Brad's body is a weapon. I don't know. It's
Exactly. Yeah, dude. Well, you have I mean, Clint, you have directly contributed to my decline in mental health this year by donating to watch parties involving the Scary Movie franchise, Meet the Spartans, disaster movie, and all that bullshit. So, yes,
Was that this year?
yes, that was all this year.
Wow,
Oh.
you don't understand how time works. I think.
So controversial
Well,
scene.
how could you after watching stuff that bad? Yeah, and of course we're coming up on the Jonathan Kent death, and I remember one thing John Campia said, like after with all the debate around should I have let him die, maybe scene, it's like, the other thing about that really validates that too is that Jonathan Kent, it's easy to say that when your neck is on the line, but it's like, okay, he's got a tornado right behind him, and he says, no, it's like, they'll see. It's like, we got to keep this under wraps for now, even if it means I have to die.
Some people have an issue with that. Jonathan Kent goes back for the dog. And I'll say that if Superman is about saving people, then that stems from somewhere and has to extend to the Kents too. And there's no reason or way that Pa Kent does not let anything not get saved. He goes back for the dog too.
Exactly. Pa Kent's like, that if we didn't say that dog, he would tell Clark, yeah, okay, you got to go John Wick on that tornado.
What was that, like an Independence Day dog that survived the horrifying inferno?
Well, yeah,
running down a hall.
This is like more because this is like base physics more, because the dog runs out and gets away out of the path of the tornado. That I love that scene, but again, that's not how fire works, where it's like it just brushes past it away.
Where it just rolls in slow motion, like you can't just jump. Like, in the '90s, it was popular to outrun the explosion. Like, what was that Keanu Reeves movie where he jumps on a bike and is like flipping off the explosion that's coming after him?
It's not. And that's not how. It's not fire explosions. They give off heat to where it's like if you're within like 10 feet of them, you're still getting burned. So. So it's not as simple as as long as the fire doesn't like physically make contact with you, you're fine.
And people saying that Superman here could have just as fast as a bullet been there before anybody could see. He's not the Flash. In fact, a lot of the examples of his top speed in this movie are still pretty visible.
Well, yeah, but again, it's like if they see him like right back over there with Jonathan, it's like, well, wait a minute, they're gonna see like he got rescued.
Yeah. Now, there was a pretty good, clever counter argument with that Spidey proposed. He's not here. He's jumping on later. That half the town knows he's Superman anyways.
Or they suspect there's something, different about it. Because there's no Superman at this point, but they suspect he's. I mean, it's a little bit more like Smallville at this point, where it's like he has powers.
Yeah.
But there's enough people. This is a large enough crowd to where it's, if he does this publicly at this point, then this is the point of no return.
Yeah, it's all but confirmed at this point. Or it's all confirmed at this point. Now, this is a great part right here.
Yeah,
that ties into the reason why Jonathan Kent said maybe to letting the kids die, because he's considering the entire paradigm of the world staying intact, and Perry White also confirms that here by saying she's right to let the story go, because can you imagine what happened to the world if this got out? So I love the weight behind Superman's presence in this.
And I did something. Yeah, exactly. Well, I did actually when the Flash came out, I did or actually not even when it came out, when it just the trailer came out, I did a piece on Screen Rant where I talked about the whole thing about they have to rescue Supergirl from the Russian prison, and I said the Flash in a lot of ways like really validates what Jonathan says, because it's like what the situation with Supergirl that they have to get. It's like that's exactly what they were afraid was going to happen to Clark.
And all the movies I bought, Brad, were not all like for you to torture you. I gave you that life after fighting crap.
Life After Fighting is amazing. I don't know what you're chatting about.
Yes,
I paid
exactly.
for it.
I would have we would have put it on anyway. So
We should do another watch party for that.
exactly, and we're definitely
We already had one, and
when they
everything
finally
got more views than.
well, we
Life
already did
After
watch
Fighting.
parties of this and everything else. But we're doing it anyway at night. So
Nah, we're
Well,
not
this
doing
is a
that
charity.
and Taladio, like when they finally put it on DVD or streaming, we are absolutely doing a Gonapath watch party, and that is going to be glorious.
Stay on topic, guys.
Into the chat, yeah, I agree. Jimmy Baralitsky, sorry if I butchered your name, but yes, Flight 2.0 is another glorious moment. We'll be there soon today.
Yeah, well, that's and you can kind of see this, in if you've seen the Project Justice League motion comic, and I think you definitely would see this in Justice League 3. It's like again a third version of that. He steps out of the the scout ship again, like right before the final battle with Darkseid, and takes flight again.
And you have a question in the chat, William, about how much would it cost for a TMNT watch party? How much money on the table for that?
Oh, jeez.
Hey man, ante up. I mean, tonight is a charity stream, so we're trying to hit 20,000. So you can we can maybe make an arrangement if you chip in a little bit tonight.
I'm not going to put a cap on. Let's significantly, because that movie sucks. So something significant just did do it. I'm not.
What movie?
It's sci-fi, William. It's sci-fi. It's like it's anthropomorphic turtles doing ninja
of Ninja Turtles that it does not age well.
Actually, I think it aged
Is
pretty
it or is it not
well.
sci-fi?
Huh? What'd you say?
Like, is it or is it not? Are the Ninja Turtles?
It's a comic book movie, so it
not
qualifies. It's just not a good one. So it's a comic book movie. But like I said, coming from somebody who read the comic books and then saw that, and it's like, yeah, okay. 14-year-old.
Compare that to the animated Saturday morning cartoon that it came from. You don't think that it was better than?
It's not a Saturday morning. It's not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That sanitized shit that they did for read the fucking comic. That's why I like The Last Ronin. The Last Ronin goes back to what Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was. That's what he meant it to be. It got, he took the money, he took the check to make it, all soft and cuddly, and that's fine. That's capitalism. But as far as like that movie in those cartoons, go read. I mean, I have it for you. Read Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay, so Swanwick just walked in here. And it's like, I'm sorry, but this whole thing, this line that Zach has given us, where it's like he saw fan theories floating around that on the internet that Swanwick was Martian Manhunter, and he decided to like retrofit that into his plans. I'm sorry, it's like I'm not buying that. It just comes out and punches you in the face with all the hints. I mean, look at the Matrix green tint on him right now. Look at the way it's framed, and look at the classified sign behind him. It's like, come on.
I'm very serious. By the time that movie came out, like I said, they knew they couldn't put what Eastman and Laird did. They couldn't make that kind of movie yet, so they made a movie. They took all the brutality, and like I said, you read Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, man, they're cutting and gutting. I mean, it's just not a joke. But no, that movie was, like I said, that movie was something else. I'm glad people enjoyed it, but if you read Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and you watched that movie, you're like, and then the way it looked, it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, no, and I was the target age group for that, and I walked.
So William, you're saying the movie was not like the book?
No, novels are different. Comic book interpretations are not the same. When you take the spirit of what, like I said, what what Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was, that's not what they put in that movie. And a lot of the stuff they didn't, like I said, but you know what, Kevin Eastman, Laird, they took the bag. They took the bag of money, and I don't blame them. Somebody offers you a lot of money to take your interpretation and make mass production of it. That's fine, but once you do that, you understand the reality that Teenage Mutant Turtles wasn't, as in its original form, wasn't something to be mass produced, but it was. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, yeah, this is another Superman Earth One. Again, like the how parallel these two are. This is something that you see in Superman Earth One, because again, the basic spine of like the Man of Steel story is, again, basically is the plot of Earth One. And one of the things you see, Zod is not, he's the villain in Volume 3. He's not in Volume 1. And he's actually Superman's uncle in Earth One. But in Volume 1, that basically is the basis for Man of Steel. There's a different villain. His name is Tyrell, and you have a scene like this, and kind of like the villain plot is very similar, where he puts out this broadcast to the world saying, it's like, hey, we're not messing around, Superman, turn yourself over 24 hours, or some bad stuff's going to happen. So it's like this broadcast that Zod does, this is right out of Earth One, albeit with a different character.
Quentin Tarantino would be mine for this, and I've had that thought for years. Answer your question, Azteca.
I think we know where the bong rip came from, and it must be from the Sci-Fi Channel, because those opinions on Ninja Turtles.
No. Look at Swanwick.
No, and it's unfortunate because you can never.
Swanwick.
Hold on for a second. You can never have a true, discussion with people who have seen these characters in a light like that. They're always going to know them as those, the whole Pizza Hut commercial type of shit like that they did in the 90s. They're never, if you never truly experience what they were doing with those characters, we're speaking two different languages, and we're never going to come together on that, and that's fine. But when you consistently read Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles up till now, go ahead and pick up The Last Ronin. If you need to be reminded about what Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is, pick up The Last Ronin. I mean, it's on trade paperback, and that's where it is. So it's not me, it's what they did. Now, you have those interpretations because they wanted money, but that doesn't mean that's what those characters are. But I'm never going to win that because you some of these guys never experienced the actual interpretation of those characters, and that's fine.
I actually think it's too early for a Last Ronin movie. With the Turtles haven't been back in the form that we've all enjoyed, because they need to do that
movie yesterday. They need to do that movie yesterday.
To do a story where they're all dead.
Yeah, yesterday. Last week.
And William, funnily enough, because it's a Paramount now. Funnily enough, Walter Hamada apparently is going to produce it.
You know what? That's his wheelhouse, though.
Yeah,
the type of movie that The Last Ronin needs to be. That's what he's good at.
Yeah,
that's what he's good at. So yeah, I'd be all for that.
I say do 2 movies before Last Ronin, so that we at least get a feel for the Turtles, and we get to see them before, like, more than half of them are all dead.
Well,
it's a futuristic.
It still technically is within the super. It's still within the superhero realm, but it's also against a horror vibe to it. So that was always where Hamada came from and excelled at. So yeah,
what a proper sequel to the first movie.
Still,
I'll even take the second movie as canon.
It's not with DC.
I would retcon those movies out of existence. I would start, if you're gonna lead up to The Last Ronin, then do some actual Ninja Turtle stuff like that. Like the animated one that they just did that we promoted a year ago. That was all right, but like I said, it's the most consistent to what Eastman and Laird put out than anything else.
Do The Last Ronin as animated, put it on Amazon, and that's fine enough. But if you want to do movies, you got to get all turtles on screen back in true form, where people actually like.
That's not necessary. I mean, you could do it that way, but it's not necessary. You could establish The Last Ronin.
By the way, William,
that's a possible feature. Go ahead.
So there's 2 Easter eggs in this kind of bullying scene that Clark's going through. One of them is like you see he's reading I think he's reading the Elite.
That is you for. No wait, hold on. What is that? Can you hear that?
No.
Hold on. It's you. Is there something going on near your mic?
I mean, not that I'm aware of. Is that better?
I can still hear something coming in contact to your mic.
I mean, my mic's right here in front of my face. So.
Yeah. Can you hear it?
No.
Do you hear it? Are you?
Let me go mute real quick.
Yeah, they just did it again.
Oh, it's me flicking the little switch here. Yeah.
Okay.
Mute or unmute myself.
It's
Yeah, but
okay.
if you hear this, that just means I
Yeah.
flicked the little switch to mute myself or unmute myself.
Okay, it sounds different.
Yeah, you're about to pick me up with sci-fi, so then blame it on me.
Yeah. Well, one thing I want to point out to William real quick. There are There are these two Easter eggs in this Clark bullying scene that he's going through. One of them is I don't know what this necessarily alludes to. How's it going, Sammy? I don't know what he has like he has a copy of the Iliad or Plato, whatever that was, and so I don't know if that's what necessarily that's getting at. But the other one, and this probably will come to your chagrin, is the Sullivan sign, the auto shop. That's definitely a small Easter egg. Zack's a fan. I didn't make the rules here.
Sure. Yeah, I could go for this Azteca. Yeah, I could go with this.
Oh yeah, I can get more for that.
Yeah. Yeah. This is 100% true, and I'm not mad about it. I don't blame them. If somebody came to me and offered me, especially in the 90s where they were coming from indie, and offered me the kind of money that they made off in the 90s with, there's no way in hell I'd say no. But they are still in control of the characters, and now you're starting to see, some of the stuff that's come out lately, like that the last movie, and then the last Ronin, even talk of the last Ronin. You would not have had that talk in the 90s. Another small Easter egg, Brad.
Yeah, well, no, this is something else. I literally caught this a few nights ago. I can't believe it took me 11 years. But the whole line from the priest saying sometimes, when he's debating like whether to reveal himself or not, like sometimes you have to make a leap of faith. The trust part comes later. Next scene, it's like, okay, leap of faith, as in leap of faith. It was right in front of. I can't believe I didn't pick up on this until
What's
now.
your timestamp? Is your timestamp 1:10:05?
1:10:38 right now. It's right when he's hovering above them and saying, "I'll surrender, but let me see Lois Lane."
One of my favorite
leap
scenes
of faith
is when you first hear Zod, when Zod comes in on that static screen like that. That's another reference. That's another alien nature type of thing that no other Superman movie has done.
Yeah, that was actually because William and I we don't beat up on the Flash this VFX as much as other people. But one thing I did kind of find a little bit irksome in that is when they do like the alternate reality, the broadcast about it's like, hey, turn him over or else, or it's like you could see Zod's face with a lot more clarity in that broadcast. I thought I liked it, the fact that again, because it's Kryptonian technology, it doesn't you're seeing him through like all the static and snow. So the fact that they made Zod very easy to see his features and that, I thought with the effects, I thought you actually should have made those are effects I think should have been intentionally made worse, because it's like that's the idea. Is like you just barely make him out in the broadcast because it's alien technology.
That scene where he broadcasts around the world, it reminds me of the Vogon fleet just before the destroyed Earth in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Jimmy, whatever you're gonna make me sit through that fucking movie. I'm gonna put a ridiculous amount, 500. Come as close to that.
It's a charity stream night, so
yeah, it's not for me. But anything you donate today is going right into the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So this is not going to me; it's going directly to that link. So there you go.
Yeah. And here's also he walks
500 William.
Yeah.
500.
And here's also
the worst capitalist. $100.
So
okay, hold on. Capitalism, it's a charity. Capitalism does not apply here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it were going to me, I mean, I would take, but we're trying to reach a goal, and that's the goal.
If we get to 500. Oh, wait, we're there.
Well, yeah, very funny.
Yeah. So that's the whole thing. Like Superman walks to the mirror, and Swanwick is the only one who doesn't walk back. And then it cuts back, and you see like from on the inside of the interrogation room, it's like Superman standing there with his own reflection there. Again, these are too many things to be like happy accidents to line up for him to be.
They had a military advisor on this movie. The uniform he's wearing right now is called the ACU. They don't have this uniform anymore, but all of Swanwick's badges are correctly put in the right spots, by the way.
Yeah, that's something I do appreciate that this end of BVS that Zach got the and everybody involved got a little military details, right? Because I mean, William, you've heard me rant on here before about that is the salute. Movies almost on TV, they almost always get the salute wrong. It's like, for those of you that may know, it's like in the U.S. Armed Forces, a salute, it looks like this.
Right. Well, all those people in the background aren't actors; those are actually military people that are assisting with the film. Unless they have dialogue or anything, then they're real soldiers. Just how Michael Bay uses them. And while this was coming out, Snyder did a U.S. Army commercial for them as well.
But so the salute should look like this, but almost always you see it look like this, and it's like it just drives me nuts. Nobody can just turn their hand like that.
Well, you know where this salute comes from, right?
Second, yeah, from you mentioned like knights. It's like closing the visor.
The visor. When you approach your subordinates, you revealed that to identify yourself, and that's where this salute came from. But obviously, we don't wear those kind of helmets like that anymore.
Hey, Brad, I don't let the real world interfere with movie world, so you can let that slide a little bit. It's all fantasy.
It drives me crazy, though. I'm sorry. When I see military stuff,
it's fantasy.
When you have millions,
when I see movies break the laws of physics, it doesn't drive me crazy. I just go, okay.
It's fantasy that involves going from this to this. So.
See, if you just buy me Starbucks and I'll give you this is where your badge needs to go. Right there.
So for any Hollywood producers out there who want to irk William, just have them do the salute wrong because of his opinions on Ninja Turtles.
Okay, sure.
Snyder, I think I recall Brad mentioning the stream, so I thought I'd stop by. Or just okay, nice seeing you, Sammy. Yeah, I also independently of this, I did a my own kind of like nightly watch party recently of Man of Steel, BVS, Wonder Woman, and ZSGL, because I've done the three before many times, but I had never done the marathon with Wonder Woman, so I'd always kind of wanted to do that, and so I did that again independently, and now I'm doing it tonight on the Sci-Fi Center. And again, watch out, I just might have something that there might be some commentary of like observations I've made out of that marathon. That might
Brad with commentaries of observations.
Yeah, he realized the Earth was tilted, so that why Aaron was in the summer right now.
Thank you.
It's a shame we didn't see her. I don't see her in a lot more American stuff.
Who's that?
Yeah. This is actually Gal Gadot actually was originally approached about being Feyor, and she had to turn it down because she was pregnant at the time, and of course she ended up in Wonder Woman. Yeah, that's the plan, Sammy. When I have it to add, I will definitely do that. Right now, I got the 4. Once I get to number 5 in there, I will definly do that marathon and see how that.
Somebody just donated another $25. Who was it? Let me
awesome.
See.
Why does my stream keep falling behind?
Mine too. Where are you watching it?
No, the actual your stream on YouTube. I'm watching it on my computer. And it always falls 15 minutes behind for no reason.
Thanks for the donation,
Sammy.
William, I think you went mute there for a second.
Thank you, Sammy, for the $25 for the cost.
I was by your shop today, William. Went to Audio Express to get my truck radio sounding more gooder.
Sounding more gooder.
Dude, no Sister Kim's today, man. I tried to shame them into opening up. I'm like, God damn it. I'm going to stars now.
Oh, that's a bad business decision on their part.
That's the only reason why I didn't go say hi to you, William. No Sister Kim's.
Yeah,
Man, they
no.
must. Man, that's how badly did they think of you, William, to not be open on New Year's Eve? It's like that. That's so
You
bad.
can't
of them to do that.
I wish they would have opened up their whole kitchen for me, but they are also
That would have been
pastors.
so
They have
good
a
if
church
they had
and
done
everything,
that.
yeah.
No, I could do this all day.
You should do a
No,
live
but
stream
no.
from Sister Kim's, William.
How far?
We are discussing something like that. Yeah.
Where is their like placement in the lot? You know, like next to you? Like how many doors down
Okay,
from you?
so you know how I face the parking lot? You have to come into the plaza, and they're in the courtyard. So they're
Okay.
facing the courtyard.
Yeah,
So if I go down my stairs and keep walking straight, I walk right into them.
For anybody who hasn't seen, you'll probably see later tonight when the fireworks start for William. It's like he's got. I mean, the parking lot out there from the Sci-Fi Center. It's like that is like. I mean, it's like a landing strip out there.
And
They got a
Brad,
huge parking lot there. And by the way,
that parking lot you're seeing, is about 2/3 of the total parking in that area.
Got myself a milkshake.
Yeah.
See ya.
What about it?
If there was ever such thing as
those of
designing
you-
a parking lot too big, it's that parking lot. It's like 3 football fields.
Yeah, because it was never designed to be that way. The plaza kind of erupted around it, and then it was just how to design it. They never designed it to be that way, but it was supposed to be an open lot. It originally had streets going through it, and then they started to build up, and then they rerouted everything around it. And then back before the housing boom, but the bubble cracked, they had bought the parking lot because they were going to put a high rise here, and then that never happened, and now it's just a giant plot of land. Now they purchased everything, so now it's historically protected, but who knows?
By the way, did you get also before I asked that one thing? I also kind of an observation I've had about the early wave of DCU movies. That I noticed this at the time, but I mean now you really see it with a lot of clarity with the first 5. Is that all of them? I mean, a lot of the attention goes to the nightmare future, but all of them have some kind of dream sequence or have like some kind of nightmare of their own. Like we're getting this right now with the Zod going into Superman's mind and seeing Superman seeing like a sea of human skulls and destroyed cities, and then BVS and ZSJL have the nightmare, and Suicide Squad has the Enchantress saying, "Okay, join forces with me, and I'll give you this that you guys is your deepest desire," and Wonder Woman has the one where Ares tries to tempt her to his side. So, I'm kind of wondering like again, there's a through line of like some kind of like nightmare or dream sequence in all the movies, and again, like the main, like the nightmare being like the epicenter of the Justice League sequels. That's again, I think that's kind of the big payoff for that. But that's something I always kind of found really interesting, is the through line between all.
I wonder why they chose the blue suit for the nightmare scenario instead of the black suit, which almost kind of feels eliminated here.
Well,
the black suit had one purpose.
Well, not that, but Zach has talked a bit about them. Like once Superman gets the black suit, then his idea was like he stays in the black suit when he's like operating as Superman at that point, in Justice League 2, because it's like now he's presenting himself more as Kal-El. And then when Darkseid puts him under the anti-life equation, then he goes back into the red blue suit, because the idea is that Darkseid is like he's trying to, it's almost like an ironic thing on Darkseid's part, where it's like he's presenting a a dark, sinister version of Superman, but he still has the same kind of heroic image. And then Flash resets the timeline, and then after that, the idea of Superman finally goes back to like the mainline red blue suit. And I wouldn't be surprised if like the idea is to dress it up a little bit, to like add a little bit kind of decor to like the final battle versus the Darkseid Superman suit. I think like the red blue version of that, I would think they probably would add something to that. And I'm not saying like the red trunks or anything, but just maybe they would like try to make that add like some kind of like regal elements to it, like some like the Kryptonian armor or what have you.
Hey, Willie, what is this room called? And I'm not saying that you've been there, but like, what are these places called where they just monitor stuff?
What do you mean? Oh, and I'm probably a little bit behind. Where are you at?
Oh, the little or General Swanwick.
That's called a TOC. That's called a TOC, Tactical Operations Center.
And are those like mobile, or is that like set up like somewhere on a kind of Air Force base?
Both. The tactical operations center, that is anywhere. It could be in a tent, it could be in a compound, it could be in a place like that. But wherever you are monitoring or manipulating resources and anything else, it's called your tactical operational center. The TOC is, for short, is what they call it in military, and that's pretty much where they're at. It can be mobile. It's anywhere where you're controlling the theater of operations from.
Oh,
What flavor of ice cream did you get, or milkshake did you get, Taladia?
Oreo.
okay. He's still in the group. If he said mint, I'd have to vote him out.
Sammy says, yeah, that's exactly one thing. Zach is it's a perversion of heroism to have the blue suit on again under the control of the anti-life equation. Yeah, that's basically the idea of it. It's why I think Man of Terror movie wouldn't work for Zack Snyder. Yeah, I can see that.
I was never a fan of the black suit in any format because of why I know why it exists and because of shitty storyline. But
well, it doesn't matter because it's again you're going to be your favorite character is part of the lineup tonight. So
I just wish there was one line of dialogue.
It was a regeneration.
Right
It was a regeneration suit that lasted.
I think you viewed yourself in it.
Nah, just somebody was talking over.
Yeah, that's the purpose it serves in the black suit serves in the comics is that he's brought that to life, but he's not operating at full strength. So the black suit, because black absorbs sunlight and Superman gets the powers of the sun. So the idea of the black suit is that it's to charge him back up to full power. And with the way Zach uses it, it's in Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's more kind of symbolic. It's more he's returning as presenting himself as Kal-El, or is presenting himself as an emissary of Krypton.
One of the few things that he does in that movie that I slightly disagree. The Doomsday thing is another one, or what was that's not even Doomsday, but the Kryptonian, whatever the fuck that was, adding that to it, I wouldn't have done, and I wouldn't have used the black suit for more than 5 minutes. Once he comes to full power and he's Superman again, that suit he should have changed immediately to the red, white, and blue, or the red, blue, and yellow. That's my opinion. It's
It's pretty cool. Jor-El, he's like a video game avatar, leading Lois around the ship. Yes, we are, Chappie. It's right now. We're right when Lois is escaping the Black Zero.
People will forever complain that Lois Lane has nothing to do in these movies, even though she's doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
For a reporter.
Mm-hmm.
Samir says, no, they're watching Superman 4 Quest for Peace.
Oh, please. This is 10 times better than Quest for Peace.
I can't even believe you even had to say that.
I can, listen, I can give it
points for trying. You don't have to defend anything against the Quest for Peace. That movie sucked.
How much for that?
I give Quest for Peace points for trying because it has good ideas, it has good intentions, and listen, Nuclear Man with a better script could have been actually very memorable film.
Nuclear Man should have died at the concept of it. Hey, maybe we should add Nuclear Man. No, that's where
he's in the comics. He's in the comics. He's in the comics now.
Okay. Remember, we're talking about Superman during an era where, like I said, I could have given it to a homeless person, and the homeless person would have given it back to me. That's where Superman was as far as comic books goes. It wasn't a good time. And really, John Byrne really didn't do it any favors when he started Man of Steel. Which, by the way, if you read Man of Steel from John Byrne's 1987, there's more of that, in my opinion, in these movies than there is anything in Superman Earth 1. Because Superman, I mean, if you look at how the storyline comes about, he basically goes from 1987 all the way up to 1992 with the body of work that was happening in Superman at that time, including the death of Superman. But Man of Steel, him meeting Batman, all these things, those happen in the same sequence and tone as they do in these movies. Superman Earth 1 is to me it's a light copy of that. Go ahead, because you just broke up. Go ahead, Brad.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say it's like we have 95. We have 95 people watching right now. So yes, glad to have you with us on this our DCU forum will be watch party for New Year's Eve. This is a charity stream, so we got the link right here up on the screen, also in the chat. So if you can, please consider a donation to
or share it.
Prevention. We are trying to
share the stream with your friends.
Around as well. Yes, please. And we're trying to reach a total donation a threshold of 20 grand tonight.
That's not what's on the screen, by the way. Just so that you guys know, we have 15,500 on a different
yeah,
screen.
We're trying to get like 4,500 tonight. So that would be like total for like our total charity streams. That would, we're trying to hit 20,000 tonight. So if you can, please consider a donation. If not, just sharing it around is also very helpful. 96.
Do they have the link to join up on the Sci-Fi Center as well?
What's up?
Do they have the link to join up on the Sci-Fi Center as well, aside from the charity link?
I will do it later because I have to close this one out, and I'm going to create a new one for that. That goes beyond here.
Right, think about Martha right here. It's like, I mean, she doesn't know where the codex is. She couldn't tell them either way. But again, these superpowered aliens come up to her and say, "Give us the codex." She says, "Go to hell." I mean, this is like Clark was raised by some people with some balls.
Could have asked for her precious china. She would have told him to go to hell.
Yeah. William. It's by the way, going back to like the whole thing about Sears getting destroyed, like so her workplace gets destroyed, but also like the truck gets flipped up right now into the house. So now it's fixed in the next movie, but I'm sure like is that like force majeure on your home owner insurance policy? Is well, like what's the claim?
It's called the Bruce Wayne. The Bruce Wayne will fix it for you.
That's not until after the funeral or in the next movie. I'm talking like between.
That's right.
Why are you putting reality into the movie?
Ooh, got sacked.
Yeah.
Don't mess with Superman's mom.
Think you can threaten my mother?
But all these battles, what do they accomplish? Because they're both made of steel.
They can still hurt each other.
Okay, that was my only one gripe. But at the end of the Zod fight in this movie, that Superman should at least be bruised and a little bit bloody.
Well, like even the Doomsday fight, he doesn't really have because go read Death of Superman. I mean, he's bloodied and broken, and the suit is torn to shreds in the comics, and
with
Zod
was like 1/4 of the power of Doomsday, though. He didn't have the size, the mass. He didn't have bony partitions. Most of Superman's wounds from the Death of Superman came from those bony Kryptonian partitions. That he was cutting in, and the fact that he was being hit by
like a lot of blunt force trauma.
Yeah, and more blunt force trauma than probably all those Kryptonians that are with Zod here were supposed to be. So you're talking about something that's like him fighting the Hulk with swords that were as powerful as the Hulk could be. So yeah, it's a big difference.
Yeah, I would say they should at least be able to bloody and bruise each other as Kryptonians.
I bet we get that with a dark side fight.
This fight scene in Smallville is amazing.
Oh yeah. One thing I told William, I think the last time we did the Man of Steel watch party is that the fight choreography here, I really feel like this is the idea was like, let's do like a pro wrestling match with Kryptonians, because that's what like really a lot of the fight choreography really kind of plays out as.
This is still the best, I think, Superman fight in the whole trilogy for me right here. This one got me to like wow, I'm watching a fight scene for the first time all over again. Even though Iron Man and Neo and all those other characters have been out.
This is what I was waiting for my whole life to see in a Superman movie is like because you guys know my how my interest in action and fight choreography and martial arts. So and we'd never seen action like this in a Superman movie before, and I was in the theater. I mean, just over the moon about what I was seeing right now.
Okay, there's one thing keeps bugging me in this stupid hot dog truck that keeps going by in the frame. It shows up like 3 or 4 times. It drives by when they're in the IHOP and Theora's talking. You see it whiz by the window. And in the aerial shot, you see it cruising around the city.
It's a good hot dog.
It's a whole Oscar Mayer Wiener truck. It's just like once you see it, you can't unsee it every time you watch it. Maybe somebody was trying to make the product
the
placement cut.
movie
But
from this point on is pretty much.
One at a time, guys.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really product placement when it gets destroyed. You know, like the IHOP or like the 7-Eleven or
It's on the screen, isn't it?
Sears. It's on the screen, yeah, but I mean, they don't usually get destroyed. So.
What? But in this scene right here where they land in the IHOP, watch the background when they're talking. The hot dog truck cruises by again.
Call you fourth Easter egg 1000.
Yeah, this was the first image of Henry Cavill as Superman, is him right in front of the bank vault.
Are you already at the bank vault?
Yeah.
What the hell? I'm still in the IHOP. Now he's getting thrown to the bank vault.
It's like 30 seconds ahead. Yeah, again, it's like this again. It's like I was my whole life just wanting to see like this is the kind of action I wanted to see in a Superman movie since I was a kid. I finally got it in 2013.
I know.
Yeah. See the hot dog truck. And yeah, William's right. Sears is changed. I had a cousin who worked in Sears right up until they closed.
Yeah, Snyder Queen. You could catch it like 3 or 4 times in this set. This is fantastic.
Yeah, Chris during the release of Snyder Cut phase, he kind of he made this like kind of like a hot dog analogy out of the whole thing. So that kind of took on a bit of a life of its own. Yeah, no, I agree. I got me hyped too.
Now, do you think the Kryptonians physically move slower with the armor on? Not just they can't fly with it, but they're restricted. Like when Theora does her like super speed, you think she'd go faster without the noticeably fast about it?
I mean, I think it'd probably be pretty negligible. I mean, it's like they can like they can like move mountains literally. So it's like I don't know how much like the weight of the armor is going to slow them down. No, I agree, Sammy. That's one of the things I tweeted out the other night when I watched it on my own. It's like, yeah, it's aged so beautifully,
like a fine wine.
We have a CGI that doesn't look like CGI. Yeah, like a fine wine, like the best fine wine. I think we have CGI that doesn't look like CGI. It's very polished. It's I mean, there's themes in it. There like people are finally catching up on. And again, like the action scenes like this are still some of like the best in like any CBM. So yeah, aged very well, very, 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 very well.
Oh, Dodge had their product placement just squashed by Theora.
Yeah, Namek is here is literally about to throw a train at Superman, and again, it's like this whole like last third act of the movie. I was just sitting in my chair saying like, "Thank you." I wanted to see this kind of action in a Superman movie since I was a little kid. Seeing the Metropolis battle in Superman 2, and it's like, oh, you didn't disappoint. If anything, you over-delivered.
Zach likes his character surfing on asphalt. Superman just pummeled Theora, and he had his power slide, and then Jason Momoa has his little surf slide, and Doomsday has his surf slide. I mean, he was skateboarding around the sets of the Kryptonian ship.
Yeah, I
as we
remember
saw
seeing
there.
some of the B-roll footage of that. Yeah, the movie at this point is pretty much just nothing but action. It's nothing but Kryptonians just beating the hell out of each other. And yeah, I maintain like you don't get great Superman action without this setting the bar. Just like we don't get great Batman fight scenes until after the warehouse. That's why like Superman and Lois is it's been as great as it is with all its action scenes, and the Batman fight scenes we've seen subsequently to BVS have just been really, because they've just like that to set the bar, set template. They had to all rise to that. Yeah, I remember this shot of his feet with the cape behind them in the like one of the early trailers. I'll be right back, guys.
This is very Passion of the Christ, where the foot comes down in the trailer. Witness me. Brad, are you an old CB radio?
Why am I hearing like vacuum?
Brad's sending a fax.
Not me, Samir.
Brad, is your thing making It was Brad last. Said it was when he hit the mute button and turns it off.
Where are you guys at?
Brad's a little ahead of me, but Lois Lane just arrived to the farm to say she knows how to stop them.
I'm at Well Engine releasing.
Yeah, I'll speed up.
What's your timestamp for who's first dead?
Slotty, give your timestamp.
Okay, so my timestamp is 1 hour 42 minutes.
Like flat, what's the seconds?
Yeah. 1 hour 42 minutes and 10 seconds.
All right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, look at this. Look at the World Engine, giant spider.
I think a lot of the designer, I follow him on Instagram, a lot of his designs are very crustacean. Even the early designs of Darkseid and Steppenwolf, they all look very oceanic before they landed on what
Another shot here with Swanwick in Matrix Green's Hint.
I love how they do like the perspective of just the citizens and everybody around the world.
Yeah.
So it feels bigger. I'll say if I had any kind of, nitpick about Justice League, it felt like the world never noticed that they stopped Steppenwolf, but it makes sense story-wise.
Release the World Engine, yes. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, we didn't get the giant. Well, we eventually got I mean,
Yeah, now
in
Slave to the world.
in my reading of this movie, we got Superman versus the Giant Spider, and then we eventually got Nick Cage Superman versus the Giant Spider in the Flash. But as far as like in his own movie, no, closest thing we got to that was Wild Wild West.
Yeah, we got that in Flash. They're not slave to the world engine. I remember watching this for the first time. I was like, oh shit, there's people in there. They actually showed it. Look at all this destruction that Superman is causing.
Oh yeah, all his fault.
Somewhere in all that rubble is the hot dog truck.
There's actually look at a couple of these shots very quick. You actually see like some like people like being like you lift it up and slam down like that in the immediate kind of blast radius. So he's not shying away from like showing you. Yes, there are people who didn't make it in this. I was kind of wondering at the rate that it's going to the world engine because before Superman destroys it, it destroys enough of the city that's what becomes Heroes Park in BVS. But I'm kind of wondering, like, at the rate that it's going, like, how long would it have taken them to fully terraform Earth? I mean, it looks like I would think it looks because it's going fairly slow, so it probably would have taken I'd say like at least a whole day for them to terraform the whole planet.
This is my favorite part right here. I love how the plan comes together. Everybody's on the same on board. Superman asks for permission to assist in helping the Earth. Permission granted. A brief mention of kryptonite. Very vague mention of kryptonite. And
Yeah,
the shot that afterward is glorious with the music swelling behind it.
when he flies up that was the when they played the first teaser at the end of beginning of Dark Knight Rises. It's like they had that shot of him like soaring up into the air at the end of it.
Oh yeah, it's even more.
Henry's voice here. Yeah, Henry's voice here, the way he carries himself, and it's like he really reminded me a lot when I first saw this of Superman the animated series.
Yeah, glorious shot.
Kind of the series version.
Seems like these Kryptonians mean business in this one. Daniel Martin asked, "Do you guys think they CGI Christopher Reeve's face onto Cavill in the world engine?" Snyder said they didn't.
Yeah, we all know how Zack loves to play coy.
I can't see it, but like, I tell myself I see it, then I see it. It's weird.
Why?
What's up, Slipknot?
And yeah, like for what you're saying about the idea that Lois is on the sun. I mean, she didn't have to get up in this plane at all to help with the world, to drop. He's on the front lines throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, My reasoning for her to be on the plane is that Jarrell did tell her the plan on how to stop him, so she's there as consultant at the expense of her own peril. So, and it does come in handy because when the Kryptonian baby ship doesn't do what it's supposed to do, he doesn't know that it's not. Cadmus doesn't know that something's wrong, but then looks closer to fix it. So she does assist. Night 1, Fox 3. Night 7, Fox 3. Ooh. Oh. That's what you're asking how it works. She said, fuck this. Yeah, that's a horrific sight. Entire building tipping down on you. Damn. Poor Morpheus can barely run. Just look at the pedigree of these actors going up against each other. Zod and Michael Shannon and Russell Crowe. We don't deserve this, but we got it.
You may give me a timestamp. How will hiccup there?
Slotty's got the ultimate timestamp. Go for it, Slotty.
1 hour, 51 minutes, 37 seconds.
Okay, cool. I'm right there with you. Slotty, what's your favorite scene in this whole movie?
It has to be Flight, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, first
Flight.
one. Yeah, me too.
Did you watch this in theaters, Slotty?
Yeah, yep. I took my mom to go and see Man of Steel.
Yeah,
It was the
thought
first-
you mentioned you saw Justice League on your birthday night. God, man.
That's the most disappointing moment I'll ever have in my life.
Yeah, that was a birthday. Oh man, I feel for you on that one, dude.
I like how the Kryptonian ship stands in for the Fortress of Solitude. Not like I had anything against Fortress of Solitude, but
Yeah,
a nice crack.
You do get Brainiac vibes from this kind of nanotech tentacle stuff on the World Engine. There's a lot of Brainiac Easter eggs in this in BVS.
My favorite scene of this movie is near the end when the actual scene, because it's just, where he kills Zod. That's the best scene of the movie to me.
Nice. Like that actual whole struggle with him trying to, like, not the whole fight, right? But just with the actual part where he snaps the neck, everything leading to that.
Where he has to make the decision. Where humanity or him.
Right. And the whole idea that he had to kill off the last remaining of his kind because they were murder psychopaths.
Well, that also, and they can also have like
it's actually more of It's more of he went against what his nature is, to help.
Hey, Bell.
Right.
Bell's here.
Hey, Bell Rev. Yeah, we're finishing up Man of Steel here. We're going to be doing a BBS Wonder Woman and Zack Snyder's
Ultimate
Justice
Edition.
League. Yes,
Yeah.
Ultimate Edition. Yeah. Well, that's the movie. I think for most people at this point is the Ultimate Edition. So
we got to clarify. We have to make a clarification. It's the Ultimate Edition.
No, I fully
So,
agree
yeah,
with you, Clint.
So if you want to jump on Bell
and-
Rev, we're definitely welcome.
Yeah, same with you, Sammy. We would love to have you on, Sammy, as well.
Yeah, if you're a true fan, Bill, you jump on, or if not, you have to have your fan card pulled. And she knows I'm kidding, but yeah, no, I definitely agree with that, Clint. I was matching it with the earlier scene where he seemed at least first happy that he's like, I know where I come from, blah blah blah, my people, da, da, da. And it's like, oh wait, I gotta kill him.
The Ultimate Edition is the proper BC.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. Well, there's also, and you kind of have like a sort of a setup for that when he has to destroy or he has to crash the scout ship, and Zod tells him, if you destroy the ship, you destroy Krypton. And I really dig that he hesitates because he's already got his heat vision charged up. He's ready to go there, and then he hesitates for a second. I remember Spidey said this one time. It's like if he's given 1 second, pick a planet, and that's and it's like in 1 second, okay, Krypton has a chance. Oh, that's unfortunate, but well, hopefully next time, Belro. But good to see you in the chat. And yes, if you can, please, if you can, please consider a donation to our AFSP drive, or if not, just sharing it around is also really helpful.
We will not shame if you abandon your responsibilities today, Bill.
Oh yeah, that's also that's all. We won't hold that against you either. Yeah.
So
Other people
another
know.
question I have for my non-comic book nerd self: how does Superman age? Does he age like a human? Like, because he was a little boy and he didn't stand out for not growing up.
No, well, William, can you feel that one?
I heard he ages slower, right?
Yeah, he ages. He reaches a point of adulthood where his body has absorbed enough of the our Earth's sun to where his aging is retarded. It's slowed, but it still does happen. And he also is no longer vulnerable to kryptonite at that point too. Once he reaches that age, but if you look at Kingdom Come, he does indeed age. He is a older Superman. Now he physically, as far as his strength and everything, there's been no evidence of any kind of physical decline, because when you read Kingdom Come or any storyline that features an older Superman, he's just as strong as he was in his youth. So I don't know at what age he becomes elderly or where his strength declines, but yeah, he does get gray in the temples and he does advance in age.
I remember, like on Lois and Clark, there was one time where this doctor like tells Lois like his aging process. He puts it that it stabilizes and slows. The way he puts it. Yeah, here it is. Destroy the ship, destroy Krypton. Krypton has a chance. And then, of course, we saw recently Superman and Lois. When he's brought back to life after dying in that he has the General Lane's heart transplanted into his chest. It's augmented with Kryptonian DNA, so it's able to basically function. But it also it makes him basically kind of half human. So where it's like now his powers gradually, like very slowly, start diminishing, and he actually starts aging. So once he gets the heart, the human heart in his chest, he lives another 32 years on Superman and Lois, and then he actually does die at that point.
And people said that he destroyed all those embryos. Those embryos should be empty because they don't have the codex to program the future Kryptonians.
Yeah, what that's actually kind of like. Did you ever see the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, The Sixth Day?
Long time ago, I don't remember it.
Because they have kind of a similar thing with how cloning works in that, where they use your DNA to create or they create these like kind of like these human bodies. They call them blanks, I think, where it's like they don't have any genetic material, but they're in human form. And then the cloning process works where it's like, okay, they put the specific DNA into it, and that creates the person. And then they do this thing called syncording, where it's like it syncs up your memory from like when you were cloned from, and that kind of completes the cloning process. So it's kind of similar to what cloning process in 6 days is to kind of the birthing process in Man of Steel on Krypton.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a foreshadowing, and I got this from another YouTuber that did a video essay on this. It's part of the reason of what young Clark is reading the Plato's book. I forgot what the subtitle name was, but it's all about how societies function with everybody having assigned roles in order for society to work, and so that kind of plays into the Kryptonian failed society of
1 hour till midnight for me.
Yeah, and the codex that's in him is basically it's going to have, like you guys are saying, without it, those embryos are just going to be just normal, whatever. But the codex brings up like more Zods, generals, leaders, all the people that will be what they're supposed to be according to their society. That's why when he said rebuilding Krypton with just regular, just normal, it's that caste system that he's trying to restore. He's part of that. So
yeah.
Bell's watching your favorite piece of Liam.
Yeah. He's older. Yes, he is.
And
there's also
what is she watching? Hold on, I didn't see what you guys were talking about.
Beyond. And funny you mentioned that with Zod, like trying to recreate like Krypton, not just like rebuild the Kryptonian race, but like recreate the Krypton that he is from with the caste system and all that. And Superman represents the whole thing. Like, what if a child dreamed or aspired to something greater? It's like I think you can also like read a little, especially with the discourse around these movies since they came out. I think you can read like a little bit of a commentary about the idea of like within the context of Superman, like the idea of like clinging to the world we knew versus like new possibilities and just not having to conform to what's being it's already pre-established. And so I think I think there's maybe like a little bit of subtext in that.
Yeah.
With the 201 people watching right now. That is awesome. If you can, please consider a donation to come over to YouTube as well. And if you can, please consider a donation to our AFSP drive tonight. We are trying to raise about $4,500 to get the $20,000 goal. If you can't donate, just sharing around is also extremely helpful.
YouTube thing anyway.
Sorry. And here another thing too with because I also said this, I think I said this when we did last time we did a watch party on Man of Steel, but also I mentioned this also on my kind of Twitter commentary on it recently is I wish I could find the YouTube video I saw this on, but I remember like right after Man of Steel came out, there was this one this guy did about it, talking about Zod here in the final fight with Superman. And like, everything he says here, it's like, I am exist to protect Krypton. I have no people now. You've taken the
soul.
essence of my existence from me. So, and his whole thing about it is like, I'm going to kill everybody on this planet, in retribution, come and stop me. And this guy's thesis, and I think this is really spot on, is the idea that Zod is like this. He's not even like trying to defeat Superman at this point. It's like he's trying to get Superman to kill him. It's like he is like for Zod, this is a Kryptonian version of suicide by cop.
This also, to me, when I watched the scene for the first time, it really parallels the Agent Smith scene in Matrix Reloaded, where he talks about he's without purpose.
Yeah.
And for those who may have questioned in the previous scene why Lois Lane is falling while everything else is being sucked up into the Phantom Zone, is that the Phantom Zone only affected Kryptonian matter that has passed either through the Phantom Zone or rubble that had been affected by it.
Bell refs to Superman as a metaphor for Jesus Christ. Also, all the angels. Yeah, I remember it's a lot like like Kal-El, Jor-El. It's like that's something actually a lot of scholars have commented on. It's like those names are like similar, like Mike L, Gabriel, and things like that. Jor-El. So yeah.
I look at that as it's whatever you want to think it is.
Yeah. I never really bought into it. I bought into it with Schuster and Siegel, where started out. It was the immigrant story. That's what Superman is. I think people have created that because of he's more powerful than man, so he must be attached to God type of thing. And I personally never saw that in all my years of witnessing Superman. He's literally trying to fit in into society and how the country would view immigrants in any era. And now other people, if you look at BBS and you look at anything else, other people have attached that to him. but I don't think that's what the storytellers ever mean it to be. Other people will say, you know, look at him flying up there, he must be, you know, God, and they attach it to Jesus, and I'm like, that's more the individual than it is the narrative, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they state that wonderfully in BVS, that we're trying to push our imprints onto him,
and he's just trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Now, as
He's
far as
still
Brad,
the
you never wrote it, or how you were talking about how the leap thing, that Jor-El says, "I'll honor the man you once were, Zod, but not this monster you become." And then Superman tells him just a few minutes ago, "You're a monster, Zod. I have to stop you." And then Zod literally becomes a monster.
Yeah. But yes, the whole idea about like when he says either you die or I do, that's where I think like the whole idea of like this is suicide by cop for him, because it's like even if he defeats Superman and even if he makes good on the whole threat, like I'm going to wipe out all of humanity now because of what you've done to me, it's like even if he accomplishes all that, what does he have left at this point? Like,
well, he's not thinking about that. He's in pain.
Yeah,
he's in anguish. So
yeah.
Well,
that's why I think that's like in his mind, like this is a good death as his own reward.
As I say, if people complain about Zod or Superman snapping Zod's neck, then it makes it you agree with Jonathan Kent saying, "Okay, let these kids die to protect the world."
Yeah, you said that they're not in the comments, man. By the way, I probably not the first person to point this out, but like when he knocks Superman back against the sign there, it says 106 days without accident, and then the 1 and the 6 fall off. That's a nice little bit of like, you know, just kind of under the radar kind of humor there.
Otherwise known as cheese.
Yeah. Yeah. I love all the over the shoulder punching.
Cheese in a Superman movie is great. Almost every Superman movie I've seen has some cheese in it.
Yeah. I can't remember what the Easter egg is. There's an Easter egg where when he's zipping through the buildings at super speed, and you have to pause it to see it. I forgot what there's W something. It's an abbreviated thing for something else in DC lore. I forgot what it's.
Well, no, I think it was one of them was like one of the signs that keep calm and call Batman.
I didn't see that one. It was like an abbreviation for something that people who know they know type of ordeal. I forgot what it was. This is awesome.
I mean, he's tumbling through this building so fast. I don't know how you would catch it.
Although I don't know why the buildings would explode into fire.
Yeah. Here's your Wayne Enterprises satellite. I still remember like when this movie came out, and people saw the Wayne Enterprises logo on that satellite, and a lot of people said, you know, that looks exactly like the Wayne Enterprises logo on the Dark Knight trilogy, because everybody wanted Bale to be the Batman that meets Cavill so bad.
Now they want Pattinson to meet Hornswoggle.
Now they're begging Affleck to come back. Like, oh man, the times have changed. Oh yeah, they also want Pattinson to meet Hornswoggle.
We just got another donation. We are at $600. Awesome. Let's see who put it up.
You've got it. I just saw who donated, and it wasn't.
Sammy. Somebody did too. Okay. Universal Time Cop. I don't know what that was. Was that an older one? It's out of sequence. It's not giving me the live like it used to. Like when he did, it tells us exactly who and when.
Is Sammy Snyder Queen?
Yeah, Sammy is Snyder Queen. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Snyder Queen, Sammy. And thank you, Time Cop.
Yeah, it's like right here. It's like attacking the family of the Sea Vision. This is where I think that interpretation is really. It's like his goal is not to defeat Superman. His goal is to get Superman to kill him, because it's like, this is for me a good death. This is its own reward. And that's all I have left now is a good death.
Keep thinking that's Deborah Snyder in there.
Yeah, my pants, of course. How did my pants come in? It's always William's pants. They're the character.
Oh, is that what that happened? Okay, Brad's pants are awesome.
Well, my pants are awesomer than the sand. Oh yeah, and by the way, this shot right here from the side of him on his knees on Morning Zod, because when they did the additional filming for Zack Snyder's Justice League, Henry wasn't able to make that because he was working on The Witcher, and so they had to repurpose a couple of Superman shots for some of the nightmare stuff that was used, and the one at the very end, of course, we'll talk about when we get to the Snyder Cut watch party. But the one in the nightmare when he lands in the desert, and I immediately recognized that from BDS, from his first scene of BDS. But I didn't recognize that. It was repurposed Man of Steel footage. When the Batcave scene with Darkseid. Yeah, I didn't recognize that until people pointed that out. I thought, oh, this is I was mainly focused on the fact that Darkseid was there, and it was all the nightmare teasing stuff. But yeah,
You stupid.
That's another thing too. I'd love to see paid off. Is again we get it revealed to us that Swanwick is Martian Manhunter, but I think I don't know, William, you got any thoughts on this? I think it's the movies don't really tell you either way, but I think it's with X-ray vision and microscopic vision and super hearing, I think it's pretty logical to assume that Superman has known the whole time that Swanwick is a Martian. So I would want to see that paid off. Or you don't think so?
No, Martian Manhunter has the ability to hide that. He has, not only can he physically disguise himself, he can disguise himself on a molecular level. So no, there's no, because there's been instances where he was observing Superman in the comics without having introduced himself, and Superman didn't know. So that's not how his supervision works, and that's not how Martian Manhunter's powers work too. And you'll probably see when they do Martian Manhunter in the Absolute universe, you're probably going to see that as well. It's been demonstrated in the comics that he can hide himself to the point of complete undetection.
I didn't know he had microscopic vision. I thought he only had X-ray vision.
Yeah, Superman. No, yeah, Kryptonians, they have microscope. I mean, that's a. I don't know exactly when that was introduced, but I mean that's a relatively. Compared to heat vision, X-ray vision, that's a relatively recent power, but it's still been around for quite a while.
To answer your question on broad terms, he would not necessarily be able to detect him.
Yes. Del Rip says Martian Manhunter is dummy powerful and Morty fire is his weakness. Yeah. That's why he can't. That's why he
that's
can let
not really a physical. Yeah, that's a mental weakness, though. He can overcome that. Yeah, fire actually will not harm Martian Manhunter. It's just a mental thing with him.
Well, that's what hopefully we ever see there. That's this whole story. They probably would ask him. It's like, well, okay, why didn't you lend us a hand with Doomsday and all that? It's like, well, there's fire everywhere.
They don't necessarily ever have to, to even acknowledge that, because it's kind of a lame weakness, but there's a backstory to it. So
that one poor Justice League animation where Martian Manhunter was on fire for 30 minutes.
Yeah, and because he physically it poses no harm to him more than anything else does. That was always a silly, the Green Lantern's impurity to yellow was lame, and then Jeff Johns' reason for it existing was even completely lame. But
Sub Omega Swiper.
You could wreck on anything.
Yeah, that guy looks so different than he did when he was in Dawn of the Dead.
Oh, Michael Kelly? Yeah, he does. Yeah. Well, he's got the handlebar mustache and he's wearing the baseball cap all the time. And by the way, Clark, he totally doesn't smile enough because end of the movie, this is the only time he smiled the whole movie.
He was smiling when they're at the Kent funeral or graveyard plot where he said, "I have to get a job."
And that is Man of Steel.
Man of Steel, baby.
I remember walking out of the theater in such an awesome mood after I saw this.
I had a smile on my face.
I was on cloud nine, man. I was like, this is like the Superman movie I waited my whole life to see.
My friend was driving home with his fist out the window of his car, let it cut through the air.
I agree, Omega Swiper.
All right.
I would agree.
So now
Yeah,
it's
yeah, it was John Peters, executive producer.
BVS,
Right?
but
That's probably
if anyone
that's
needs
probably
to,
just an
but if
honor.
anyone, but if anyone needs to go toilet, let them go toilet
go ahead.
first, and we'll start the next movie.
take your
Yeah,
phone
like
into the
how much of an
bathroom.
intermission we want to have.
No consideration for biological function, Saladia. This is William.
It's your Gatorade
Yeah,
bottle, buddy.
Yeah, how long,
Connect to the computer.
William? How long of an intermission?
About
do you
10
wanna
minutes.
take? Okay,
About 10 minutes.
I'll be right back. Guys.
This next one's 3 hours. So actually, it is 3 hours and 2 minutes exactly. I'm hungry.
What's the next one?
BVS.
Wonder Woman. Oh, right now after this one right now is BVS. For those of you watching, it's going to be the Ultimate Edition. If you're watching on HBO Max has both editions. The one, in case you don't know, the one with Wonder Woman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman all on it. That's edition, and it says Ultimate. That's the edition you want to click on.
It's the best edition.
Yeah, it was released just after this. The studios weren't much of a they didn't have the big conflicts with 3-hour movies prior to Avengers Endgame and all these other movies where you have 3-hour movies. They were afraid that people wouldn't sit through them, and B, it decreases the time on the amount of times a cinema can screen it. But that got blown away with so many not superhero movies from 2018 all the way up to now that last roughly that long, if not close to that long, averaging 2.5 hours per superhero movie. So that mythology got blown out of the water. So, but this movie got released before that mentality changed, and that mentality hurt this movie because they ended up chopping up the movie and not presenting it in its true form. A lot of this changed in 10 years.
Batman versus Superman, a.k.a. Godzilla versus King Kong.
Freddy versus Jason?
In space.
Freddy versus
Yeah,
Jason.
this theatrical edition ruined my first impression of this movie because when I came out of the theater,
See, for me,
I don't know if
I when I left it, I didn't. I mean, this I watch them both. I watch this one more than I watch anything else now, but I was still awed by this movie. I just that didn't affect. I know I'm in the minority. That did not affect this thing. I mean, watching the 3-hour version enhanced it for me, but the one I saw in the theater didn't destroy anything for me. I was as hyped about that movie. There were things about that movie that were just that weren't being done in superhero films, in the dialogue and all that. Now, seeing this version we're about to watch, it's a better experience. But I hear from people, that it's like somebody, threw their dog off a bridge, that they saw the theatrical version. I'm like, no, one is clearly better. Don't get me wrong, but for me at least, when I walked out of the theater, I was like, in fact, I went and saw it again the next day, and I'm not a repeat movie guy. Once I see a movie, for the most part, I see it once and next to social media or whatever that was at the time.
I still watched it 4 times in theaters, but when I came out, I was like, I feel like I don't fully get the plot, or something just feels off in the way the pacing and the smash cutting the different scenes. Because I knew Snyder to be a much more fluid filmmaker. I mean, look at Watchmen; that movie moves wonderfully in and out of the narratives.
Yeah.
So this one really hit me as odd, and I couldn't probably I knew I loved the scenes in it and all the action and stuff like that, but the narrative structure and the motivations were kind of.
You see the motivations. Okay, so for me, the motivations when
Martha.
Well, no, and you know what? I really it shows what we are as a society sometimes when not everybody could get why the Martha thing was really brilliant. It was really brilliant, and people mock it, and it makes me, when I hear people mock it, I almost like, do I even want to continue the conversation with you? Are you walking upright with the rest of us? Because there was a significance there with the Martha scene. Especially for Batman coming full circle. Batman became what he was because he never wanted to have anybody go through the pain that he went through when he lost his Martha. When he lost his mother, he was helpless to stop it. And that's why that's one of the motivations that he became Batman. Now he is fighting somebody who is moments away from becoming an orphan. He's basically about to allow something to happen that he became Batman to prevent from happening. He couldn't save his Martha. He was 9, 10 years old. He was helpless, but he could save that Martha. So he was, in a sense, doing something he was helpless to do when he was a kid, that pretty much came full circle for him. And the fact that I get so many people that are like, oh, it was just the same name as his mom. And I'm like, oh man, how did you make it out of bed?
Okay, William, one thing I have to say to that. That's amazing what you just said. That's a great piece of storytelling. Did the movie do that?
Yes.
The movie did that. Explained it like you just did previously. Okay.
If you understood, and here's the thing, it was basic. You didn't even have to be a fucking rocket science. It was basic. If you understood any, or most, forget about Adam West, any true iterations of those characters, whether, as far as any type of novel, anything, you understand why they are what they are, period. You didn't need scratch and sniff. You didn't need paint by numbers. If you had any basic understanding of what created Batman and what happened to Superman, that was apparent. And it's like what ended up happening. Now, people weren't necessarily stupid, but if you didn't have that kind of understanding, and you came in, a lot of people came into Batman versus Superman with the MCU mentality, and these characters were nothing like what was being presented in the MCU. You had to have a basic understanding of what those characters meant for that scene. And if you didn't have a basic understanding of what made those characters what they are, you're sitting in a Batman versus Superman movie. So, and I can, like I said, just why I have to I can reach out immediately and grab you something that would reference that. I can reach out immediately and of Batman, you aim me towards it. I can see The Dark Knight. I mean, the most one of those famous and revered Batman stories out there. I mean, it's all there. It's all there. So either you didn't have a basic, not opinionated, a basic understanding of why Batman is what he is. I don't understand how you couldn't have understood that scene and felt what he was doing. I immediately, as I'm watching it, I understood it. And to hear people, now it's one thing if you don't understand it and have to have it explained to you, that's fine. But the way it was mocked for the last 8 years, that was like, why did you even purchase a ticket? You know what I mean? But
well, I found the scene to be pretty captivating when I watched it, and then when I got home, then all I saw were people memeing on it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, oh wow,
I got chills. What he says when he changes his mind and he says, Martha gave me chills because he's doing something that he couldn't do that started all this. He was determined. Not only was he determined that somebody's Martha was going to live, but that person was not going to become an orphan. He became Batman because a traumatic situation caused him to become an orphan. And here he is. And the whole thing about BVS is that Batman, kind of the Dark Knight Returns Batman, has lost his way as far as why he even became what he was. And that was a stark reminder of, I'm here to prevent what made me. And I don't see, like I said, I'm a buckhead. I'm a fucking moron in compared to some of these scholars stuff. I got it. So I never, I don't know.
I think it's a brilliant take on doing a Batman who's lost his way, because usually in the whole superhero lore, after they have after the inception of the characters rarely develop any further, and it's all about stories about them beating just different level masters, different villains. And to actually dial the characters back into something that they have to arc away from was actually a Batman that was probably the most intriguing to me. He's fallible.
And if you read, especially in Kingdom Come, and before I'll wait for Brad to get back before he caught. There's a passage in here, and this is what struck me here when it came to when Batman is when he's trying to gather up everybody so that he can go fight Magog and all these other guys, he's trying to he goes to Bruce and he's Bruce is like, I'm out of the game. I don't why should we care about these people? Look at what they've done in the last 20 years. Why should we, they want to annihilate themselves, let them. And there's a scene in here which always struck me. And when I got to interview Mark Waid, I had this in my hand and I told him, I'm like, this struck me.
You were muted there for a bit.
Yeah, you
okay.
You got cut for a second there.
When I got to interview Mark Waid, there's a passage and I'm looking for it real quick off the fly that I remember reading back to him because it was super important. It was no matter what iteration of Superman, if you understand, or Batman, if you understand what makes these characters what they are. Okay, here we go. I must find it. That's why because like I said, the moment between him and Batman was epic. Okay, let's see. All right, more than anyone in the world, when you scratch everything else away from Batman, you're left with someone who doesn't want to see anyone die. And that's the core of what Batman is. We're beyond all the gadgets, beyond all the kung fu, the karate fighting, all that stuff. When you break it down in any iteration of Batman, he is someone who does not want to see anyone die needlessly, someone who doesn't want to see people suffer. That's literally why he became what he is. So he's about to allow that to happen. Side of what the core of Batman in any iteration is to stop harm from happening, to stop pain from happening. And that name connects it because that name, the loss of that Martha made him. Now he's about to, there's another orphan literally about to be created right in front of him, and he's going to be the cause of it. That, to me, like I said, that's when you guys were talking about your favorite moments of Man of Steel. Mine was I have no people speech. My favorite moments of Batman versus Superman is when Batman is redirected back into what made him Batman, and he goes and saves Martha. I love that scene. I watch. That's probably the scene I rewatch the most. And when I hear it mocked, I'm like, wow. And I don't respond in the best way, but All right, we ready?
Yep.
All right, Talati, do your thing.
3, 2, 1, play.
I'm at HBO. No, I'm not. All right, we are at 600 even. So I'm going to put the link back into
This is a particularly smooth flight tonight.
Cruising into the new year. Now, another thing, when you guys talk about the business for the Ayer cut release, which I don't see it happening, but 2016, this movie was released during that same year. If I was going to do a special edition, this was 16, right? Correct?
Yeah, this came out in 2016. Yeah.
Okay. So you got your 10-year anniversary of this, dude. There's a lot of special features you could use to fill in a lot of gaps. You just give me a 15-minute extra with the nightmare scene, I'd buy it.
Well, and there's also because I was actually thinking about that recently, and I guess maybe it's a good way to dovetail off the South Cat. How's it going, man? Hey, what's good? I'm sorry I'm late. Love this trilogy. Hope to see this issue come to its true proper conclusion. I'm part of the Snyderverse and not guilty complete. Yeah, with you, man. But going off of that, and with the 10-year thing, because we've got the 10-year anniversary of not this coming year, but 26 for both BVS and Suicide Squad. So, and of course, knowing this fandom, there will definitely be fireworks around those dates, and there's maybe potential business opportunities there.
Please make them productive. Please make them productive. If you're going to do something on that anniversary, please make it productive. Don't do any.
We got like a year and some change to do that, to plan productive stuff. But also, one thing I thought about too is, we're coming up now. It's not the what most, I think all of us would consider the proper version of Justice League, but 27, that's the 10-year anniversary of, as I call it, the bullshit version. So, I don't know.
Commemorate.
But it's also, it's like November 17th. Again, I always have the movie on that day now, because that's the day we had the big Twitter campaign that pushed it over the edge. But I don't know. It's like, even though it's not Zack's version of the movie, again, there is a commemorative aspect of that maybe, I don't know, do you think there's a kind of way to capitalize on that business wise or fandom wise?
Nah, 2016 would be your year.
I'm talking about Justice League. I'm talking about Justice League.
No, I understood the question. No. There's no need and there's no emphasis to do. If you're gonna do it on 2016, because this movie gives you segues to all the topics you would need for that. It's your best case. Your best case would be 2016.
Well, then it's like, so if you're talking about like commemorative dates, then it's like for like the version we're watching tonight, then it's like 10-year for that is 2031. So
yeah, which is by the way, if you're waiting until it's probably over anyway. Snyder, I think there's always a business need to for a studio to release a movie, but that's just me. No, there's not, because here's the problem you have. It all depends on the studio too. What's the business reason for, let's say, something like the haircut? There's a fan desire reason to release something like the haircut, but there's no mathematical common sense where I, as somebody who, I love David Ayer's movies, just watched one here a few months back, Beekeeper. But if you came to me,
work with Statham.
Yeah, if you came to me with something and it didn't make financial sense to do, I'm gonna say no. And that's nothing against David Ayer. That's not me not wanting to see it. But now we start getting into the paying for it.
But again, like William, going back to, again, you talk about you mentioned this a little bit the other night. And by the way, Bruce being vortexed up here by the bats, look underneath of him, with him saying like this, you can see he definitely looks like a bat in silhouette here. With because you talked a bit about like business reasons and whatnot. I think also, this is playing a little bit of devil's advocate with the fandom itself, is, you talked about, it's like it's easier for fans to say this or say that, but present a business reason. But it's like, it's the fandom, a lot of people, and justifiably so, we still have a lot of sympathy for the studio at this point, for like everything they put people through.
That doesn't pay for shit. I agree 100% with you. That doesn't pay for shit. That's just rhetoric at this point.
I'd say there's a reason to do it.
To do it, and
I'd say
probably
there's a reason to do it. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I would say there's a reason to do it because we're in this era of content, and if you have something that's pretty much already completed and just needs a bit of effects on it, and you can put it out there to keep your eyes on the studio, just like how people want to use Amazon, or Amazon wants to use streaming to keep their people on the website, then I'd say you just go for it, because the movie already kind of self-advertised itself already. It's better than coming up with something from scratch and hoping people latch onto it. It already has a buzz about it.
That's not a business reason, because you're talking about diminishing returns. You're saying, well, it wouldn't cost that much. It's always easy to say this, and I've learned this the hard way. It's always easy to say that when it's not your money. It's always easy to say, well, it wouldn't cost that much when you're not the person spending it. And not only spending it, can you justify it to the people who back you, who finance you? It's a different conversation than that. And like I said, are you now DVD? How many can you guarantee you're going to get the sales back on that one, even though the
William's getting a little bit broken up here.
Ricky, are you going to put it in a theater?
William, your mic coming in and out.
Hold on. Testing.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. You're asking for somebody to justify something that they may not make any money on. They're not in business to break even, and they're not in business to lose any money on it. You start putting it in a theater.
But again,
now
like what I said, like so many people's perspective on this now is like, well, Warner Brothers. I mean, it's the bet you made.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, pay for it. Once again, emotions don't keep lights on. They just keep
it's
emotions.
a fallacy of comparison to ask us to pay for it. But I'm saying if
No,
they can,
it isn't. You're telling somebody to do something with money that isn't yours, and careers that aren't yours, and leverage is not yours. You're asking somebody else to take a risk while we sit back behind the safety of the keyboard. That's just not going to happen. Nor should it.
All movies are a risk.
All movies are a risk, but you mitigate the risk. All right, some are dumb shit that get people fired and blacklisted, and some are risks that are mitigated. There's different levels to risk, and that the people who keep their jobs are the ones who mitigate the risk.
I'd say it's mitigated because it was self-advertised.
You're talking about putting it into a theater. That's dead on arrival because the thieves aren't going to take it without you advertising it. So now you're going to spend more money on advertising it. You're going to take diminishing return of a 35%. Now these are the conversations you have to navigate it before the conversation's even taken it seriously. There's a reason why it hasn't happened yet because nobody has made a serious conversation. They've made a passionate fan argument for it. But once again, you see where that's gotten us.
Well, I wouldn't argue for the theatrical release. I would say put it on Max or sell some Blu-rays on it where places where Max isn't available, like in Australia and other places.
The math doesn't. You have to prove that there's you hire a firm that says, okay, there is a mathematical probability that we can do more, that we need not just break even, we need to make a certain percentages because we'd have to, if we're going to spend money on something like this, there's other projects that aren't going to get, no, it's just not going to happen unless you make a mathematical reason for it. I understand the passion reason for it, but you're making it from.
But again, going back to it's like it's the argument from the fans' perspective is Warner Brothers, you screwed so many people over with this.
Okay,
we aren't just going to cry over you losing
money. Mean
we're just not.
Shit. It doesn't mean shit because that doesn't get anything paid for. That doesn't tell the company that I can take a risk on this and I'm going to be able to mitigate my circumstances. I'm
not saying take a risk. I'm saying make it right.
But why? Okay, I understand. I agree with you. I agree with you that it should be made right. Now pay for it.
I would say that
I'm not the one who screwed anybody over. It's like you.
But they don't. You're the one asking for it though. They don't have to give you shit. You are asking them to do it. So you have to give you. It's a business. They're not doing it for free. And they are not even going to entertain this logic.
I would say that
you should be mad. You can be mad. Anger, like I said, anger doesn't keep these fucking lights on. So if anger and I felt like I was screwed is your only argument, which I agree 100%, then you have no argument. You have no case.
I thought that was gambling law losers.
You have a grievance. You have a grievance.
Well, there's also this. Apparently, there was some talk. There was also some talk about this too. Apparently, it happening.
Yeah, and we'll get to shut down.
22 is David Zaslav. Apparently, allegedly.
Right. Like I said, there's no accident why these things haven't happened like that. And like I said, it is not all some cabal.
But again, I don't have any sympathy for this studio anymore losing money on any of these things. They fucked up on their own accord. I just don't.
You need them to give you your shit. You need this thing you want. You can't do it without them. So you can stay mad or you can come up with a plan.
Do you think that ZL was a success?
But it's like every time we try to present a business plan, they just try to shut it down anyway.
There's been no business plan presented. There's no business plan to present. You can present an opinion. You can present an opinion which you think would work. That's not a business plan. That's not a plan for anything.
And we saw how much this blew up. Like right after the Snyder Cut came out, they tried to. I mean, they ignored that then.
Okay,
so it's like I realize it's. I realize we're talking about emotion here, but.
The failure is comparing the Ayer cut to the Snyder cut. Stop that. That's DOA. You may as well put yourself in a body bag and zip
Why is
it
it
up.
different?
That's your argument. Because you're talking about something that had a certain type of appeal that was the right place, the right time, including much more notoriety, much more notable characters and everything else that had become a lot bigger than a movie that when they released it, it was already successful. So
not sensing a
there's a big
difference.
the folklore around Zack Snyder's Justice League cannot be compared to anything else. That's why it happened. That's why we got it.
Yeah, but you're talking about a movie that almost reached the same box office monetary value and success as BVS with lesser known characters on its own.
China, yeah.
And it's also attached.
You're also asking him to spend more money on that. You're asking him to spend more money on something that already was a success for them. That had its lightning in a bottle. You're asking them to say, okay, can we catch lightning in a bottle again? And if you're being practical, the answer is probably no. All right,
for something that already self-advertised itself with people talking about it,
with you guys.
You can't pay for the amount of.
You cannot think with someone else's money.
The amount of discourse that's already happened
with someone else's money. You cannot.
You can't pay for the amount of discourse that's already surrounding the air cut with a new product.
You can guess. That's a guess. Are you qualified? Are you in their books? Are you in their management structure? Are you qualified to say that for sure? You have as much time as you need.
I think it's actually not just a guess. I think it's factual. You can't pay for the amount of.
You can't say something factual. You have a Warner Brothers badge
because it already exists.
Are you in their accounting office?
It already exists. So go give me another movie that has the same discourse that's surrounding the air cut. Can you manufacture that?
Man,
can you manufacture that?
You know why? Because you're on the outside. We are on the outside, guessing on what's in the inside. You're basically guessing. No matter how much you think it's substantiated, it's a guess. Unless you are on the inside, not the guy on the street thinking about what's going on the inside, then you don't have a fact. We don't have a
But it's always a guess. There is no guaranteed success. There is no such thing.
Yours is more of a guess than the guy who has all the numbers in front of him. It's not even a qualified guess at that. Like I said, if it came out, air cut came out, they announced it January 1st, I would support the hell out of it. But your path to get there is not based in reality.
We're giving hypotheticals on why it should happen, and I think they outweigh your conjecture about why it shouldn't happen.
No, it's not conjecture. It hasn't happened.
Heavily conjecture.
It almost did happen, back in
almost ain't shit.
Well,
didn't happen.
As we're wearing
almost. What do they say about horseshoes? You either have it or you don't.
I don't know. What do they say about horseshoes?
And I'm not against you guys, but you get this fucking fantasy that how shit happens is what kills this stuff. Because all it does is fantasy. It's like a fucking pancake effect. It's fantasy on top of fantasy without any logic, logistical reason. And then you wonder why you don't have shit.
But you're talking about magical math that not even you know about. You're talking about magical math that not even you know about.
Forget about the old guard. This doesn't even work with a new guard. You could put anyone else in place, and you're probably going to get the same result if there's no real business reason for something to happen. Can't wish shit into existence all the time. Sometimes you get lucky, but most times you don't.
The same result is what?
I'm checked out.
I've
made my point on this.
Yeah, I've already made.
If we agree, it's like the whole thing about it's like everything was saying. Part of my stance is like all due respect, Warner Brothers, you created the situation. If you green like this, and if you do,
I'm going to be Warner Brothers.
Fucking tough.
I'm going to be Warner
Brothers. I don't care. You created the situation. It's on you.
They don't care. So you're never going to get what you want with that, and they don't have to give it to you. So what have we accomplished here?
We're not saying that it's we're not saying that it's mandatory that they have to give it to us. We're saying that there are reasons why it could work out.
Exactly.
Yeah, Brad. You don't always get what you want, Brad, but sometimes you get what you need.
We got Williams fly here.
Yeah, we have fourth. I mean, Williams fly. Excuse me.
Well, like I said, I wish you guys all the luck in the world.
Can we talk about the movie we're actually watching now? Finally,
when I'm done, I wish you all the luck in the world. But like I said, where's luck got us with all this?
When are we starting BVS?
Anyway, we're already at the I'm at 16. We're at the Nairobi sequence when the bad guys are taking Lois hostage and
wow, what a countdown! Did anybody count down?
Yes, I already did.
What the?
Yeah,
you
we've been on this.
You didn't realize you were starting the movie? Well, I mean, I guess because we were talking so much about the air cut, it'd be hard to, it'd be easy across.
Which
the
who brought up? Who brought up these?
I think it was you, William, because you said like this came out.
No, I wouldn't. I responded to something you brought up.
10-year anniversary and that kind of thing. What time?
Right,
I missed the countdown because of turbulence on the flight.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Hey,
Slipknot
can I get a
is right now
timestamp?
for me. It is 6:51.
Okay,
we are at 17 minutes exactly.
17.
Actually, right about when Superman's about to fly through the missile. Which, by the way, that's another thing about when the Ultimate Edition came out, because this actually, I thought he had a pretty good intro in the theatrical cut, but he flies through the missile and then lands like, his entrance is way better in this than what was already, I thought, a pretty strong entrance in the theatrical cut. Yeah, again, I immediately recognized this in the nightmare scene at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League. It was repurposed footage they used. By the way, William, I don't know if you saw. I messaged Wonder Meg, and she retweeted and shared the link to the stream and the charity link.
Yeah, I messaged her and sent her a link too. So I doubt everybody's.
She said she's not going to be able to come on tonight, but she did share those.
Well, we're at 600.
Yes.
It's a conspiracy theory.
No, this is the Leon Zack Snyder's universe is on its way to top of the MCU, and they Disney. That's the. Yeah, I think you're a little bit conspiratorial there, man.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I'm not disagreeing with your want for this movie. I just the reality of it is deafening at this point. $286 people watching. Please like, share, come over to YouTube. Also, if you could share the link that's tethered to the top of the chat, as well as what I'm about to put in here in the thing right now, that would help our cause for the day.
I'll be right back, guys.
Right now, it's the African woman at the Capitol.
I've drifted back. Claudia, what's the timestamp you have?
Okay, timestamp for me is 20 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay.
All right, I put myself slightly ahead of you. What is that? That's driving me crazy.
Man, I missed the whole intro. I was arguing with William.
Right. That's him. Yeah, that's what started. Because, like I said, the 10-year anniversary of this movie is coming up. I say use that. Put some 15, 20 minutes of stuff in there. Repurpose the stuff. Don't even have to put it out there because you're already going to release this on 10-year anniversary Blu-ray.
Snyder, Queen, you can come on the stream right now unless you're busy. See, this is what the cops found. How they found William when I went to the Sci-Fi Center.
Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Mine decided to crash.
They
Okay.
found
Luckily, I didn't brand.
they found you in a ladder, and it was what they found. Oh, hold on.
Hey guys.
Hello, Chappie.
Hey. Hey guys, where you guys at?
We
I
are
am
at
at. Oh yeah.
Just tell me on one time and I'll put it on. This is one of my favorite comic book films.
25-23 is where I'm at.
Okay, thank you.
That might be wrong.
One question I do want to ask, like, do you ever think this movie was ahead of its time?
I think all Zack Snyder movies are ahead of their time, but I'm biased.
No,
So.
I mean, like, this one in particular, because it was so, like, off of the box, and, like, it did something so, like, completely new and different. And maybe sometimes, like, people at that time, especially with the MCU and Marvel, like, they didn't know, like, how to embrace that, you know? So
Well,
that's why
they didn't.
I
In my
at the time.
opinion, they didn't. A lot of people were not going to allow themselves to take in this type of storytelling, which is more consistent to what DC has been, because once again, everyone wanted to view all superhero movies through the lens of what Marvel was doing, instead of applying each circumstance of these characters to what the movie was doing. So not only do I think Snyder was ahead of his time, I think that because of the MCU, people just weren't going to allow for different types of storytelling to happen. That wasn't what was going on there, and that's unfortunate.
I mean, the same can be argued with John Carpenter's The Thing. I mean, that wasn't really well received when it first came out. Now it's like this beloved classic now. You know?
I
Well,
mean,
now-
Blade Runner was necessary. So.
Well, ironically, now, of course, we're seeing more appreciation for these, like right as the MCU's.
Yeah.
Like, they're not the instant $1 billion factory they used to be.
Yeah.
They still make a lot of money.
One thing I wanted to mention too, because I don't know if I mentioned this before, with South Cali guy, who was actually our 300 subscriber on here. You were actually an extra in this movie. So, for Taladia and us, Sammy, you guys are actually, if that actually probably just did watch the ball
it's
drop.
midnight.
So it is
it's
now.
Just turned midnight for us.
Happy New Year, man.
Oh, Sammy's in England too?
Yeah, she's in the UK. So Happy New Year, guys.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna step away for a minute when the ball drops for me. It's gonna be in about 5 hours.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
Happy for getting to write 25 for the next month. Yay.
I mean, now it's sort of like I'm sure maybe Brad will agree with this now. Now it's sort of like gained like cult status. Do you think so? Because now you're kind of seeing a lot more love for BVS, especially now with the Ultimate Edition out, and now people are starting to see like what it really was about. So that's why I think like you're starting to see like a lot more love for it. What are you gonna say?
That's why I think the 10-year anniversary in about 15 months now that for BVS, I think that's gonna be. We get to March 25th, 2026. I think that's going to be pretty interesting time frame. Because again, the fandom's definitely going to commemorate it, and I wouldn't be surprised if Zach gets in on that party too. So, who knows what could come out of that? Murphy, what are you barking at? Oh, my dog is barking. I wonder if there's any fireworks going off already. South Cali guy says, yeah. He said, okay, you were at the football game, man. We didn't have our star quarterback. That's cool, man. Yeah, because you're in Detroit, right? And that like a lot of this movie was filmed in Motown, so it's actually where my dad is from too.
Murphy deserves to enjoy the new year.
Yeah, he does, but I mean, it's
got a lot of fireworks happening.
Because
I know if you, I think
dogs
are gonna be running.
Some people might be starting a few now.
What was your experience when you were promoting this film?
A lot of headwinds. It was none of these movies were easy to promote, because you were promoting them in the era of what Marvel was doing, and it just
Uh-huh.
a lot of the people who showed up, a lot of people, about half the people understood everything. The other half, they came into the screening talking about the MCU, and they left it talking about the MCU, and they just couldn't understand the type of storytelling. Now I still deal with a lot of those people, and it's changed. The same people who there's about I'd say there's about 20 or 30 people that I make sure that I invite to a certain types of movies, just as I'm curious to see where their progression goes. Their mindset has changed about this movie. And it's a damn shame that it came later, but a lot of people who said, well, this sucks, how come they couldn't do it this way, they now have an understanding of what was going on, because and a lot of it is because they went back to the MCU movies that they adored, and they saw once the Infinity Saga got deeper and darker into what it was doing to finish its story, they then got an appreciation for what was going on there. And then in retrospect, so yeah, it just sucks that it was wrong time, wrong place, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I always say I think it was ahead of its time. Even I remember when I first saw it, it was like a packed theater, and like what was crazy about it, like my whole audience loved the film. Like they were absolutely cheering at the movie at the end. And then like you go online and then you find out that like everybody for like some reasons like is dogging on this movie and saying like it's one of the worst films of the year. Like it's absolutely horrible. I'm like, what? Like,
don't fall victim to the algorithm.
What is that?
Don't fall victim to the algorithm.
I was talking to William.
Go to IMDb and you look at there's one person who's reviewing there, and it's funny. It's the first one you see is this is when I stopped believing in critics, because he believed in a critic, and I guess he didn't see the movie in the theater, and when he saw it, he just that's when he swore off that type of criticism. But yeah, it was when I saw it, I hosted a screening, and then I went and saw it on my own, and my theater that I went to go see it was packed. It made $873 million. Somehow the wrong people found a way to turn that into a failure. I leave those people in the past.
It's the same with the William. It's the same with the Amazing Spider-Man 2. Like people want to say that's a failure, but that movie made over like $780 million. It still made a lot of money, but since that was projected to be $1 billion, and since it didn't make $1 billion, that's why some people say, "Oh, it's a failure" for some reason. But like, why is that?
Yep.
Hey, Murphy. Hello, baby sis. For you, you're
there's
already.
A conversation.
You're already. What? You're already got like. You're like 9
A
hours
day.
into the gym already.
Hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
How's it going, Aaron?
See, there's a conversation with the Warner Brothers between the
Okay.
director. Where
I
they
know
tell
what I
him,
did.
One at a time. One at a time, please, guys. Go ahead, Forth.
Listen, do you think there's a conversation with the director and the Warner Brothers execs where they tell him, "Don't come back without $1 billion"?
Well, I told this to you guys. I think because this movie was so panned by a lot of critics, that's why I think Warner Brothers stopped having faith in Zack Snyder, which that's kind of sad because it made a whole bunch of money, but I guess that wasn't enough to pique their interest. I don't know. What do you think about that, William?
Well, I've always said they didn't have a grasp on their product. They didn't know their product. They didn't understand their IPs and the way their IPs needed to be presented. And that's what caused them. The only thing that they knew about comic book movie making, as far as they were concerned, was happening in another company that came up through different circumstances. People think the MCU just shot out of somebody's asshole in 2008. Like I say, when you talk about the credibility of what Marvel was able to pull off, it starts with X-Men. It starts with a lot of those people who went over and created Marvel Studios. If you look at the people who are working on the X-Men movies and the Spider-Man movies and so on, a lot of familiar names are at Marvel Studios beginning in 2008. And that Marvel logo was on a lot of really good movies leading up to Iron Man. So there was a lot there's circumstances that DC was never going to be able to replicate in that manner. And they just should have worked within their own system. Instead, they wanted to drive Marvel's car while theirs went off the road. So that's how I feel about it. But it's the past.
Yeah. Hey, Murphy's right here next to me. Yeah, there probably are some
I
fireworks going on.
I just don't understand how someone can say this is like one of the worst movies ever made when there's been much worse stuff out there.
Well, once again, I try to let go of that because many of those people that I talked to that spewed out that bullshit have changed their minds about these movies. So
Yeah.
I could be mad at what they were thinking in 2016, or I can be happy that they've come up, and at least given them some appreciation. Yeah, Warner Brothers did not. That was a Jeff Romanoff thing. Once Warner Brothers in general started to take a steep decline when they chose
Give it to
Chevy
Sujara.
Yeah,
Yeah.
over him, and that was a disaster. And to be honest with you, a lot of
What's
DCU
I was
or
gonna
anything
say
else.
this that should be a rule in Hollywood is don't, and especially what happened with Bob Chapek is don't hire a theme park guy to run your studio. That should be the number one rule when you're hiring executives.
Well, you know what? When with the Chapek situation was a lot of their fault too. He was an asshole, but he was their asshole who got their money and got them $38 billion a year annually when it came to the park situation. He was also given a bad mandate. He was given a mandate, and they changed their mind. And be honest with you, Chapek wasn't an angel, but he wasn't completely. He wasn't. There were three sides to that story. He just ended up on the short end. He was the one who could be fired. So.
Well,
I don't feel.
Tuchel, so there's no excuse there, right?
When just to clarify, when I say y'all victim to the logarithm, I mean, Chappie, you kind of said it. How are they going to get you what they already know? It's a comic book nerd, science book nerd, whatever. How are they going to get you to click on the links to get more clicks on their links? They're going to send you all the bad reviews and none of the good, because that's the ones you're going to look at, because humanity looks at negative more often. That's why I say don't fall victim to the logarithm. And I think that's what DC did.
Real quick thing. I said this when I was talking about watching these on Twitter a few nights ago. Is the scene right before this for Clark is watching the interview with the one from Nairobi. Okay, Zach, love you, man, but by far my biggest complaint about this movie is those eggs in that skillet. It's like the egg when Clark is making the fried eggs in the skillet, and the eggs are clearly not real eggs. So.
Yeah, I mean it's a minor nitpick, but
I guess the art department, they were like, I guess they were short staffed that day or something.
Yeah, they probably didn't have enough money.
Oh, they had money. It's like this is $300 million movie, but it's just
not as bad as the fake baby in American Soldier.
No, the worst one I think I've ever heard of is with in what was it in the final season of Game of Thrones where they have the Starbucks cup on the table or whatever that was. Like William, you probably know that better than I do.
Yeah, God,
I missed it when they saw it. I missed it. I forgot it was such an intense scene, and I didn't even notice the shit until people pointed it out.
Yeah, somebody picked up on it.
But I also don't molecularly disassemble some of these movies. There are certain things that if they mess up with and they got the gist of it, if I got the moment, then I pretty much let it go for most things, unless it's military uniforms, because that is the essence of the character. So if you're showing me a general, then his appearance is as much a part of that as possible. So you really should get that right. But when it comes to like nitpicking, like when you see the goofs and stuff, when you read certain websites, I would have to watch it so many times and be just looking for something. I generally stay away from that stuff. We are at 307 people. Please like, subscribe. The link, if you can't stay for long or if you can't donate yourself, please share that link to the rest of the universe, and it could be somebody we don't even know that's not watching our show that could be on board with the cause that could get us to our goal. So if you guys are watching, please help out with that. Right now we were at 600. We are literally for exactly $4,000 away, I think, from our goal. So hopefully we get some big hits.
Murphy's attacking me for the fireworks.
What was the reason?
One at a time, guys. One at a time. Go ahead, Forth. Go ahead, Forth. Go ahead.
Oh no, just to cap on the Game of Thrones, I still have the original Blu-rays that had the George Bush severed head on the pike from the first episode that they removed.
Oh yeah, I heard about. I never saw that, but I heard about that.
People are paying more for those Blu-ray sets on eBay just because of that.
W.
Well, I wonder, like, what was the reason why Jeff Romanoff left the studio? That's what I always
Because
wonder.
he
Like,
got passed over. He got passed over for a fucking bonehead.
but why though? Like
He had there was political things going on. He, the people that supported Tihara had just had more votes, had more power, had more. There's a lot of. I mean, none of the reasons were good ones in my opinion. Because
yeah, but wasn't it because he was like the first like Asian to run the studio? I think that was probably why they did it.
There was other qualified. I mean, come on, that can't be the reason. And while you had a guy in house that had made a lot of the connections, because Romanoff was one of the guys who brought some of these people over and made the connections. So yeah, I would have gone with the connections with the filmmakers, but I wasn't there in the room. I just know how it ended, and he was allowed to just disappear after he was banging his subordinates to get rolled.
I remember one of the last things I saw before I left Twitter, by the way. I saw Greg Silver, and this should have like put a kibosh on any of that it didn't make enough money bullshit argument to begin with, because you've got all those armchair idiots who have quote hero in film in their name, just spewing this, oh, it didn't make enough money, oh, it didn't make enough money, it was a fucking failure, blah 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 blah. As soon as Greg Silverman said they only lost money a little bit on Sucker Punch, a little bit on Watchmen, whatever else movie they lost money on, but BVS, Man of Steel, thank you, Guardians of the Gahul. As soon as he said Man of Steel and BVS made them money and lots of money, everyone should have just shut their mouth right then.
Exactly. Hearing it from that guy should have been it. Why wasn't it? Don't understand.
And now, I told you guys, it's because they got angry. I told you, William, because they got butthurt over a couple of bad critic reviews. When the MCU at that time, like Ant-Man and Civil War, are getting like high praises from critic reviews, that's probably why they lost faith in Zack Snyder. I know it's stupid, but I don't know.
To just piggyback on what Phil was saying, the Man of Steel was 70% profitable before the movie was even released, based on product placement alone.
Yeah. That just came out like what, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Yeah. It's a lot of these fans who sit in their armchairs and they're just all in their feels about, oh, Superman doesn't smile enough. Oh, Batman shouldn't kill people, even though they're totally fine with Tim Burton doing it.
$100 donation, whoever did it. Thank you.
But doesn't Christian Bale kill people? Like he technically killed Ra's al Ghul in the first one, right?
Bro, he sets a whole temple of people on fire. Like,
shot missiles at Talia and caused her to drive off a freaking bridge.
I know.
Yeah, it's hypocrisy at its finest. I mean, look, people can complain all they want about the movie, but you can't sit here and tell me there wasn't a targeted hate campaign against Batman versus Superman before it even went to start rolling, because there was.
Yeah. Yes, it was. I was promoting the movie against that.
Why is William? Why is the all the donations? Why are they so out of sequence on here?
Yeah.
Why is my name on there?
Doesn't it have to do with amount?
I might
take the credit, Chappie.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Brad's pants are awesomer. I guess that's the one who just did it. Is that the?
No, I did that years ago or months ago.
So my pants, Brad. My pants dwarf Brad's pants. Is that today?
That sounds new.
So much pants. So much
pants. Well, it all started.
Chappie, did you just do it? Did you just do it, Chappie? No, it wasn't you.
I'm assuming.
I'm gonna redo it. Yeah.
I'm assuming it's the Ultimate Edition.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the timestamp?
We are at 41:15.
Okay.
Aaron's we got 5 hours left over here, and Aaron also would go back up where she left these.
But that's not much.
Did you, Brad? Did you have any problem with the theatrical cut before you watched the Ultimate Edition?
No, I really liked it. I definitely really enjoyed it. I saw it I probably saw it. How many times did I see it theatrically? I saw it at least 5 times theatrically, and I mean, I definitely stand by my feelings of my initial experience within theaters. But of course, at the same time, I can't unsee, what the Ultimate Edition does for it. So since that's been out, that's been the movie for me.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the stuff they cut, and it's like, well, why would you cut this stuff? And then, there is that stigma of like, oh, well, we wanted to get more. And it's like, okay, sure, I guess. But I've seen the theatrical cut 3 times, and I saw the Ultimate Edition once in a theater. So.
Oh, yeah, because they did have a limited theater run for it.
Well, no, I'm referring to Full Circle.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because we did Man of
Brad,
Steel,
that was you.
BVS, and then
That was Brad with the latest
I
100.
don't understand how come like something like Lord of Wings is like 3 hours long and they're fine doing that in theaters, but like something like BVS, like they couldn't like release the 3-hour one cut in theaters.
because it really kind of just boils down to just Warner Brothers' inability to not only stick to their guns, but just being too chicken shit to be so bold about a movie, especially a follow-up. Because when it came to Man of Steel, that one is the only one that not only Zack Snyder does not have a director's cut of, that Man of Steel as it is the definitive director's cut. So that one's a 2-hour 26 Superman movie. And then when it comes to Batman and Superman, they were thinking wholly in terms of how do we comparatively release and market this movie similar to how Marvel makes their movies, i.e., how do we make it under 2.5 hours, or at least 2.5 hours, to make it digestible and have it maximize the theater output as much as possible? Instead, they should have just been like, "Look, we've done 7 Batman movies and 5 Superman movies prior to this. 6 if you include Man of Steel." They should have just, again, trust your filmmaker, let the filmmaker-driven studio, and they just didn't. It was just ineptitude all around. Cutting 30 minutes out of this movie and then retooling Suicide Squad, and then we saw what happened with
Justice League.
Right, and it really just goes back to, well, Warner Brothers, and you just insert your reasoning after that sentence. Well, Warner Brothers. It all boils down to the studio. It's just their fault every time.
That's why Warner Brothers would be often joked as like the studio that always loves to interfere with their DC movies, because it always happens.
But here's the thing,
what's really ironic. Oh, go ahead.
All studios interfere in their movies, but the difference between one and the other is you have to know what you're doing, because most of the time when you're doing it right, it's seamless. The audience doesn't realize, the interference. But when you fuck it up, that's when people run. Because Feige interferes in every movie he's ever been a part of, but he knows what he's doing. So it's a difference. That's
what adds insult to injury to all that with like a. Sorry,
I wasn't going to say anything.
Who was going there?
Nobody. You were.
Okay.
No, I'll go after you, Brad.
That's the next. Okay. So like adding insult to injury to like everything we just laid out, the Phil point out about the not sticking their guns on the runtime and whatnot, is that the next time we get a solo Batman movie with Matt Reeves the Batman, it's it's just 10 minutes shy of 3 hours too. So I can't imagine he doesn't foresee the Batman Part 2 being of a similar runtime. So it's like, and that's now again, that's how many regimes later when that comes out, but still it's just pouring salt into that wound about, it's like, well, we just need to, we're looking at what Marvel's doing. We have to package our movies in the exact same kind of wrapping paper and presentation, and the analogy William uses is that you're so focused on looking across the across the lane of what the other car is doing, you end up driving your own car into a ditch.
Well, that's why Zack was. That's what Zack was like telling Warner Bros. Like he was saying, like, guys, like we don't have to be Warner Bros. Like we don't have to be on Marvel. Like we can let Marvel be themselves. Let's be DC. Like let's be our own little stamp. But no.
I was going to tack on to the point of.
Hold on, before you go forth, I put screen up there for the charity. So it's the combined screen now. It's the combined total. So right now, as we speak, we are at $16,200. So we are $3,800 short of the $20,000 goal. So, sorry about that. I just wanted to put that out there.
I just want to tackle to the point where we're talking about like a studio meddling. A form of that is that directors rarely, if ever, get final cut of their movies after they shot them. That's a privilege for mostly a carte blanche director. Like
mostly the producer gets final cut, right? I mean, Ridley Scott didn't have final cut of Alien, right? Was it the other guy that took over?
Yeah, I think the only director I know of who has final cut built into his contract is Quentin Tarantino.
How about Nolan?
Martin Scorsese, I think, has to Spielberg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it Nolan? Doesn't Nolan get final cut?
James Cameron
as well. Yeah.
Well, Cameron, he doesn't even have to have his contract. He's just nobody's gonna say no to him because he's.
It's Spielberg. Nobody's fucking with Spielberg, should he?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. James Gunn.
Yeah.
What, like now or during Guardians or what?
I would say probably since Guardians he's had final cut. As far as I think he's had final cut on all of his movies, but yeah. James Gunn's another one that comes to mind.
When you're the studio, what? well, when you're the studio head too, it's, I mean, who's going to tell you you don't have final cut on your Superman movie?
I mean, regardless of that, like just looking at his past work, I mean, he had carte blanche on Suicide Squad. The studio gave him full reign to do whatever he wanted, and he had final
Kevin
cut on that.
Feige really trusted him. Kevin
Yes.
Feige really trusted him. I mean, I really think that if Kevin Feige, if he'd have stayed, I really think James Gunn would have been in that spot there. Once Kevin Feige, but Kevin Feige's really young too, so.
I think James Gunn would have been in very much a similar position in some capacity to what Brad Winderbaum is to Marvel TV, but maybe on like the lore or continuity side of things, maybe just like as a storytelling executive more than anything. I mean, look, if you look at every other director on Marvel Studios payroll over the past almost 20 years, how many of them knew the source material as well as James Gunn did?
Yeah. Not many.
Not many.
Yeah.
One studio interference I always go back to that actually made the movie better was The Exorcist 3. Because remember, they reshot the entire ending where there was going to be an exorcist at the end, but then like the test audience didn't test very well, and then but then when you watch the director's cut that doesn't have it, it's good.
Some lady in Metropolis will make you honest in your dreams, Alfred.
Your dreams, Alfred. I do.
Oh
yeah,
man,
people say the movie has no comedy.
No, it's very subtle in its comedy, and I think people just don't like that. They like in your face, beat it over the head, cartoon style comedy.
Not that
and
it's likely to be in this generation of ways.
Right.
You want Alfred to stand up and wear like
it's
boxers.
refreshing to see
One at a
something
time,
this.
yes,
I was gonna say it's refreshing to see something this serious that has humor sprinkled into it. It's just like Man of Steel and Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League. Like it's sprinkled in, but it's well balanced the entire way through. It's not like full of and fun to like Quantumania, where it's like it just beats you over the head with like every single joke. It's just like.
That's why I say like these movies aren't dark to me; they're just sincere.
No.
Yeah, I agree. Because that's paradoxical.
Someone told me this exchange between Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent is, quote, way too on the nose. And I was just like, what? What? Like, I'm sorry. What? Because their first interaction in the animated universe wasn't? Come on. Get out of town. It's just some of the shit people say about this movie never seems to amaze me. It's like, did you just deliberately pay attention, or are you just that reductive? Maybe it's a combination of the two. I'm not sure.
I'm tired of the Jesse Eisenberg Lex Luthor. Him failing at being Lex Luthor. He's Alexander Luthor from Superman Birthright, so he exists.
Yeah.
How did you feel about? This is another good question. How do you guys feel about his Lex Luthor when he was first cast, and how he portrayed Lex Luthor? He's technically the son of Lex Luthor,
but he's not Alexander Luthor Jr. That's not even stated on that invitation that Bruce Wayne gets.
Yeah,
he's Alexander Luthor.
Yeah, that was something I think a lot of kind of detractors were sort of head canoning into the movie like post-release.
Absolutely.
I get what Snyder was going for, because I kind of like the idea that he's like this spoiled little brat, but has like a very unique personality to him. I really understand what he was going for, but I don't.
Well, the problem with this version of Lex is it's until you get the resolution to the story, he's permanently handicapped. The perception of most of these characters is going to be permanently handicapped because there was a arc there. There was a method to the madness there that we never got to that madness. So I can never really. I have mostly positive feelings about Eisenberg's, but I can't give a full judgment because I never saw it go through its full progress.
Well, yeah, and without getting like overly political. But I mean, if you talk about like the movie aging well, I mean, the villain in this movie is a tech billionaire who goes out of his way to manipulate public opinion. So I'm not going to say if I'm not gonna like say it's like, oh yeah, there's an element of this that's really ahead of its time with Lex's portrayal. But I'm gonna say it's
well, that's why they call Elon Musk the modern day Lex Luthor. That's not
yeah.
hidden.
Or Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Take your pick. You know.
Yeah. Well, because they're saying that a lot of the people that had the power to move the world were these young philanthropist CEOs that were startups and stuff, not like
by the
classic C.
Real quick thing, also, I kind of like I bring it up. This is more of like a me thing, but when I saw this movie, his saw his friends. I had a friend in college. His name was Luke. He's actually the same as my nephew. But he looks exactly like Jesse Eisenberg. And what I mean by that is like, look at Eisenberg in like his normal look when he has the curly hair in Zombieland or what have you.
Right.
He looks exactly like him. And I was telling my friend Mike and Ashley when we saw this theatrically, and we saw, the look that they gave for Lex with the hair, and we're coming out of the theater going, oh man, thank God they changed that, because we would have only been able to have seen, our old college friend there. So that's more of a me thing, but it's like it's kind of a funny story. I like bring it up with people. It's like sometimes you run into those things where celebrities, resemble, somebody in your immediate circle.
To go back to the initial question, I remember when he was cast, because the casting of him and Jeremy Irons broke the same day. And I remember just being kind of like, okay, that's a choice. I wasn't exactly sure how I felt about it. And then I watched the film 3 times in like a month time span, and less than a month time span. And I still say to this day, he's arguably like the best Lex Luthor in a movie, period.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's just my opinion, but honestly, if you look at the way he's portrayed here, it's very juxtaposed to how Bruce Wayne is. He's very young, he's eccentric. When he gets in the spotlight, he has no idea what to do with like words. He's just very in the moment, whereas you've got someone like Bruce Wayne who's very a little old-fashioned. He's very like keeps to himself, but you can tell there's some chivalry going on, obviously, with his exchange there with Mercy Graves. Like it's not happening now on screen, but a while back. I like those shoes, right? Like he's for sure putting on a show, but at the same time, it's like, Bruce Wayne is a little bit, again, more old fashioned in the way he operates, and we'll see it later on when he asks Grace about Wallace O'Keefe and all that. Like there's just a very deliberate choice there that I wasn't very aware of, because at the time, I'm just thinking, well, I just want to see Lex Luthor and Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent all in the same movie. I just blah 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 blah. How's it going to look? And like thinking about it now in hindsight is just, I think again, much like Watchmen, this film is ahead of its time in what it's achieving to do, and a lot of people are going to, they've lambasted. But I think with time, it will find like younger audiences will be like, why the hell wasn't this as popular as it was way back when?
The great thing about it is like it's a movie some kids can grow into, instead of like a hokey jokey movie that you kind of grow out of. People are kind of fine. The kids didn't want to watch this movie when it first came out. It was too much talking, and now they're watching the whole Snyder trilogy on their own time.
Actually, it's funny with like the time frame this was released in back in 2016. I'm going to pull this up in a second here, but there's one I did on Fortress that was this has been on my mind for a while. This comparison, but obviously like back in 2016, the it was very much within the media, within the landscape of movie discourse and whatnot. I mean, BVS and Captain America: Civil War are very much kind of pitted against each other, and they opened very close. At one point, they almost opened on the same day. And Civil War, was that year was much better received, and did $1 billion at the box office. But with the passage of time, one thing it's like I think is actually pretty. I think its time has been kind to BVS in a lot of ways, but one thing I've said is, BVS I think has, the way I put it, has outlived Civil War, and this is there's a piece I'm pulling up right now.
Well, people still talk about it more than Civil War. I mean, look at the way Civil War was it's almost a rush job in a lot of respects, because the Russos came and they were like, yeah, we're doing Civil War. They did that whole Capitan Theater thing. They were like, yeah, we're gonna do Civil War. It's not gonna be Captain America's Secret Society, and we're gonna get Tony Stark. And then like the real big hurdle over it all was when, oh shit, Spider-Man's gonna be in the movie. And then everyone went, oh my God, they're really doing it like Civil War. And then you watch the movie and you can clearly see, not only is it edited to high hell, but my God, everything just feels rushed, almost out of pace. Like it's such a stark contrast to Winter Soldier. It's not even funny. That's why when you get to Infinity War and Endgame, you can tell the Russos took their time. Whereas with Civil War, it was very much like, come on. We got to make this, just make it opposite of BVS in every way, shape, or form. We have to do something. We have to do our own version of that big fight between our big two. And it just feels rushed in a lot of ways. And it's unfortunate too, because there are things I do like about Civil War. Hell, I like it more than the comic book. But in terms of just pure craftsmanship, Civil War is an inferior made movie. And it sucks to say that because I like the Russo brothers a lot. And, the Russo brothers and Zack Snyder are very cordial with each other. They've given props to each other. Yeah. But it just shows that, sorry, Civil War is not their best effort. And it sucks because I like a lot of what the Russos did at Marvel and even before Marvel.
Yeah, it's definitely, I would definitely say of their MCU movies, it's definitely the weakest. And I like the movie overall. But I think like one thing I remember, the topic on the Baca stream came up, like comparing with Civil War versus BVS kind of discourse, and I forget who put it this way, but I think it was Film Junkie said like the airport battle, it's like because they're still joking constantly, and there's not really any serious danger of anybody dying or whatnot. He described it as it's a cool fight scene, but it's basically flag football,
pretty much.
And yeah, but kind of my thesis of that article I did was that it boils down to look, which movie almost 9 years later now, which movie is still talked about? Or which movie still has the firmer kind of cultural footprint at this point? Which again, that's
Age of Ultron.
Not even close.
Yeah, yeah, that's a whole other can of worms. And that by the way,
it's great about. What's great about the storytelling in this movie is that how Snyder wanted to put Superman and Man of Steel in an unwinnable situation that led him to snapping Zod's neck. Then you get to this movie where it's a similar situation where if Batman kills Superman, Lex wins. Superman kills Batman, Lex
wins.
And it's not only so much as Superman broke Zod's neck. Lex Luthor wants Superman to take the Batman's head all the way off in this one to continue off that thing.
Yeah, and even for my big thing about Lex Luthor, performance aside, whatever, that's entirely subjective. The ultimate reason why I think Luthor in this movie is arguably my favorite and the best of Lex Luthor, he actually won. He managed to kill Superman. He did the thing Gene Hackman and Kevin Spacey couldn't do. Yep. I don't know that Nicholas Hoult is going to do the same because I don't think that movie's being written in that way. I don't know that that's I'm sure that's something that's in the back of that version of Luthor's mind, sure, but I don't just think from a contextual and constructural standpoint, Nicholas Holt's version of Lex Luthor is going to kill Superman. Because could you imagine how much backlash James Gunn's going to receive if you killed Superman in his first? I just don't see it happening. But
we got the backlash in movie 2 with him dying. Yeah, so
right, exactly, bingo. Yeah,
it's you can't do Death of Superman unless we're 20 movies into the franchise. Was the criticism of it. But and actually, Clint, I think it was you made the joke about Age of Ultron there. It's funny you mentioned that because it was something I was thinking about too not too long ago. I was thinking about doing a piece on this. I ended up getting it off the ground. But one thing that I with Age of Ultron is I have not seen that movie in quite a long time, and with everything that's we've kind of learned about Joss Whedon over the years and whatnot, it's I have been able to go back and revisit Avengers, even with all that, because I think the first Avengers stands very well. Age of Ultron, not so much. A part of that is because,
dude, I gotta be honest with you, I skim through those first two Avengers movies more often than not now. Honestly, if I'm doing an MCU rewatch, I might skip those two movies and just go straight from from Captain America to Iron Man 3, and then from Guardians 2 to Ant-Man, and then so on and so forth.
Oh God, what does that do for your continuity? If that's your
or maybe no, it's probably Ant-Man to Civil War at that point. I just kind of gloss over Avengers and Age of Ultron because I honestly just can't watch anything Joss Whedon has made for obvious reasons. Anyone else get the feeling this dude in the suit and tie next to Gal, he kind of looks like George Miller.
Yeah, I can see that.
He kind of looks like George Miller, but I know a lot of people are headcaning us. So, that's Oswald Cobblepot, and I'm like, all right, fine, sure, I guess.
Penguin in there. Yeah, he does look like George Miller a lot. Yeah, but going back to what I was saying about the Age of Ultron, part of it is also my reluctance to, because again, I want to revisit that, but afraid. Part of it's because what stuff we learned that was revealed about during the reshoot phase of Justice League is that Joss was on set, trash talking Zack's version of the movie, and that hits even harder now when you look at, because Age of Ultron, you could definitely see some implicit Man of Steel, criticism of the whole thing. Like, we got to get everybody out of the way or evacuated. During the final battle, we leave nobody behind. They didn't sign up for this. Let's evacuate people before the battle begins. You could definitely read a subtext of Joss taking jabs at Man of Steel, and that's back for that movie. And so knowing now what he would go on to do with Justice League, that makes it even more. Even more unsettling for me. Going
what's even funnier about Age of Ultron is something that just occurred to me, and I don't mean to cut you off, but it's so funny that so many people complain about the color palette of Man of Steel. And I look at Age of Ultron, I'm like, this is the most muted MCU movie I've ever seen. And I don't even like bringing up the color palette and as a form of criticism, because I don't think it's a valid one, honestly. But just thinking about it now, Age of Ultron is probably the most muted one of them all. And I'm just like, well, no one gave this movie shit for having a muted color palette at all, which is, it is what it is. But just on the whole, Age of Ultron is just a fucking sloppy made movie. And I don't know if that's Joss Whedon's fault. I know at one point, he championed to have a 3.5 hour cut of that movie that was never released. But it's very clear that he was very bitter about that and a lot of other things when it came to, handling the Justice League reshoots. And some of that Age of Ultron animosity was clearly present on the set of the reshoots, which sucks.
Yeah, definitely.
That one got him that welcome
seen
to Marvel.
He's persona. He's persona non grata with DC and Marvel at this point. It's very, very, very safe to say.
Yeah, I don't care for his Marvel stuff. I think he's really good at his other stuff. I'll give him Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I'll give him Firefly's Serenity all day long.
See, there are just Joss Whedonisms that I've just become completely numb to in terms of just television filmmaking as a whole that I just don't care for. He's so quip heavy. He thinks he's so witty, and he thinks he's so highbrow and smart. But he's really just kind of an arrogant shithead.
I agree in today's standards, because all that stuff got worn out when Marvel became Joss Whedon humor through and through. This shit wore me out and started to reflect on itself. At the time of those ones, I didn't mind it so much for myself.
I've also never been a Buffy guy, so there's probably that too.
Yeah, I mean that's not I just never took the dive on Buffy. It wasn't
okay. So
nightmare.
In this scene right here, Bruce steps out into the fucking chaos that is what was Metropolis, and he steps onto that pillar and he sees the Omega symbol. That is very reflective in one of the first shots of Zack Snyder's Justice League when he goes out to Iceland. It's literally the same shot but reversed. He's got goggles on. He's Bruce Wayne.
When he's on the cliff there.
Yes.
Timestamp.
Yes.
Timestamp real quick, guys, because I fell off.
We are at 105:10.
Okay, I'm actually I was right where I needed to be.
If the whole lake disappeared, what makes me wonder what happened to all the sources of water around the globe.
Well, whatever happened, he bleeds him dry.
Yeah, exactly.
He basically he terraforms the planet, and his people don't. They don't.
I mean, you see the cyborg vision. What happens to the Earth?
Yeah.
Also, Wayne Manor is directly behind Bruce.
Yeah.
I could watch 10 minutes of Batman just walking in his nightmare costume. Just alone. It's just so fucking cool.
And by the way, Phil, it's I do think that your theory about Robin's death, it's that it was the Joker set Wayne Manor on fire, and that's where I think that's I
100% firmly believe that
I think
Joker had an inkling of who Batman was, and he just on a whim went to Wayne Manor to set it on fire as a joke. Robin came out to try and stop it and defend it, and that's when he dies. That's what I think happened. I can't say for sure because I'm not, I'm not Zack Snyder, but that's my thought. That's been my thought ever since I've seen this movie. Ever since, haha, joke's on you, Batman. You see the charred suit, you see it all. And then you look at Wayne Manor, I'm just like, there's got to be some kind of connection going on there. And I've never been able to confirm it. I wish I could have. I was right in front of the guy, and I just fucking lost. I was just so excited with just, in the moment of oh shit, Zack Snyder shook his hand and said, hey man, love your movies. And then I completely forgot to ask him that fucking question. But
I love how at the end of the earth, someone's still sewing patches onto these costumes for Superman logos.
LexCorp.
That's it. No,
funny
that's a very.
that,
Go ahead, Phil.
No, I was just gonna say it's funny that there's a fake piece of kryptonite in a LexCorp box. It's very
with the 2 green light bulbs.
Yeah, it's very foreshadowy of what's going to happen.
Same box and truck style that he chased.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that would have made those green light bulbs more perfect too is if they had a question mark on them.
Jesus Christ!
It wasn't Two-Face, Brad.
Says, great theory. I hope he gets. Yeah, great theory. It's like that's ever since Phil mentioned that, it's his theory about like the circumstances of Robin's death. Like, because you look at the Robin suit in there, it does look like it's been burned or charred, and it's like, I think that's pretty. I think you're really onto something there, man.
Well, I mean, like Zach even mentioned, there's a Rashomon style conversation that happens between Joker and Batman about how Robin died.
Yeah.
So I've always just kind of, maybe it's crazy headcanon, maybe it's the truth. I don't know for sure. I've just always just been under the assumption of like, well, what happened to Wayne Manor? There's got to be a story there. Robin's suit is fucking burned alive. Like there's got to be something there. And the thing is like, I think Joker knows, and that's a good joke to him, and that's why he's probably never. I mean, look at the way Lex Luthor revealed that information to Deathstroke so willy-nilly at the end of the movie. He did it purely as a means of like, oh, I'm going to get back at you because you fucked up my plan in this movie. Whereas the Joker, he doesn't care. If you look at any other version of the Joker, half the time when he finds out Batman is Bruce Wayne, unless it's Harley Quinn, because then that just kind of sets him off. But every other version, like look at Batman Beyond Return of the Joker, he doesn't really care. He's just so like, I'm the only one who knows alone, Bruce, and he just fucks with him. He knows it, and he just uses it to fuck with him. He doesn't go out of his way. He doesn't go out of his way to like break the news to the world. He doesn't like, make a big stink out of it. He doesn't like try and kidnap Alfred. He just uses that information to continue to fuck with him. And I love that about the Joker. Yes.
He knows. We see that he knows, in the nightmare at the end of a ZSJL. So like, So he knows at that point. So it's like the question is like, how long has he known for?
Right.
Okay, Flash coming through time here. I lost my mind when I saw this in the theater. This was like, it's like what? This is like I had questions at this point. Like,
oh, this is the part in the movie where I sat forward. I was like, oh, now we're getting somewhere.
You were the Steve Carell gif of like,
Dude, 12 issues of this on the back of this wall. Money, it'd make all kinds of cash. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Oh wait, absolutely. William's pushing that hashtag. Make the Justice League comic.
I say
more
make
so than the
movie.
More so than the animation. Right now, where DC is right now, with what Scott Snyder's doing, you would make so much money. You would not be able to say no because we're millions when it comes to the money that's being made from Absolute. We're going into unknown territory when it comes to DC in a long time. And you could put that kind of money behind it, man.
There's
they shouldn't be David Ayer Suicide Squad.
There's also even the Black Label too.
Yeah.
Like Black Label works just as fine as in the same vein as Absolute does. And I mean, like they have a basis for how to write this stuff. There's fucking
or Elseworlds. You just straight up do it as an Elseworlds and improve that brand.
Like I would say go with the popular medium and Rockstar should do a game based on the remaining storyline.
Games take too long, and you could get this done like now. Like I said, you could make a comic in no time and for money
easily. Yeah.
When this came out, because they did the Man of Steel prequel comic, and they did the Batman versus Firefly prequel comic for this. But did they do a whole lot of like comics tie-ins like when these two movies came out? I don't think the other.
I was not recall.
So there was Batman and Firefly. There was also a Superman one. And I think there was a Wonder Woman one too, but I don't remember what those stories entailed. But for sure, Batman fought Firefly. That much I do remember.
Because that is something that I do hope, and I'm inclined to think will be the case that James Gunn will do is that because he really is, does seem to. I think it's very clear he wants to create like a real big symbiosis between the movies and the TV and the comics, and I in addition to like once any movie is out. Putting out like the the pertinent issues to that, in resale, in restocking. I think also it's like having like direct tie-ins comic wise. I think that strikes me as something that he is very inclined to do. So I do hope that's something that we see in the coming months here with with Superman and Peacemaker and even Creature Commandos, and we get season 2 of that.
This is my favorite scene of the whole movie right here.
Oh yeah, I love it. It's the Cheney 1% doctrine. I mean, it's like how can you miss it?
And I like how divided this world is that Snyder set up. That like you could be in another Batman world and be like, as a cop, and be like, I think it's good that the Batman what he's doing. Yeah. But if you say that in this world, you may lose your fucking job.
Batter up.
This is another thing that
even the cops goes inside.
Batter up. I just like that little cartoon. It's so funny.
This is something I really like. Yeah, that's cool. There, the scene that they added back in the Ultimate Edition. That again, it's not a huge scene, but it's like it adds so much when he meets the wife of the girlfriend of the guy who got killed in prison with the Bat brand. Because it's like that's one thing a lot of people said when the Ultimate Edition came out is that you see a lot more of Clark acting as a Daily Planet reporter. But also, again, he's getting on the ground level so much of seeing people in Gotham, and their feelings on the Batman. It's like there's a new kind of meat in him. It's like he's not going to be stopped other than by a fist. So those are things that were really sacrificed. With these little snippets they made in the theatrical cut, and that's something I really appreciate. They added back in the Ultimate Editions that Clark's investigative side.
The theatrical cut was them trying to transform it into a Batman movie. Now this becomes a Superman movie again.
Clicks his heels 3 times.
No, because apparently it got the standing. It got the stand in the executive screening. Yeah.
Do you agree, Phil?
Perry knows. Perry absolutely knows.
Well, I was going to ask Phil. Do you agree that Perry knows that Clark is Superman? Because I was saying that it's like a 3-arc structure of just the Perry scenes alone of him like, where's Clark, and then
I think by the end of the film, he's pretty aware that Superman was Clark Kent. I mean,
yeah, the way he lets Lois use the helicopter for non-Daily Planet purposes to go get Superman or whatever.
Why he's there at the funeral? It's pretty clear, like it's
one that the part with the newspaper when he flips over to the from away from the Superman headline to Clark, one of our own Clark Kent also died.
Which is also ripped straight from Death of Superman.
Yep.
Superman, the City of Terror over where Superman's dead, right? Yeah.
That's why I think also in the plans for post Justice League is that I don't think you would see too much of Clark like living a double life or maintain a secret identity at that point. Like the Clark Kent persona at that point post Resurrection, that facade is pretty much over. I think for him, it's like he's at that point he's coming back. He's got a good sense of like who knows and who doesn't, and so he's not even like trying to pull the wool over people's eyes at that point. I would imagine.
Well, I also think that since Justice League 2 ends with Lois Lane dying, and that in that present moment is his only anchored humanity, no one has asked the question, well, what happens to Martha? I think Justice League 2 would have easily opened up with the death of Martha Kent. Like I think there's room there to homage the whole Jonathan Kent death with Martha in the second Justice League film.
I think she would have got obliterated in the whole planetary destruction.
Well, yeah. Then you add in also that when he's leading, Superman is leading the League and the entire world in the final battle with Darkseid. So secret identities are just completely out the window at that point. So
well, also just this notion of like, if Martha dies at the beginning of that movie, what does he do to keep his mind off of that? He just jumps straight into just being Superman over and over and all over again.
Yeah,
that's kind of where my head was at with that. I don't know for sure if that's a thing, but
yeah,
just something I thought about.
But I would think that Deathstroke definitely kills Alfred.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. If you read that, you read that Batfleck solo movie script, I would bet you any amount of money that Alfred dies in that, and probably Gordon dies too.
I don't know about Gordon, but definitely Alfred.
I'll go with even Selena Kyle. Like we'd see her. I think everybody in Batman's life gets freaking murked close to him.
Well, because I mean, how did Manganiello describe it? It's like, his vendetta with Bruce is he's taking out like the people that are closest to Bruce. Well, it's like, well,
It's like
he
a
does.
shark in the water, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like what we've seen of Bruce Wayne, Ben Affleck's Bruce Wayne, these movies. Like, well, other than the Justice League and Alfred, he doesn't seem to have that many friends. So that kind of
Not
narrows
really,
down
no.
your victim list there.
Well, there probably would have been a little bit of Dark Knight Rises in there too. Like I think he mentioned like bankrupting Wayne Enterprises. Like he would have he would have financially fucked with Bruce Wayne for sure. Like I think at one point, he wants revenge on Batman because Robin was probably the one who took his eye. But
yeah, I could
see.
Neither
Think
here
you would
nor
have
there.
killed Batfleck's Batgirl who was supposed to be in the movie?
And I think she probably lives because she helps him defeat Deathstroke. Is kind of
Right.
the whole point of it. Like he
Right.
can't. She steps in because like even Batman can't handle the Deathstroke. So it's that was the way Manganiello described it. Is like he's met an opponent who could stand his own against him. So Batgirl is the equalizer for him. She's the one that tips the scales. And I've always kind of had this theory too that because Zack in various points has mentioned Carrie Kelly as having some kind of role in the franchise. I could foresee there have been like some kind of retcon. It was like Carrie Kelly would have been his Batgirl.
Well, in Master Race, she does kind of don the Batman persona for a time, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
So you think she's there in the nightmare future?
Probably somewhere.
Well, yes. I mean, there's the one girl with a bazooka inside the bus. Yeah, Batgirl. Yep, she was. Yeah. God, I remember this being everywhere in the marketing for this. The slow-mo shot of him walking up to the Batmobile and ripping the lid off, and Batman just stands up. It's like
Gotham City Gas, Gotham by Gaslight. That was the first thing I thought of when I saw that.
Yeah.
It's messy. Yeah.
That's a dad bod shot of Batman.
Do you bleed?
Yeah, because if you look close, he's kind of got his knees like really up close to his. It's just the way Ben Affleck has to sit right there to stand up in the car. So it is what it is. But you only catch it if you like really look close.
Yep.
The suit looks fine and everything. There's no dad bod like in the wide shots. It's if you look at the placement of the belt, it hangs lower, like it's like goes at an angle, which makes it look like belly shot.
Well, Ben's a pretty big dude. I mean, he's like even when he's not like in Batman shape, he's like 6'4", and he's he's a pretty powerful presence.
He's huge in Mallrats. It's like for some reason he read like really tall in Mallrats compared to any other movie he's been in for me until this movie.
It's probably my favorite Batcave entrance of all time too, opening up the water in the lake and just driving it like that.
I think that's where the Batman Arkham Knight took the inspiration from. It's from this.
Well, like the Batmobile is like right out of Arkham Knights or out of the Arkham City. Yeah. But and that was one thing I kind of also found interesting about this version of the Batcave is the fact that they really emphasize the tech aspect of it. He's got all the computers there. He's got the equipment. He's got where he parks the Batmobile, etc. But there's not really like every other Batcave. It's like it's an actual Batcave. It's a cave where bats are. It's like, and this is this is kind of this. He's more about like getting to business with this. It's like, okay, I'm setting up my, this is how I track down criminals. This is where I have all my gear out. This is where Alfred provides tech support. So that was kind of an interesting sort of a thing they did. I thought was kind of nice. It's like bats don't like make or break the Batcave necessarily.
You think Lex Luthor gets all his bodyguards from like an agency that just hands him like assassin protectors, but he just shows all the women ones?
I think in the second Justice League film, he would have had an android and had her modeled after Taya Okamoto. We would have gotten that robotic version of Mercy Graves we love so much.
Yeah, I can see that.
It'd be fun. It'd be a fun way to bring back the actress, do something different.
Yeah, he's huge. He is, well, like most of the cast are like I remember Ray Porter talking about the first time he met Gall. He says like the first thing he thought was like, wow, you were tall, because she's about 5'11" or
Yeah.
something like that. And Henry, I believe I've read he's 6'1" or 6'2".
He's 6'2".
And Ray Fisher, I believe I've read he's about 6'3".
Yes, yes,
like-
he is.
like-
Yes, he is.
Jason, I think, is 6'5", and I don't know how tall Ezra is.
I think he's about 5'10".
Okay, so Ezra would be like the shortest of them.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Chris Terrio is
Harry-
actually on the shorter side. Funny enough, like Chris Terrio is like 5'8", 5'9". He's a little shorter than me.
Well,
The
Zach
world's
himself
buffest
isn't that.
screenwriter.
He's like 5'8". He's not that big a guy himself.
Yes, that is also true. Yes,
Oh no, Zach's shorter than 5'8". He's like probably like 5'6", 5'7". Like
he's about 5'7".
yeah. 'Cause I remember being significantly taller than what I met.
Mercy is the only person who walks up the Krypton here. I think that's why he leaves her to die in the courthouse. Yeah, why you say that?
When doesn't Lex leave people to die? You know?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wumi Musaku. God, I love this actress. She's fantastic.
Yeah, she was completely like, other than the initial hearing in Congress, she was complete. And like that's all you get of her in the theatrical cut. It's like she has like a complete storyline in the Ultimate Edition.
Right.
That was like, man.
Blind wheelchair guy spilling all the beans on where she's at.
I'm also pretty sure she was getting off at like Kane Avenue or something like that. I think it says it over the loudspeaker or something.
Yep.
And obviously nod to Bob Kane.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can pick up on that.
Even the senator's got some guns on her. Good job, Snyder.
Oh yeah, Holly Hunter. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you want to be a Zack Snyder movie, you got to hit the gym.
Well, she's also a senator from Kentucky, and she wrestles pigs. Come on, man.
It's true, yeah.
People still misconstrue that J.K. Simmons got in shape for Commissioner Gordon. J.K. Simmons got in shape for before Whiplash.
Yeah.
That the director said he came back
Oh,
significantly
and
for the character.
he
said he fell in love with working out.
And he is jacked in that. So he actually, like what I kind of thought that he might have done that for when he was in, what was that? What was the name of it again? The cop movie he was in with Chadwick Boseman, 21 Bridges. I thought I actually, looking back, I thought it was like, oh, this is what he was getting in shape for, was that. So yeah, that's
getting in shape since Whiplash.
Right.
Yeah.
Go on record. Not a chance.
I remember also I did a piece on Screen Rant right when the Snyder Cut was coming out with the revelation that that Swanwick is Martian Manhunter, because I think also the movies don't really go into this, but I think that's something that would be a revealed detail, is that there was like an actual like General Swanwick, and when Martian Manhunter arrives on Earth, like he takes on his likeness, because then you kind of have the question of like, he's become like a high-ranking military official, but he doesn't, if he's a Martian refugee, like you don't have like birth certificate or employment history or things like that. So it's like taking on the identity of a deceased soldier. It's like he can kind of just sort of assume his life and blend in within human society. So that's kind of a theory I have, that there was a real General Swanwick, and Martian Manhunter
So fun fact,
came across him as like having died in combat.
Fun fact, every version of Batman in a movie has had a secretary or assistant named Grace.
Yeah.
She's present in Batman Forever. True. She's present, I believe, in, I want to say Batman Begins. I think it's Batman Begins. I think so. Either way, each version of Batman has had a person who works at Wayne Enterprises named Grace. And I think that started with Batman Forever.
I like the Jeffrey Dean Morgan
junkie right now.
background.
We were on Film Junkie right now. He'd pull out that Ferris Bueller drop like, Grace!
Some people, I think, say that this scene is all about manipulating the public to hate Superman, but I think this whole capital destruction, I think, is all about just manipulating Batman.
Well, because when I first saw this movie, because I thought at the time, like after the bomb goes off here, the theory I was going on at that point in the movie was that the way Lex was going to get them to fight was he was going to trick Superman into thinking that Batman planted the bomb. That's what I thought it was going to be, like the impetus to lead him to fight.
Superman being scolded by the general public. Who would have thought of that?
Oh, perish the thought. We'll never see that in a Superman trailer or movie ever again.
Ever again. What a novel
What a way
concept.
to push the
What a
Batman
novel concept.
psychology. What a way to push the Batman psychology by leaving him a letter saying you let your family die.
Yeah. That is pushing his buttons.
I mean, that's just it. I think the big twist that I think probably pissed off a lot of fanboys was like, what do you mean Lex Luthor knows who these people are? It's like, really? That's your hang up? You're mad Lex Luthor knows that Superman is Clark Kent and Batman is Bruce Wayne? That's your hang up?
Yeah, we watched Lois Lane do it in a couple of montage sequences of Man of Steel. Nobody complained. The guy with infinite resources can't do it before the movie even started.
I mean, they even go over it in a prequel comic that Lex Luthor has been watching all of these people. Yeah. Not just Bruce and Clark. Like that's why he has the files and the security footage and all these details about Wonder Woman, about the Flash, about Aquaman, about Victor. Like it's not out of the realm of possibility. Like Amanda Waller and Lex Luthor are almost two sides of the same coin in this universe. And I think that goes over a lot of people's heads because they're just so fucking hyper focused on, no, it needs to be like this book that I read one time. And it's like, I'm down the fucking road on that conversation. I'm so far down the road on that fucking conversation.
By the way, this is the for anybody a little bit of interesting trivia. This is the second Ben Affleck superhero movie where a character is killed by being pushed onto a subway track.
Yes.
So, look, just weird trivia, but I don't hate the Daredevil movie like William does. By the way, this is also our in a Batman movie, our obligatory Senator Patrick Leahy cameo.
Yes.
You think if this movie didn't go down the way it did, that Lex would have moved on to another one of the research superheroes like Aquaman or the Flash to attack Superman?
No. I think the comeuppance of what happens to him in this movie would ideally prompt him to be like, you know what? I know where I screwed up last time. Now that there's more of them, I need someone to fight all of them, and I need them to fight them one-on-one, which enter the Legion of Doom or Injustice League, whatever the hell it's going to be called.
Yes.
Which that's the version of Lex Luthor. I'm
inclined to think they would go with the Legion of Doom.
I would certainly hope so.
Oh yeah. I mean, they do form the League of Doom, and I think Dr. Poison's part of it. I don't know how old she'd be in this, but
I believe the lineup was, well, if it's
Manta.
Yes, Manta, Orm, Dr. Poison, Riddler, Lex Luthor. I think that was it. That was just as far as the storyboard goes. But if you go by this movie, you probably throw in Deathstroke in there too.
Oh, Captain Cold.
Captain Cold, you're right. Yes, Captain Cold. I forgot about Captain Cold.
There's also Captain Cold.
That would have been fantastic to see on screen.
Well, that in and of itself, like having Black Manta, Lex Luthor, and Captain Cold, that's straight up Super Friends. They are core members of that of the Legion of Doom there. So yeah, it makes sense. Even the Riddler. The Riddler was also on Super Friends too. He's part of the Legion of Doom as well.
Yeah, he solves the anti-life equation in the life part there. Well, then of course out there, as J.L. Lieber revealed, also somewhere in all of this is Reverse Flash, who's kind of like pulling strings to make certain events happen the way he wants them to in the timeline.
Yeah, I was talking to might have even been on the Baka stream last week. Like the Reverse Flash is like one of the most evil villains. Straight up. Like he if you ask me who is the most evil character in DC Comics, I will tell you that it's the Reverse Flash, because he just does not give a shit. His sole purpose is to just mess up Barry's life, and just for the sheer kick of it, because he is from the future. He is a paradoxical character. He can do whatever he wants, and no matter what, his creation, his conception is infinite. Like there will always be a Reverse Flash as long as there is a Barry Allen. So he's just one of those evil characters who literally just fuck shit up for the hell of it. It's so funny but so terrifying at the same time.
Yeah. God, who would you cast? That was also a reveal that J.O. Lieber made. I don't think Zach has said anything about that, so it's like that's another question I'd love to ask.
Matthew Good, who played Ozymandias in Watchmen. That's who I would cast.
Oh, ooh, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could see him as Reverse Flash.
Because you don't need someone super big and super imposing. You just need someone who's just, in a way, the opposite of Barry Allen. Barry Allen's very lighthearted, very, optimistic. And you look at Matt Good and what he did with Ozymandias in that movie, it's like, oh, yeah, you've got some Reverse Flash tendencies there, buddy.
Well, Zach's pulled over a couple people from because he has Billy Crudup as Henry Allen. He
right.
Who else was from Watchmen that he brought? Jeffrey Dean Morgan,
Carla Gugino. Carla Gugino.
Yes,
because she's the voice of Helix.
I think there's one or two others. Yeah, I think there's one or two others, but those are the ones.
Patrick Wilson voices the president in this movie.
Yep. Maybe becomes Orm, yeah.
I think
I feel like there's one more.
The lady who plays Silk Spectre and Jackie Earle Haley, I think the only two who do not come over from that film to any of the future stuff.
All you get is the end of Nye from Jackie Earle Haley.
Yeah, you get that in the old GCPD building.
We're at 3:57, so
yes.
As far as people watching, so I'm going to put the link back in here for anybody who wants to donate.
Like how Alfred just walks in, sees all this stuff, and he just sees the explosion of the Capitol. He's like, "Oh, I know exactly what's going to happen next."
Yep.
Okay, if there's one thing I could see getting cut for time, it's definitely Alfred just cutting wood. I can understand that getting cut for time.
Yeah, I can feel you there. And the thing is too, it's like when I first heard Jeremy Irons as Alfred, it's like because I really like his Alfred now, having seen it, but like at the time, like the casting news, he wouldn't necessarily have been my first choice for Alfred. And I think that's because he's just so associated with villain roles, and I'll even include something like Scar from Lion King in that. But also with Die Hard with a Vengeance and just a lot of his prior work.
This scene, right, number one, like you see Batman swoop down, take dude, right, in his eyes. You see that. That's great. It's a great shot. But this juxtaposition here, you saw Superman literally saving people after the Capitol exploded. You see a whole bunch of chaos and mayhem, people hurt. Luthor just doesn't give a shit. He's just walking straight through LexCorp, and he's like, "Ooh, what did Batman take? Did he take the kryptonite? He took the bait, didn't he? He just doesn't give a shit about people. He just gives a shit about his plan." It goes back to, show, don't tell. And some people just want that exposition of why Luthor is doing what he's doing. It's like, no, fuck that. This is so much better. This is so much better. And that evil grin he's got on his face, he's like, yes.
Yeah,
he took the kryptonite. Yes.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a sociopath. He just doesn't, walks over dead bodies. Did he take it or not? By the way, with the mention of Wallace Keith here, anybody watching might not be aware, because there was the initial draft of BVS that was at that time it was basically just Man of Steel 2 that Goyer did, and at that point it was going to be Metallo was the villain, and then Terrio did the rewrite, and then it transitioned to the BVS. So Keith, it's like he's kind of like a modified version, I think, of what Metallo would have been.
I mean, yeah, from what I remember, I think even David Goyer mentioned that his version of the script was a lot more action heavy before Chris Terrio came in for the rewrite. And I feel like they were going for like more bare bones direct team up between the two, which would have resulted in Metallo, probably some kryptonite infused body or something. Because there is concept art of Metallo floating around if you look hard enough.
Yeah.
Well, the modem went out, and once I realized it, because I was staring at a spot on the ceiling for about a half hour,
Rick, what you barking at?
I finally got it fixed. Yay!
That's good. What you barking at, Murphy? My dog getting nervous with fireworks out there. Daniel Craig is Metallo.
Daniel Craig might be Sergeant Rock.
Yeah, it might be. It's going to be interesting what his post Bond career is going to look like, because like other than his Bond movies, I think the the main thing I know him from is damn it, why is the name escaping me of the where he's a detective and that Ryan Johnson did.
Knives Out. Knives Out.
Yeah. That's the kind of I think the main thing people associate with him other than Bond is Knives Out.
Okay, this right here, when Lex enters the ship, this is when he becomes arguably one of the most dangerous people in this world. When he finds out all of this information.
Yeah, of 100,000 different worlds.
Right. As he says earlier in the movie, knowledge is power. And he just came across some very big knowledge. But Philip, he has hair. I don't care. I don't care. He had hair in the 80s when he had a cigar in his mouth. What's the big deal?
He had hair. We had a toupee when it was Gene Hackman.
Right. Right.
When I remember talking about that with the guy at my local comic book store a while back. It was actually in the lead up to BBS showing that Eisenberg with hair, and he talked about it's like he preferred like if Lex is going to have hair, like actually have him have hair as opposed to a toupee, because he said his words were, if there's one thing Lex Luthor is not, it's self-conscious.
Yes. God, I really need to get on that training regime.
Yeah, Ben got in some pretty awesome shape for this movie.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. You know, it's by the way, it's one thing I don't think I've ever heard him asked about is I mean he gets asked about, of course, portraying Batman a lot, but with the release of or with the success of Daredevil on Netflix, and now Daredevil Born Again coming up, I don't think I've ever heard him asked about like what are your thoughts on like having played the character, like what are your thoughts on what Charlie Cox has done or what that show has been, because I'm really curious, because he was famously not happy at all with the Daredevil movie, to the point where like it made him, he wrote off being in comic book movies altogether. I mean, it took Zack Snyder's pitch to convince him to be Batman. But
well, he wanted to be Batman, but at the time, Batman wasn't exactly in the works. So that's why he took Daredevil. Oof.
Yeah, so, but I'd love to hear his thoughts, having also played the character. Just his thoughts on the Daredevil series. And,
I wouldn't want to get thrown out of the interview for asking him about it.
Yeah,
because that's such a bad movie. Because it's a bad movie, and he probably doesn't want to think about it anymore. Especially, he'll probably say, "Hey, I'm not want to be job," and then that'll be it.
Well, I'm not asking about the movie. I'm asking about the show where he's not playing Daredevil with Charlie Cox.
You're in a sense asking him about the movie, because you wouldn't be asking him about that if he hadn't played Daredevil in that movie. So he's probably going to shut that down and be like, "Next question." Now, if it was a good movie, I could be like, "Oh, yeah, I was proud of my work there," but it wasn't a good movie, and he's probably not proud of his work there.
Listen, say what you will about that movie. It's like I played the shit out of that soundtrack.
The soundtrack, well, yeah, that's fine, but the movie sucked. I mean,
I hate the movie like other people do. Don't get me wrong; it's not as good as the show by a long shot, but
no, it's just a bad movie without it compare. You don't even have to compare it to the Netflix. It's just not a good movie. And it was needlessly bad too, because you had all the ingredients you needed to make a much better movie than they did, but they made that one. So,
and the director's cut of that movie is a better version of that bad movie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, what is it about Ben Affleck superhero movies where there's always a superior director's cut just waiting to be released?
I think that's part of the reason why him and Matt Damon started up Artist Equities, was because they were probably sick and tired of a lot of that studio interference. So they bankroll a lot of projects that they do now, because they don't know or don't want to have people they work with go through what they went through, and it makes total sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, also not just that, but also I think that a lot of the business model they describe, it's also about like letting below the line people and things like that also get like more of a slice of the pie in terms of like the profit margin,
right?
When something's released.
Action forbidden has been decreed by the Council of Krypton that none will ever again give life to a deformity. The desecration without name. This is the part in the movie where I went, yeah, people are going to hate this. And I love it. think it's important to remember just how much of a part the media has to play in just demonizing Superman throughout the majority of this movie, and how we see a lot of that reflective in our own world today. How the media more often than not tends to demonize people in general, be it Hollywood trades or otherwise. Very interesting component. I think a lot of people just kind of overlook in this film. He can see the mountains not passable. He's come to die. Maybe for the average man, not Superman.
It's great that this movie is so motivated by the music. It's a fantastic soundtrack that this movie has.
Mm-hmm. That's not a psychotic obsession at all. Good Lord.
Okay, so to our 358 people watching right now, as a reminder, this is a charity stream for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So if you can, we have the link right here on the screen and in the chat. So if you can, please consider a donation. If not, just sharing it around is also extremely helpful. We are trying to get our total donations raised to $20,000. So that would be definitely our goal to achieve tonight. You guys, the fireworks are finally going off in my neck of the woods, so you guys may hear my dog barking a little bit here and there.
Yep. It's okay. It's probably going to happen here pretty soon, too, for me, too.
Murphy, it's just fireworks. Can't hurt you, buddy.
My poor dog doesn't know what he's in store for.
I actually got to meet Jenna Malone, too, at when I went to Tampa Con in 2015. I got to meet her. She had a panel there. It was also it was this was coming up, and of course we didn't realize at the time it wouldn't be until the Ultimate Edition we actually saw her role in it.
Mm-hmm.
This was coming up, and she also had the at the time the last Hunger Games coming up.
Yep.
So and she's a real sweetheart. She spoke very highly of like working with Zach on Sucker Punch, and she also I think I've shared the story before. There was a girl, a couple people in front of me. In the line to the question line up the microphone, and she talked about she mentioned, and she burst into tears when she did this. She had a friend who was a big Hunger Games fan who unfortunately had a terminal illness, so she was really looking forward to it and was hoping to be able to see it before she passed away, and she just couldn't keep it together. And Jenna didn't miss a beat, just ran down from the stage, gave this girl a hug, and said, "Hey, can we take a minute here, everybody?" And so
I've seen that video. I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's on YouTube. So.
It's not the fireworks that bothers me. It's the actual gunfire in the air that kind of makes me twinge.
Yeah, definitely. That would irritate anybody, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat, Larry. Amazing how Superman saves Lex from Doomsday's punch immediately, and Lex wasn't even afraid because he knew Supes would save him too. Yeah, I never thought of that angle from it because it's like, because Lex, I think there's also a little bit of hubris in Lex's plan that he thinks he probably has more control over Doomsday than he does, but also, he's so dead set on wiping out Superman that that's his focus. But I was like, yeah, you're right. So he's also able to depend on the fact that if Doomsday attacks me, I could Superman, I can trust on he will intervene.
Well, there's a funny thing about that scene. In the BTS footage, there's a line that was removed. It says, "Born of Kryptonian DNA and obeys only me." They took that part out. You're Doomsday, but he says obeys only me.
Okay, is that like that's behind the scenes?
It's behind the scenes as they're shooting that exact. I'm not sure if it's the same take, but it's he
They
says
changed
it
it
in
with
that
ADR.
moment.
They changed it with ADR because he says, "My blood, born of my blood, born to destroy you. You're Doomsday." It's ADR.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure when they shot it on site, it was probably different.
Well, I think your Doomsday, that was always going to be in there.
Yes.
I actually think
that's always
this will probably annoy William. I think in hindsight, I think if you ask most people involved with this movie, both not just Zach himself, but also like at the producer level, I think if they could go back and like change the marketing, they would not have revealed Doomsday at all in the trailers. I think they would have like gone out of their way to keep it a secret as much as possible, because then that obviously that's open the question, like, how is this movie going to end with Superman and Batman fighting? What's the outcome? And then imagine like being in the theater, us having no idea Doomsday was going to be in this movie, and that happens, and then William would roll his eyes, obviously.
Yeah,
But
Mechagodzilla shows up.
Part of the marketing of that wouldn't have helped this movie 1 cent, one way or another. It wouldn't have helped it 1 cent. You had what you had as far as what was going to attract you to see this movie, and to be honest with you, Metallo, that should have been the decision. It would have made for a better story. You could have used a lot of the same elements, and you're talking about a villain who is a lethal threat to Superman. If you were going to go along with doing that, but like I said, I don't think it met the attractiveness of this movie. The lure was Superman and Batman being on screen to each other, and then when the marketing really kicked up is when Wonder Woman was revealed in the trailer. Now, not revealing her in the trailer, I hear some people say, well, they shouldn't have done that. That would have been malfeasance right there. Putting her really up the marketing value of the campaign leading up to the movie. It definitely helped us market it for sure. But no, not releasing Doomsday, that had no bearing whatsoever about my belief.
It would help with the immersion of just the individual following the story for a nice surprise. But the reason why I agree with Metallo is because, sure, he's a foil to Superman, but the whole idea is that Doomsday was gonna, another world-ending event that which the world mourned Superman after he died to save it, when the odds of the people's favorability was against him. I don't think that would have worked with Metallo.
Anybody who would have killed Superman would have worked, because it's not the villain. It's I got people who come in here today who are not comic book people, but because they've seen it on different formats and all that, they don't even know who Doomsday is, but they know that story.
Yep.
So it's the death of Superman. It's not Doomsday was a meaningless villain. It was whoever was going to kill Superman. Superman dying is what brought people to the speculators to that story. It wasn't the villain who killed him. Could have been Lex Luthor. It could have been Lex Luthor shooting him with a kryptonite or a kryptonite. It wouldn't have mattered. It was the fact that you were killing him. That bold move is what did it. The villain who did it was meaningless. And it's interchangeable. If you're deciding you're going to kill Superman, then you have a list of rogues gallery people that can make that happen. All you need is a writer to make it happen. And it could have very well been Metallo.
Disagree. It's got to be like a world ender. Everybody.
That's where I stand on it.
That's kind of cotton candy. Why? That's not. If you're selling a story, nobody gave a fuck about the world ending when Superman died. They cared about Superman dying.
No, it was a sacrifice because yes, it was the unkillable, demon or creature that would have again, destroyed humanity at the height of people, not favorability being high for Superman. He gave his life for it, and thus chose to become the character.
Okay. So none of that played a factor in the book itself.
Should involve all of us.
No, they could have interchanged them just as easy. It didn't help the movie.
If they wanted a weaker plot, yeah, I'd agree.
Well, the plot's already weakened. The plot was weakened by the initial decision. Because you have other villains that could have caused. Dude, Brainiac alone could have caused a global threat and killed Superman. The battle doesn't even take place outside of a certain area in where they're fighting Doomsday in this movie. Whereas
I can agree.
Brainiac could
with
have
the
threatened the
Brainiac.
world all at once.
I could get on board with that. It just a Metallo too small.
Well, I'm
for,
just
like,
throwing
the
out. There's like about 10. There's better villains that could have made for a better story if you were going to decide to do that. But then again, that translates over to 1992, 1993. If you were going to do that, you had better villains to do that with. But you wanted to go for the headlines, so that's what they did.
And I think
like
maybe Brainiac probably wouldn't work if you're using majority of the same story, only because the Brainiac to come in at the final battle, the final like 20 minutes of the movie would be like a Venom.
Well, he could have created. There's a lot of different ways to kill Superman. I mean, the way he could have done it, but like I said, they chose the fluff. They chose the fluff route in the comics, and like I said, as a dealer in the '90s, did wonders for sales. Did great things for both the comic industry in the mid to late '90s. That and two or three episodes, huh? Okay, obviously, I know you're being flippant, but I know why I'm still in business, and it's not that. If anything, that puts stores out a bit. That whole craze. Let's see if we can get people who can't spell comic book to pick up a comic book, and it led to oversaturation. It led to oversaturation.
So Lex has to know when he shoves Lois off the building here. It's like he has to know that Superman is like he's relatively in the immediate area, right? It's like because even as fast as Superman can fly, it's like there is still a time limit from when she falls off the building to hitting the ground.
Necessarily. Not necessarily. He just meant for her to outright die.
Yeah,
he didn't give a fuck.
He was just banking on the fact that Superman was going to come save her one way or the other.
Or even killing her would have attracted him, and that's what he wanted.
Yeah.
Well, if he kills her, then Superman's even more pissed. He's pissed off in a way that he's not. After he saves her, so then it's like
he's confident in his plan, regardless.
You, Murphy.
I was Kal-El, Clark, Joseph, Kent.
I always dug that he's timing this with an egg timer the whole time.
Yeah, the Trinity is what sold BVS. The Trinity is what sold BVS, to be honest with you. Yeah, Brainiac would have been a good choice. Metallo, I mean, like I said, just name it,
Mongol.
I will go as far as
Mongol, yeah, Mongol. I mean, the list goes on.
I will go as far as to say that I think that this interaction between this meeting between Superman and Lex, this to me surpasses the Dark Knight interrogation scene.
I think it's up there.
Yeah,
it's up there, but like I said, it's incomplete because I never got the follow through was just never there for me to give a final judgment on a lot of this stuff.
I feel like a lot of people are so up in their feels about this version of Lex Luthor, they completely gloss over this scene. They're like, "Why does Lex hate Superman so much?" Well, it's this scene right here that spells it out for you. I don't really know what else.
Yeah,
to do. It's like it's right here.
Where were you? It's
like
he's
bring a god to his knees.
You saved everybody around me. You saved everybody around me. It's like, where were you when I needed you?
Where's your guys' timestamp? Because mine stopped while I had to go.
I am at 1:55:16.
Wow, we still got a while. 1:55.
Yes.
Had this been completed, I think this could have been the best version of this character. Had it gone through this full arc.
Martha.
I always dig that when he that's a nice visual touch when he gets mad. It's like he has to like actively hold back his heat vision, and you can see how he just barely is able to hold it back when he looks up at Lex. Like, where is she?
Homelander would have lasered his dick off. That'd have been hilarious.
Yeah,
you're still alive. You're still alive. Technically, I didn't kill you. By the way, the version of Doomsday that is in this movie, or whatever it is, because he even says it's not Doomsday, but I did shit that one in the comics did not do.
And now God
like when he
bends
goes
to my
supernova.
will.
Bend to my will.
Well, I think there's some
How's it going, Carrie?
liberties taken here by Snyder and Camp. They kind of have some elements of Bizarro, but it's mostly Doomsday for the most part.
That's another one that I thought would have been. We were discussing this the other night.
Yeah.
Bizarro, to be honest with you, is yet to be used in that top tier storyline that ends and begins with him. What they did in Superman and Lois, that was one of the things I did not like about those last 2 seasons. But Bizarro on his own is a lethal threat to Superman, and Bizarro on his own could cause cataclysmic damage. And he's just even in the comics. I mean, there's some stories, but I haven't seen that one story that's like, okay, this guy, take him seriously.
Well, I think that's because Bizarro has such a. Let me read a curious comment here real quick. Hey guys, Colbert's BVS by the explanation on that combo between Lex and Superman is a masterpiece explanation of Lucian. Yeah, I agree. They really go deep on that.
Hey, don't be bringing up other people in my. No, I'm just kidding. Hi, Steven.
But I think like everything you're saying about Bizarro, I think part of that's because is the fact that Bizarro, he has such his backstory throughout comics and most adaptations is it's not consistent. It's because sometimes he's a clone, sometimes he's a multiverse doppelganger, sometimes he's everything in between. So Bizarro, he's been reinvented so many times that and of course now we've seen a version of him where he turns into Doomsday. So he's been modified so much that that like doing like the definitive take on Bizarro it's kind of like it's kind of hard to do when there isn't even like a definitive Bizarro.
I think the word definitive should just be scrubbed from talking about these characters entirely, because there is no one definitive incarnation of any of them. Definitive is what you, the person, identifies with.
Exactly.
Same with headcanon.
Yeah, because the batch. Okay, there's Bizarre. The essence of Bizarro, it's like is not as clearly delineated as compared to other characters. Maybe is a better way to put it. Because again,
everything you just said also applies to Supergirl, because Supergirl has had just a number of revisions over the last 70 something years. She's been in syndication. So
yeah. Okay, now we're coming up on the Diana C in the files, the metahuman files. That was another big fanboy moment for me the first time I saw this movie. And a lot of people have said and the criticism was like, what, like the movie's hitting the brakes to tell us about the Justice League. It's like, well, yeah, but I mean, Bruce, he cracked the file, about Wonder Woman, but it's like he got this other secret out of it too. And the whole point, his arc is like, about learning to not view metahumans with prejudice. Like part of that is because he's learning that there's more of them out there than just Superman.
Right.
So the fact that he's he can't he's coming to realize that there's a whole populace of metahumans out there, and and learning the emphasis on they are also the human side of them too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they hide among us, but they're not the enemies I thought they were. So him discovering not just Wonder Woman but also Cyborg, Flash, and Aquaman. That's again, this informs his character arc in this movie much more so than a lot of detractors, I think, kind of give it credit for. And actually, that's one reason why this is maybe a little bit of a hot take, but like the last scene in Justice League with the Martian Manhunter scene, I know it was originally intended for Green Lantern. In some ways, I think actually Martian Manhunter, and again, I would love to have seen that Green Lantern scene, but Martian Manhunter in some ways does, he fills a role in that scene that the Green Lantern wouldn't have, in the sense that he is actually an alien like Superman. So yeah, we've seen Bruce go from hating it's like if there's a 1% chance he's our enemy, we have to take it as absolute certainty, to seeing this green alien show up on his doorstep. It's like, can I help you? I mean, that's it's the night and day of how he views not just metahumans but also metahumans from other worlds.
Who better to create the cyborg of the DC universe than the man who created the first cyborg in Terminator? Joe Morton.
Yeah, I remember seeing it because they did not market him at all as being in this movie. So when I saw him pop up in there, it's like, oh, there it is. We got Miles Dyson right here.
The marketing campaign with this was very simplified, and we got when we got the stuff for it, it was all focused on three things: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman.
Yep,
and that's it. Not Lex Luthor, not anyone else. That was the selling point of this movie. They wanted to simplify it, and to be honest with you, fuck everybody. It worked. They just didn't realize what a win was. Because there was more product placement in this movie. This movie was immensely successful, and you have to be a fucking dummy. I'm sorry to find a loss in this, and they did. I'm like, you had to sniff around like a dog looking for leftovers to find a loss in this, because the marketing campaign. I wish I still had some of that shit from we had some pretty cool stuff. We had laptops, we had all kinds of stuff. We had the cups with the logos on them, and it was just the three. It was just the three, because when Justice League came out, we had them all, but we had those three characters. They wanted to make sure you knew. And that trailer, I remember them the email saying, make sure because we had to show Man of Steel. We showed Man of Steel for the ticket giveaway, and they wanted to make sure that we showed the trailer with Wonder Woman. That one that came out afterwards. That was the big deal for them. And like I said, I think it worked. If you follow math, if you follow bullshit, then it's a failure. It's the end of the world.
I like how his suit is just so straight out of The Dark Knight Returns. So perfect.
It is.
It's so damn perfect.
I mean, it's like literally.
Oh yeah. I love the shot. It's like he walks up and just, I understand.
Here we go, right there. Probably one of the most famous panels of this graphic novel.
Yep.
Is this one right here?
You should full screen yourself.
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm just making sure I don't get rid of the charity.
There you go.
There you go, right there. There's that uniform that you're seeing there. That's exactly what he's got. Even looking right under his face, that chin.
That shot is coming up. That shot is in this movie too.
Yeah. So when I saw this, and like I said, Dark Knight being to me the best Batman story, Kingdom Come being the best Superman story for him in my opinion. But so yeah, when I saw that, I was very happy. Where are we at fundraiser wise? Let's refresh the fundraiser. We are still at 16,220. So that makes us about just under $3,780 left to get to 20 grand.
That line was in the marketing lot too. If I wanted it, you'd be dead already.
Yeah, stay down. Yeah,
and so then I don't know how many trailers.
There is a line. There is a line that was actually only used for marketing, and it's from Batman to Superman. He says, "It's time you learn what it means to be a man."
I remember that. I remember all this stuff. This dude, I love the marketing campaign for it. Unfortunately, on the one hand, while we were giving them a lot of instruments to promote this movie, you started feeling the pre-shitting on the movie. We were weeks out from it even coming out, and all of a sudden we had people that were scholars on BVS. I'm like, dude, we're 4 weeks out from the movie. What are you talking about? I was like, okay, having an opinion, going to see it and having an honest opinion, I'm all right with that. We're 4 weeks out, and what are you talking about?
I think a lot of that was the criticism. I was like, these characters, like you're not everybody got a solo movie. That's the thing I kept hearing leading up to. It was like you didn't do it their playbook. You can't do crossovers or team ups without everybody in a solo movie first. That was the thing I heard constantly.
I heard that too. But they didn't build up to it. I'm like, you had to build up to some of the characters, because even though a lot of people knew who some of those Marvel characters was, You don't have to do that. Like I said, we know why Batman is. We know a lot of these things. Those characters, like I said, I could walk up on the strip right now with all these people here for New Year's, and if I could, prior to 2008, I'll be fair. Prior to 2008, if I walked out there with just the logo of Batman, every man, woman, and child I run into is going to know. With all the Wonder Woman, same thing. If I'd have walked out there with certain characters with Marvel, a good percentage would know, but not enough to where you could bank the kind of money on them. But even still, but here's the thing. But if I came out on the street with this Marvel logo, it wouldn't matter what characters I had, because for 8 years prior to that, people had been groomed to trust that logo. So it's like different. Everything is different depending on what you're working on. If you're working on a certain type of a character or a certain type of legacy, then you got to apply those. But you can't apply some other company's rules to your product all the time.
Yeah, this would have been so great if they had started doing those back in 2016.
I think Zach even mentioned it in an interview a long time ago. Like, once you have Superman fighting Batman in a movie, you're not necessarily obligated to show other characters, but at that point, it's pretty much all bets are off. You are not necessarily obligated, but just that idea in of itself, like Batman and Superman in the same movie, it kind of already indicates like, yeah, there's more to just this than these two.
And by the way, the marketing campaign for this movie was the Justice League as well. They made it clear that the next step
is clearly a stepping stone to Justice League.
Clearly,
it's in the title. Dawn of Justice. Like, come on, man.
It's like I just never understood to this day. Like I said, in all fairness, a lot of the people who pre-shit on this movie changed their mind later on. Once they saw the movie. So.
That's why I was saying earlier. It's like I'm really curious when we get to the 10-year anniversary in March of 2016, because again, what the kind of the temperature on this is going to be. Because as I said, it's like the conversation is just completely outlasted that of Civil War, and obviously, the fandom's going to commemorate in some way. I would sure Zach will chime in on that too. But like, what's the overall aura about it going to be on the 10-year anniversary compared to like the immediate release? What's that?
James Gunn. I know you're watching, because you stole some
yeah,
yeah. Brad steals my shit all the time, but it's fine. I want you guys to have these things. Now, remember what I said about not having a business reason for one particular project? You got one for this one. You want to sell physical media, will still sell if it's the right thing. Dude, do some kind of little mock-up. I prefer the comic books, but if you were going to do it, dude, you want to sell those Blu-rays or digital editions or whatever, like really fast. Put something like that in it that at least just deal with the nightmare scenario. You don't have to do a whole bunch of, just fill in the blanks of the DVD that you're buying, because obviously the nightmare scene starts here, right? So you extra 15, 20 minutes, maybe a half hour, you stick it in that, do animated, claymated, whatever the fuck you want to do, you put that in there. Trust me, you will sell at least a third more than you would without it. And do it in a cost-effective way. I'm telling you, that would sell. Personally, I'm biased. 12-issue maxi series. Tell all the story you want. Leave nothing out. Leave nothing unsaid. Do it. Have Scott Snyder or somebody work on it. Make it an Elseworlds book. That way you can launch your Elseworlds brand on all platforms. I'm telling you, man. There's money to be made. In fact, Elseworlds, we should be seeing that Elseworlds logo everywhere. I mean, because I know he's eventually going to use it. So he should be using, and it's on here somewhere. It used to be right on the front of Kingdom Come, because Kingdom Come was an Elseworlds story. I'm telling you, man, that kind of money. Then any other argument you want to make about any of the lesser projects is made right there and then. But they're going to re-release that DVD in 2016.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And guess what? Your haircut argument rides piggyback on the actual one that would actually make money.
So a couple things I want to say on the actual fight here before we get to the much debated Martha moment. Well, I got another fight I'm going to talk about it right after this one. That but we know what I'm going to say about that.
Bring up the raid. I'm going to mute you.
One thing I do really a couple things I really appreciate about the actual Batman Superman fight. First of all, that that Batman like the way he uses the kryptonite little gas pellets, the fact that it's an equalizer, because I'm not a big fan like you know Batman or Lex Luthor or anybody else is holding up a rock and saying just stopping Superman that way. To me, that's just you're stopping the whole thing dead in its tracks that way. So I like the idea with the gas pellets. It's like it's an equalizer. It's like it temporarily weakens him. It dulls his strength somewhat. He's susceptible to pain. He doesn't completely nullify his powers or his vulnerability.
Hold on, Brett.
Yeah.
So right now I have the Martha screen up on the screen.
Oh yeah.
And you see how he visually. I mean, I don't know. I can't understand how people didn't get this. I for the life of me will never understand.
The fascinating part about the fight is that Superman loses twice. He shouldn't engage Batman and should reason with him, but he lets Batman goad him into a fight. So he loses on that kind of moral standing right there, and then loses the physical fight to him.
Yeah, that's the other thing I did like about the fight is the fight they didn't end in a stalemate. That they actually had the wherewithal and the cojones to actually say this Batman Superman fight is going to have a clear winner.
Yeah.
And this is where Lois is perfectly placed.
I will agree with one nitpick about Lois throwing the kryptonite spear, getting the kryptonite spear, then throwing it at her. Yeah. Like when Ben Affleck threw it the one time, it could have wouldn't kind of into whatever ravine that she had to get it from later. They could do it one time, but that's fine. It doesn't break anything.
See, this is my favorite part of this whole movie.
Is when he throws the spear away, or when he kind of
realized the whole transformation of returning back to why I'm Batman, why I even put on this crazy costume, why I do all this, because he's lost all that up to this point. He's cold, he's callous, and he has no empathy. Now it's returning to him.
He's lived long enough to see himself become the villain,
and he realizes what he was about to do. And that's where the Martha connection is so brilliant. Like I said. I remember when we screened this for I forgot what we were promoting, but a lot of people were asking about that. But why is that name? I'm like, all right, guys. And to be honest, some people don't know the names of all these people's parents. They know Uncle Ben, they know Pa, Ma Kent, but they don't necessarily know. So that's fine. But once
they might know Thomas and Martha Wayne, they might.
I remember one of Andrew Dice, who co-hosts BBS by the Way, was my old colleague Stephen Colbert.
Andrew Dice Clay?
No,
be hosting anything.
That's his name.
He's got a foul mouth.
Well, I remember him saying a while back.
Okay, I got you.
He mentioned a while back, like he thinks like a lot of the backlash to it was the fact that, and I think there's probably something to this where he said it's like I think a lot of people just hadn't like subconsciously like picked up on the fact like, oh right, both they both have mothers named Martha, because it's not something that really dawns on you until like it's really pointed out.
Yeah, it was a common name in the late 30s, early 40s.
I didn't know that they both had the same name when I watched this movie. I was like,
yeah, Bell Rub. I love
individually though.
Yeah, Bell Rub. I love that part too when Batman's got him pinned to the wall, the Superman pinned to the wall, and the kryptonite's starting to wear off, and it's punch, 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 clang. I love that part.
Bell,
neither do I, Curry. Neither do I.
Yeah.
Batman jumping through the windows and never not going to be cool.
Oh yeah. And this isn't like even like a skylight. It's kind of a modified version where he swings through, and then he explodes through the floor.
Yep.
That was actually they teased that because I think it was like the last trailer they put out before the movie came out, where they showed like a bit of the warehouse fight. So I was already like, oh man, I can't wait to see this part. And even then, it's like in the theater again, it's like Batman. We have never seen a Batman fight this awesome before. I mean, it's like it's not even comparable. Like every prior Batman fight cinematically, it's this just. And I maintain, and I said this on social media tonight, is that you don't like the Batman fight scenes we've had subsequently after this. You don't get Batman fights that good without this setting the bar for that. You just don't.
They're just all waiting for him with these firearms that are going to be useless.
Yeah, well, they're waiting for him, and it's like,
this guy brought a grenade with a room full of his own people in there. We're just going to throw that.
People are just like, Batman threw a grenade at a guy. No, Batman didn't throw a fucking grenade at anybody. Like, people misinterpret this fight so often, and I'm just like, you need to go back and watch this. No, I don't. It's dumb. And I'm just like, well, you're fucking stupid. So,
well, he kicks the guy who's holding the grenade. He kicks the guy hanging there that kicks him into the guy with the grenade, and then the guy who had the grenade drops it, and he's such an idiot. He tries to grab it instead of going the opposite because he knows the pin's been pulled. Like, what are you doing there?
And then people are like, oh, Batman intentionally kills someone when he lobs this box at someone. I'm like, no, that idiot was in the way. He could have moved. He didn't. Batman did not deliberately kill anybody in this scene. And people, more often than not, misconstrued it. And it's just like, it goes right back to what Snyder said in 2019. Oh, my hero wouldn't kill a guy. Really? Okay. Guess what? I am fucking down the road on that conversation because, man, if you were to portray these characters in live action, like in this movie, it's not all pillows and fluff and cotton candy. No, he's not having a fucking pillow fight. Like, these people are trying to fucking kill him. You think he's gonna fight back and maim them or like be civil? No, self-defense is self-defense, and a lot of people have no fundamental understanding of what self-defense actually is because 9 times out of 10 they've never been in a situation where they needed to use self-defense
or even been
probably
trained.
More selfish to rest on your morals. Allow people to die because you have a predilection to using certain weapons or tools.
Yeah, this is Rich Citrone, Bell Rev, who's Ben Affleck's Batman stunt guy, and he's doing all that. He was actually a student also of Dan Inosanto, who was one of Bruce Lee's students.
And it was Damon Caro who oversaw all of this.
All the fight crowd, which this fight scene, Aaron, if you're in the chat, I must say this fight scene is very reminiscent of something. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I don't know. William,
the Raid.
Shut up.
You guys know me better than I know myself.
Only one continuity that always catches my eye in the fight is that when Batman rushes the guy and like plants him onto the crate before he flips around on it and grabs the crate and throws it, the guy disappears off the crate in the next shot. Like he
probably fell off due to being unconscious or something. I don't know.
Well,
but he'll be okay though. He'll be all right.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
There's one there's one part of it. You guys probably seen it like in GIF form, where Batman kind of throws a guy. I think that's like right before like the crate part. So it's like that's not in the main fight, but it was something that was filmed.
Okay. That weapon that guy's holding is a squad automatic weapon, an M240. Batman's armor's got to be the best shit in the world to take that close range, man.
Right.
That weapon.
Well, you saw he took a bullet point blank range and in the cowl.
To his head. That shit's like damn.
Oh, this is fun right here.
Yeah,
I think the fight
late says the White Rabbit.
The fight should have ended when the guy brought the grenade and Batman kicked it away from him. All the other guys should have said, "Thank you, Batman." I don't know what our fucking teammate was thinking.
I'm afraid.
That'll be the cook. Gotham Roast. Break the bad news. I'd rather do the breaking in person. You've lost. I don't know how to lose.
that was another thing. That line was omitted in the theatrical version. It was put back in there. That was really. It gets a couple of seconds, but it's really valuable to the Alexa's whole mindset. It's like, I don't hate the sinner, I hate the sin. Yours is existing. It's like that's not in the theatrical cut. It's put back in here, and it's just that couple of seconds just adds so much to just fleshing out his his hatred of Superman.
Yep.
And it's like I said, I walked out of our pre-screening of this. I was fulfilled. I love this movie, even with the things like the nitpicks I have about it, Doomsday and all that. This movie at that time, I considered before this to 2012 Avengers, which, like I said, maybe it hasn't translated well in a decade. There's 2 really important movies that have to happen for this comic book thing to keep on going, and that's X-Men, the original X-Men in 2000, and Avengers, because what X-Men said is that you could put an ensemble cast and start to build a world. Avengers 2012 proved the result of that over the 12-year period. But this movie, when it was released, I mean, there just wasn't enough about it that I didn't like to not put this up in my top tier at the time. And then this is without seeing this version of it. This version of it just cemented it for me. But I was okay with the theatrical release. The theatrical release is still one of the greatest comic book movies of all time. And I felt like I was living in a fucking alien world.
Yeah, it was so. Listen, without getting like too far down the rabbit hole of like rhetoric and politics within and divisiveness within the fandom, it's like other people have said this, and I definitely stand this. Like you whatever criticisms you might have of Snyder's fan base, whether they're overzealous or whether they're overly they push too hard for these things, or they get overly personal or this, that, or whatever. Whatever you might say of that portion of the fan base, like you don't get that without the rhetoric and the temperature and the hate campaign this movie got.
They started it. They started
it for sure. They started it for sure, and that's not at all abolishing some of the behavior some of those other lunatics have displayed, because that's also not acceptable. But at the same time, yeah, you're not wrong. Like a lot of what we see now is born from the detraction of Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman. All these people constantly throwing down words on Zack and constantly just fucking bitching and whining and hating and just being overtly negative about a guy in a red cape doing superhero shit in a fucking movie. It's insane. It's mind blowing. And they think it's totally okay because, the other side of the fence has, fucking Iron Man blowing up terrorists and all this other shit. It's crazy.
I don't care what comes out. Just maintain a cinematic standard that Warner Brothers upheld. I just want them to do that. Make the movie.
Say that again.
I've always.
I don't care what comes after. I just want Warner Brothers to maintain a cinematic standard that they've been known for.
Yeah,
I don't even think it's on Warner Brothers at this point. They've just fucked the ball so much when it comes to this stuff. Making DC Studios was probably the smartest thing they could have done, because clearly 100%. They could not understand or utilize this IP the best way they could. DC Studios is a good thing.
Yeah, and it'll go beyond James Gunn. I mean, James Gunn could, go live to be 100 years, and in 30, 40, 50 years, having a DC studio, having that infrastructure set up for the next guy will prevent what happened in 2013 through 2017. Because like I said, there's a lot of legalities. When you sign a contract as a studio head, and that agreement is ironclad, it gets very expensive to violate. And had there been an agreement, had there been not Zack Snyder, but had there been a DC Studios head in 2013, we probably don't even know each other because we never have to jump through the hoops to go on the internet to find out what the fuck happened. That's how important that position is and its existence is.
Real quick thing I want to also say, going, because I think one thing I really like, kind of a nice little touch at the beginning of the Doomsday fight here, is right when they bust out of the scout ship, and Doomsday looks up at the Superman statue and then back at okay, sorry about Rev. And then looks back at Superman. That's always, again, that's a little bit like interesting kind of visual storytelling, because my takeaway from that has always been like, okay, like how much of Zod is still in his head there, for what he's been turned into. It's like, how much does he remember? How much of his sentience does he still have? Does he remember fighting Superman the last movie? That's a kind of an open-ended question I really sort of enjoyed. That's
another thing I disagreed with. That I'm like, making Zod into Doomsday to begin with, but making Zod into Doomsday, I'm like, mindless version of one of the great villains of the modern era. Because Michael Shannon's Zod is one of the great villains of the modern era.
Oh hell yeah!
Okay, Larry Kakaritz, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm curious about the panel. I don't care about the rest of the panel, so I'm just going to answer it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm curious about the panel thoughts on Snyder eventually doing The Dark Knight Returns with Batfleck after already having that. Can it still work? No, it could definitely still work. It could definitely still work. I see that as something that could happen in the next 5 or 6 years.
I mean, The Dark Knight Returns has been influential on Tim Burton. It's been influential on Christopher Nolan, and very clearly Zack himself. Like, doing a straight up adaptation of that book is not out of the realm of possibility. I
think it needs to happen. I really think
because this movie is basically Dark Knight Returns meets Death of Superman. With it's got a lot of Dark Knight Returns DNA in it, but of course it's not. What you're talking about is like a 1-to-1 adaptation, kind of like the animated movie. So that's definitely something that falls under like the purview of Elseworlds. So
and with James Gunn at the helm, I could easily see that happening sometime within his tenure.
I think once they get established and have a couple films under their belt, and Matt once Matt gets the Batman Part 2 out, like even probably maybe once the Batman wraps up, you know, I could see them really diving whole hog into Elseworld movies on their own and just doing their own
with
thing.
Matt Reeves doing it. Matt Reeves would be the director, probably.
I mean, Matt Reeves would probably, I would imagine, be an executive producer at some point.
Yeah,
because his hand is all over Batman as it is now. He was EP on Cape Crusader. He developed the Penguin with Lauren LaFranc. He's writing Batman Part 2. He's a producer on the Clayface film. I would not be shocked to see him also be an EP on Brave and the Bold.
Yeah, I can see that too. And speaking of Dark Knight Returns, this is another. This is an element that's pulled right from Superman getting nuked. That's pulled right from the context is completely different, obviously, but yeah, that is something that is from Dark Knight Returns. It's I'm trying to like what other like big events. I mean, the whole thing that happened a minute ago about it's like I'll kill her, believe me, I'll do it, I believe you. The suit, obviously, Batman's suit is definitely very Dark Knight Returns. The entire idea of Batman and Superman fighting. That's how Dark Knight Returns.
By the way, that where that bomb exploded, that we're not making it out of that right there. We're not. If you can see that, we're fucked. That EMP. Oh man.
What part are we at? We want a timestamp. We are at 2:27:20. It's right after. It's right when Doomsday is crashing back into Gotham after they get nuked.
Oh, here we go with the fireworks. It's not. It's 6:03.
Only room.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
We have a real. By the way, guys, if we're still on the air when we go here, I'm gonna take the phone like I did last year because I have a view of the strips fireworks display, so I'll show you guys that. It's really cool. It's one of the reasons why I like being here on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, well, it does come at a price because you say you don't get home till like 4 o'clock in the morning because of traffic.
No, I'm done. I'm done for the. I'm not going anywhere until about 2.
Yeah, how far is your place from the Sci-Fi Center?
It's about 5 miles. But okay, here's the thing: the strip is right here. Like if this wall wasn't here, you see the strip, you see the stratosphere, and then when you go out here, it's just not all the streets are closed, but Sahara and all that's closed. But the streets that are open, like the Desert Inn and all that, it's just so jammed. And plus, you have hotels and conventions going on there too. It's just better to wait until around 1 or 2. Once the balls drop, and like I said, then you can get some food too, because a lot of these places, there's a shawarma guy like right around here. I know he's stocked up tonight because it's New Year's Eve, and you just walk up to him and get a shawarma like I did when I was in the Middle East, man. Things are great.
Brad, I also think the suit works to set up Dark Knight Returns, and also the tank. Yeah, the tank. I remember seeing the tank in the trailer, like, holy shit, Dark Knight Returns. Yeah, I didn't even see those guys at the end of the movie down there under the headlight. I didn't even see them at first. It's like, oh shit, this really is very Dark Knight Returns. They already did that. I'll kill line. Yeah. Zach has. I mean, I don't think you could make it any clearer. He's a big Frank Miller fan, a big Dark Knight Returns fan.
Like I said, I think in 5 years we're gonna look at this whole James Gunn thing and Zack Snyder thing in a way that I don't think anybody imagined.
I just think a lot of fans are just kind of stuck in their feelings about this stuff more often than not. I mean, look, it's totally fine that and I say this all the time, like these movies, these 3 that he did are my favorite comic book films ever made, but that doesn't mean I'm going to look at James Gunn with scorn and fire, because it's exactly like it is in the comic books. Another writer comes in, does their own thing with their own artist. Exactly. It's nothing new. Like if you want to be mad at James Gunn because he's not using Henry Cavill, that's your business. But
and to me, I don't think that was fair. I think that the other executives should have wrapped it up.
100%. Yeah.
I agree.
And be angry at them, be angry at Zaslav for not knowing, But at the time, the guy didn't know. He as much as I like to make fun of that guy, I do have to keep in mind the heaping, steaming pile of shit that he walked into.
Yeah, that's true.
And you have to be somewhat fair. So
this is one of my favorite shits of all time in any movie. Oh shit.
Okay, my crowd exploded.
Oh, so did mine. I thought this was Superman at first, which he drops down. because we just saw him, heal in the sunlight, and and it's Wonder Woman. Like, yeah.
Oh no, it makes way more sense for it to be Wonder Woman to save his
Yeah,
ass.
I agree. Yeah. I thought at first it was Superman with the figure drops down. You couldn't tell who it was.
It's just so much more funnier. She with you? I thought she was with you.
Yeah. Yeah. No
Just
jokes, right?
seeing her up on the screen and like that when all you've had for most of our lives. With Linda Carter is great, but it wasn't this. Yeah. Who? Who invited?
Yeah, you're invited, Bell Rev. Is Bell Rev.
Yeah, here, hold on.
Absolutely.
Bring the F-bombs. If you don't promise to bring your F-bombs, I'm not letting you on. I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, I've dropped a few F-bombs already.
Yeah, we got.
No,
we
but
got, we got,
like I said, her without F-bombs, I don't understand her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is she on Twitter? Bell Rev, what do you want me to send it?
We
The
might
links
put it in
in
the
the-
private chat or in the chat.
The
She's
Patreon
on,
links in the-
she's not on social media.
Oh, we're
Oh, yeah, I can't send it. All right, I'm putting the link in there, and I'm not. This isn't for everybody though. Even though I think there's only a couple of people in here.
There was actually also a kind of
Unless
theory
Larry wants to come in. Larry, I can actually let you in.
There was also a theory I developed post Black Adam that kind of tied back to a line here. I've killed things or other worlds before, and I kind of had this idea. It's like because they don't go too much of the backstory of the JSA, and then but I mean, there's definitely comical precedent for Wonder Woman, working with the JSA. So I thought, okay, that's what the unseen adventures she's referring to is like she has some prior experience with the JSA.
Well, plus the fourth world is always constantly trying to invade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, is it a day that ends with Y? Let's invade the Themyscira.
I did also. I remember like this by no means wrecks the movie or like puts like any kind of big dent in it for me. But I remember like seeing the theater like when Doomsday starts rampaging and the news reports start, or when the military guys are talking, say, oh, like this monster is rampaging. Oh, but the workday is over. Everybody's home already. It's like the Doomsday landed there. Oh, don't worry, that place is uninhabited. And it wasn't enough to ruin it for me.
Listen,
But I kind of
Curtis LeMay killed
like
thousands of people carpet bombing Tokyo in Japan. He killed thousands. He may even killed 1 million people. So it happens in warfare. This is warfare. They didn't cause
the audience
this.
apparently
People
didn't get that
died,
animated.
I mean, wrong place, wrong time. Shit happens. Oh, what
scene are you guys on?
We are at 20 or 2:33:50. It's right when Lois is kind of trapped under the rubble to get the spear.
It's with the Avatar. What the hell?
Sorry, I'm cooking right now. There's no point in me.
I want to see the tamales.
What happened?
I want to see the tamales.
I'll show you when they're done.
Okay.
When she's purchased them from Stater Brothers.
All right, where are you guys at again? I'm sorry to ask again.
We're right when Superman and Doomsday are blasting their heat vision at each other.
Okay.
234.27.
There's no fucking Stater Brothers over here in Washington. I have Winco.
Man, that's some Inland Empire shit right there. I haven't heard that word in a long time.
It's almost going to be a West Coast thing.
Yeah, we don't have Ralph's up here.
Yeah.
Safeway.
Wiener Schnitzel has tamales too.
What?
I don't know if I'm going to buy that. I'm not. I don't think I'm making that purchase. That's like the garage, the gas station sushi. I'm not doing that shit. Dude.
Homemade tamales.
Are you in DC or Washington State, Belrev?
She's in
Washington State.
Yeah, she's like a state or two above me.
Yeah, I'm right outside of Fort Lewis.
Oh, I love that. That's where I deployed out of.
Really?
I deployed out of Fort Lewis, and we flew out of McCord Air Force Base, which is now they combined it. So.
Yeah, they call it JBLM now.
Yeah.
I thought you guys fought in the same trench together.
Here it is, Dark Knight Returns shot with the lightning.
Yeah, it's those little things I appreciate, like that scene right there.
Must be ahead of you guys.
I'm a little ahead of you guys anyway. So.
Yeah, I think Salati, are you at you getting ready to sacrifice?
Yeah, I'm at the part where he says, "I love you."
Yeah, that's where I'm at too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right when he's just coming up out of the water and with the spear. I do remember like Film Junkies kind of put it this way, and this is definitely my reaction, in the theater when the piano starts and he turns to her and he says, I love you, you're my world. And I was definitely, it's like, oh my God, they're really doing it. Because even with the marketing of Doomsday,
I had a different response to that.
I did not think they were going to kill Superman, even with the marketing in Doomsday.
He also has
to me, this is he
curl
chooses Superman.
What was that, Phil?
He has the curl when he goes to it too. He's literally like at the point of becoming what he was meant to be. Like that, this is that moment, which is cool.
Did anyone else feel like, okay, he's coming back? Like right after he died? Like, did you guys know?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Like I even walked out. Superman. The third time I walked out of this movie, even a mom asked her kid, like, are you okay? How do you feel? And he was like, yeah, Superman saved Batman and the rest of the world. He'll be back in the next movie. Like if a 7-year-old can understand that concept and grown man children can't, it never ceases to amaze me. It will never cease to amaze me.
But the way they did
comic,
but the way they killed him
in the comics, they're advertising for the return of Superman in the comic that they killed him in, which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
But the way they killed him in the movie at the theater, my heart sank, and I'm just like, oh my God, they literally did it.
It's a bold choice.
Like I said, my heart sank
kryptonite.
Way.
The fact that involves him using kryptonite too. That's like a whole like this weapon that was designed to kill him, and he ends up using it to save the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's also enough there that you could feasibly like see that it's going to weaken him a little bit, but at the same time, it's a lot more plausible than a fucking island of kryptonite.
I still like that scene.
I fucking hate that movie so much. I like Brandon Routh in it, but man, that movie is terrible. That's a bad Superman movie. And Superman Quest for Peace and 3 are movies that exist. And man, Superman Returns somehow manages to be somehow worse than those two.
By the way, this is another thing the Ultimate Edition kind of shows a bit more of here when he it's framed right this part where he's pushing the spear through Doomsday, like kind of up here in the theatrical version, but in the Ultimate Edition it's lower, so you can clearly see that he's running his body through the spike in Doomsday's arm to push the spear through him.
Yeah,
man, this death scene works so well with Amy Adams carrying all the weight of the emotion in this part. Look at it, she's just selling it.
The fact that Batman is the one to lower him onto Wonder Woman and Lois is just so like, damn.
With the cape wrapped up around him and stuff.
Yeah.
Amy Adams is just selling the scene right here. Yeah, I was like, I'll let you take it.
Well, he's also got his arms out like Jesus, which I think is 100% intentional.
Oh, there's I mean, you can't miss the crucifixion symbolism of the scene if you try.
100%. Like you'd have to be obtuse, deliberate to say it's not there, but
Murphy, calm down.
Murphy said he saw it too.
Murphy said he thought that Superman actually died, so way your Man of Steel steel box.
I remember the shot of Batman coming out of the rubble and being like, "Oh, what part does this take place?" And then you watch the movie, you're like, "Oh,
yeah." And that's probably my favorite shot of Batman in the movie, because that was in the first teaser of him walking out with the fire behind him. And so it's like, yeah,
it's not my favorite shot of Batman in the movie. My favorite shot of Batman in the movie is actually coming up.
It's actually, I think I know what we're talking about.
I think
with him talking to Luthor.
Damn it! You just had to fucking spoil it.
I was gonna say he looks good right there.
Well,
it's mine too.
Now this was absolutely
scary as fuck in that scene.
This was 100% omitted from the theatrical cut, because I remember when this scene hit the internet.
Yeah, and everybody said, "Why wasn't this in the movie?"
Right.
I was asking why wasn't it?
Well, no, he's talking about the Steppenwolf scene with Les.
Yeah.
Do you think all the messages by the studio and how everything went down kept this movie alive and in the conversation for so long that if it came out in its true form, people actually liked it, it would have had a shorter shelf life?
I know there was a lot of.
I think it would have been roughly the same. I think roughly the same.
Yeah.
Give or take a few million, I guess. I don't know.
I know a lot of people theorize whether or not that was actually Steppenwolf or damn it, what's the character's name? The father of Darkseid, the big one.
Fuck.
Oh fuck! I know his name.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I know you know who I'm talking about. It's not. Yeah, the father of Eustace, he's got a different name because it's like this. He's got the same look. It's
like the shepherd looking motherfucker, right?
Damn it,
I got him.
It's Yuga Khan. That's who it is.
Yuga Khan. Yes, it was our
because Darkseid wasn't supposed to even get the anti-life equation, or not the anti-life. He wasn't supposed to get the Omega effect. He stole that shit.
Right.
By the way, now this is like this section of the water Lex is in here. It's like because there's, I don't know. There's like I mean, this is I guess that's plain element about it. There's some kind of like it's turned into blood, or it's like turned into like communal water here. I think actually the symbol or the scene was it was when it was put on YouTube right after the movie came out, the title was like communion or Eucharist or something like that.
Well, it's like an embryonic fluid that would connect him. It's got properties. See, my thing about this, and I think this would get borne out if this ever got finished, was that the moment he opens up that ship, Darkseid has control of him. Darkseid is aware of him, and Darkseid has enough control over him because he's looking for the anti-life equation, and now the Codex is what would bring Darkseid back into the situation. Because if you read the Great Darkness Saga, he would do the same thing, sort of, that he did with the Daxamites. He would create a slave, yeah. So, and the cosmic treadmill, or what he would use the Flash. He said, "Okay, there's no more Krypton, right? There's a planet full of these people, no Codex. I'm going to go back before Krypton was blown up, and I'm going to enslave that whole thing. And guess what? We're going to do this battle again." With a million of these Kryptonians behind me, see how it turns out.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, he's standing at Earth.
What's that? So two people were going at once.
Well, he's standing what? A bunch of afterbirth?
I said, yeah.
No. Well, like what William was alluding to, because that's kind of my running theory of like what the intended payoff of the Codex the Codex. Why am I speaking so weird tonight? The Codex is Zach's kind of overall conception is because we haven't seen, the only other time we've seen the Codex is in the Flash, and that's alternate reality. So my theory is that, also William's theory is that Darkseid, like once he conquers the world of the Nightmare timeline, his goal is he wants to harvest the Codex. He discovers Superman has the Codex inside of him, and he wants to harvest that because he thinks, okay, I was able to do this with one Kryptonian on my side. If I have like an entire army of Kryptonians under the anti-life equation under my control, then it's like, I mean, then he's unstoppable at that point. So that's his ultimate goal. And then Flash runs back in time, undoes the Nightmare timeline. And then this is kind of playing off of anybody's familiar with the story, the comic story of World of New Krypton, where basically what happens is the city of Kandor is freed from Brainiac's captivity, and it kind of becomes like a second planet in Earth's orbit, and Superman's trying to kind of bridge between two worlds. And so my theory is like in the 20 years later epilogue, they would finally have harvested the Codex from Superman and actually recreated Krypton, within Earth's solar system, and now, or they're even just like living among us on Earth, and now he has finally become the bridge to two worlds.
So see, mine would have been that once he couldn't get the Codex from Superman because he was living again, that he, like I said, he goes back in time, it takes a pre-exploded Krypton, enslaves them, and that battle that we saw in Zack Snyder's Justice League, the history lesson, that gets erased because he shows up to that battle with these guys, and then now you have to fix an Earth that he's corrupted from that point on. And you have to keep stopping him until you realize that the Flashes, Grant Gustin, all those guys, they have to go back in time and merge to a certain point where it can prevent Darkseid from going back. Metron will be in the movie too, and then that's the way you consolidate one Flash, because they would destroy each other trying to do that. Same way that Flash goes back in time and rebuilds the planet in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Every Flash that you would ever have known, because Darkseid would be a threat to all realities because of where he sits, and he'll keep trying to do this in each reality until you stop him before he can even conceive of it.
I like that the coffin that the United States buries buries. I use that term loosely because it's not his body in it, but like it's intentionally got the silver S on it, and it's a black coffin. It's like, yeah, I know exactly what you're doing there. It's on the nose in a good way, in a good way, obviously.
And with this funeral scene too, it's also because now that we know in the general roadmap of the completion of the story that Batman would sacrifice himself, in the final battle with Darkseid. It's like I'm totally envisioning there is a parallel funeral scene to this, in Justice League 3 for Batman.
That funeral at the beginning of Justice League Mortal, where everyone thought it was Batman. Yeah, that's probably what that would have been in Justice League 3. It would have for sure been a funeral for Batman. Except in Justice League Mortal, it's actually the funeral for Barry Allen. It's the fake out because Batman isn't there.
Endgame steal that? They kind of stole it, right? When Iron Man died.
I don't know if he.
I feel like they stole that idea.
Yeah, there's been some kind of commentary on that. There's been some commentary on that, and I mean, I won't lie. Like when I won't lie. When I saw Endgame, it's like I don't know if when the whiteboards came out and it kind of thought back to Endgame. I admit there was a part of me thinking like, some of this is a little bit closer than I would have thought. And I remember like the Squadcast guys, Tim and Scott, they actually when the movie came out and the whiteboards came out, they kind of talked a bit about that. And they alluded to it's like they're we're not gonna lie. I mean, it's like we're Scott in particular was kind of like, yeah, he had a little bit of a thought like, okay, maybe there was something to this, and Tim kind of took a little bit more of a moderate, a middle road approach of like, these studios, these people internally. I mean, they talk to each other, and there's scuttlebutt about who's doing what at what time, and probably it's whatever that might have been. It's probably more in the vein of like Marvel saying, we need to get out in front of this, or this is like this is they understand the potential of this, but it's not like a rip off outright. I don't know, William, you got any thoughts on that?
I would just say that, and this is just something that I've known for a while. There was someone who worked on these movies.
Kevin Feige?
No, there was someone who just had a major chip on their shoulder because they weren't getting these movies made the way that they want them to. And I will just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think we know who you're referring to.
Yeah,
WB.
It's
say it.
That static.
This girl right here is just selling the death of Superman. This Asian girl right here.
Right.
Brad, I've muted you. Go mute yourself when you want to talk, but that you have some background static going on there.
Well, actually, it might be the fireworks. Actually, fourth, I think that actually is Autumn right there, isn't it? I think I read that the Asian girl. That's
I thought that too, but it's not. I checked.
It's not. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I must. I'd seen something float around. It's like that was supposed to be Autumn, so that must have been like a misconceived rumor or something.
I guess we all agree here comes our favorite shot of Batman.
I remember when I first showed the Ultimate Edition, my friends Mike and Ashley, when the guard says, get off the bed and like put your head to the wall, like because the wards come in, then it's like, and then the shot happens, like, yeah, say hello to the warden.
How much money do you think Batman gave those guards?
None. I think they're just always supporters.
The number on the number that they call out Luthor for, AC number 1, 1938. That's Action Comics number 1.
Yep. Yeah, again, like this here, where like you see his monument, look around you. It's like I could totally envision there at the end of Justice League 3, there being like that with the bat emblem there.
Why do you guys think Lex kind of like changes his face when he tells them, I got some friends over in Arkham?
Because he's going to Arkham. That's why
he's going to Arkham. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you guys think he has beef with like the Joker or like a particular villain?
No, I think he was intentionally meaning to spend his time here in this prison, and him getting thrown into Arkham completely throws a wrench in whatever he had idealized himself.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But this is also the part where he lets Batman know, like, yeah, I know who the fuck you are too, guy. So
Yeah.
breaks.
Which that was also omitted from the theatrical cut.
Yes, it was.
Those guards being good tonight. Yes, they are.
That's not where you're going. I've arranged for a transfer to get you to Arkham Asylum in Gotham.
And that smile just drops off his face.
I still have some friends there. They're expecting you.
Yeah.
The shot with Batman with the red. Yeah, that's the one you're talking about. The right field with the
yep
in the red.
Oh, yeah.
That is an awesome shot with Batman awash in red, and you don't even.
Oh
see
no! It's just Batman in the shadows. Like you just see the silhouette of Batman when it's black.
Yeah,
that is my favorite shot of Batman in this movie. Oh my god,
that is a really awesome shot.
I like the walk-up shot. Whatever you do, wherever you go, I'll watch. Ooh,
see, that's why like having the Steppenwolf scene back in the movie, like again, that adds. I mean, for nerds like us, we know when Lex says the bell's been rung, he's coming, he's hungry. We know he's talking about Darkseid, and also to Lex about Steppenwolf. But again, like, that serves the general audience a lot more when they actually see some indication of who he's talking about.
Jesse Eisenberg's number in his suit is the Star Wars reference of TK whatever. Where are you at your post on the Death Star?
I like how this flip of the painting is the exact thing he was talking about. He's like, if I could change one thing.
Yep.
He turns that painting upside down. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, Aaron. Billionaire versus billionaire.
Pretty much.
That's actually something else I really like about this and the ending scene of Zack Snyder's Justice League is that, again, cinematically in most adaptations, you don't tend to see Lex, comics wise. I mean, he will be a threat to like the entire Justice League, but again, we don't. This is the first time like really we've seen him in a cinematic context, like actually become a Batman villain too. Ding 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 ding.
I mean, he's one of those characters that kind of goes back and forth. I mean, if it's just Lex and Superman, then obviously he's a Superman villain. But the fact of the matter of like Lex Luthor being the one to form, in a lot of cases, the Justice League or the Legion of Doom, whatever you want to call it, like it's very indicative and reflective of just how the Justice League operates. He bands together people like Black Manta, like Giganta, like Captain Cold. He's got his own merry band of villains, just in the same way that Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman have their league. It's just very reflective of one another.
I like how he does some real Lex Luthor shit in this movie, and it's not about real estate again.
Yeah, I'm sick and tired of that. I'm glad that wasn't. I'm glad that's not a thing anymore. We don't need any more of that. It's been done to death.
So what's next?
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman.
Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
I will be right back. I have to go talk to my dad. I'll be gone for a little while, but I'll be back soon.
Cool, man. See you then.
Yep, I'll be back later. This was fun though.
Yep. Good to have you, man.
You
And
are?
happy New Year. Well, you got more time for New Year than I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I got about
We're both on the
5.5 more hours.
And that is Batman v Superman, everybody. So next up, Wonder Woman.
how'd you like it, Saladia?
I love it. Of course, this was my favorite film of 2016. I went to see this twice at the theater.
Nice.
Only twice, man. God, I
I went
at
more
least
than
5 times.
I couldn't
I
get
lost
more
count,
than
man.
twice. I couldn't get more tickets at the theater, unfortunately.
Okay.
They were
So
like
when I
sold
saw
out.
second time, it's sold out. I had to go to a later screening. So I mean, it's. And I knew people
Yeah.
saw it.
By the way, by the
Why
way,
do people act like this movie didn't make any money?
You can listen. You can create a narrative.
Sorry.
If you say things enough. You say things enough, then people will be, will begin to believe it.
By the way, Taladia, Bell Rev, a real quick story about Taladia. Taladia, tell Miss Bell Rev your birthday.
16th of November. And on
when
my
did Justice League
birthday,
2017? And when did Justice League 2017 come out?
17th of November.
And when did the Thursday show start?
Thursday night. I had to go see it.
What was the date that year? It was November what?
November 17th, 2017.
What was the day before that? That was your birthday when they released it.
16th of November, 2016.
Which means that you saw that piece of shit in theaters on your birthday, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, I feel so bad for that.
Yeah, it came out a couple days after my birthday too.
Yeah, but this was on his birthday.
In Orlando around that time.
Taladia saw that monstrosity theatrically on his birthday. It's like, dude, I just want to give you a hug knowing that.
When did BVS come out?
When did what come out?
When did BVS come out?
That was March 25th, 16.
What were you screaming?
Oh no, I was talking about Taladia. I was like, he's. Oh no, okay.
I thought you screamed something.
He's talking about me. He's talking about...
Yeah, I'm talking about Taladia had the bad luck of having the theatrical cut of Justice League.
So with Justice League, okay, so what I did is I went the next day to make sure it was garbage because I didn't know how to process it. Did you guys have trouble, like, when you guys first saw it? Like, were you guys like, what the fuck? Like, is this real? Yeah. And then went to go check again to make sure.
I lied to myself for like a week. It's like, no, this is really good. It's like, yeah, this is totally what Zack intended, and they totally didn't lie to us. And
yes, me too. I was in denial. That's why I went back.
The problem I had was the trailers. The trailers that had been leading up to it.
Later, I finally kind of
it didn't add up.
They didn't add up. That's what I first noticed. As soon as I left the movie, I knew something was wrong because they literally had promoted the movie with things that I sat through the movie looking for, and they were not there.
The first two trailers that came out were definitely Zack style trailers, just that they included that Iggy Pop, whatever Iggy Thump song in there. Yeah. Those were almost fitting for the brighter direction, but then they came out with those few trailers before the movie released that were god awful.
Well, and see, I even initially, it's like I still didn't like it as much as I did BVS, but it took me about a week to finally like kind of come around and say, okay, now I'm on board this release of Snyder Cut train. But I was like, there was a week there where like I was really having to like put myself in a bubble to try to like deny what had just happened.
This horse didn't fool me. Saw that opening scene with Batman flipping around with the parademon.
Yeah,
this is fucking garbage.
I'll be right back. We got a bit. Go ahead.
Do me a favor while you're gone. Restart your computer because that static is coming from you. I think it's something that's an interaction with your sound system in StreamYard.
Okay, I'll get off of StreamYard. Just come back on.
Yeah, and see if that.
All right, we got about 10 minutes intermission for you guys, and then we'll be starting more ones. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Let's see when he goes away. If that goes away.
Yeah,
that's definitely fucking crazy.
It was driving me nuts.
Oh, you got the choice?
Yeah, I got the face cam thing. You got to plug it in and replug it.
What are you showing us, Bill?
Food.
Device is not connected. No, she's.
Oh, did she drop off? It's so small for my eyes and my phone.
No, she didn't drop off. It's her.
So what's the next movie?
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is next. Then it's ZSGL. And I'm staying up till 7 a.m. in the morning for this shit. I'm just saying.
Hey, but it's a charity, buddy. It's a charity. Where are we at, by the way?
I'm committed. I'm just saying.
You're definitely committed.
Just like I was committed for Terrifier 3.
Oh, yeah. When you're a trooper, you're no limit soldier, Taladia.
Yeah, it's a movie I only need to see the once.
Since William streamed it on Thanksgiving and only had like 3 people watching, I had to pay max $70 so we get an audience going. But I always treasure any watch of Terrifier.
William, do you know when Absolute Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman Volume 1 is releasing, or they haven't given the date yet?
There's no date. They're not going to give a date until this story arc is done.
Okay.
For a while, the little black spot on my ceiling was very, very interesting.
There we go. There's the food.
I slow cooked this beef all night.
See, that's an upgrade from my microwave.
It's not a tamale yet, though.
No.
No.
Is it a
Yeah,
taco?
Sammy's asking if we're doing what's it called? Studio Squad.
No.
No Studio Squad.
Nah, we're doing just the core ones right now.
The
Yeah,
core
that
ones
movie
are
made a
good.
lot of money. That surpassed their expectations. It's one of the reasons why I don't think they want to fuck with it anymore, because it's like they don't want to tempt fate.
I haven't seen Wonder Woman in freaking years.
It was on. They play it on TBS. Like, I mean, that and Aquaman, man. It's like every other wrestling show I might watch. It's, oh, there he goes. There's Aquaman again.
It's about this woman with a rope that makes you tell the truth. Fourth.
Yeah. He said that like Cartman.
No, Sammy, we saw the comment. We saw the comment. Don't worry.
What?
What's going on?
No, Sammy says her comment might have been zapped because of restricted word.
It's possible.
No, I read it.
They had a lot of foul language in it.
Well, no, I can see all the
comment.
Even if it's restricted, I can see it. So I read all the comments. So no, she's fine.
You've been seeing all my restricted comments, William, and never addressing
all the stupid shit you posted. Of course, I see it.
Yeah, as Williams fly is wink wink.
I am not. I promise you, I'm not Williams Fly. You want to know who I am? I'll tell you who I am.
Batman?
Well, that too, but I mean, now that cat's out of the bag.
Are you guys starting a movie right now?
No,
we're just waiting for Brad. Waiting for
Okay.
Brad as well. Oh, it's not showing in the chat for Sammy. She's saying.
Can we all agree that Wonder Woman 84's version of Wonder Woman is garbage?
Yeah.
I don't acknowledge that film. I do not acknowledge that film at all.
Hate that film. Hate it.
We gotta wait for Brad to powder his nose.
No, I needed to
Yeah.
restart the computer to stop.
He's got a powder his nose. And
A little kung fu bump there, Brad.
The whole universe deteriorated after they fired Zack. I don't know what the fuck happened to it.
I wonder if
The whole
Patty
universe deteriorated.
with Zach releasing that photo of Wonder Woman with the severed heads right after.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
yeah, oh yeah.
Kind of felt weird because her movie was no way in context to that photo, and it almost felt like, nah, this would have been cooler than your movie, Patty. But I wonder if Patty was like, Jeff Johns fucked this movie up so bad, just release it. What does that say?
Do you know?
Do you view Wonder Woman as the most successful movie of the DCU because of the combination of critical and financial response of Aquaman 2018?
Yeah. Well, to me, money, math wins. So I'm going to go with Aquaman. But here's the thing: none of those people like to separate those movies and say the DCU wasn't any good except for Wonder Woman, or Aquaman wasn't. None of those movies make jack shit without Man of Steel or without BVS. Wonder Woman, it was literally a commercial for Wonder Woman to get you to know the character, so that by the time her movie came out, bam, there you had Aquaman. Where did he first appear? I mean, every one of these movies led up to those successes and would have gone upward in that trajectory had they not meddled with it. Had they not meddled with Justice League, you would have gotten the returns that they were wanting. They just wanted it too soon, and they wanted it, like I said, they thought it was Viagra or something. Bam, you take your blue pill, and then there you go. No, they were going in the right direction. They just didn't know it. That's what sucks. The worst thing about if you're running stuff, if you don't know what a win is, you're a loser. If you have wins in front of you and you can't recognize that, that's just like being a loser, because you're not going to know. What's up?
How in the heck did they allow Margot Robbie to form her own Harley Quinn movie, and Cavill couldn't even have his own, like, get control of his own Superman movie image? But they gave Margot Robbie Harley Quinn to do whatever she wanted with it. That's weird.
Yeah, bad management.
It's one of
I mean, that's all I can tell you is bad management.
As long ago as that
one of
movie
it
came
is-
out, she just turned 30 years old. I thought Margot Robbie was 30 years old 10 years ago.
Boobs talk, Forth. Boobs talk.
Man.
Bad,
But
like I said.
But I think you know what, the one thing I think Zach did right was casting Jason Momoa as Aquaman.
Yeah,
and I said this to Crazy Joe. If it wasn't for Zack Snyder casting Jason Momoa Aquaman, you would not get an Aquaman film that would have made $1 billion.
Yeah, you
That
cast
is
in
a
a milk
fact.
magnet.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then they changed. Then he turned into freaking Thor in the second movie.
No,
Turned
but
into
I'm just
Doomsday.
I'm just saying though, like if we just say just for the first film, right? If it wasn't for Zach, we wouldn't have got the Aquaman film.
Yeah, I agree.
And but Crazy Joe's like saying, "Well, I want to Hamada this thing." I'm just like, bro, please shut up. You don't know what you're saying.
I mean, Crazy Joe's opinions. I have no issue with Crazy Joe himself, but his takes are wild.
Yeah, exactly.
It was funny.
wild.
There was a talk radio show that was talking about how the Justice League movies coming out. This is before BVS came out, and they're talking about how all the characters are going to be in it. They mentioned Aquaman, and they start ragging on Aquaman. This stupid character Aquaman. There's going to be an Aquaman movie. Blah blah. And actually, if you're listening to it, Zach calls in to tell them, to school them on how cool Aquaman is. It's pretty funny. You can find it on YouTube.
All right, we're just waiting on
Absolute
someone to
rag.
start the computer. Yeah, hopefully he gets that sound fade. I can't do another 2 hours with that.
Guys, if you haven't donated yet, feel free to donate. And if you haven't shared it, make sure you
Wow,
share it.
410 people. Holy shit! I 410 people.
Really? On what, Twitter?
All platforms.
And if you're on Twitter, come over to YouTube. Come over to the YouTube while you still can.
392 of them are on Twitter.
How about this? How about this one? Every 10th person that comes over from any of the platforms to say hi on the YouTube gets 30 seconds to run through the Sci-Fi Center store and grab whatever they want as much as they can get.
Oh, fuck that. I'll have to kill them.
They
can run through it, get away if they want to, but they can't make it out. Fuck that.
They can't get up there because of the damn stairs, so you're safe.
All right.
Wait, how many platforms are you?
I'm on 3. I'm on Twitch. I'm on
Twitter,
YouTube, and Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Can't wait for
William's the only person I know who has a business on the second floor, but you have to go up 3 flights of stairs to get to it.
It seemed like there's multiple access points to get to the second level.
You can, but it's there's one flight and then there's another one. But if you go to New York or some of the older cities, shit, there's a lot of businesses on the second floor.
I just remember being sent a coffee run for Lloyd Kaufman where there was no coffee stores in your store. Were you trying to get rid of me, William?
Hey, the coffee store that was here went out of business. Oh, well, that's a long story. It shouldn't have, but it did.
It's like sending your wife in to go get headlight fluid at the auto parts store.
Well, I was setting up a booby trap for you, and I didn't want you around to see me doing it.
He was sawing on that ladder leg, just barely letting it hang on.
Jeez. It's all right. I'll make a return to the Sci-Fi Center pretty soon.
I'm counting on it because I got to finish the job. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and go. Everybody ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Brad back? Nope. We'll just
I
tell
don't know how long it's gonna. Is there something up with his computer?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
All right, we're starting the movie. Perfect timing.
Silky smooth.
Yucky. Ooh.
Shut up.
I think it's been about 2017 since I've seen this movie. Is Belle still with us? She's probably cooking. Huh?
Yeah, she showed us the tamales and she split.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just cooking.
Okay, cool.
What flavored tamales are they? All beef or what?
She showed us her beef.
Chicken,
Yeah, I
chicken on
don't
the.
eat pork, so I'm using beef.
How about tripas tamales? Have you ever had those?
No, that's gross. Those are cow intestines. Shit's in it.
Yeah. That's menudo. They're chicken intestines for tripas. And those are my favorite tacos.
Tamales sound really, really good.
Mm.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. Is there a lift here at the Sci-Fi Center? A lift? You mean like at the business itself? No, last one he comes back on.
Ask who what?
Oh, Aaron had a question. Isn't there a lift at the Sci-Fi Center? Are you talking about an elevator, or are you talking?
Talking about an elevator, and yeah, practically, yeah. There's one here, but it don't work.
What?
Do they call that? Yeah, because I know that's in the UK. It's they use the term lift. Is that also what's called in Australia?
There's another term called slumlord.
No comment.
The county may learn something soon about ADA about that elevator.
All you got to do is Clint. All you got to just take a fall and be like, I wish I could use the elevator to get up here, but it wasn't. Now I got to sue somebody.
I'm not looking to sue. I'm just looking to get the damn thing fixed.
So one thing I also kind of want to share here that I shared this bit on I shared this bit on Twitter last night. For those of you watching who may not know, I also okay. I realized it's Australian term. I thought it was just the UK. But for those of you who may not know, I also outside of my life, outside of the Sci-Fi Center, outside of my journalistic work with various online outlets, I'm very heavily involved in martial arts. And I also I'm an assistant instructor at my martial arts school, and I've been doing that for quite a while now. And one thing that I had I mentioned this on Twitter the other night. One thing and on Blue Sky as well, on there now too. One thing that I've mentioned is that I coach I help a lot of like younger students, a lot of little kids in there. And like this part right here where Diana, she's watching the Amazons train and she's imitating them. It's like a lot of times on the mat, it's like I'll kind of flash back to that when I see a lot of the kids like really get determined and really try to follow. Like, there's one kid in particular on there who she's really I think she's really got a lot of potential, and she's actually done this a couple of times where it's like she's it's not her class yet, but other people are training. She'll be on the side of the mat, just doing the same punching drills, the same kicking drills, and it's just really inspiring to see the kids.
Is it a flashback
really,
or a concussion fever dream from when they kick you in the head?
Oh, stop it! You're ruining a perfect moment here, man. So, but no, I do flash back to this moment a lot of Diana. Following their training and imitating them from the side, because I've seen the kids do that a lot. That's help out with the coaching kids in martial arts for what I've been doing for about a year now. It's just really takes me back to this moment a lot. There's a lot of kids I really see a lot of potential in there. Again, there's one in particular that I really think of this scene whenever I see, and that's when it's not her class. When she's waiting for her class to start and she's watching other people and just getting ready herself. And I can tell she's going to go really far. She's going to be like a real life Diana.
Any hot Kung Fu Kid single moms?
What? Stop it.
MILFs, Brad. MILFs.
Ward, don't you have a girl?
I'm asking for Brad. He's telling the stories. I have a whole wife. This doesn't apply to me.
You have a whole wife? What, as opposed to like half a wife?
Yeah, half a wife was called a fiance.
You forgot one important feature you do, Brad.
What's that?
You're the bad guy trying to attack women and helping training them to avoid being attacked.
No, that was when we had the seminar a couple months ago where there was a
but that's part of your skills. You're the bad guy.
Oh yeah, and then it's like I need to see if I have the pictures of that when we were training, and it was like this women's club who came into the school like on this one day we were teaching them a self-defense seminar, and I had to put I was like one of the assistants, and I was acting as like the aggressor when they were doing like the techniques we took them through, and I had to wear this thing that's like it's almost like police riot gear, and man, that thing was like, oh, I was roasting inside of that. And so, there were like 25 women in the seminar, and so by the time I'm like through like number 3, it's like I'm useless at that point because like they could have taken me down. They could have taken me down at that point like with minimal effort, with like how hot fatigued I was inside of that thing. It was.
You got to give us the Kung Fu spicy stories, Brad. None of these hot single moms ever came up to you and said, maybe you could come over and show me how to throw a punch sometime or a kick. Show me some moves. No stories like that?
Nah, man. We keep it. It's very pure.
See, being married, I have to live vicariously through other people now, so that's where I get all my spicy.
Show me that special karate hold.
Yeah. Oh man.
Anyway, so we have this history of the Olympian gods, and one thing I remember, I also said this on Twitter the other night is, this isn't like it's not like a big thing, but it's like I kind of thought they could have emphasized, because they emphasized Zeus and Ares, and the Amazons and the humanity's role and all in this kind of backstory. But I kind of thought it'd be sort of cool if they put a little bit more spotlight on Poseidon. On the you can see him in the background there with the trident, but I thought it'd be kind of cool if they put a little more, because then that could have like tied in pretty nicely to Aquaman and the the mythos of Atlantis. So it's not like a big deal. It's it's like a minor sort of missed opportunity.
I could help you work on your ki or your breathing technique.
I think the God of War looks better in Zack Snyder's Justice League than in here.
Yeah. When he's got the Ares, when he's got the shaved head, and
I think he looks way more better.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Well, I mean, we only see him technically we only see him like that one part in that movie, and we don't see him as Ares proper until the very end. So we see him mainly as Patrick Morgan. But yeah, that's like I think the shaved head. Yeah, that does kind of add.
Did she marry you for your 140-inch TV?
Didn't they change the fight scene in the end a little bit? That's what I heard back then. You guys remember that?
Well, I think actually Patty Jenkins said that the ending that we ended up seeing in Wonder Woman 84, that's kind of closer to what she initially had wanted for this. And this is kind of a hot take. I'm perfectly fine with I actually really like the ending of Wonder Woman. It's like I'm somebody who doesn't have a problem with the third act at all.
I just have an issue with how the God of War fights like a henchman. It doesn't feel like God. It's like another henchman battle.
And that's actually my favorite scene in 84 for the issues that movie has. When she reasons with Morgan Edge and then you have a beautiful lie playing. It's like that's actually my favorite scene in 84 and Wonder Woman 1984.
Thought that was such a sacrilege. Like, don't you put a beautiful lie in this movie? That's a Batman theme.
Well, apparently originally it was temp music they had for that part, in the post production, and then they kind of decided, this actually, we kind of like how this plays here. So,
well, A Beautiful Lie is a take from Zimmer's own work. That music is in Tears of the Sun.
Yeah,
it's repurposed.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Sammy. It's like I really enjoy the ending.
It's like if you watch my daughter and I were watching Land Before Time, like one of the part 3s or whatever, and the music from Avatar is in that movie.
I love that movie.
The Land Before Time, yeah.
Now, not the OG Land Before Time, the great one, but like one of the subsidiary home sequels.
I watched the first one recently. It still holds up.
Oh, guys,
first one's
real quick,
tearjerker.
I know.
Real men cry, William.
You're talking about when the mom dies?
All like multiple parts in there. I was like, man, I'm freaking Waterworks over here.
When Bambi's mom dies?
That one, I don't recall that one having that much of an effect. Brad, did you cry when Bambi's mom died? I guess his fax machine's doing all the answering.
He's warming up the Morse code
crying in the movie theater.
What's that?
What's this about crying in a movie theater? What kind of?
During the Land Before Time, that movie gets my waterworks going.
By the way, guys, I've had Littlefoot here since I was 4 years old. Land Before Time. William says I got this funky background noise, so I'm gonna hop off here and come back on. I just got a new laptop for Christmas, so I'm gonna hop off and get back on there. So I'll be gone about 5 minutes. So I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, good. We can talk about you.
All right, back, guys.
Oh, what happens in Land Before Time that made people cry?
It's just I don't know. It's just a beautiful movie. Just this way certain things act out. It just gets me going.
Supposed to be admitting to crying in movies in public, man. What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh no. I'll let you borrow my tear ducts if you need one.
We'll trade it in for your man cards in the movies, man.
I cry when Frankenstein and Monster Squad had to go away into the limbo portal.
I almost shed a tear watching that Challenger documentary, watching those 7 astronauts walk all happy and everything to the space shuttle. And I'm just like in my head, I'm screaming, "Don't go!"
Dude, I'll never forget that shit. Kristen McAuliffe, because she was the teacher in space program. And in schools, she was any school you went to in California. She was. I mean, they had her picture everywhere because all the teachers were very, they're obviously very proud of that, and that's how we were watching. That's why we were watching it in. We would watch all the training and stuff. Anything that NASA was sending the classes, all the stuff so that you could, get connected with it. That was just like the biggest thing. And when that happened, man, it was wow, the gut punch.
Yeah. Come on, Slotty, you're next. Movie only though, no anime or video game that you cried during.
Mm-hmm. So what was that? I had to put the audio down a little bit.
Movies that make us cry. You got one?
That movie that makes you cry?
Passion of the Christ.
You cry.
Oh, me cry. Oh, I don't know. It's too hard.
And then that movie Mary on Netflix.
Which one? Well, let's go to the chat. I have to see
Mary.
the chat something.
That's what do we do?
Saladia's beard hides his tears very well.
I can imagine William. I got no use for tears.
Just haven't seen a kind of movie that would do that for me since E.T.
Oh, there you go, E.T.
E.T. fun off.
That was like 8. That was the
E.T.
last
always
time for me.
E.T. always weirded me out. He looks creepily disturbing. That was an alien.
Where are you guys at time wise?
Time wise at 15 minutes and 15 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah. Chris Pratt just arrived.
Yeah. He's thinking no what to.
Yeah, that one of the 7 astronauts was a black man, and when he was a kid, he went to the library to check out a book, and they wouldn't let him because he was black. And now that library has his name on it.
I still use that same excuse at the library to this day, even though I have no excuse.
There's still libraries?
Got a couple.
Yeah, there's lots of libraries in Vegas. You could actually rent out audiobooks and stuff.
My friend used to rent movies at the library. Kind of defeats the point, but yeah, there's a whole Blu-ray DVD section. I wonder where they filmed this at. Anybody know? Wait, why did that boat capsize?
So wondering where I should went.
Ooh. Could have blocked it. So, what are your thoughts about this movie, Taladia?
I love it. Like this film is up there, like in terms of as an origin film, definitely up there.
How long have you been a fan of DC? Were you like fan long before these movies came out for years and years, or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
recent superhero movies?
Long before, long before Snyder did DC, I was actually a DC fan.
Okay.
So I would say about 2005. That's when I got into DC. Proper.
Anybody else have a Wonder Woman movie could be good?
I don't know about that topic, but I knew my Saturday morning cartoons were over when the Justice League cartoon came on.
Oh, it was over when it came on, so you were not a fan.
No, the cartoons were almost over.
Oh.
Once Justice League came on.
Was it Super Friends at that time? Or was it something else?
Yeah, Super Friends, form of a wombat, form of a bucket of ice.
One of those characters, the Super, something like that?
Wonder Twins.
Wonder Twins.
Wonder Twins
That
power
was
activate.
1980s.
Late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
I'm pretty disappointed we didn't get a Wonder Twins movie. I could have used the laugh.
Form of bucket of water. Form of armpit sweat.
Oh, Gal Gadot's armpit sweat. Sign me up. Oops, sorry, I forgot. I'm married. I can't say that stuff anymore.
Be sure never to get rid of that TV, Fourth.
It's the only thing keeping the marriage together. Every time she's mad at me, I'm like, so do you want to watch Yellowstone? Of course, turn it on, I guess. Works every time.
If she's mad at you, just say, make me a sandwich, and her motherly instincts will take in, and then she'll make you a sandwich.
Yeah. Think the divorce is okay.
I'll try that, but if you see me streaming next time with a black eye, then we'll know how that went.
You fell over in joy of having a sandwich?
Yeah. I slipped and fell downstairs while playing some baseball.
Well, that's the first something I never knew about you.
What?
That you fell down the stairs, slipped on something.
Yeah. Yep. While playing baseball. It's all the domestic dispute abuse stories rolled into one.
Well, you should add, while I'm doing nothing.
Were there any stories, William, about the Wonder Woman Themyscira, I guess, area? Was anybody ever jealous that Wonder Woman's like second in command, even though she's an artificial person? I thought at least one of these ladies would be.
No, because she was a goddess. That's why. I mean, she was made,
So if she's a goddess, what the rest?
Say that again, because as you're breaking up.
Oh, if she's a goddess, what are the rest of the Amazonians?
They're just Amazonians.
Just Amazonians, home Amazonian.
Yeah.
Well, I learned from the last Creature Commandos the most important thing is lesbians about Themyscira.
Correction, Amazons.
Huh?
They are
Did you
Amazons.
watch Creature Commanders?
Not Amazonians. They're just called Amazons.
Well, horrible. I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
you were once an Amazonian when you worked at Amazon.
That was hilarious.
Fuck that job.
Boy, am I glad I didn't do that.
If you're trying to lose weight, yeah, it's a good job. But other than that,
did you have to do the whole peeing in a bottle thing?
yes, that's all I did. Never had time to use the bathroom.
That sucks, man.
That's when you pee yourself and then you sue.
What happens on? Yeah, okay.
What the
fuck? Yeah.
You pee yourself and then have one of your coworkers slip on it and then you sue both of them.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah.
It's Legal Talk on the Sci-Fi Channel live.
And that just demonstrated why we need it. Not good legal advice.
So,
you know, one of these things about these mass battle scenes that they have in all movies, you know, the mass battle scenes, it always seems like the numbers on each side are unlimited.
Now, William was in this war. Did you pull any of these maneuvers, William?
Uh-oh, you're getting the silent treatment.
Uh-oh.
He's ignoring him. It was a stupid joke. I mean, I thought I had to have Brad on the screen.
Treatment. What's the difference? I am so glad I'm not going to be playing Dodge the Drunk tonight.
The game as old as time, song as old as rhyme. I always keep my ass home.
And there are lots of drunks in Las Vegas, I tell you.
See, at least one of them's got to be jealous that Gal Gadot's the goddess and gets the best treatment. It's too many women not to be jealous.
Are you going to the Omega Zone there, Fourth?
For a split second, I didn't know what you were talking about, and then, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. No, I'm not going to go that far down into the Omega Zone. But I wouldn't mind hearing some more Omega opinions. They're good for a laugh.
How do you know he's in the chat before he's even in the chat?
I sense these things.
What's real fun is watching William squirm when he's on in the chat.
No, because he's taking us to places. I'm like, what were we even talking about? Then like he offended every female in the audience one night. I'm like, oh, gee, time to wrap this up.
Okay, yeah. Got time stamp?
I'm behind.
He's smooth.
It's about 31 minutes and 42 seconds.
Do. Yeah, it looks like it was filmed in Italy. I think because I lived there for 5 years, so. And did Bell Rev have to jump ship?
Yeah, but
she's
Second?
Oh, she closed? Oh, yeah, she's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she might be back on.
She didn't want to hear any more of Williams.
No, she said her internet's being stupid.
Yeah, mine was just acting up for a second there. Mine has been acting up.
Yeah, how do I sound now, William?
It sounds fine. You
Much
don't hear
better.
Okay, good.
New laptop doing it?
No, I actually had to get back. I need to get an extension cord in here for my new laptop because I need to move over that anyway since I got it. But it's like once I got the outlet right here. But if I unplug with the plug I got for it, if I unplug the the kind of the main thing thing for my light here, that I'm going to be in total darkness because my light on my ceiling fan it doesn't work. So I got to rearrange a few things in here to get my laptop properly set up.
You should do it like last time where you were streaming from what looked like your front yard.
That was back. Yeah, was that on the porch?
Had to move the LAN cable around, right, Brad?
Yeah, something like that. Okay, so it's like what 33 minutes now?
Yeah, but 33 minutes and 37 seconds.
How did you 33 minutes?
Yeah.
What did 33:50? They're fleeing. She's jumping across that gorge.
Yep, she just jumped a gorge.
Murphy.
She's jumped the Springfield Gorge on her skateboard.
Yeah, this is Springfield Gorge where Homer made it. Murphy's just fireworks.
All my animals are hiding under the bed right now, so I don't have to worry.
Just realized the Nightcrawler and Zack Snyder's Justice League climbs up walls the same way Wonder Woman does, just punches her fist into it.
Yeah. Another thing they stole from Wonder Woman.
It's like, yes, to our 418 people watching, which first of all, yes, please come over to our YouTube channel if you're not already there, because we got about 470 watching that way. But also, it's a charity stream. So if you can, please consider a donation. The link is in the chat. If you can't, also please just consider sharing it around. That is, a tremendous help. We are trying to raise about $4,100 more to get to our total donation threshold of $20,000 to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention.
Can you interact with all those other people in other streams? Like throw a little trivia or ask them questions and stuff?
I can't. I don't know because every time I'm trying to type stuff in Twitter, it's like I don't think the comments come up for everybody. Like you don't get like live comments. Like for some reason they don't. If somebody's typing a comment, it's not going to come to me on our platform. It's weird. I've been trying to get it. That's like if somebody's watching live, it's not as easy to interact as you think it would be.
So you can't film like any kind of goofy poll list of like, do you think they should continue the AR cut just for the heck of it?
No, I can't do anything. I'm going to try right now. See if I can.
Yeah, it's true. Well, I mean, of course, Elon's not doing any favors.
People love little trivia stuff.
My Roku TV has an aquarium screensaver. It is highly interesting to watch.
Especially when you're at high altitude. No.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, and I wish I could. I hope that's something that the other platforms work out to where you could interact with the people. So if I'm looking at 417 total people watching live right now, I should be able to interact with them from any platform. It's not even showing. So when I go to Twitter and leave something there, for people to respond, it doesn't even show that they're seeing that live, which is kind of weird.
If you want me to, I can post it in the Twitter chat if you want me to.
Yeah, I just posted. Yeah, just see if I posted something in the chat. See if you post and see if you get a response. Because I'm not getting any response.
All right, let me post that in there.
Fireworks.
Yeah, well, Murphy's definitely hearing him.
Should have gave Murphy a doggy tranquilizer.
Or don't they got edibles for the dogs? I know a lot of people are buying the stuff for the dogs. All the anxiety.
Little doggy CBD.
On 4th of July, when they're using the mortars out here, if you've ever heard a mortar up close, when you hear that, you hit the deck, man. The fuck. Most of these guys have their leftover ones from 4th of July.
There's the link, guys, in the Twitter chat for you guys to check out.
Yes.
And say something once you're here. So let me know you're from Twitter. I know with Twitch people do it. I can see Twitch comments live, but for some reason we can't interact with unless I'm doing something wrong. But I don't know how, because I can go right
I was
on
able to post
right
it.
now.
I was able to post it, no problem. It's just nobody's saying anything.
It's just like I said, I don't know if people see it, which is kind of have that many people and not be able to interact with it. Kind of sucks. Man.
If you're on Twitch or any other platform, you see the link, just stop by and say hi.
Yeah.
So
we greatly appreciate it.
We don't bite, guys. We're just saying we don't bite. We're not.
Brad might bite, but we're not sure yet.
Why would I bite?
Maybe a martial arts move. Are there any martial arts moves that involve using your teeth instead of your fists in your hands?
Yeah, it's called biting. It's not hard to train that, man.
You never know. Like, there could be a technique that I never considered. I wouldn't underestimate anything that you practice by that. I always form it as a question first instead of a simple.
Lost on Jeopardy.
Could have a technique called iron jaw,
where you use your jaw to chin people in the forehead.
Yeah, just like how they hold their fist over like the open flames, or they dunk them in like hot ashes and stuff like that to toughen them up. Do that with your jaw, Brad.
Sammy, we know. I'll bite.
My pizza's still here.
Did you order from Uber Eats, Sammy, or no? Not yet.
I seldom use Uber Eats. Turn a $12 burrito into like a $29 fucking banquet.
Yeah, he's
any of those food delivery services is, oh my God, how much do I want to pay versus how much do I want to go out?
Exactly.
Just Eat, okay.
We order McDonald's off of Uber Eats. We're lighting some candles in the house and eating by the candlelight. That's how expensive it is.
Use DoorDash. DoorDash is cheaper, and you have coupon codes when you get a Dash Pass. Yeah, you get a Dash Pass. It wipes out all that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
you have Prime or something like that. It also is supposed to give you a discount.
Yeah, you have a discount on Prime. Yeah, there's a ways to go around it. The VA has a nice code that gives you a significant amount off of it too, especially Uber Eats.
I try to only use those services if there's a bunch of people here and we're like watching a movie or something. All right, like, I'm not gonna be the guy that runs out and gets the pizza and all this other stuff.
Or if I just get hungry out of nowhere and I'm already in, it's just like. Ugh. Plus, here we live in Mayberry now, so nothing's open 24 hours.
Oh yeah, there's no plans to reverse that.
Nah, they're never going to do that. That means they have to pay people to be at these establishments, and they don't want to do that. That's one of the reasons they lie and say, "Well, it's because of shoplifting." I'm like, not really, dude. You seriously do the math. You just don't,
They do the shoplifting during the day, man.
They don't,
Yeah.
And shoplifting, you make so much money. Like if you're in a place that makes that much money, the shrink that results, it's not going to put you out of business. You don't want it to happen, sure, but it doesn't change the way you do business all the time. It's just they don't want to. If you can have less personnel, if you can close this place down, you don't have to worry about paying people for those hours. And they use COVID to really speed that up.
So, did you do most of your shoplifting during the day or the night?
My stuff I do during the in the shopping is anytime, afternoon, evening.
Okay.
That's, for example, phones or something like that. If I need a new phone.
He wants the sun in their eyes so they can't ID him.
Gotcha.
No.
That's when you do most of your shoplifting?
What?
The shoplifting? That's kind of fucked up.
I asked him what's the shoplifting, and he gave a straight answer.
I thought you said when you do shopping.
No, he said shoplifting.
Oh, okay. I missed that. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was like thinking, wait, I was like shopping.
Stellati was pretty cavalier about his crimes.
This guy.
I'll make you a list of what I want or what I need, Stellati, and ship it to me.
Yeah, you want Terrifier 3 special edition.
When you get arrested, you can flip on 4th.
No. What he wants is Terrifier. That's what he wants. 1, 2, and 3 special edition from the UK import sent to you. That's what you want.
It's like you know me. Let me get my lady to come in here and listen to this because you know what I want. I'll still get sandals and slippers for Christmas and birthday presents. I need an Oscar for all the pretending of how gratitude I have for all the bad gifts I get.
By the way, one thing I thought I'd ask too during the Wonder Woman watch along is because of course Zach has said that initially they had the idea about setting the movie during the Crimean War, and then I don't know if there was actual talk about it being World War II. But do you think that there's because Captain America: First Avenger that was a World War II setting? Do you think that played any role in their decision of saying, okay, World War II, we're gonna steer clear of that?
No,
you don't think so?
Yeah, because you can always make there would have been two differently distinct movies. I mean, both have valid origins in those wars. So I don't think it would have been a problem. I mean, like I said, Wonder Woman and Captain America would have attracted either common audiences that that doesn't bother, or distinct audiences that wouldn't bother. I don't think that played a factor at all.
What is this drug that he does?
You'd have to ask him though. You'd have to ask Zack Snyder though.
Yeah.
When it comes to Crimean War, you have to ask yourself which one.
Well, he hasn't been too specific. He just you said the original idea was the Crimean War.
Well, there's one that happened in 2016, and then there's one that's
he definitely wasn't that one. This was more. He was thinking like 19th century.
The shots of London look pretty great.
Yeah, pretty great shots of the city.
Oh, remember it was
Diana says
post-crisis.
it's not.
The London
The World
Bridge.
War One origin, I think, was prior. Wasn't that pre-crisis? Because after post-crisis, I think they went to two different origins. They really messed up her continuity in mid '80s.
Yeah, they did.
Slotty, if your house shows up in the background, point it out.
I'm not from London though.
Well,
I'm still confused, right? They just showed an Indian guy walking across. I'm like, Indians were never in World War One. Like, what?
Hollywood historical recollections.
As a nation, no, but weren't they a colony, or weren't there colonies involved?
Yeah,
India
They were
was into
part of the
like,
British Army. Yeah, they had to be a part of the British Army, but they were never
Yeah.
free. But they never free people in the British.
India was part
No,
of
that actually didn't happen until after.
that was like
Yeah.
the like 50s, wasn't it?
Yeah, after the 50s, yeah. So this doesn't make sense of them being a part of the civilization, so to say. It doesn't make any sense to me.
were they Indian soldiers?
No.
Like you see
Oh,
the bad
just
guy.
regular Indian people in the background.
I like how they embedded that bad guy in the background, where now if you know, spot him everywhere.
And here's intro to Etakandi.
What would they call her that?
I hope this lack of winter doesn't mean the summer's going to be death defying.
Hot as hell. Freaking scorched earth. I mean, it gets pretty cold at night where I'm at, but the daytime is like, what the hell? It's like freaking 80 degrees outside.
It wasn't that long ago. I remember getting it in highs in the 30s in Vegas around this time. Now we're in the upper 60s.
Maybe that's what the drones are doing in the sky. They're clouds seeding the air to give us cold weather that we're not going to have to balance out the global warming.
Huh. What, did you mean to step away, William?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Sorry about that. Surprise. Yes, I do too. Are you able to come back on? Let us know when you're able to come back on, Belrev.
She's in a tamale coma already.
Were they homemade tamales?
Look like. She just passed out on the floor. Too much. Too much. I hate when I eat like that.
A tamale coma sounds good.
Oh, yeah. But I need a variety pack. Like, I need, like, my 6 beef, whatever. Give me, like, 3 pork, 3 chicken, and, like, 2 of the sweet ones. The sweet corn ones.
By the way, also worth it's kind of worth also mentioning that Gal Gadot recently revealed that she had quite a health scare during her 4th pregnancy when she was in labor, she was also real. She had a pretty big blood clot in her brain, so she had to undergo surgery for that.
Hello.
Fortunately, it turned out for the best. But that's a pretty scary little event to happen there. So glad to hear she's all right.
Can you screen for stuff like that in heart attacks?
Say again?
Can you screen for stuff like that? Like clots, heart attack?
Well,
symptoms?
apparently, like that is actually a kind of there's kind of like a heightened risk of blood clots like that for women when having pregnancies past the age of 30. I think is and she said that's partly why she decided to go ahead and put that information out there, because she's wanted to say, hey, I made it through this. Just watch out if you're having pregnancy past 30, because there is more risk of this.
Yeah, the doctor's got some drugs that'll melt clots away.
Yeah.
But I wonder if anybody else kind of feels this way too about because the narrative when this movie came out is it was the first and only good or popularly liked DCEU movie, and I think I'm very convinced that a lot of that narrative is driven on the detractors' part by the kind of like all the fish out of water sort of stuff in this, and certainly the kind of the lighter the light humor they have with Diana kind of adapting to modern wardrobe and not carrying her sword around and things like that. It's like I think a lot of it is driven by that, because again, it's like the narrative was there's no jokes in the previous movies. This movie, which A is not true, but B, this movie, has somewhat more humor sprinkled into it, but again, not to an overwhelming extent.
They're taken from Christopher Reeve's Superman in this scene right here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I caught that right in the first trailer where she deflects the bullet with her bracelet.
Now she doesn't look at the camera like he does in the movie, or in his movie, but yeah, still very influential. I don't know. I think it's not really so much that what the ingredients are in this movie that make it good. It's just it's a good story, well told. Where those other movies were just not. Yeah. A lot of filmmakers could probably capture an image and stitch scenes together, but if they're not interesting storytellers with those images, then they just kind of.
It's the CGI effect when people don't focus on the story and focus on the CGI more. That's
Yeah.
I guess I have low standards when it comes to CGI, because it's just one of those things that doesn't bother me unless it's really cartoonish and big. But if I just when I see these things, maybe because back when we had bladder effects and practical effects and Stan Winston shit, that's all we had, and this is like fucking time travel to me. But still, like I see so many people like, oh, the CGI is horrible, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, and there's a lot of CGI.
There's a lot of bad accusations of bad CGI, but for me, I just don't like bad CGI in a movie that I love, because I'm like, fuck, they just got this one thing right.
Talk about that, Black Panther and the finale has horrendous CGI, and that doesn't take him out of it.
Well, what bad CGI to me is like a couple people on this channel said, "Oh, that's my favorite scene when Superman was flying." What was the point of that? It was just, oh, look, CGI.
Yeah, because he's not really flying, guys. Would you rather have it go back to the days where they're on strings and I'm paying at Man's Chinese Theater? I could seize the strings for Christopher Reeve.
What they did
didn't bother me then. So.
Or they did with Kirk Allen.
William, I'm not saying
I got you.
Not have them fly. I'm saying have them fly into battle. Have them fly to save the cat in the tree.
No more saving cats and trees.
That's hilarious. James Gunn is gonna make that. He's gonna get a cat in the tree. And when I see that, I'm gonna be like, Brad is losing his mind right now. He's Superman getting the tree. Okay, I'll be right back. Come on, guys, donate. We're not gonna meet that goal tonight, but we can get as close as we can get as possible. I mean, shit.
But not have CGI for CGI's sake. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Like, I don't mind that the CGI being as bad as it was in Black Panther for that fight. It was a lame fight where it was like mashing two action figures up against each other that weren't really having an effect. But the CGI fight in Blade 2 looked just as terrible, but it wasn't bad because the moves were pretty good.
I lay it all out here, guys. Enough.
Stop. Now I got to put the charity. But there we go. There we go. Because last time you bounced the charity off the screen.
Belrev said she's ready to come back on. Wait, Belrev says she's ready to come back
Hold on.
So,
I got her.
Chat.
Tamale coma's over.
Now I want tamales. And you know what? I think there's somebody on this corner right here. You know what? That has tamales. I'm going to go fucking find her out. See. Be right back.
Yeah, I am too, Sammy. I'm too.
Yeah, that could have been fatal. I'm glad they
yeah,
that,
yeah.
Here you go. Here's the link for the charity, please.
I know William's not going to see Snow White, and I'm not like, I'm not chomping at the bit for it. But it's like, but I am. It's like I am curious to see like Gaul in a villain role for the first time. So that's
if I did go see it, that would be the only reason why. I mean, I can't. Yeah. But I wasn't going to go see Wicked. I definitely wasn't going to go see
I definitely want to see more, her finish the Wonder Woman, her Wonder Woman arc with the rest of the Justice League cast. So that's it's like
I don't need another Wonder Woman movie. I just need to see how that battle with Darkseid goes against
we just need 2 Justice League films and that's it.
Exactly.
What's up?
Well, the Batman movie was nice too.
We just need 2 Justice League films and that's it.
Nah. Well, if that's all you're gonna do, you'd have to roll everything up. But I would just want one big event to wrap it up. Be honest with you, because the more you add to it, the more it gets complicated, and the lesser chance it has. That's why I always say, dude, right here. Because if you sell it here, if you do an absolute Batman type number with it here, which I think that kind of story can do there, now you walk to the office and said, shit, I just stole the fucking million copies of this comic book and people are loving it and they're selling toys and plushies and shit of it. Let's go the next step. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why I also say it's like I'm really interested to see like kind of the dialogue and the temperature and the events of when we get to the 10-year BVS anniversary in about a year and a half or a year 3 months or whatever it's going to, whatever it's to March 26th. And also Taladia that I'd mentioned, well, not to Taladia, but everybody, and now I've lost my train of thought. William, maybe lose it. I'll get it back.
It's pretty sad.
That train derailed long ago, Brad.
I mean, he loses his train of thought if he like. I won't even be saying.
So anyway, the raid is really awesome. And so is Life After Fighting.
That's the only thing.
So is God of Path.
You're like not even 40, and you can't even keep a thought. What do you need that preference? That shit that they give the old people.
Shit, what was it on? Yeah.
Who gonna snatched your memory?
Now I'll give Brad credit. Shadow Strays was pretty good.
Yeah, I told you.
Although there's a lot of raid in that movie.
Murphy agrees.
Yes, Murphy does agree. Murphy watches all these things with me. Hey,
I know that's. Huh?
Hey.
What's up? How are the tamales?
I'm still making them. Tamales is a process.
Poor Kevin O'Doghair. He has to wait how long? Like 2 hours for 3 hours now going on these tamales?
He doesn't get out of work till like 11. He'll be fine.
Hopefully by the time he gets home.
Trust me.
This is what you do. This is what you do. You take all the good tamales and you just stash them somewhere. You get the Wiener Schnitzel tamales and you put those ones out for him after work.
That's crazy. Wiener Schnitzel tamales.
They're out there.
That's wild. That's like the McRib from fucking McDonald's.
Oh my god. So many good memories of the McRib.
People go crazy over McRib. I don't know.
It's out now.
The McRib is back?
Yep.
Yep. And boy, there's a line. I went to McDonald's the other day. There's a line for it. It's
hello,
like, I don't know what it is about McRib.
A damn line for cancer and diabetes.
Hey, that's the best kind of line, I guess. I don't know.
But
Gonna die someday.
enjoy the ride. That's sad. No, all the people who are suffering through ailments. That's we'll edit that out. 446 people. Hey, come on over. Let me get rid of somebody real quick here and see if I can get rid of. Hold on, I just want to do it so that no, it doesn't work. You can't see the youtube.com/at the Sci-Fi Center, but we put the link into the chat. So if you're watching there, you're watching that same stream. Like, subscribe, and spread the word about what we're doing tonight. We are trying to raise as much money as possible for the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention. We are currently right now, our total is at $16,220. So we still got a little bit of ways to go. It may not happen tonight, but the work will still continue. So if you can spread the word, even if you yourself cannot donate tonight, if you could just put it in the laps of somebody who can, that would help a lot. So
yeah, somebody outbid Brad Pants.
Yeah, come on down to the Sci-Fi Center and meet your favorite YouTube celebrities, William Powell and Brad Carell.
Not to say I'm a YouTube nobody, but if you say so.
I would call you a Las Vegas celebrity, William.
I wouldn't. Nobody knows who the fuck I am. And hey, unless we're at a movie theater, then I get people that recognize me. But I get creeped out when people recognize me from anything. I get that whole John Lennon complex. Like, hey, keep your distance. Keep your distance.
How many times people recognized you?
I can use some. Fuck. What's up?
How many times has somebody recognized you?
About 4 or 5 times in like 2 years. It's not a lot at all. But it's still.
Right.
Hold on. I got to fix something. Be right back.
Yeah, William's highly revered in the circles I see he goes in.
Oh, like the Sister Kim circles?
The comic book circles, the other owners of comic book circles. Just I've seen him work his magic among everybody.
All right, it's got a bit of clout. I can see that.
Yeah, last William's not here.
Talati, you sound like you're in an Oreo milkshake coma.
No, I'm not. If I was, I would have said I'm in the Oreo. I got my movie on the 32-inch TV, which is awesome. So
yes, it is.
So you're the opposite of fourth?
Yeah.
And those 75-inch ones are nice, though. I just don't know if I needed one. I kind of overindulged. In fact, I blame Fourth for that acquisition.
What do you mean?
I wasn't even thinking about that shit. Then I'm like, you know what? Fuck Fourth 1000. I'm getting one too. And I'll look at all of a sudden there it was.
Mm-hmm. What I wondered if it was too big for my freaking living room with my seating space, but I was like, no, I'll just get used to it. I'll have to pan my head a little bit.
You just don't realize how big it is until you unbox it and put it there, and you're like, oh shit, I got to sit here.
Yeah. When you see it in the store, 75 inches, like, oh, I think I could throw this in, and then you unbox, you're like, whoa.
Fuck. That's like the Death Star shirt.
Yeah.
Okay, how many hours do we got till 2024 is over with?
I'm gonna finish it.
4 hours. There, 4 hours.
Is 2024 been good to you, Taladia?
I'm in 2025.
Oh, yeah, right.
Where are you guys all at right now? All of you guys. I know where Fourth and William are.
I'm in Africa.
1 hour, 6 minutes, and 3 seconds. One woman's got the ice cream, and she's heading on the train.
I'm in Las Vegas with William.
Oh, so you guys are PST like me.
Yeah, Pacific Time Zone. Yeah.
I'm EST, So I got about an
I'm
hour.
I'm
and 9 minutes here.
GMT.
Where you at, Brad?
I'm
I'm
in Savannah,
PC.
Georgia.
Oh, I used to live in Georgia. I used to live outside of Fort Benning.
Okay, well, yeah, were you ever stationed here?
No, my ex-husband.
Okay. Yeah, I was born here. My dad was yes, when he was he was in for 22 years, and he was stationed at Hunter Army Airfield. I was born here. We lived here for like, I don't know, for like 89. Then moved to Fort Collins, Colorado. That's where my sister was born. Then we lived in Fort Huachuca, Arizona, from like 90 to 93. Lived in Hawaii from 93 to 96. Fort Campbell, 96 to 2000.
Oh, I love Fort Campbell.
Again,
Tennessee.
military
Tennessee,
people. It's like military
nice
people.
state.
We travel in similar circles. Then I was in Caserta, Italy, in Vicenza, Italy, from 2000 to 2005.
Well, especially army people, because there's you know how they do us. I mean, is there an armpit in the world?
Yes.
Let's send them there.
They will find it. And then I graduated from high school at the same time my dad was retiring, and the family kind of all moved back to Savannah, Georgia. So been here ever since.
We got lucky. My old man retired before all that. So
I miss the cheap rent.
Miss the what?
The affordable rent.
Yeah, that's
because over here, a freaking 1-bedroom over here is like going up to $1,300. And I'm talking about like ghetto ass places.
I'm in California, so it's expensive as hell.
Yeah, I know.
They're probably 13,000 a
You're in
month.
the 909, and it used to not be that expensive. I mean, San Bernardino got expensive out of nowhere, man.
I miss rent when it was like $700
for like a studio. Yep.
And that was Travel Chat with Brad Curl on the Sci-Fi Channel.
This is what I was doing in the Sci-Fi Center. Just rolling a couple of gas grenades in there, closing the door. Take that, William.
I'll take the insurance money.
I like how these villains. These villains should be chasing after moose and squirrel the way they laugh.
Kill moose and squirrel.
I like in this movie how there's kind of like the B plot with the villains, that there's kind of a love story there.
I like how the guys laugh at Wonder Woman when what's his name tells them that he's gonna drop her off in the front.
I don't remember that part already
That
passed.
shit's so fucking funny. No, I think we're coming up to it.
All right, point it out when we get there, because I don't remember this movie too well. So, William, what would you think that? If you're there still, what do you think Wonder Woman 2 should have been about if you had your pick of the storyline? Anybody else who knows Wonder Woman 2? Taladia,
Well,
Brad.
for one, she didn't need that damn fucking suit in the end. She would have been fine just fighting Cheetah.
Oh, you mean you're talking about the Kingdom Come wingsuit?
Whatever the fuck that show was, she don't need it.
Yeah, Droga, this is a charity stream. We're marathoning Man of Steel, BVS, Wonder Woman, and Zack Snyder's Justice League. So we're going a while here.
We're still like we'll be here till about 9 o'clock UK, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Like
UK time.
Almost 5 more hours to go.
Yep.
Snyder, you got to show up on the stream for this.
I'm staying up, man. I'm not going to bed.
Oh no, I was saying Snyder should show up on the stream.
Oh yes, if you're among our 462 viewers right now, Zach, you are more than welcome to jump on. Just request a link.
Come on the show.
What's the movie? Are you guys gonna watch Zack Snyder's Justice League after this?
Yep.
Okay. I just watched that movie the other day.
Yeah, I did too, because I'm doing I did my own, like, independently did this because I may be writing something on this.
He did an independent screening without us, and I'm just like thinking, right? I
Well,
thought we were doing it together.
Well, it wasn't like a part of it is I just wanted to kind of like have like because I've been wanting to do this marathon of those 4 just on a personal level for a while, because I'd never done I've done it with Man of Steel and BVS and ZSJL before, but I've never included Wonder Woman in that lineup in a marathon before, so I'd always wanted to do that. And again, now it's like I might be turning something out of this in written form.
Brad also pre-screened Scary Movie without us too.
Yeah, I think the air is a little thin in the flight that he's taking right now.
Oh, you guys are muting me.
Not me.
Okay, we're coming up on No Man's Land now, and this apparently the studio wanted to take out, and Patty Jenkins had to really fight for. I swear, God, the management of Warner Brothers during this period, it's like, I mean, there has got to be like books, like multiple books, like encyclopedias, like written on just the revolving door of bumbling idiots that have been running the studio this last decade.
Who released Hellboy?
The new one?
The Guillermo ones.
That's Universal.
Oh, okay. I remember them saying that they wanted Hellboy to turn into Hellboy when he gets mad because the Hulk was a popular character.
Yeah. Well, they also apparently Goyer said they didn't want him to destroy. They want Man of Steel, the scout ship to crash, because how's Superman going to get back to Krypton? And they also didn't want to have the time traveling in Zack Snyder's Justice League, because it's like we don't understand how time travels are. It's I swear, like, how did some of these people get these jobs?
Get back to Krypton, didn't it blow up?
That's what Goyer said.
Okay.
And anyway, he's not trying to get back to Krypton, even if it's there, because he's protecting Earth now. Yeah.
They could use boom tubes to move around. They can use Cyborg. Isn't he a boom tube technically?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
They're I mean, they're the level of incompetence of the management of the studio from for the last decade is like, it's just historic. I mean, it's like this is like as William puts it. I mean, William says, like, yeah, you guys are like have Ivy League educated people running this. No, they're. I mean, these are people. These are people like who like you wouldn't. I mean, like tried and failed like 8 times for their GEDs. Like, this is the level of like incompetence that the studio was running at.
No, Brad, they are Ivy League educated people. That's the reason they don't know the comic books.
Sometimes when you're like super book smart, you lack common sense. I've seen it when I was in the military. Like these high-ranking officers, like they will like fuck up because of common sense, not having common sense.
In my years of existing, I have found there is no such thing as common sense.
No.
But they wanted to, apparently they
logic, you know what I mean?
They wanted to take out like everybody's favorite part of the movie once it was released was No Man's Land, and one of them said, "No, we want you to take that out."
Well, the execs are probably thinking it's too violent for the kids, so they want to sell more toys to the kids.
No, but the thing is, this film actually got Wonder Woman into the Women's International group or whatever it's called. Enjoy your pizza, Sammy. I know it's 4:00 in the morning for us. I know
are you in London, Sammy?
Yeah, she's in London. No, she's in England.
Okay. Yeah, because I have a number of colleagues in the UK and friends.
She's in England, but I'm not from London though.
The morning break, Claudia?
Yeah, aren't you all in England?
Yeah, there's No, Talati, you're totally confusing us here because as a kid, I was told there are like 3 locations in England. They're London, Liverpool, and the other place that I don't remember. So
there's London, Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool. Those are the big cities. If you're looking
no, you can't make up towns. Don't you question the U.S. American education system on this, or how bad geography may or may not be? It's like, no.
I'm just telling you, bro. I live in the second largest city, so I know my facts.
Oh no, I'm
I just schooled Brad on England.
So do you walk down with the streets with canes and top hats still?
Nope.
No monocles?
Yeah.
No.
Taladia, how come you don't have the other accent?
What, the London accent?
You have like the proper accent.
The proper
like Cockney?
What, you mean like the London Cockney accent, or?
Yeah, like Jason Statham's accent, basically.
What does it sound like, Bell? To impression.
Yes, they have been. Yes, I mean, no argument here. The management has just been. Yeah. Okay, and this is something else I also kind of talked about the other day when I was sharing my thoughts on this on Twitter. Is that okay? So this fight scene or the bank scene in Justice League, like which one would everybody say is kind of like Wonder Woman's like equivalent to the BBS warehouse fight? Because
I think this is the best. I think this one is better than Justice League, to be honest.
It's a little bit longer too, and you get these guys I think put up a little bit more better of an opposition because she basically just destroys all the guys in that terrorist group
in the room. Yeah.
You don't hang out with the. Slotty, you don't hang out with the Chop?
Oh shit, we lost Belrev again.
Yeah, what did you say?
You don't hang out with the Chops, Taladia?
No, I don't.
What?
So Taladia, how do you feel about the 4th of July?
Oh, stop it.
Stop it.
The 4th of July is the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly tonight. We will not get what was it without a fight? Vanish.
You guys have got 5 months for that. I'm just saying that. You guys have got 5 months for that now. So I'm just putting that out there.
Drogo, we take a break, little intermission between each movie. And ZSL, that'll be the last one tonight. We don't do this regularly like this, like linked, because it would kill us. So we just do it on New Year's Eve.
This is making up for Saturday stream, just so that you guys know, because Saturday we didn't do a movie night.
Yeah, kind of. Well, William, when he did the thumbnail initially, because I had this is one I wanted to do for a while, is the Man of Steel, BVS, Wonder Woman, Zack Snyder's Justice League, and he did the thumbnail and had Aquaman there. It's like, wait a minute, are you sure we want to have Aquaman? Because that would be like that a really long time. So he said, oh yeah, that might be a little too much. So down.
Lasso action.
And I suggested though maybe save one Aquaman for this coming Saturday if everybody's game for that.
I'll be down for that. Aquaman for Saturday.
Yeah. Wonder Woman does some cool spinning kicks here with her lasso work.
Although when she does the same move that the Amazon did, shield, I think the weight of her to propel off of that shield under those guys to blow up the bell tower would have flattened these guys.
These holidays have got my days mixed up. I keep thinking tomorrow's Friday and all kinds of crap.
Oh no, it's very easy to forget the day of the week. This time of year.
Something that I haven't worked in a year.
Today is Wednesday.
I haven't worked in 4 years. Woohoo!
Well, it's now less than an hour for me for the 55 minutes for the ball drop. So yeah, when that happens, once it gets close to dropping, I'm gonna step away for about 15 minutes for that, guys. So you'll probably that'll bleed a little bit into the next movie. So feel free to to start it without me. I'll just jump in when I come back from that.
Okay.
Brad wants to watch the balls drop.
You said ball.
So Brad, I don't know if you spoke to. I don't know if you
where are we
at
on this movie?
But she just took out the bell church.
Yeah, so
1 hour, 20 minutes, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
But what was that,
All right,
Claudia?
So I don't know if you spoke to your colleague about what I told you about Gotham Knights thing.
Oh, remind me of that again, because it's it's early this week, so it's
So
it's New Year's Eve, so it's like everybody's still kind of getting this back in the swing of
but
it.
you remember when I told you about how I got the Gotham Knights assets and everything?
Yeah.
And that you were going to tell your colleagues. Did you manage
Oh,
to get
okay, yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, I'll tell them. I'll try to remember to do that before the end of this week. Because it's even this week it's still kind of the holidays and we're getting to New Year's Eve, so people are still just kind of getting back in the swing of things. It's
I
kind
can
of
never see Snyder in the background of this. He's in this shot, but I can never find him.
Yeah, he's one of the soldiers.
He's one of the soldiers, but he's at far at the back.
That might be him right there by the horse.
And I know the photographer was one of his photography teachers in real life.
The sounds of New Year's gunfire.
Gun fireworks.
You mean powder?
That fucking internet's pissing me off.
No, I mean people with guns shooting them up in the air, Claudia.
What kind of internet do you use, Belle?
What happened?
What kind of service do you use? Your
Stupid
provider?
ass Xfinity. Did you hear me? I said Xfinity.
Yeah.
Xfinity. Okay.
Oh yeah, I
Sounds
haven't
like
heard of
they're
that.
having Cox problems too.
Yep.
They just installed quantum fiber on the sidewalk.
You.
Trying to convince my parents to go streaming.
Cut the cord.
Cut the cord. Stop watching stupid
Reality
stupid
shows.
cable. No, they watch everything old on repeat.
My dad still loves Bonanza.
And extremely loud because they can't hear.
I used a deaf person's cell phone one time. That thing was loud as fuck.
They're deaf. Why do they have a cell phone?
I mean, they're, I guess, legally deaf.
It's still someone here.
I'm the translator between my mom and my dad because they both can't hear.
Oh, wow. I thought this one girl, I complimented her on her accent when she was talking to me and she was like, "What accent?" Like, "Oh, I thought you were like from Europe or something." She said, "No, I'm deaf." Like, oh.
It's hilarious. I'm sitting in my room and I can hear the oven go beep, and they're sitting right next to it and they can't.
Yeah.
But they are late 80s, in their late 80s, so.
Oh, I'm sure they've heard enough. It'd be nice to hear though, but yeah, that's a reason. I'll probably be at where they're at. They're my late 50s.
New laptop, same clackety clack.
No, I'm still on my PC, man.
Brad's woodpecker's going off.
There are so many ways I could respond to that comment, Fourth, but I'm choosing none.
Aw. I'll just pretend I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, I know Brad's a sensitive type, so I don't want to hurt his delicate, sensitive feelings.
You can probably find a way to do it anyway.
Just gotta help him get over that sensitivity so he can get
477 viewers. First, for those of you watching right now through Twitter, which is the majority of you, if you can, or if you haven't already, please like, subscribe on YouTube, the Sci-Fi Center. We are also, this is a charity event. We are trying to raise money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So if you can, please consider a donation. The link is in the chat. If you can't, also just sharing it around on social media is also very helpful.
And if there's any Kung Fu MILFs out there for Brad, tell you, that'd be like the ultimate dream.
Yeah, he'll take the punch from the kid well.
You find the kid that's having the most trouble, who looks like he's going down the wrong path, right? And you spend extra time with this kid trying to rehabilitate him. And then the mom would be ever so grateful that you're spending time because something happened to his dad a long time ago and life's too hard for her to manage work and raising a kid at the same time. And that's where you step in.
And you become the hero, Brad.
And you never had a... Are you writing this stuff down, Brad?
Yeah, I'll pencil it in.
What do you think, Taladia?
We're giving Brad helpful tips to become a superhero, and he's just ignoring us.
Well, Brad is already a hero and is all right. He's a martial artist.
Exactly.
He's a punch soak.
I'm a punch
Then
soak.
we staged someone that comes down to your dojo and wants to cause ruckus, and then you take that guy out. We pay him to take a punch or a kick or two.
Yeah, say aliens who invade your dojo, and they're made out of brick and wood.
Those are the weirdest aliens I've ever heard of.
Are you writing this down, Brad?
Hey, they're aliens. They could be anything we want them to be.
Bella, the tamales ready yet?
And then Brad saves the day and becomes a superhero.
I keep asking Bella if the tamales ready, like I'm going to have some.
Nope, I'm barely getting on the masa.
Oh my god.
Thick masa or thin masa?
I like mine thin. I don't like that where it's just all masa and then a little bit of meat.
I don't use that word.
What word?
I was just kidding. Masa.
Now, if there was a T in that word, I'd understand, but it's not.
I hope they're very good, Belle.
It's just cornmeal. That's basically what it is.
Oh, like Uncle Ben's?
No.
That's rice.
Or who makes all those products, the breakfast cereal products?
Aunt Jemima has pancakes.
Do they still sell that syrup? I haven't bought pancake syrup in a long time, but that was like the best syrup.
No, they call it something Mountain Ridge or something now.
Yeah. Maybe I could find the original bottle on eBay.
Did you ever see when they were firing Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben, and the guy from the Allstate commercial?
When they were firing them?
Yeah, they were firing them because we're firing you because you make us feel bad for what we did in the past.
Oh, I can imagine that lineup. I know that's why they got rid of the Aunt Jemima stuff. Come on, but the Quaker Oats guy gets to stay. He looks like he owned people.
Oh, and they had Count Chocula.
What did he do? Again, I'm sure Captain Crunch has a sorted pass.
So something happened to my lip. I don't know what it is. I got a big lump there, so it's weird.
You bit your lip while eating that delicious Oreo ice cream shake.
Maybe, but it's
Problem solved. Or mystery solved. Yeah. You gotta chew slowly, Talati. Nobody's gonna take your food away from you.
Your mouth was numb from the cold, so you didn't really feel it.
So you got a milkshake and you got ice cream.
Yep.
Both the same flavor?
Yep.
So like what you just added to your like you would take a scoop out of the tub of
So
the
if it
Oreo
melts,
cookie?
I just tip it into the container. That's what I did, and from the container into the from the bowl to the into the cup, and that's what I did.
Have you eaten any real food that wasn't a dessert today?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I had.
Okay.
Did you have mushy peas?
Nope, I had. What did I have? I had Popeyes. I had Popeyes today.
Popeyes out there?
Yeah, we got Popeyes out here. Yep.
Did you eat the spicy chicken sandwich?
Yep. Spicy chicken burger.
Nice. I'm actually
then-
jealous.
And then tomorrow, I'm actually having Jimmy Killer prawns.
You're having prawns?
Shrimp.
Yeah, Jimmy is
He's having shrimp.
It's called Jimmy Killer prawns. It's amazing.
Gosh. See, that's why I gotta try some of these places. I'm going over to Britain to try the food.
Yeah, UK's got some really good stuff. Trust me.
Yes, they got some really good stuff from all over the world.
I'm gonna go hang out with Taladia. We'll be out there for 3 days, and we'll cause some chaos.
Yeah, Larry, I had Popeyes.
Taladia might do a William on you for it. You got to be careful.
I know everyone wants to take me out.
Hit me up.
Oh,
Sammy, we'll organize that. Why don't we do that, Sammy? We'll organize that. We can link up.
weather's too cold for me in Britain. I need tropical
Come in the
standards.
summertime. Come in between June to August. That's the perfect time to come to the UK.
It's a small window, but all right.
Small window of 3 months.
3 months. You can have a barbecue nearly every day.
Do you have barbecue out there?
Yeah, we have barbecue. I hit up a barbecue.
Dude, it's not an alien world.
I thought they might be too posh for barbecue out there.
He's not on fucking Mars, damn.
Sammy, I'll DM you.
You got that oxygen out there too? What?
Got to remember, Fourth, UK brings in all the food from everywhere else and has restaurants there for it.
Yeah, Fourth, they freaking have McDonald's in Afghanistan.
I know the entire globe got McDonald's, but
Carl's Jr. too.
I just never imagined them snacking on ribs and barbecue out there.
Yeah, we do.
What do you
think
put your English breakfast?
These ribs are quite delectable.
Wow. Dude,
Teleria.
the Aussie
Yeah.
don't want to come on no more. The Englishman's never coming back now.
Do you drink a lot of tea? Is that a real thing? Tea time?
Wow, damn.
Yeah. Well, we do have tea.
Do you drink a lot of it?
No, I don't. I don't drink tea.
I'm just curious because I see it a lot, like on movies and stuff.
Sammy, I sent you a DM, by the way, Sammy. That's where location.
Yeah, Bell, you have soda out there too.
So just in case you wanted to know.
It's an alien planet to me because I haven't been there. That's why I asked.
William, if I ever come to the US again, there is one thing you guys are going to take me on, which is the Las Vegas Strip.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a strip club. I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea.
No, the Las
You
Vegas
don't want to
Strip.
go to the strip, Taladia. You'll have a whole bunch more fun downtown.
The Las
You didn't let him
As a
finish.
tourist, I say go to both. As a tourist, if you're your first time there, go ahead and go. Get it out of your system, and then then don't do it again ever again.
I've never been to the Las Vegas Strip. I've seen it on TV. How amazing the lights and everything. I just want to go down that road.
Go to Fremont Street. It's a lot more entertaining than Las Vegas Strip. Las Vegas Strip is this series of oversized hotels that take forever to get to.
If you've never been, I would suggest doing it just the one time, and then going out. If you're here for 5 days, spend one down there on the Strip, but the rest of it, there's other things. There's more historic and more entertaining stuff that is downtown. That is true, but like I said, I would just to see it the one time, it still is for a tourist. After that,
if you got the coin for it, take the helicopter ride that goes over the Strip, and then go downtown.
What is that? Staggering. Oh. But if you come down to the U.S., it's a lot of you gotta live stream or chronicle your adventure. I would tune in for that.
Unless you have an expense report, that's what the Las Vegas Strip is for. People with the expense reports.
Okay, so one thing I'm gonna like a lot of people, I'm gonna point out that a lot of people have that. Diana's got the blue dress on now, and she's got the sword there. But you think about logistics of the positioning of that sword. It's like it'd be really. I think probably just on set they had Gaul have just the hilt strapped to her back because that would be really kind of cumbersome the way they have that there. But also think about because we're in the kind of the final stretch of the movie here. So the sun is setting, and then the finale is at night, and then the sun comes up all in the span of about 20 minutes here. So I mean that's very that's cinematic story.
Having to be at night for all the CGI.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of movies jump cut straight to nighttime, and then all of a sudden,
Transformers always do the CGI at night.
Imagine the fun we could have, Sammy. Just saying.
What if both of you went to America?
No, if she linked up with me.
What's happening here, Talati?
Right, there's places I know in UK that can.
I thought she was in UK. What part is she from?
I'm not gonna say because it's not my place to say.
Wise. Yeah, no.
By the way, this scene right here when she goes into the German base, my God, what a scene!
Wait.
Oh, okay. I mean, just said where she lives, just to let you know.
Oh, no, it's not important. I probably shouldn't have asked, but I was wondering if you guys were relatively close to each other, that it makes sense to hang out. Wonder Woman? Yeah. It's a good one. Huh? At least it's a good one. Shut up. Oh, it's Oh, you're saying that like the second one? What? You're saying that? You're saying doesn't he snort his super crack right here? Yeah. 2 words. About God, that's murdering girls.
Guys, if you haven't donated yet, feel free
Yes,
to
please do,
donate.
if you can. If not, just please share on social media also.
Yeah.
I keep trying to do things, but it always seems to be in slow motion for some reason.
Just taking time to smell the roses longer.
Yeah.
So in the next
awesome
about
tornado
next,
kick there.
so in the next half an hour, I would say, Larry, next half an hour.
Oh, for the
Yeah,
start of
roughly.
Justice League?
And you guys actually probably because the ball's gonna be dropped for me in half an hour. So go ahead and just I'm gonna step away for that for about 15, 20 minutes. So William, just go ahead and start the movie. After I step away, I'll just jump back in and you guys can give me a timestamp.
I'll let you tackle that one, Clint.
I already did. I try not to repeat my jokes. The idiots are exploding things now.
Bombs explode. It's actually not too bad right now. I know it's going to kick up because for me it's only 8:30.
Actually, hasn't been as bad for me as I thought it was going to be. We're at 145. It's right after she's killed Ludendorff, and he's like, wait a minute, they're still fighting.
Oh, she thought, yeah. All right.
Blood on that sword.
Yeah, there's no blood dripping through the ceiling. Well, you got to get your PG-13. So.
Yeah, I'm in the same time zone you are, Fourth. So, I'm hearing things explode all around me.
Yeah, usually they kickstart like way earlier than normal, but maybe fireworks went up in price. Somebody said milk.
Around here, the only place you can get the legal fireworks is at an Indian reservation down the road, either in Pahrump or near Mesquite.
And they don't need to be selling those either because they're basically explosives in the hands of people who don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Anybody, it's a time here when anybody could be an explosives operator.
Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. Tell you what, when you decide to exercise that theory, just make sure that you ain't in Vegas or near me.
Do a little promotional show at the Sci-Fi Center.
What, you blowing your fingers off? No, that's not a promotion.
I'd pay money to see that.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
You're right, Will, because when I was a little girl, I used to mess around with the M80s. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I could have blew my head off.
Telling you, man. When I went to 55 Bravo School, which is explosive ordnance and everything else, you see some of the stuff that's in that, and then you come home and you see the stuff that's in the fire, and just like a small little teaspoon less than of explosive that designated as something else, and you know some little 10-year-old kids out there blowing it out. If your fireworks shake the ground, they're no longer fireworks; they're ordnance. Okay, so yeah.
If I blew my fingers off, I would just use stolen valor and just tell everybody that I lost my hands in war.
Yeah, sure.
I really like this this scene with Diana and Steve, because she spent this whole movie thinking she could just defeat Ares and that fixes everything, and her whole arc is like is about learning. There's nuance to this. It's like Ares just nudges people in the right direction, but they're the ones making the choices that lead us to things like World War One. That's it. So it's kind of why, like, you're feeding into her like role in BVS, or it's like she's not bitter, but she's she's
disappointed in mankind.
Yeah, that's the word. Yeah. Even though he came back in 1984, I really looking back. I really do look at that now. It's like I think that's probably like that should be like kind of classified as an Elseworlds.
She was disappointed in mankind in this one, and when she came back in '84, we were disappointed in her.
That was a quick watch of the balls dropping.
Well, I got 25 minutes.
You got 25 minutes. Yeah.
Stand right underneath those balls, Brad.
All right. Cool. There goes our monetization. So.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Don't say balls dropping.
This one does, and the second one doesn't. And there's one guy in particular we have to thank for a lot of those problems. So we'll leave him out of it, though, because he's not with DC anymore. Okay, Larry. Sounds good.
What was that you shouldn't say again?
Whatever it is you're thinking about saying, don't say it. So
Balls dropping like a puppy. I'm just joking, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, Superman death. Yeah, well, again, it's like I might be away for that. That's why I'm saying, yeah, because I'm going to step away like after this movie wraps up and watch it on the TV. So yeah, William, you guys can just go ahead and start the last movie, and I'll hop back in like about 20 minutes and just get the timestamp from you guys.
Okey-dokey.
Which of the Harry Potter movies is David Thewlis? Because I'm not.
Third one.
Yeah,
third
I'm
one.
not.
He was in the third film. He was in the fifth film, and the last two films.
Because I'm not an expert on the series by any means.
It was in Harry Potter and the Stinky Armpit.
Well, because like what else I've seen David Thewlis in. The first thing I think I remember seeing him in was Dragonheart when I was a kid, and then after that, The Island of Dr. Moreau, which is really bad.
I've never seen a Harry Potter movie.
Neither have I. Actually, no, I saw the first one. It's just the whole Harry Potter franchise completely missed me. So
Harry Potter at World's End or something like that.
What was the first one we called? I forgot. It's been a while.
At the Edge of Reason.
No, something Goblet or something, or Goblet of Power or whatever. I don't know.
Goblet of Fire?
Is that the first one? Yeah, something like that.
No, that's not the first one. That's the fourth one.
Harry Potter and the Fellowship of the Goblet.
First one is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone or the Sorcerer's Stone.
Sorcerer's Stone. Sorcerer's Stone was it? That's what they call it.
Yeah.
It's Harry Potter and the Two Towers.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Harry Potter Strikes Back.
Yep. Heard that one was a good one.
All right, so we're stuck on 16,220. So if you guys are watching, how many people are watching? We have 495 people watching right now. So if you're watching on Twitter and you can't communicate with us because Twitter is weird with StreamYard, apparently, the link is in the description, and it's also in the correspondence from this post that you're watching it from. So you can do that way. And if you can't donate, share. Like we got a lot of our a lot of the funds we raised last did not come from directly from the people that were watching us, but they put it in the hands of someone else, and they did. And every little bit does, man. $5, $10, it all got us to where we needed to be. And we got that money into the hands of the people who need it and who operate and who make things better. So our good deed of the year. So let's wrap it up the right way. Yay.
Tag Zack Snyder in the fundraiser.
I did, because last time we did that, he shared it. And we got off to a start that we never looked back from. That first day that we launched the campaign, he shared it, and we never looked back from that one. I think that that momentum got us to the point where we could just keep extending the goal.
Oh, did we get another donation here?
Nah.
Yeah, this.
Oh no! Yes, you did. Oh wow! Just as you said that, I had hit the refresh button. Let's see who it is, because I have to go into a different screen. Superman. That's woo.
Superman donated. Oh, that's pretty nice, huh?
Wait, which one?
I hate the way this is set up. Hold on, I got it on a different screen here. Donations. So we got a $50 donation, but I'm trying to figure out who did it. Here we go.
So today's not Saturday, right?
No. Today is Wednesday, my dude.
Superman donated, and his the comment is impressed. Hashtag.
Nice. Thank you, Superman.
So that brings our total to 16,270. Making gains.
Why don't you just blow the tires up off the plane?
Are we at 151.32, or are you guys ahead of that?
That's about where I'm at. Yeah, I'm at 155 actually, and fourth. It's Steve Trevor says it's on a timer. It's going to detonate either way. So the plane. So
it's on a destination though, right? It's going to take off or something like that.
And if you blow out the tires, there's no more control of the plane, so it can go wherever. But yeah, she should have used her laser eyes to blow out the tires.
She doesn't have laser eyes. That's the last movie.
Too old for this shit. Whoa.
Yeah, so it's like this is the part of the movie like a lot of people said that I don't know, it's one of my favorite parts. It's like I really I mean, I love a good final boss fight. And so Wonder Woman versus Ares.
Yeah. The whole chase for Ares thing was kind of cheesy, but it didn't hurt the movie. How aloof she was about it. If we just kill him, it's like it's like killing Dracula. all the spells. Oh, by the way, off topic. Nosferatu's $2 million away from making its budget. Creepy ass.
Yeah, I've seen that tomorrow with a couple of friends who are still in town.
You still haven't seen it yet?
No, I've seen it. They wanted to go. She,
did you get a bucket? You get the popcorn bucket tomorrow? Loser.
Probably not. They buy theaters for whatever reason. Here, they don't really carrying them.
Oh yeah, you're out in there in the middle of in the sticks.
I am tired.
So are your friends going to take you out for Scary Movie 6?
I mean, they could try, but it's like I'll. It's not going to happen.
Well, we'll make it happen.
You get them into the theater, and they rent it out the theater, and that's all it is—a Scary Movie 6.
What? Why are you bucking tradition, Brad?
Because there's nothing traditional about it in that horrible franchise.
Yes, it is.
Not in a million years.
There's the tradition of you having to see it before us, and then us watching along again with you.
Yeah, but
that's
there's no tradition other than the one you just pulled out of your ass. So it's not happening.
That's five of the movies. We watched all 5 of the movies.
Yeah, and that's the last time I'll see any of them or anything in that god awful franchise again.
Deep down inside, you know you love it.
Bucking that tradition, Brad. It's what makes watching the scary movies with you special.
Yeah, we'll cherish that memory and know it'll never happen again.
There's a new movie coming out, Brad. You got to see it before us.
As my dad never tires of telling me, the only thing that I have to do is pay taxes and die.
Oh yeah, we definitely should. We're gonna make it through Aquaman.
But it would be good for your journalistic inspirations.
No, it wouldn't. Then you're about an inch away from getting muted if you won't stop talking about Scary Movie.
I can push the mute button too, Brad.
Really become interesting to know like what kind of training Gall had to do to handle the lasso. That's like whip training that for these fight scenes.
Is she really handling anything though in that whole thing, CGI?
Exactly. She was
CGI.
Is she handling anything, or is she just doing arm motions?
Well, I think probably like she has a prop that she's using, and they just they just light it up in post production. Oh, Aaron said I missed this earlier. He said the real Diana similar blue dress. Yeah, that's true. Very tragic what happened with her. William. By the way, this they're at like the whole place of Steve Trevor and Etta Candy. It was like a lot of this in World War One because that is kind of a retcon from like him being in a modern setting from. So
well, yeah, because post crisis they eliminated. Yeah, post crisis they eliminated that. Hold on, we just got another donation. We are now at 16,290.
I love this part where he's just zooming through and like punching all the guys. And the speed ramping. And Sammy, like what you talk about. Yeah, that's because that's one thing that he didn't do so much in Man of Steel or BBS was kind of like the speed ramping he made popular in 300. So you started finally seeing that again in this franchise of Wonder Woman, and then you really, as far as like the ones he directed, it's like then you really started seeing that come back with a vengeance and Zack Snyder's Justice League. So I love that with superheroes, the speed ramping and fight scenes, and really fight choreography in general. It's like being able to just like appreciate little details of the action that much more kind of under the microscope with speed ramping. So yeah, not so present in Man of Steel or BVS, but definitely a big thing in Wonder Woman, and he brought it back big time in Zack Snyder's Justice League. So really
thank you, Brad, for the $20 donation. I will write, direct, and star in movie 8, 9, 10, 11, and so forth.
That definitely wasn't me.
That says somebody. Sure? Brad. Yeah. All right, that puts us at 16,290.
Jackass with my name.
Well, wouldn't you be the jackass with your name? Wouldn't that you? Thanks for the donation, man. It's a good cause. And I listen. You warming up to this whole scary movie thing? This is good for charity.
No, it's not happening.
We'll make it happen, Brad.
No, we'll make it happen.
The audience told you out. The audience just left you out to try. Said, fuck it, I'm in.
That won't happen if you strap me.
I watch Terrifier 3. So if I have
better than Aaron scary movie by a mile.
All I need is Aaron to come on and sell you out, and then that'll be complete.
No, but Brad, I watch Terrifier 1, 2, and 3 back to back.
Yeah, and that's
why did you?
And that's better than any 5-second section of a scary movie.
Those movies are absolutely dreadful. Those movies are horrible, dude.
And they are Gone with the Wind, The Godfather, and
I have to always
scary movie.
That's why
if you're snorting pain, maybe I don't know.
I owed it to Forth because I chickened out when I was here before, so I owed it to him. If I can do something like that, you could do Scream.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I'm going to.
Brad has it sad.
Yeah, I know about 10 minutes for me, Aaron. So, yeah, in a couple minutes here, I'll be stepping away for about. So go ahead and just start the next movie without me, and I'll come back in about 20 minutes.
How much longer do we have? Where are we at with this one? Right now, she's got the tank. She's about to put it on this lady.
Yeah, I'm at right when she is.
I'm a couple of minutes ahead.
She's just finished. Always on fire.
I hate when someone puts a tank on me.
Yeah, I love speed ramping and fight scenes, Sammy.
That seems like it might sting.
Somebody came to the shop.
Oh, earlier today, yeah. But after around 5 or 6, after 6, there's not going to be anybody coming this way because they're blocked off and I'm blocked in. So if they're already on this side of town, then I do have one guy who's working security at a party over here. I am expecting him to come in, but I don't expect any of my even my normal tourist traffic because of the way things are blocked off. I don't expect them to, unless I
Here's
stay.
the money shot.
Brad said money shot.
What do you,
Oh,
yeah,
stop
dude.
it.
Where are you talking about? Or where are you at?
When she clangs her bracelets and takes out Aries.
Oh, we lost Bell again. She'll be back.
On. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right where I am. Okay.
Aren't you going to be late for the balls dropping?
Yeah, I got a couple minutes here. So, and by the way, that shot of Diana kind of hovering there like that in front of the sunrise, it's like I didn't realize until once Zack Snyder Justice League came out, you have this shot of Superman flying up towards the sun. So that's like I think that's a pretty intentional kind of parallel they create.
There was a post-credit scene for this, but never made it into the film.
Yeah, well, it's on the Blu-ray and the DVD. It's the one where they the whole team has the mother box.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be cool. Well, that would be cool actually if they worked that in the movie.
That would have been hashtag full circle. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What's really funny is the post credits of the Alien movie, or not post credits, but extra scenes. They're playing with that goddamn scariest monster ever to hit film, and they're just playing with it and having a, dancing with it, and yeah.
Five minutes, Brad.
Yeah, no, I got time. I just want to see the movie properly wrap up here.
Brad, technically, New Year's doesn't happen for another 6 hours after it hits you.
After it hits me? Okay.
Yeah, at midnight. When it turns midnight, it's another 6 hours after that when technically the new year begins.
Yeah.
Which is why we have leap year days.
So yeah, Bruce, if only you knew the whole story behind that photograph there.
Sorry, they keep setting off the fireworks. Is pissing me off. Okay, Bell. Bell says that she'll be in the spot.
That sucks. We like having you on here. Hopefully, if you get able to get back on, we would love to have you in the final stretch here.
Enjoy your tamales.
I remember seeing a fan theory, this part here with her jumping off the tower and soaring through there. Seeing a fan theory in the lead up to Justice League that's like she was leaping into like her opening fight scene in Justice League, and this does appear to be London, so yeah, could be something to that. Okay, and that's wrapped it up for me. So I need to go ahead and step away for a little bit here, the ball dropping. So I'll be back in about 20 minutes or so. So you guys go ahead and start the next movie without me, and I'll jump in and get the timestamp.
Okay, I'll set up the next one.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit, guys.
All right, so in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to start the last movie of the night, the longest movie of the night. It'll be Zack Snyder's Justice League. So you still got about 4 hours to donate right now. Our total is at 16,290. Let me hit refresh, make sure we're current. Yeah, that's what we're at. So for those of you who are still watching, the 510 of you that are still watching, I will put the link into the link that you're watching so that you can spread the word. And let's see.
So I got my Zack Snyder's Justice League set up, ready to go.
All right, so
what? If anyone needs to go to the toilet, go to the toilet before we.
Hey, man, I don't take orders from you, man, anymore. This is America.
It's rabbit season.
That was awful. Let's see.
Rabbit season.
Yeah. Because you guys are in the new year now, so it's rabbit season.
Oh.
I'm confused.
Eastern time right now, it's going to be midnight.
Yeah, but the Eastern time doesn't exist. The West is the best.
I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
All right.
I bet you the liquor store is doing great business. That's just down a half a block away from Williams store.
So, how do you guys enjoy that film? $20.25, great. But yeah, so this has been a great fun stream. You love Wonder Woman? Great, Sammy. I know you love Wonder Woman. Your profile picture says it all. My last year in my 30s. I'm sorry to hear that, Belle. Guys, if you haven't donated yet, I'll post a link in the chat right now for you guys to donate. You can donate if you don't want to donate, you can share the link with your friends. Let them know that the Sci-Fi Center is doing charity streams, so let them know that. And yes, everyone in American Eastern Standard Time, Happy New Year to you guys in Eastern Standard Time.
So how's the sugar high going, Taladia?
What do you mean?
Was it sugar-free ice cream cones and milkshakes?
Nah, they just make it with milk and whatever. I just said so. But yeah, honestly, I'm excited for this year though, to be honest with you. Hopefully we'll get the Wonder Woman game. That's what I'm hoping for. Hold on.
All right, let's get it going.
All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are playing Zack Snyder's Justice League, everyone.
4 hours and 2 minutes of it.
4 hours and a minute. Fun fact for you, William. Tom Hulkenberg actually not only did the score for this, but he's also done Sonic 3.
Okay, so one movie I waited 5 years for, and the other's a movie I'm never going to see.
Sonic 3? He did a really good score for that. No lie.
I'll listen to the score maybe. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
So, Delati, are you like pounding down Monster Energy drinks, man?
Bro, I don't go to bed till what, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
He's like
every
me.
day.
Yeah.
I'm like William. Oh,
Yeah,
Spidey's in backstage, by the way.
Who cares? See,
He's backstage.
I don't see him actually. Hold on. No, I see. You mean fourth?
Hold on.
Yep.
Okay. Spidey is here. Sonic 3 is really good.
Wait, can we start this? I was waiting to get back on here. You were saying ready to go, and there's like nobody on the screen when you said that. So hold on a second. Can we start over? Or?
No, we're still going ahead.
Why? No, we can't start 30 seconds over. You just started it, right? Like I'm talking about the one movie you just turned on right now, not all of the entire thing. It's about one.
Yeah, let's go. All right.
Can we start this over? Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah.
All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
Wait.
My max is gone. Where's Brad?
Why are they giving me?
He's doing a fireworks thing.
He's watching the balls drop.
Yeah,
His dog's gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
So how's the marathon been going?
Sorry?
How's the marathon been going?
Oh, it's been great, man. Been great. I did promote the what's it called? The
Sci-Fi Center.
Charity link in the chat. So
it looks like that momentum spike, just like
Spidey, are you doing the weed?
I'll be back on it in a second. I'm just getting lined up. Omega Swiper's in the chat.
He's been in.
What's up, Omega? All right.
Sprinkle of chaos in the chat.
Spidey, you missed out on a
No, I didn't. I was watching the other ones. I got started up a little late, so I watched Man of Steel, and then I watched BVS, and then I made some food and stuff. So
thank you, Omega.
Any highlights from the chatter that you remember or significant to you?
Chatter? Are you talking about me?
from the stream. I don't know if you're listening on the stream.
No, I wasn't listening. I wasn't. Like I said, I wasn't lined up with you guys, so I just kind of went my own pace and try to line it up for this.
So Omega Swiper celebrating. How are you celebrating, Omega Swiper?
He's being bombarded with fireworks, he claims.
My kids are listening to The Hangover, and it's loud.
Something's coming over the stream.
What do you mean?
Like music from a movie.
Oh, let me probably turn mine down. All right.
There is a distinct lack of chocolate ice cream in this house, and that makes me have a sad.
Oreo cookie is the official flavor of the Sci-Fi Center.
Yeah, I had Oreo cookies, by the way. Oreo milkshake and ice cream.
How did you guess it, Taladia?
Nah, I'm telling Spidey. That's what I had.
I got a black raspberry dark chocolate ice cream, dark chocolate chunk.
What in the what?
It's like Oreo or chocolate.
Do you
but
like hold your
thin-
pinky out when you're drinking that?
Oh, it's not a drink. It's just a ice cream, you know. It's like Oreo cookie ice cream or like chocolate chip ice cream, but times a zillion, right? It's like watching the Snyder trilogy as a trilogy instead of killing a stream by skeleton it the wrong way. Kind of like that. It's better. It's like that.
8 hours? I can't believe we've done 8 hours. This will be like it.
Well, I'm gonna go get some gelato.
Now that's fancy.
Amber Heard. Is it bad that Amber Heard being crazy just made her hotter?
I don't think she was ever not hot. The rumor has it she just had a real shitty attitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm talking about literally, not attitude wise.
Funny you should mention excrement.
That's where we were taking it.
I thought you were talking about more ice cream excrement from the machine, like Frosty or something.
In a couple hours, Fourth. In a couple hours.
Why do they gotta let the black one touch it first? It was racist. Like Jurassic Park vibes all over again. Michael
Boy,
Wilson.
sorry. Boy, there's someone letting off an ordinance, as William says, outside my house. I'm just glad it's not gunfire.
William walk up on the Sci-Fi Center balcony and just sniff the air and all the fireworks smell in the air and be like, I feel like I'm back at home.
No, the PTSD hits him.
Ah.
And the only way to cure it is a triple king fat burger.
You should just order a heart attack burger. If he ate one of those on stream, that would freaking dwarf all the other burgers that he ate.
The happiest I've ever seen William is when he had a big triple king on his plate in front of me.
The happiest I was when he got that small little burger and complained about it. Here comes Phil's parallel shot with the BVS, the nightmare scene.
With the goggles?
The goggles, the angle of the high rise little ledge that he's standing on, and that's what he was saying.
So far, me and Talati are the power ones through this thing. Maybe Talati's got me beat because the Cox hamsters had to change the cheese so they run faster to make the internet work.
They're using the same service Talati as Clint, the Cox
Nope.
internet.
Nope.
What do you got?
Virgin Media.
Virgin Media?
Mm-hmm.
Next time I want to see some UK barbecue on screen.
So it's not run by mouse power like Cox is?
Nope.
We're poor, not stupid. Get out!
Thinks he's at Rebel Moon. Is this guy like the mayor of this little town? What would they call him in this place?
The village leader. Surely you've seen enough movies with a small village surrounded around an old man.
The elder.
I try to give him the benefit of the doubt by not using such an archaic label.
Oh, yeah. The village shaman.
There you go. That was my second guess.
There you go.
Kind of do, because if you didn't stop the world engine or Doomsday, there wouldn't be a village for you. But you try to explain that to a guy who's 6'5" and can breathe underwater.
I heard Omega wrote this song. Pretty impressive, all things considered.
Yes, just like a bat. You're out of your mind, Bruce Wayne.
At least they fixed the hole in the roof. The truck going through there.
Yeah, but that's gonna end up costing her more than she can chew. So she had to sell the house. That was the whole consequence of just not telling him where the spaceship was in the first place.
Phil's in the back, by the way.
Who has the power to let him in?
Yeah.
Yo,
What's going on?
Yo,
Phil?
Uncle Phil, welcome.
it's the timestamp.
Okay, timestamp is 15 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh, you guys just started the movie then. Okay.
Yeah.
They were getting on the Bruce Wayne's black airplane from Iceland or wherever. You call him your uncle? Aren't you like 10 or 15 years older than he is? I guess it's possible, right? I get it.
Look at my name, smart guy.
Oh, yeah, I got the screen. You're all the way in the bottom, and it's on small. Thanks for appreciating the IQ points, too, buddy.
You're welcome. Dingleberry.
Yeah.
Anytime. Where'd Brad go?
He's doing the watching the ball drop and taking care of his dog, which is going to go crazy. It's probably going crazy right there.
Yeah, he's watching balls drop.
course he's watching balls drop. Of course he is.
Jimmy Olsen.
What?
The original Jimmy Olsen's the cop.
Oh yeah, McClure. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was like, what? Oh yeah. And then I forgot he's in this too.
They were gonna get John Cryer, but he was working on the Crisis on Infinite Earths.
I don't know about that, but sure.
She got a Richard. You should do
Right.
a Richard homage in here.
I mean, there's already a Superman the movie homage later on, so. It's very subtle, very in your face, very demure.
It's Lottie's house.
Yeah, here it goes right down the street.
I think I need to refuel.
See you in the window there, Taladia.
Leave Claudia alone.
Did you know Taladia now has made the official sci-fi ice cream flavor channel?
Yep.
No, I didn't.
Oh.
It's Oreo cookie.
Yep.
That's great, I suppose. You have a lot of dead kids on your hands.
I got a favorite scene of this movie? Chad,
Gee, favorite scene in a 4-hour movie. What a very small window of choice there, buddy.
I mean, there's a lot. I'd say for myself, I'd have to say the Cyborg's vision scene is probably my favorite. But
I'm honestly
there's
sure.
a lot. There's a lot to choose from, but
I'd have to really think about that. I'm not sure.
I'll go with
Anybody
the
else?
flash rewinding time at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, the Superman 78 homage.
What you, Taladia?
That's what that is.
What?
You got a favorite scene in this movie?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say until we get to the scene.
Okay. Well, try to remember and let us know. All right.
Leave us in suspense.
No, leave us on the hook. He's got to let the viewers.
He doesn't want to spoil things like Brad.
Hashtag Taladia is not the spoiler.
I think mine's probably when Lois Lane steps in front of Bruce.
Yeah, kind of like an inverse of the scene in the Martha scene.
That's exactly why.
What scene is that?
It's Lois Lane stepping in front of Bruce before Superman kills him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an inverse of her saving Superman when Bruce had the spear at his face. Yeah, I just got finished watching that.
Going on with
William.
the chat.
William, can you hear us?
He's
Yeah,
out.
what's going on?
Just a second ago, I asked if anybody had like a favorite part in this movie. How about you?
I'm gonna go say when Steppenwolf takes on the Amazons.
Okay.
It's a pretty solid scene.
It is coming up soon here too. Clint, you got any favorites in this movie or no or?
Well, it's kind of obscure a bit, but I like the very beginning. The Superman scream actually sets the events into motion. It's like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's very cool. I like how it picks up right before the epilogue of the other movie, so more or less right where the other one ends. Yeah,
pretty much
picks up from there. It's excellent. But yeah, you get to see the little waves, and you get to see the little sound waves, and you see the mother box kind of crack open, and there's a little more explanation as the movie goes on. There was a little foreshadowing in the last movie, but you get to see it in action.
Yeah,
first there's show, then there's tell, right?
In the really real world, it would never work that way, but in the comic book world, that's fine.
Well, you just got to meet Superman, and then things will be your whole perspective on what's possible changes if Superman exists. That was kind of the whole point of Jonathan Kent's fears, right? The whole paradigm shifts.
Yes.
I love this.
There is literally nothing 99.9999% of the population could do to Superman.
Precisely. Unless you so happen to have a piece of the terraformed Earth by the remains of the world engine. Which I was thinking about that while I was watching Man of Steel. How much setup there is to explain what kryptonite is before you ever actually see what kryptonite is. And him just getting sick on the ship and them saying that's the atmosphere and all that. So,
yeah.
What were you saying?
I think I was wondering if Clint was getting at if sound waves travel that far around the Earth, you'd have a lot of dead people.
Got it. Is that what you're hitting at, Clint?
Well, waves go in a straight line generally.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they may be shaped in a curve, but they go everywhere from that curve in a straight line. If you got sound waves going in a straight line, they can only go so far around the Earth.
They're not affected by gravity in the same way as everything else.
No.
Right?
No, they shouldn't be. No.
Well, everything's affected by gravity, but not in any significant way.
Wait a minute, gravity's a thing?
I just heard about it this morning. Supposedly, if you throw an apple in the air, it doesn't just stay up there. Who knows?
Some guy, Sir Isaac Newton, something like that, right?
Right.
I'll say my second favorite scene is probably Aquaman and what's his name? William Dafoe's character.
Volko.
Volko. I like their dialogue.
Yeah, that's a little cool way of saying.
Omega, thank you for the tip.
Yeah, Omega dropped you some love, William.
Let's see. Do you agree that Lex should plan to make everyone have Superman powers for his company? How can he? I wouldn't have Lex doing it. I probably would have Darkseid doing it. It makes more sense that Darkseid would be the one that would be able to contain that and make that happen. Lex can barely deal with the one he has. Thank you for the support, Omega Swiper.
Connie Nielsen is a force in this movie. Oh my goodness. Evil does not sleep.
It waits.
It waits.
That's my show. Yeah, William, the parademons are just gonna come through the mother box here. to the boom tube here in a second.
With that Kirby crackle. Yeah, that Kirby crackle's
Love that shot.
dope as shit.
You guys are in the 27 area?
Yeah, 27. Just gone past the 27 mark.
Right where I'm at. All right, got it.
2750 over here.
You're fast.
Nice.
I'm watching my own copy, not from Max.
Yeah, I'm watching my own copy too.
Good God, that entrance is amazing. Spiky Wolf. Imagine looking at this and going, "No, this is too scary." What?
The Amazonians don't have anything called fear. Show them your fear, she says.
We have no fear.
No fear. Hey, who said this one could fire? You need to go to Ghost Line.
All right, everybody, I'm back. I'm back from the future. I am now in the year 2025.
Balls dropped.
Yeah, well, one big one did in New York, in Times Square.
Well, you'll hit puberty soon.
Yeah, I didn't see on the. Spidey always knows what's the right thing to say, doesn't he? Hey, Sammy.
That's certainly one way to bust your balls going into the new year. That's for sure.
oh yeah, double header there. William, what time? Can you get a timestamp?
If you're on Max, Brad, I'll give it to you in 1 second here.
29 minutes even.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, not quite as far as I thought. I'd be pretty much through the first chapter altogether.
Damn
right
near.
when he,
Black Friday may have the first department. Oh, that looks painful.
Gee, you think?
You just have some metal melted into your heart.
To your open wound.
Omega.
Did we already pull up the super chat from
Yeah,
I got it.
Diana deflects all the oh yeah, I missed that part where he's in the. Yeah, I asked earlier during Wonder Woman. It's like, would the the No Man's Land, like that, abandoned building fight, or the fight in the bank, is that which one is like closer to being her equivalent to the warehouse? I think I could see an argument either way. Let's see. Yeah, I do too. She actually. I was actually. If I have a complaint about Army of the Dead, it's that she dies in it a lot sooner than I thought she was going to, because she was, the way they're presenting her, she seemed kind of like the equivalent to Vasquez in Aliens.
Samantha Wynn.
Yeah,
Samantha Wynn.
Yep.
Yeah, she's in the poster. She's in all the advertising.
She's like among the first characters to die when they make it into the city. I mean, she
Which
goes out.
It's like all those people in Suicide Squad.
You said she was
What's
a
that?
Punisher, William? You said she was a Punisher?
No, she was in the posters.
On the
She was in the
poster.
promo for the movie.
Yeah, well, maybe she did if they're caught in a time loop, and we'll see her again.
Brad, like I always say with Steppenwolf's jump here, think of how strong he really is.
Yeah, this is like
to get straight vertical out of the bottom of the sea to land
far,
right there.
Yeah, how far underwater?
If he's jumping and that's not flying, then think of how strong that motherfucker really is.
Yeah, he jumps a good 2 miles at least.
I mean,
by the way,
since he could have just summoned the boom tube and boom tube right there too.
Yeah, so he's like, nah, I'm showing you guys what I'm made of.
Yeah.
Since I have this, I have it on Amazon, so that's why I'm watching it now. But with the X-ray stuff, a little bit of general trivia here. Everybody, I'm sure, will love this. Soon after the theatrical release of Justice League 2017, in which many fans and critics alike found the film an inaccurate, I love that, an inaccurate representation of Zack Snyder's vision. That's a really delicate way to put it. The hashtag release the Snyder Cut began to grow in popularity through social media in hopes of promoting a possible director's cut. Over the years since its inception, the release of the Snyder Cut movement has helped gain traction all the way to Warner Brothers executives and even through raising money for numerous charities associated with suicide prevention and awareness. In May 2020, after a virtual Man of Steel watch party, Snyder officially announced the project with Henry Cavill. Yeah, we are in the trivia books.
By the way, no animals were hurt in this film, just to let you guys know.
Nope. Except for the couple
Talking about tossing around these horses.
Yeah.
Boom.
And I think this is Citrone, Rich Citrone, like doing the mocap for Steppenwolf and his fight scenes.
I'd say this is probably the most creative new fight in the whole movie.
Yeah. I did like, I mean, the Heroes Park fight, we got like half of that in the theatrical cut, and that's very expounded upon in this version.
Yeah, there's like maybe 10% of what Snyder and Wagner shot in that theatrical cut, maybe at best.
And what is
then,
there is
then it's not color graded right. It's
out of sequence. It's
very out of sequence.
Yeah.
I love when he flexes and then chops all the arrows out of his armor. It's fucking dope.
Oh yeah, that's awesome when he cracks it out of there. Well, like the first shot of Themyscira, when the Superman's death cry goes out, it awakens all the mother boxes. Like that is that's placed. I forget exactly where that's placed in the theatrical cut, but because of like the way that's filmed, it's kind of like has this like mist in front of it because they're going through the invisibility curtain. But just the way that's placed in the theatrical cut is such a jarring cut. I mean, that was the first time I saw it. That was one of like the first signals to me of like, yeah, this movie has been edited within an inch of its life.
Over the course of the movie, the musical motif that the heroes have keeps growing, and then this part's the first time you hear it, but it gets stopped short because their mission fails. So like over the course of the movie, the motif expands more and more. You hear it the most hopeful at the history lesson, and at the end of the movie. But there's other stages, but it rises for the event, but it stops short this time because she got knocked off the horse, and they're not going to succeed, right? So.
Well, there's a lot of points in it where you like hear like the chords of the main theme, and it has
that's what I'm saying.
It's almost like a Batman theme, like primarily where it sounds very foreboding and very very it's like it's in a dark setting. So, and it's really in the final battle where they and the end of the Martian Manhunter scene, they really bring it home with it.
I love that freaking RoboCop purple tint that's in Steppenwolf's armor. Looking dope.
You can see a little bit of that, the purple within that.
Bad guys showed up in the first chapter. You know what they're after. They got down to business and they succeeded.
Yeah,
right? Showed up to Themyscira and got the movie going.
I've always been kind of curious too, because there's obviously been like a lot of hoopla about the $70 million that was spent to finish the movie. I've always been kind of curious because of course part of like finishing it was reintegrating the original Steppenwolf design. So I really would be curious how much of that 70 million. I would venture to guess probably at least a good 20 to 25 million of that was spent just on Steppenwolf.
The world will never. Oh, Samantha win.
It looks like Samantha lost this one though, fellas. I don't know. Have to see.
She was I remember that she outside of because she's obviously known for a lot for her collaborations with Zack Snyder through Sucker Punch and Man of Steel and Wonder and ZSJL and now Are You the Dead. But I think she just
Brad. Omega has an insane plot point that can be explored possibly in this next iteration of DC.
Okay. Well,
imagine Osama bin Laden like Prince trying to get Diana.
Take my buddy.
And the good, yeah.
That's the screenwriter and the man. Sorry, Brad. I just caught my eye.
No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that would fly, fortunately. But anyway, what was I saying a minute ago? Oh yeah, so she's really well known for her work with Zack, but she's also like even before I saw her in Sucker Punch, or I think like right after Man of Steel, like it's
toxic.
Or even before that, she was anybody remember the web series Mortal Kombat Legacy? She was Chun-Li on that, and she also not only that she also got to be she was Kitana in Mortal Kombat Legacy, sorry, and she was Chun-Li in this series called Superpower Beatdown, or Ultimate. It was Ultimate Fan Fights. It was two like that. She was on Ultimate Fan Fights, and it was the Chun-Li versus Tifa one, and that was one where it's like people can basically choose two different endings of who wins. And so she was Chun-Li in that, and I definitely highly recommend looking that up. It's definitely the best live action Chun-Li we've got so
what
far.
level is Tifa? I mean, Chun-Li kills Tifa at like level 1, but if it's level 99 Tifa, she's like the strongest woman on the planet Earth. So like it depends on what level Tifa's at.
yeah, but Chun-Li is Chun-Li. So,
but I'm saying
but
if the context of Final Fantasy or any RPG, if you build up your person and she's on your main team, she's
if Tifa has the final heaven
human
limit
beings
break
on the planet.
Chun-Li doesn't stand a chance.
Right. But if we're talking Tifa at level 1 or back in Nibelheim back when they were kids, and Chun-Li will whip her ass. It all depends, Brad. You just can't throw names out there. You just can't throw names out there.
That's like blanketly saying Superman loses in a fight against Goku.
I mean, this is true, but I'll give the context why if you need it all day.
Well, you're wrong. So
I'm not.
And they did.
Goku, Superman stopped being at any parity with Goku once Goku beat Frieza and he went Super Saiyan the first
Look,
time.
man,
And
Goku
he's 50
breaks
million
limit.
times stronger than that right now.
Thank you. Goku breaks limits. Superman has no limits. Superman wins by that argument alone. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I mean, what is that? Then Superman should be Plutonian then. What are we talking about? He doesn't do what Plutonian or Dr. Manhattan does, so he does have limitations. Superman.
If I didn't know any better,
I mean, come on, we can't see through lead. That's a limitation, right? We have an upper limit. We have an upper limit to the strength that we can carry in the quintillion tons, but still an upper limit nonetheless. There are limits on Superman. Superman has to have a challenge, so therefore Superman has limits. Otherwise,
well, obviously the
biggest.
Plutonian. Listen, this was all settled years ago when we epic rap battles of history, guys, with Superman and Goku. So,
well,
possibly.
If Goku can die from a fucking heart disease, Superman can beat the shit out of Goku. It's not that hard, bro.
Like, well, it's not that. Does Superman have the ability to kill Goku with the heart disease?
I mean, they both have the ability to kill each other, but that's just it. Their goodwill will not make them kill either or. It'd probably just end up in a fucking draw at best, but Superman would probably still win. It's like Captain America versus Batman.
And Goku spars people his strength for fun and goes to universal tournaments, world tournaments with ready to die, ready to lose, all that. Doesn't have to kill anybody, but if the rules call for it, he'll fight to the last limit. The only person he ever stopped short on was Cell, who was way stronger than Superman at that time, and gave a sense of being to his son, who he knew at that point, or by the time they were in the hyperbolic time chamber training, that his son had exceeded the point where he would have been at right now, although he had already understood there was a level beyond where his son went. But all that being said, Cell, super perfect Cell that fought Gohan is way more powerful than Superman, and it's debatable whether or not Goku could beat Cell at that
hyperbolic.
point.
See, this is where
we can say hyperbolic, but I can give you examples. I'm not with no ill intent, of course. I love debating this kind of shit, and
this is where I really would love.
I'd love to have that conversation.
This is where I really would love to have my friend Mike on, because he's well, Aaron's also a big Dragon Ball expert, but also Mike is as well. So he would probably he would really weigh heavily on this. And actually, to get to Aaron's, yeah, I mean, I would definitely. I also go whole. I actually think that's his most underrated movie, because I think I only finally saw that when the pandemic first started, and like post announcement for this movie. So, and I just kind of realized, oh, this is the only thing of his I've ever seen. Okay, well, pretty easy to fix that. And I mean, it's the most epic owl movie you will ever lay his eyes on.
Now, I'm not one of these people that discount how strong Superman is, says he's weak off top or anything like that. So, like I said, if you want to like ever have the debate, I'm cool like having that. I wouldn't have it with any ill intent. I debate Batman with William all the time, just out of
you debate Batman Beyond with William all the time.
just because it's the only person on the planet I can have that debate with. So I enjoy it.
No, Aaron. No, just no.
Goku going to
Super Saiyan 5 isn't even a thing though. Super Saiyan 5 doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist, no.
Even
But
the
person that drew that Super Saiyan 5 picture is the person that writes Dragon Ball Super manga right now. So through an interesting turn of events, fan art ended up being the guy with the fan art ended up being the writer of the book. So.
Thing is, Goku eventually does die. Superman becomes the sun god.
Oh yeah, Goku dies a few times. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
and he
but
can
like
age out. Yeah.
Even Ultra Instinct.
But that said, That said, in the realm of being in the living, Superman would have got his ass kicked a long time ago in Goku's lifetime.
Okay, Robert Kirkman.
No, I'm not. I'm just being me right here. I'm being me. Robert Kirkman, cool or whatever, but like I said, I'd love to have that. I know we're watching.
Robert Kirkman's under the impression that Invincible can take Superman.
No. That's why I'm. No, because the what you call it's the help me out here, Phil.
Viltrumites.
They can rip each other in half by punching each other. Kryptonians are way stronger than that, and obviously Goku and them got their key up. They're stronger than that, but Viltrumites can just punch each other and rip each other in half.
Yeah, and then Robert Kirkman's answer to that would be, well, if I'm writing it, Superman loses. It's like, well, of course.
Superman. Have you seen Superman's flesh easily get ripped in a punch, even when he was fighting people? Like,
right?
You see what I'm saying, Phil? So
I do. I'm just saying, like, you could throw every legitimate argument of the book at Robert Kirkman, he'd be snide enough to be like, well, not if I'm writing it.
I think we work together. I think we work together. We can make a fool out of him, Phil. I don't know.
Oh, believe me, I wouldn't have to try very hard to make Robert Kirkman look like a fucking fool. That we're talking about the same guy who said, I'm never going to sell out and let my characters be taken over by other people. Sure you did. That's why you sold The Walking Dead to AMC, right? Fucking liar. Fuck Robert Kirkman. That dude's an asswipe.
He did actually. There was one interview, it was like a red carpet thing he gave, where he did on camera. He like points to, hey, release the Snyder cut during this whole saga we were on. So he chipped in a little bit. So I'll give.
Well, it's more honest work than Rob Liefeld ever contributed. That's for sure.
Every fight Invincible gets and he bleeds, Phil.
I know.
Every fight.
Vegeta is the venom of Superman's world.
Vegeta would take Goku 10 ways to fucking Sunday.
It all depends on what level of trainer we're at.
Do
you think we're there at right now? You think
homie just went Super Saiyan 3 for the first time too.
On what? On the
Vegeta. Vegeta just turned Super Saiyan 3 in Dragon Ball Daima.
Yeah.
Oh, see, I've only caught the first episode. I love how it looks and I love where it picks up from. So, are you digging it? They're on what episode 10?
I mean, I only just see the cliff notes in passing. Aaron, I've seen all of Dragon Ball GT. I own all of Dragon Ball GT.
Yeah, I know Mike definitely would have too. So again,
I
need to get him on the show because he could really.
Do you see how they hint on Super that it all will take place within the 5-year time skip at the end of Z, so it could theoretically hit with GT.
Considering Akira Toriyama had nothing to do with GT, GT's not canon. So
no, but Oob, the 5-year time skip is at the end of Z. That's when he meets Oob for the first time. So they try to
but
to leave the door open without telling you GT doesn't count, because it's obviously been for so long that it's been like GT doesn't count. But like when you watch Super, it leaves little doors open. Like the reason Goku looks like this in Ultra Instinct is by the time the 5-year time skip, if he's just standing around.
If you go by Dragon Ball Heroes, GT.
Well, yeah, that's all over the place. That's like
But then again, Heroes also isn't technically canon either.
No, yeah, it's like the what if of the what if on crack of Dragon Ball.
It's the what if of Dragon Ball, basically. Yeah.
So a little earlier here, I don't want to get too far off the point of Justice League. Diana was obviously doing her curating thing, and then the guy with the toupee, with the fake Gordian knot sword and BVS, he's also curator, and just for like 2 lines of dialogue, he makes it clear that he's her colleague or a colleague in the discipline, which I never picked up on. So just a little minor thing,
you're talking about the museum scene with where the sword of Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's
There's just two little lines of dialogue where he's kind of it's like professional chatter, but he kind of makes it clear that he's her colleague in the discipline. So, and then of course we see her actually curating later on. So,
by the way, William, I'm going to pull up something here real quick because I know this is going to be music to your ears. Now that some of us, not all of us, but some of us are in the new year now. William, I saw this. I thought of you immediately. Bandstand Power Wars 2025 is the first year in 25 years there are no DC TV shows airing on or in development for network television.
No, the only thing that's going to be airing is Creature Commandos and Peacemaker, and even then, not network television, streaming.
Do you consider if you consider the CW a network? I guess that qualifies. Sure.
I knew William was going to just be dancing on the grave of the CW. I am so grateful we got the resident the bow we put on Soprano Lois.
It's if you're gonna do it, don't do it half-ass. And people settled for half-ass shit for so long that the CW was allowed to keep going. I mean,
God, even just this shot right here of Diana like picking up the arrow and the way that's filmed from again
framed like a comic frame.
Yeah, well, there's so many of these. Like when they first put out the trailer, DC Fandom. This is before you even seeing the movie. I mean, just these little moments we'd see in the trailer. It's like, and you compare it to what we got initially, and it's like, it to the very, 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 very limited extent, I could have any sympathy for Joss Whedon in that situation. It's like that movie looks as bad as it does because it's like he was, the time crunch he was put into, and honestly, it's like this is a theory I've had for a while. Is that
super heels?
I think because I think because of, he just kind of. The reason why it looks
super really refined balance, just land on our tiptoes and not have to worry about breaking the hill.
I have no sympathy for that pig.
No, again, that's why I heavily qualify this. It's because of the time crunch. I mean, I would have walked. I mean, if they're telling me it's okay, you want me to do this in this amount of time and still pass it off as the other guy's movie. The only reason you don't turn that down is you're a raging narcissist, but. But if you look at the theatrical cut and so much of it looks like a TV show, I think because of the time crunch they were in, I think he just kind of reverted back to being on the set of Buffy, where it's like this is how he knows how to make something look at least somewhat presentable. So, and that was something that really jumped out at me, in the lead up to the last month or so before this movie came out, because that was the first time I went back and watched the theatrical cuts since 2017.
I love this this mural of the history story before, or the history lesson before we get it, especially when you compare it, since you're speaking to Joss, is when they're in the Aquaman village and they redrew the fucking rooms on the wall in there, and it looked like a fucking baby colored it in their fucking room. So it's like,
well, that is the Batman, also the Batman sketch that in this version of like the whole like comparison. Yeah. You see a parody when you get the Batman sketch. I mean, this is like these are things that were clearly like scribbled together 5 minutes before they were filmed.
A parademon blows up and it makes a fucking map on the
map of the fucking
It's like if a pirate.
But we're looking at something that's very similar, but it goes through an entire mural that kind of tells the story if you have context, right? Yeah. And so like they obviously saw the idea and said, well, how do we make this shorthand? And we can't use what they had in here because we're not going to do the scene like that, right? So they took some chalk to a chalkboard and gave it to a baby, and there we go.
Yeah,
they spent $237 million on that.
I'm gonna pull this up right now.
Joss Whedon is a grown ass man, baby, so it makes sense.
There you go.
Why do you think so many nerds on the internet flocked to him and called him Nerd Master? Because they're just like him. Bunch of overgrown babies and giant diapers whining about fictional characters and the like.
Omega Swiper would like, and help me out here, Fourth. How do I say this name again?
Mahershala Ali.
Mahershala Ali will play Darkseid. He would like him to play Darkseid in Nolan's World.
Nolan's World, that's coming back. All right.
Maybe he's talking about Nolan Grayson. Who knows?
Oh. I was almost for sure it was going to be like the Ving Rhames or something as the voice of Darkseid.
I could have seen that, yeah.
Ray Porter is a nice man.
Yeah. I've met him in person, but every year actually I've seen he's very really.
So have I. I had coffee with him.
We ever get him on the show, we'd love to have him. Yeah, here it is. I'm pulling this up right now because this is like, look at this.
Chuck Cage would like to see Benicio del Toro's Darkseid. That could be.
Look at this. Look
what they do.
Just holding the fish over his head. That clearly was just thrown together, like right before they filmed it.
Good lord.
Because the line of dialogue they cut out says he comes from the tide bringing us fish. So instead of just put the dialogue
like,
in there, they drew it in the background. So they'll figure out what we're talking about.
I'm gonna blow this up a little bit more, just to make it a little bit bigger. So look at that, everybody. We get these like murals and cave paintings in the real movie, and it's like this is what they thought was gonna be a suitable replacement in the theatrical cut.
So Omega, do you think that Quentin Tarantino is gonna make a fourth world movie, or what are you talking about?
What? Quentin Tarantino was going to make a Star Trek movie.
Well, I mean, William doesn't think he's ever going to retire, despite his, him setting. I'm doing 10 movies, and that's it for my career.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him to do one last one and then retire and be a dad, because I know he's kind of focused on that. He just had his first kid not too long ago.
Yeah, that was what the hell are you thinking? These just thrown together little scribblings they did. It's like, oh, we can't use the murals in Zach's cut, so
I did like that when they have him save dude and walk out in the fucking storm and he tosses the bottle.
Yeah,
it plays way better here than to Icky Thump, and I love Icky Thump by White Stripes, but
yeah. Well, that's why initially when I saw the theatrical cut, and it is a Zack scene, but with that soundtrack, because that was in the first trailer, I thought, okay, that was so it's kind of like half and half. It's like it's Zack scene, but not his soundtrack. And actually, I did a feature on that Screen Rant right not long after this movie came out, talking about this very scene of the two versions of him walking down the pier, drinking out of the bottle, and how much the score changes the feel of the ceiling of the scene, because in the Icky Thump version, it's a very kind of shorthand scene.
Are we talking about the 2017 Justice League?
Well, we're comparing it to this one, because that kind of inevitably happens when everybody watches both versions. But
would be man.
When he's walking in the 2017, it's like the message of that scene is basically just he's the cool one. It's like that's what the scene's telling you. He's the cool one of the league. And this version, it's like it's emphasizing, okay, he's destined, he's running from his destiny as King of Atlantis, and that's also what the follow-up scene here with Volko is telling you.
William Dafoe elevates this so well.
Oh yeah. I actually find this is interesting too. I never got this piece off the ground, but this is one I kind of had in my head for a while when I was at Screen Rant. But I found a little bit of like because this was the first CBM of 2021, and Spider-Man: No Way Home was the last. And I thought about both those, and I thought, there's a weird kind of like they both really bookend that year very well, because there are a lot of parallels between them if you think about it. And I mean, there's superficial things like they both have Willem Dafoe, they both have J.K. Simmons, but there's also things like, I mean, the circumstances how they both came about, because we all know about the release of Snyder Cut movement with this movie, and then with Spider-Man that came about with the split that briefly happened between Sony and Marvel, and then when they come back to the table, they say, okay, let's do something that's really going to just be like the Spider-Man the world's never movie the world's never seen before, that's going to cross over multiple generations. And there's a few other elements to that, but it always kind of stood out to me. It's like, I think in this weird way, I actually think an argument could be made that 2021 is the last year we had like event movies as far as like comic book movies, or like or another way to put it, it's like event movies that were like positioned well, that was before like we got into this like rut of things underperforming. And it was really yeah. I
like this part a lot.
Like that's with all the talk about like comic book fatigue going around these days. It's like I think 21 is like is where we're at now. It's the last like really strong year, like collectively, for CBMs. So, and hopefully, this next year will turn that around.
Happy New Year's, Anthony.
Happy New Year's.
Yeah, totally agree. Sammy.
So, does Ray Porter call this the shower, Phil? He calls this the shower. When he's doing when Desaad and Darkseid are talking through the slab here.
Darkseid doesn't come in this scene. He comes in after the second box.
Yeah, but I've heard Ray Porter call the thing the shower when he's joking around about it.
Like the whole like kind of lava sort of.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, I'm sure.
I think Fantastic Four will bring that back this summer. I don't think we have to wait for Avengers to bring back an event movie.
When's the next? That's in 26, right? The next Avengers.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. By that, the Fantastic Four starts the storyline that derives from. So they'll basically be continuing a story that starts in Fantastic Four.
My guess is Captain America and Thunderbolts and a little bit of Fantastic Four are going to establish who's going to show up in the next Avengers movie. Definitely more Fantastic Four than the other two. But yeah, the Fantastic Four is going to kind of kickstart and ramp up to Avengers.
What's the first CBM coming? Like the first one in release coming up this year?
Captain America.
That's the first one.
Yeah, February.
Okay. That's sooner that I remembered. God, because last year we started off strong with Madam Web, and ended even stronger with Kraven the Hunter.
Did you notice how nobody laughed?
And a profitable year for that studio. So they're laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, but they could have put Spider-Man in there the whole time. That we're now learning.
Yeah, they don't want to. I mean, like I said, we've already gone over.
Yeah, that's a dead horse that just needs to stay dead at this point. Oh my god.
No
I would expect that this is like this isn't like source or anything, but I would expect like we fairly early into the new year we'll probably hear Sony announce something Spider-Man related. What shape that'll take, I don't know. Whether it's like, hey, we got Andrew Garfield on the phone.
That's called Spider-Verse.
The Spider-Man movies that they have in production are enough to keep their licensing going.
Well, and by the way, see, that's the other thing too, because now that we got this news that we got a new set of directors coming in for Beyond the Spider-Verse, so basically they were never ever going to make that like March date or whatever that was this year. I mean, there was no reality where that was going to happen. If they're just now getting new directors and they're telling us it's like we need more time to properly animate this. So it's like that was what possessed them to like stick out that particular date if there was no logistical way they were going to make that.
Well, I'm sure Across the Spider-Verse first of all, Across the Spider-Verse was initially conceived as a two-parter, so there's that. I'm sure when that was the case, they dated the first film for way back in, I think, October 7th of 22 before they inevitably pushed Across the Spider-Verse to, was it June of 23? And then after that came out, it wasn't too long in between that. Actually, not too long after they'd split the dates up and split up those movies and then inevitably like took out Across the Spider-Verse Part 2 and just put Beyond the Spider-Verse. I think that third movie has just always been in a straight up creative flux even while making Part 2, which is probably why it's taken so fucking long just to get it made to begin with, because they were really just hammering out how exactly they wanted to finish that trilogy.
It's so crazy because I mean the Spider-Verse, that is their cash cow. I mean those are very acclaimed. They're very successful. Particularly, I mean the second one just blew the lid off, and so I mean that is unfortunate. They're dealing with those behind the scenes difficulties.
Well, the strikes definitely didn't help either.
Yeah, that's true. And Sammy thinks Captain America will come and go. The year will be. I know, because I've been kind of lukewarm on Captain America, but the last couple of trailers have actually kind of elevated my anticipation for it quite a bit. Because I'm, if nothing else, I'm looking forward massively to Harrison Ford as Red Hulk. So,
well, here's the thing, though. You never want to look at those movies. If you look at those movies in the singular sense, then but they're not designed to work that way. They're not designed to. The release of Thunderbolts, Captain America, all these things are meant to swing momentum into the other when they're working right. So even it's not going to come and go. It's going to come and then go on to the next movie and then the next movie after that.
Oh,
that's
I
their
totally
formula.
agree.
So
I'm 100% with you on that.
There was this old saying,
What's that?
fuck Hulk, dark side's on screen.
So are we watching Creature Commando tonight?
No,
or
that's
tomorrow
yeah,
night?
Tomorrow, yeah. When
Doesn't
that,
come out till
episode
tomorrow
doesn't
night.
start.
Yeah, this is me not knowing what day it is.
Yeah, it's
It's
very
easy to
easy
get
for me
confused
this
during the holidays.
time of year until we, get into January. It's very easy for me to forget and I frankly enjoy that. Easy to forget what day of the week it is.
So when it comes to those movies, you're gonna judge the Marvel's year by how all those movies did.
I still can't. I mean, the decision behind this, it's like, hey, we got Dark Side the movie for the first time, and the first ever Justice League movie. Yeah, we don't need that.
Yeah, Steppenwolf will be fine. We just need one line of dialogue to get the
Well,
fanboys
really
in the
neutered
hits.
Steppenwolf at that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have a chip on your shoulder and you want to do things a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is what happens when you don't have a studio head to act as a buffer in between bad ideas and the creatives. So it's
It doesn't really help when
like
the
I
head
said,
of the film when the head of the film division doesn't at all trust the filmmaker and thinks he knows better when two other films proven otherwise. But
yeah, but like I said, technically, if you'd have had somebody that was legally, in there, he could have just told that guy to go fuck himself, like as many times as he needed to go fuck. I mean, literally frontwards, backwards, go fuck yourself. See this contract right here? Fuck you. I mean, it's just because you had people in charge that, like I said, look at the collection of clowns you had. They may have been okay for what Warner Brothers proper was doing, arguably, but not for this particular IP. You always needed a studio head here, and why it took them so long. They didn't want to cede that power because they knew those IPs were worth a lot of money. But if you don't know what you're doing, all you're doing is damage. You're not making the money. So,
right.
But like I said, we have a studio head now. I'm so happy. 530 people watching. Please like, subscribe, spread the word, spread the link that is at the top of the chat. It's also in the discussion in the Twitter page that's that you guys are, most of you guys are watching it from. So we are at let's go and look. We are at 16,290. Let me refresh, make sure that's where we are legitimately at. We are still at 16,290, short of our $20,000 overall goal. So like I said, if we don't make it tonight, that link stays up until we do, and then we'll put the donate button up there.
Look at how, just look at the CGI on Darkseid. I mean, there is so much CGI, not just in this, but in the other movies you watch.
It's a redux of the Zod scene when he gets pulled away.
There's so much CGI that doesn't look like CGI at all. I mean, Darkseid. I mean, he looks like when I would play with the other Darkseid, action figures or just like action figures as kids, like he looks like he's carved out of stone. And they had 10 months to like polish this up from like green lighting to release day. And yeah.
But can you imagine if this came out in 2017? I guarantee you would have made $1 billion.
Oh, the conversation we're having around DC cinematically, if this is the version that's out in theaters.
Well, there wouldn't have been a 4-hour version, but you're talking about.
Well, yeah,
but like half of it, but like a part one.
Version. Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Even if it was like a part 1, part 2 of Justice League, you still would have made $1 million.
There's a truncated 3-hour version of this movie that would have made them $1 billion, but they're too fucking arrogant to admit that or even bother doing it. But hindsight, 2020. Then of course you've got a guy in a ball cap there thinking he knows how to make comic book films when he's never made or directed or written one in his whole fucking life. There's that too. Better be quiet, otherwise someone's going to jump down my throat about that one.
I know you.
I feel you, man. But yeah, you get a 3-hour version of this in 2017. It's like everything about DC cinematically is that's an alternate reality we're living in.
Yeah.
What do they have Mother Block merch out there? I like to want to set on my entertainment stand.
William, I just thought of this. Like if they were doing like if the big like popcorn bucket craze was going on back then. I mean the mother box would have been so perfect for that.
Just get 3 boxes and cover them in aluminum foil. Voila, mother boxes.
Well, how do you make a bolt safe?
There's
though?
Ray Porter.
Yeah, Ray Porter in his cameo there.
Yep.
Yeah, he actually got recently got to meet Todd McFarlane at New York Comic Con, and he actually hold his Darkseid action figure like with the man who made it. So kudos to Ray.
That he did.
I love seeing the old gods, seeing the Light Knight course through their names. Yeah. And this is actually something I put out earlier too. It's like I think I said on here earlier, but I actually am I really dig that idea about like the Olympians and the Amazons actually being descended from like ancient Kryptonians that visit Earth eons ago. Because again, we've seen that idea played out in sci-fi before of like aliens visiting ancient civilizations and they're regarded as deities. So it's not that big a stretch. And I think the only revulsion people kind of have.
Well, it's the old Chariots of the God thing been going around for about 50 years. That's the basis of use it. I mean, the Eternals has used it. A lot of comic book characters have used it because our interpretation, we only think of gods as what they are because we didn't have a scientific capacity to recall them as anything else in those times, and that's what's been handed down to us. So it's very plausible. I mean, it could have done it. I don't know how well it would have gone over, but it definitely could have done it.
So how did they pick Superman's power? Did they just like have a dart bar to throw darts at it? It goes, oh, he's got this, and that.
You're talking about Siegel and Schuster?
However, whoever made Superman, how did they?
Yeah, Siegel and Schuster.
War.
Pretty much, yeah.
Everything that was either going on in World War II, that was either used or that was in a concept phase. You use flight in war, so he flew. You use tanks in war, so he was invulnerable. You use projectiles, heat rays, things like that. There was a lot of things in development. Hell, Hitler and the Nazis were developing heat rays that were publicized that people knew about. So they took everything that was available to them that they saw that you need to have somebody who could stand up to all of those things and put them into a man. But your primary for his physicality is war, World War II to be specific.
Central City, reduce speed ahead. I love that little joke.
Okay,
that's not me. It's not me, man.
Kill the what?
Oh, he's talking about the key tapping.
Somebody's woodpecker's gone loose.
I think it might be fun.
Usually Brad's woodpecker.
Yeah, he did. In fact, actually, to slightly correct you there, William, Superman, he actually initially could not fly. He could just leap like about like an eighth of a mile, I think it is, or something. And then when they started doing like the Fleischer animated stuff, they just decided that you would just, they just thought it would like up his power scale and look cooler if he could actually fully fly. And that's one of the things I really like about the first flight scene in Man of Steel is the fact that he's at first bouncing, hopping from one place to another, because it's a nod to the fact that he couldn't fly at first.
Yeah. Think of it this way, though. Even though he evolved over time, both he, Captain America, all those heroes of the time, who were they fighting? I mean, they were literally fighting Nazis for the most part right out of the chute. So he was basically as a war machine. Everything you would use.
Superman fought a lot of organized crime in the 30s, 40s.
He did, but that wasn't. I mean, World War was bigger than any of that, especially for the people who created him, because what their people were going through at that time. Yeah, that's basically Captain America. All those ones were basically invincibility against a war. Though that would be your champion going into war. And even though he didn't initially fly at the beginning stages, it was always meant for him to. But it was just, how it got developed. Because remember, the Fleischman stuff came not that long after. What was the first Fleischman? Was 1940?
Yeah, it was like a year or two turnaround from comics to animation.
1941 or 43. I think it's 1941 is when the first Fleischer cartoon hit.
Yeah, actually, I watched those quite a few of those when I was a kid, quite a lot. Like one of my favorites was they had there's one where he has to fight robots. There's this mad scientist has these flying robots. One of them kidnaps Lois Lane and takes him back to his lair. There's another one where they go to Europe, or they go someplace with an active volcano, and Superman has to just to stop that from erupting. So I did enjoy those as I was like 4 or 5 years old. Yeah, I did too. Yeah, that's actually something I really appreciated early on in Superman and Lois was, again, they did a live action recreation of the Fleischer suit as his his proto suit in his the beginnings of Superman. Again, I never thought I'd see that in live action and done as well as it was in live action, but again, a show that I did not expect to like. I mean, I put it on my Mount Rushmore Superman adaptations.
So it wasn't the Fleischer. It wasn't Fleischer where he first flew, and it wasn't a comic book. He first flew in Adventures of Superman radio serial. Is when they used his design from the fly.
It's also where Kryptonite was introduced.
Yeah, his first in comic flight was Action Comics 65, which would put him actually in 1943 his first in flight. But his ability to fly came from the radio serial. But from what I can understand from reading up all the literature, that was the original design was for him to be able to fly. I don't know why they never used it, because that was one of their main things. Is his flight and his invulnerability were one of the main tenets that they developed Superman around. And that's why that's why the court cases and stuff and like when it goes public domain, that version of Superman is the one that's going to be public domain, not the one that can fly. The S that we all know, you won't be able to use that one. You'll have to use that, the one that they use in Action Comics #1 all the way up to a sliding scale. So there's a lot that goes into that. But his original design, from what I can understand, he was always supposed to be able to fly. They just didn't work it in until 1943 in the radio. 1940 in the radio serial, and 1943 in the actual comic, Action Comics #65.
And I bet that's the case with all the redesigns all the characters get over the years, which happens every few years or so anyway, right? So
yeah, and then there's an identity clause that they can take to court too. So if a certain character's design, regardless to when it's time for it to go into public domain, if that is a significant part of your identity of your company and your brand, then you can file protections under that. That's why Disney, you'll never see that version of Mickey Mouse that we all know and love go into public domain, even though it will reach 100 years, because they'll fight that in court as part of their identity, to the point where you cannot assume our identity. We put too much into it, and it means a significant amount to our franchise. So it'll be the same thing with Superman. It'll be the same thing with Batman. There will be certain versions, but there will be a certain version that will probably never go into public domain, because DC will do the same thing that Disney's doing.
Oh, Sammy, no. Oh, please let me know your thoughts because it sounds like you only seen season 1. Yeah, let me know your thoughts when you get through the whole season, because again, I was not won over by Tyler Hoechlin's Arrow vs Superman. This show comes along. The show actually started, I think, only like 3 weeks before this movie came out. So I had very low expectations, and I now think of it as the best Superman TV show ever made. So yeah, let me know your thoughts on that. And you could definitely see the makers of Superman. They definitely have a lot of love for Man of Steel, and for like really every version. Man, that's one of the things I love about the show, is that it has such a reverence for every iteration of Superman, and it makes sure you know that. But please let me know your thoughts, because
I've been covering it. I've been covering Superman and Lois on my channel. If you haven't seen the reactions, you gotta check it out.
And please, if you haven't been spoiled on how the show ends, avoid it, because it's like it's a hell of an ending.
Yeah, it's a hell of an ending.
Skip the last 5 minutes, should be all right.
Oh, stop it!
That sappy highway to heaven ending that we got.
Oh, come on! Yeah, there's so much CGI.
Okay, so yeah, the Fleischer, it did happen in Fleischer first. Fleischer used their original concept, so they always met him for the fly. 1941, 1943 for Action Comics 65, 1940 for the radio serial, though. So the radio serial is where he flew first, but it was always supposed to be that way. Why they didn't add it to the original idea, I don't know. I mean, what kind of editors they were having back then? It was 1938, so it's not like we have a. It's weird that's how that happens in phases. So basically, once he flies is where DC can say "fuck you" if you want to try to use our shit for public domain, because you can use them for jumping. You want him to jump a tall building, sure. But he ain't flying. He's not gonna.
Sammy, I guarantee you, anybody doing this, it's like they have not watched any further than that scene of him, catching the car. That's the tribute to the first Action Comics cover. And even then, people are. What's so funny about that is like people like say, oh, like this is getting Superman right because where Snyder couldn't. It's like you guys realize what he's doing on the cover of Action Comics #1, right? Because it's not like he's not saving that car. It's unlike what he does.
He's tossing it at criminals. That's why they're running.
Superman
the
Returns,
fact
Superman
that
Lois.
the fact that so many Superman fans are so stuck in their feelings about that, instead of enjoying that show for what it is, they'd rather just try and use it as some kind of weapon against a movie that came out years ago prior to that show airing. It's pathetic.
They did the same thing with
Sad.
the trailer. They did the same thing with the Gun trailer. It's like I can't enjoy the trailer with you as a Superman fan because you want to hit me over the head with it.
One, and especially with a tin can also. 'Cause you guys are in for a rude awakening with the whole like, oh, Superman would never be mistrusted by half the public. Well, here's movie number 2 where that happens.
Going back to the immigrant story where immigrants are mistrusted and that we're trying to immigrate.
Exactly.
That's literally what Superman is. It is an immigrant story told by first and second generation of people who came from. I mean, you look at the lineage of the people who are writing these stories. They're literally telling their stories and creating their own champions for what was going on in the world at that time, specifically to their people. Siegel and Schuster. That, like I tell you, there's no way in hell they didn't have people back in the old country writing letters saying, "Hey, it sucks over here," And then when you went to go fight the wars, and most of those guys were war fighters too. So, yeah, Superman is an immigrant story. So, yeah, immigrants. We have a history when it comes to immigration and trust issues and inclusion, and that's what Superman is. Now you add godlike powers onto that, so he's not one of us, but he could kill all of us. So, yeah, there would definitely be those kind of complications, in my opinion.
So,
if you're being truthful, if you're doing it to in the spirit of what the creators of that character, even if it's 85 years ago, the spirit still is still the same.
So a little bit of a quick plug here. That shot a minute ago of Victor sitting outside of the dean's office when his mother's in there talking to the dean about him hacking the computer to change his friend's grades. So every time I see this movie, because I kind of flash back to that because that was it was during the push for the movie that was kind of really ramping up in November of 2019. Ray put out on social media, that image from this scene of the movie, and I did a piece on that Screen Rant, so I always flash back to that when that happens, and I may have had a bit of a heads up that was going to happen. I'm not saying I did, but I'm also not saying I didn't. But yeah, so that brings back memories every time I see that. Yeah, it was first on the radio show. That's where Kryptonite was introduced.
And those guys were writing for the radio show too, by the way. Those were their scripts.
Some senile old man probably has one. Has one what? Oh, that comic book is worth millions. It's only 30.
Comic #1. Yeah.
Oh, that comic. It's like if you got a first run of Action Comics 1. I mean, it's like, you are.
I think Tony Chappie's in the back. He's just putting messages in.
Oh, here we go. You go, hey, Chappie. Yeah, that is like you are sitting on.
What's going on, Chappie?
Happy New Year's, everybody.
Happy New Year, Chappie.
New Year, man. Are you in New Year yet?
What?
Are you in 2025 yet?
Yep.
He's in Florida.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, I had an entire party at my house. We were just kind of walking a little bit. With a couple of guys at the at some friend's house I was at, but yeah, I'm back home now.
I hope you had fun, man.
Did you imbibe in festive drinks?
A little bit. But I'm not really a beer drinker.
I'll get back to you, Brad, after watching their season. But quite honestly, I'm really enjoying the show. It got me teary-eyed a few times. Yeah. Like I said, it's like this. I put.
Were you guys watching right now?
Justice League.
Justice League.
Yeah, we're right. We're at 120.51. Yeah, Sam. I did not have high expectations going into that show, and I kind of as I mentioned William on here before. It's like I now kind of have for Superman, for Batman, for all these characters, when it comes to like adaptations, I'll create I'll say like this is for me like their greatest hits when it comes to like adaptations, movies, TV outside of comics. And when it comes to Superman, for me, I put my greatest hits for him. I put that as the first 2 Reeve movies. I will also include the Donner Cut.
Yes, the Donner Cut is the superior version. You're right about that.
I put Smallville in there. I know William doesn't like it, but I do.
Sure.
Man of Steel, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Superman the Animated Series, and now Superman and Lois. For me, that collectively, that's kind of like my like upper echelon of like Superman adaptations in popular media. That's the best of him in non-comics movies or TV is all that. So
I can't mention Smallville in the upper echelons of anything without throwing up in my mouth.
It's my list.
Each his own.
It's not that bad.
It's trash, but okay.
Listen, William, listen. If Gunn does the thing that we talked about, it's like where he says like the new gods. There's one dark side, one of each of the new gods. That means that Smoke Side is the same dark side as this movie.
No, that means he'll just eliminate it in all of all. What he should do is not even ever refer to that nonsense. He should never refer to that. You should, like I said, I mean, you want to use the Flash, certain characters that might tie into what you're doing, but as far as like including the CW, why are you spending money on anything? And when you're going to bring in, it's like buying a brand new house. A mansion. You're buying a mansion and then you're going to a yard sale to fill it. I don't think that's what he's going to do. We got here.
Here's again Cyborg's backstory. One thing also it's kind of interesting too is that because Ray as Cyborg, Zach famously called him the heart of the movie, and I think that's very evident. Seeing this this cut that he went from being an afterthought in the theatrical cut to being, it's pretty much.
And all this just for a stupid.
Hey, one at a time. One at a time, Trappy. One at a time. Let him finish his.
Well, like one thing I kind of find interesting is like, yeah, he's definitely the heart of the movie, but it's also he manages to be. They hold off on Cyborg, and for that matter, the Flash. They hold off on them pretty much until like chapter 3 of the movie. So they hold off on them for a good amount of time. We get like a couple of glimpses of Cyborg in the first 2, but again, the fact that he's kind of kept in reserve until this point, and he's just, you see this version, he's so integral to the story. That's pretty impressive. What they do with both of them. I remember a lot of their initial reactions. It was pretty much across the board saying, everybody was saying, yeah, Cyborg and Flash, they're the MVPs. And again, the fact that they do that when they're both essentially not introduced until this point in the movie, that's pretty impressive feat. Yeah, not the Booyah version.
You can only do that in the cartoons, not in live action.
If you go back and watch that, you can see in Ray's face that he is just furious. He's having to you just go back and like film that one shot for that.
He was very vocal about his unhappiness about that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, and when you hear him talk about it, he's like he said he's like the line itself. He's not, not opposed to. It's just that the way he saw it. It's contrasts with like his initial working relationship with Zack Snyder and Chris Terrio, because he said they treated him pretty much as a writing partner on his character, which for this being essentially his first movie, that's quite a gesture for for a new actor to do that. And that was one thing he had told them is he didn't want like Cyborg to be like to just be boiled down to as like the black character who just drops one-liners, and that's why he wasn't too hot on the Booyah line, and they were very accommodating to that, and look what happened in the reshoots.
Not only that, but you replaced this great backstory, this entire emotional backstory with Cyborg, and you replaced that with a random Russian family.
Yeah. During the push for the Snyder Cut, one of my favorite like little blurbs that Zach put out on Vero, because he was dropping all the images, all the hints, and he was interacting with fans, and somebody like commented on one of his posts and said like so what happens with the Russian family in your version? And he answered, what Russian family? And that made headlines.
Yeah. Do you think he has seen it in hindsight especially after his
No.
cut got released.
He's been very emphatic. He has not seen that version. So
I mean, I mean, he probably wouldn't admit it, but I kind of have a feeling he has now. But
I doubt it. I think he plays coy in a lot of things. This is not one of them.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't watched that cut of that movie. No, I think when it comes to Cyborg, I thought the most egregious thing outside of everything that Ray endured while filming it all, but just this whole they really thought they could try and redo Cyborg's origin and none of us would notice.
Oh yeah, with the one
only to justify Jeff Johns' whole deal of, well, Cyborg needs a penis. It's like, what is wrong with you?
Wasn't that Joss Whedon?
No, it was Jeff Johns.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, Joss Whedon had a different. Joss Whedon had a different.
I remember Joss Whedon at one point. Didn't he want a penis for Vision?
No, yeah, for that was Age of Ultron. His thing, he wanted.
Yeah.
We're talking about genitalia related controversies with comic book characters.
Why? What the fuck? I can't step away. I can't step away for a minute. What the fuck?
I'm getting a lot of bad stuff happening behind the scenes.
They should, you know what? I know it would never happen, but they should do like a Dr. Ivan Moreau documentary of Justice League. I think that would make it really.
I 100%.
They're not going to agree to that. No one who worked on those reshoots is going to agree to any.
Yeah,
kind of...
I won't. It would never happen, but I would love to see it in hindsight.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
No, I remember Phil Junkie saying he's heard through the grapevine there have been people pitching a Justice League, making of Snyder Cut campaign documentary. It's like I've heard from a few people myself. Now I don't have names, to be clear. I don't know the ins and outs.
Any executive that green lights that needs to be shown the fucking door.
Immediately.
Any executive who green lights that should be shown the fucking door and not let back in to another one. That would be absolutely stupid to even consider that.
I mean, you
should be fired. You should be fired for the consideration.
I mean, you can. Yeah, but I mean, William, you can say the same thing about the Doctor of Ivan Monroe. Someone greenlight that documentary.
Yeah, and that's down at the bottom level. And you know what? If that person, like I said, if you want your credibility to stay intact, you get rid of that person. You don't even. That's fucking stupid. There are a few things that I've heard that could be any dumber than that. That's stupid.
And we've already got multiple books about it now.
Yeah.
Okay, but as far as making a documentary, whatever, what film? First of all, you're going to have to go. You're going to have to access things from Warner Brothers anyway. So it's going to be a half-assed documentary. But in any event, no executive should green like that.
I think a big thing for me too.
I think they should.
Why? For your fucking curiosity?
Yeah.
I'll get your comment in a minute, Anthony and Sammy. See, I think for me it's like a big.
Hold on, wait, perhaps speak.
This is why fans don't run companies.
See, for me, a big part of it's this kind of factors into I think what Chappie's saying about wanting to see a behind the scenes tell all of it. I just want the studio now that it's out there, now that this is out there for the world to see and it's gotten the response. I just want the studio to treat this movie with more respect than they have.
Yeah.
You're asking for abstracts and shit that don't matter anymore. You're chasing the ghost. You've exorcised the house. The ghosts are gone, and you're still looking for the ghosts that are gone. Why would you drudge this back up again? We got the movies out there. I don't need to know how the sausage was made, and it's only going to make people look fucking stupid by putting all that out there. It's just
but it's going to make people look stupid who we already know are stupid. So I have no sympathy for them looking stupid.
Yeah,
but your sympathy is not with guys. Like I said, you guys. Like I said, this is why fans don't want shit. They got. Because you guys just fuck things up from top to bottom. There's no reason for that to ever come out. You got the movie. We don't need to hear that. Curiosity killed the cat, but it doesn't. Hold on for a second. Keep that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, especially if you're at Warner Brothers or DC, anything. Not only should even if it's not you doing that, you should use every legal thing illegal tool that you have in your toolbox to fuck it up, jam it up so that it never happens. There's no good that could come from that. We know what happened. We know what happened, and all it's going to do is dredge up shit that serves no purpose. No purpose
all those
at all.
execs are gone now, so it doesn't really matter.
Which means list, which underscores why would you even do this? Why would you do this? You
the
got
new
it.
execs aren't the ones getting humiliated by it, so they're not the ones.
Why would it doesn't matter? You settle your scores away from someone else's business. You know, you're asking someone doing a production to settle a score for a fan. Fuck that. They're running businesses, not grievance, landing centers. Come on. You guys got YouTube and the internet to spit that shit across at each other. No credible production company should do that. That's silly.
To piggyback off that point, it's only going to get worse. I mean, if some of these studios truly implement this whole, we should have fans give our 2 cents on part of making it, like, no, the fuck you shouldn't. Absolutely not.
No.
Look what happened
that's how you wind up with more Justice Leagues. That's fuck no. Absolutely not.
Well, look what happened with Life is Skywalker.
Well, I don't know if that's the best example to go, Chappie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Not a shining example for you.
Yeah.
Chappie, if this is the argument you're trying to make, I wouldn't use Skywalker to do it.
Yeah. I don't need to see a documentary of how that all came together. I don't think anybody would be painted in any good light, including some people that you might think might be. You just don't need it. There's no reason for it. You can write the books, especially if you're Warner Brothers. You make sure that doesn't happen. You make sure that doesn't happen.
Probably one of those actors wouldn't come back. Like Ben Affleck would probably do it.
God, I hope.
Well, plus, okay, you're shitting in water.
I hope
people swim in again.
Really blows the whistle one of these days.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, so now we're talking about in the same vein, we're talking about this is nonsense. I can only the only kind of word I have for it is nonsense. The same vein, you're like, whoa, we want to get something. We want to get this one day. We want to be able to work with, maybe we get this and Batfleck, this, that. But you want to jump in the pool, but first let's shit in it first. And then let's have everybody get in. It doesn't make any sense. You still have sensitive relationship and business to be done. Nobody who wants to be involved in that business, all your bridges are fireproof. And fans don't believe that shit, but they're in the business. They're in the industry. That would be stupid for them to be involved in that. There should be no involvement with anybody still working in the industry.
Real quick, he's just passing the AFSP sign.
Speaking of which, where are we at on the scale there?
Pull that up.
Hold on, two people were talking.
Yes, because everybody are 544 people. I think this might be the biggest audience we've ever had for a watch party. So thank you for everybody tuning in tonight. For the 525 of you watching via Twitter /X or whatever the hell we're calling it now. If you haven't, please like and subscribe to Sci-Fi Center on YouTube. Also, as I said, this is a charity stream for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So if you can, please consider a donation to the link provided in the chat and also on screen here. If you can't, please just sharing it around on social media is also tremendously helpful for the goal we're trying to reach.
16,290 is where we're at.
We want to get up to, probably not going to do that tonight. We want to get up to about 20, hitting the 20 grand mark. Anthony, let me go ahead and finally answer Anthony's comment here. Why is it the box office financially, the brand of Superman in general doesn't make out like gangbusters compared to what you see with Batman, where it's over $1 billion? Well, the last Batman, it did very well, but it didn't do $1 billion.
The Batman movies that did go $1 billion, you can, like I said, Heath Ledger's estate should be getting extra money for the last two that made $1 billion, because he made The Dark Knight $1 billion, and Dark Knight Rises wasn't a good movie. It made $1 billion based on the heels of that. So prior to that, you didn't have a Batman movie making $1 billion. But Batman is always going to be your more marketable character because, once again, I've always said it's the most relatable comic book character. We got a lot of hate and rage in us, and we get stepped on it. Batman beats the shit out of the guy we wish we could, or we would lose our job and we would go to jail. Superman is the idea we aspire to be. Batman is who we are, and the more relatable character is the one that's going to make the money. This is just the way it is. So yeah, wrapping up that one, we got no more general Totalia talk on here, and no more documentary.
Well, that's the same as one kind of related. I'm going to pull up in a second. I love this backstory with Amanda Maud that was put back. Yeah, because in fact, actually, when it came out, I remember she went on Twitter and she asked everybody, "Hey, so Snyder Cut's out. I haven't seen it yet, but can anybody tell me if the story with the waitress is back in there and she was? Everybody just jumped in the comments and said, "Yeah, your story's in there. It's really heartwarming." I remember a South Cali guy. He I think it was on Vero. He suggested, he thinks like she could actually have been like a recurring character, where what he means by that is that Victor, he helps her out financially. He puts the $100,000 in her bank account, and he kind of like the idea is that they would meet again like after the final battle of Justice League 3, and now she's like the owner of that restaurant, and he's also been able to turn his body human again. So just kind of like put like a little bit of a bow on their relationship, and he tells her, "Yeah, I'm the guy who helped you out, and put that money in your bank account." So yeah, I could see that could be something cool with that.
Taladia.
Mhm.
Taladia, you watching the movie?
Yeah, I got it up on my
Wonderborg.
monitor.
Wonderborg.
Fuck you, man. That's what I got.
Whoa. That's his line. He says fuck the world.
Yeah.
But this
Wow,
is
you
his
turned
thing.
Tom-
This is
you
where all the
turned Tom
chemistry is,
Kelly
man.
Taladia and the evil Taladia.
And again, another contrast between the two versions. Again, he comes out of the alley in the hoodie in the theatrical cut. This one, it's like he makes a statement the way he shows up, where he just flies up to.
Well,
5
they
feet
were
in front of
saving
her.
budget. That's why they were doing it.
Yeah. So Sammy says, I actually think William is right. A documentary is not going to do anything on the reopened wounds. I do think someone will make a film. Yeah. So you're talking about like the disaster artist, or like a dramatization, basically, kind of thing.
That's fine, as long as it's not, because like I said, you still have business that could be done between all parties involved that are still in existing, and it doesn't do any. You don't do any good. All these people, you want to come back and work together, maybe resolve this one day. You're basically, like I said, bad idea.
And this I actually do think is very likely. The movie that's about the making of Justice League. It's like I think I think is like I can definitely see that happening.
Yeah, me too.
Let Johnny No Name make a Justice Group Unlimited or something that you can inspire out. Nobody has to put their real fingerprints on that, but anybody would get directly like an actual PBS or a documentary where I'm sitting down talking to Ray Fisher, Ray Porter, Ben Affleck. At the same time, they're Slim or whatever, they might want to work with this company in some capacity. It just shouldn't happen, No. So yeah.
I mean, not again. It's like the closest comparison I can think of to what Sammy's saying is again the disaster artist about the making of The Room. I mean, obviously, the Justice League is a far better movie than The Room, but again, that tells the kind of the story of behind.
Hey, listen, sometimes the people who are not involved don't need to know everything. I know it's a hard concept to really grasp, but sometimes the people on the outside don't need to know what's going on the inside. That's not the case all the time. There's a case this time.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, let's raise some money. How are we at?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he was actually our 300th subscriber on here.
Yep. Yes, he was. Wow. That seems like.
And he was an extra in Batman v Superman. He was at the football game.
Oh, he's like John Campea, who's in the Incredible Hulk. He's like, my movie.
Yeah, I know. And that battle on the college campus.
He's like, well, if you remember back in Incredible Hulk, my movie, and he's like in there for like you got to like pause it at the right time. But yeah, hey, listen,
he's in that movie.
Yeah,
he is.
When the battle between the Hulk and the military on the college campus, Campea is he's an extra. He's like one of the soldiers in that part.
Wow, that's how much I don't give a shit about John Campea, because I clearly didn't notice him. Wow, that's funny.
Well, I think that was before he like really kind of made a name for himself on Collider and on his own show.
Well, the very next year he said something he shouldn't have said in regards to Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. So,
oh yeah.
What's the time we're at, guys?
We are at 1:40:18.
Yeah,
Brian Choi is on
that's
screen.
the thing about John Campea. He's got his own ego up his ass now. I liked him a little bit, but yeah, he's kind of gotten a little bit of.
I don't know about a billionaire, but I'm sure he does very well.
He's got me. I don't agree with a lot of what he says. I mean, his whole thing about he's one of the ones about the whole Superman and Batman should have made $1 billion, and I paid money to tell him no, I don't believe that's what. Were you basing this on?
Oh yeah,
but I can respect him though. He knows a lot. We disagree on some stuff. It's probably about 50-50, but I love his presentation. I love the way his show's set up. I love the way things look.
Yeah,
and a lot of times he's right on some.
You mentioned you watch him a lot on the show, but it's like there have been specific instances where like he said like X, Y, or Z about particularly DC related stuff.
Yeah.
And Thought like, oh yeah, I know William's probably in the chat right now, telling him no, man.
Yeah,
Not,
and it's
you're
like,
not
or
too
when I
divorced
watch it
with
live,
Reese.
it's like we just have to
Didn't he
disagree on
hate it?
And
Like,
I've had
gouge
Robert
it
Meyer Burnett on here. When I talked with Robert Meyer Burnett when we were off screen, me and him don't disagree on a lot of shit, but I respect Robert Meyer Burnett from where
See,
he's coming
Robert
from.
Meyer
Especially on
Burnett, I
Trek.
like better than John Campea.
I don't
Yeah,
like either one of them.
we're talking Trek. I mean, he's old Trek and I'm newer Trek, and we're both Generation Xers, but it's hilarious. We come from the same generation, and we just do not agree on where Star Trek is going right now. But you know, I can
Randolph.
respect.
Yeah, she is in Zombieland too. She's one of the interviewers at the end of it. Grace Randolph.
Did she play a Robbie in one of them too, or didn't she?
Well, she's interviewing like at the very end interviews of the characters, and then she gets bit and becomes a zombie. I think it's been a minute since I saw the movie, but
that woman's making a lot of money, just sitting on the edge of her couch, just collecting
She's
cash.
been around since like the early 2000s, since 2009. It's so crazy.
Well, at one point she was hired by Marvel Entertainment.
Yeah, she did. It was.
Yeah, she was writing comics too, wasn't she?
Yeah,
a comic
Burpee, I think is her comic series.
She was unceremoniously let go too, not long after that.
Yeah,
that's.
I got no particular beef with her, but she is.
Her voice, I can't do her voice. I can't.
Yeah,
I can't
me too.
that.
I can't do the voice either. I'm sorry.
She actually.
She just says a lot of really stupid shit, and she does not know when to bite her tongue. And she really does have a knack for speaking out on things she has no credible knowledge of, or even just no like empathetic knowledge of. Like the thing she said about Mr. Terrific for the new Superman movie is just aghast in so many more ways than I can even recount. It's just like foot and mouth situation more often than not with her. She really needs to learn to dial it back. Sometimes
Do you think it's just for clicks though?
That's I think she gets money off the views.
No. What Jeff Snyder and John Rocha do, that's for clicks. What she does is maybe a combination of that and genuine stupidity.
Yeah.
Another issue I got with Camp is he actually believes some of the stuff that, because I guess he's friends with Jeff Snyder. I don't know. I have too many issues with that particular person's information.
I don't know. I've never encountered. I don't know Jeff Snyder personally, but I mean, I know enough to know about within the entertainment journalism sphere to know he is not well liked.
I know for a fact he doesn't like me. I'm totally fine with that. I am A-okay with that.
Didn't he trash Dave at one point?
Yeah, he doesn't like me. He doesn't like Dave. I know for a fact he doesn't like me because he personally DM'd me on Facebook after I called him out on Twitter once, and then he blocked me on everything on Twitter. Yeah, I called him out because Boris Kitt broke the story about Issa Rae playing Jessica Drew in Across the Spider-Verse, and Snyder tried to take that story for his own breaking, and Boris Kitt responded to him and was just like, hey man, you know, you could give me credit, that'd be great. And Snyder ignored it, and then I responded to Boris Kitt. I was like, well, that's not surprising. Jeff Snyder, classless thief as always. This fool then blocks me on Collider, blocks me on his personal Twitter account, and then within minutes of doing so messages me on Facebook saying classless thief. I didn't reply, but at the same time it's just like, your ego is really that fragile? You are a fucking joke.
God,
He's pathetic. He's pathetic, and I have no issue telling him that to his face too. Apparently, he was at Comic-Con at the same time I was. I didn't see him, but if I did,
man, probably for the best.
Probably for the best. You're right.
Yeah.
I played everything pretty professional. I saw a lot of people there that I know of and just do not like at all. Like I walked by Stephen Weintraub, and I was like, your coffee stinks, and then went about my business. I was within like visual distance of Matt Ramos, aka Soups. He kept giving me a dirty look, and I was just like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, there were a couple people that I know of that were there, and I was just like, yeah, I don't fucking like you. And I made it pretty clear of who I decided to talk to and who I didn't want to talk to. But you know, that's entertainment journalism in a nutshell. You have people that you can get along with and you can civilly talk to, and then there are other people who got to where they got to by being shitty.
Yep. That's kind of like well. I was gonna say when I was at MegaCon in Orlando, like I actually before when I met Tom King, I actually saw Jeff Johns, and he was on one of the Comic Con panels, like not panels, but he was like on one of the tables. But He was like right by, like one of the guys by. I just say I don't know.
One of my friends actually just ran into Jeff Johns the other day.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
I when he told me that, I was like, "You poor bastard."
How was he?
Apparently, he was in a comic book shop. Well, yeah, that too. But he was apparently like in a comic book store, just buying something. And my friend was like, "Hey, aren't you Jeff Johns?" He was like, "Yeah." And he told me that. I was like, "Well, be thankful that conversation didn't last any longer than it needed to."
Actually, I kind of had a similar way that I bumped into Mark Wade when I went to Tampa Comic Con in 2015. I just walked up to it, was throwing some out of a trash can in the dealer's room, and he's standing right there at the same trash can. I just look over. Are you Mark Wade? And he said, "Yes, I am Mark Wade." And I got his, and I was well aware that he had really gotten over the top in his disdain for Man of Steel, but I figured, oh, okay, I'm just gonna let sleeping dogs lie on that. It's like I got his picture. And
I interviewed that guy and about that.
Mark Wade.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think the coolest thing that came out of Comic Con, I immediately went right back to William after this happened. I ran into Scott Snyder on the show floor. He was with, I think, Kyle Higgins and one other person. And I snapped a picture, and I immediately went back to the line that William and Ray were in. I was like, dude, I just met Scott Snyder. It was great. So cool.
I was like, at that point, I was like, yeah. I was more mad about those alien things coming out of there. Nobody would sell me one. I was pissed because I couldn't be in a Hall H line and go to the alien thing, and everybody's walking out, and they like, there's one guy had like 3 of them. I'm like, dude, sell me one. It's like, no, man, I'm getting it for my little kid. The fuck? Oh, fine.
Yeah,
didn't they screen the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they did that with Deadpool Wolverine too. A friend of mine got into that.
We already had our. I would have tried. We already had our tickets.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I had a lot of fun with that theater.
Well, that's why I think I've said this on the show before, but that's one thing I actually really encourage people, in geek circles, is like really try to make an effort to get to, conventions when you can, because it's with how just how much of a shit show social media discussion about these things can be. It's really good to remind yourself when you have like in-person interactions at events, like Comic Cons. It's like, there are people just like you and me behind all of this, and our in-person interactions. It's like they're far more civil than they are on social media. And since this movie came out, it's like I still bump into people whenever I go to cons, and just I'll we'll just kind of take a minute aside and say, oh yeah, that's really cool that came out, and I would definitely want to see where this is meant to wind up, but they also got other cool DC stuff on the way, and it's in the day and age of social media where, and there's obviously great things about social media, but the fact that it can bring out the worst in people and our interactions about, as Ben Affleck, to quote him, fictional characters. It's good to, at cons, you see a lot more people's humanity and civility when we discuss these things, and that's really why I it's a big part of why I enjoy going to them. It's why I tell people
it carries me for the rest of the year. I'm still on Comic Con's high, and it's been how many months?
Yeah, about 5 months.
We're closer to the next one than we were. Yeah, so I really enjoyed myself there. And the last two, because I stayed away for a little bit because it wasn't and then I came back during the strike year, and then I had, like I said, I had more fun last, even with all the crazy shit that me almost dying in a bed, all that, no sleep for like almost a really long time, and way too much caffeine. I may have reached the limits of the caffeine my body could take, because I had 2 fraps with 7 shots each, and I drank them in succession, and I saw 2 Reyes. It was like, ugh, it's like Reyes, like, you're okay. I'm like, all right, and I'm like, I'm not. No, I'm not. And that shit ran through my system. I'm like, I gotta go find somewhere. But yeah, all that. But a Hall H, I was on adrenaline when Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah,
I was on pure adrenaline for that entire.
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, the Tampa Con's the biggest one I've ever been to, and that was in 2015. But I've gone to, of course, I'd love to join William out for the one the San Diego Con this July.
For the email.
But There's one that we at Jekyll Island that tends to. It didn't happen this year for whatever reason, but that they're usually held in December in Jekyll Island. That's actually the one I really enjoyed going to for about the past 10 years because it's fairly close to me, and the fact that it's also situated around the holidays also adds like a kind of nice aura to it. And then Savannah Con at the convention center, which is if you've ever been to Savannah, Georgia, we have down on at downtown we have the river, like it's pretty close to the border to South Carolina. That's where the convention center is, and that's where that's held. So it's pretty good con we have here, and pretty good turnout. We had the one before last. What did we have? We had some of the Justice League animated series cast that were hosting a panel, and a couple of them actually spoke. They were talking about working on the show, but a couple of them said it's like, oh yes, I saw the new cut of the movie and I really enjoyed that. So and we've gotten some pretty big other guests here. So yeah, we have pretty good cons here in Savannah and in the general area of where my neck of the woods is.
I'm actually going to a con this weekend.
Oh, awesome, man.
Yeah, I will be going to San Diego Comic Con for the first time this year.
Cool, man. Love me there. I think it's also, going back to
Chappie, what did you say? What you're doing? What?
I'm going to San Diego Comic Con for the first time this year. I've been to Mexico kind of the first time.
Stop. You see, you recognize me, right?
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm just kidding. We happily see you there.
Did you get tickets for all 4 days?
I'm working on getting a press pass. You talking to me or Chappie?
Chappie.
No, not yet.
Chappie.
So you haven't gotten your badges yet?
No, like when do they start showing?
So how do you know you're going if you don't have your badges?
Well, they haven't sold. I don't think they sold tickets yet.
Yeah, they have.
They sell out in about 3 minutes of being put on sale, man. So.
Yeah, they had the general admission was in November.
Yeah.
Yeah, the day they go on sale, if you're not crouched over your keyboard, the nanosecond they go on sale, you are most likely not going to be going.
Yeah, and if you've never gone before, good luck getting in for the first time too.
Yeah,
there are routes you can go to get tap passes. You're just going to pay a lot more than you would have normally been able to do before.
Yeah.
I'll figure it
and
out.
I found out now. I know that those passes that you get during that route, those are legitimate things. I chose to get the other ones because I didn't want to get in the Hall H and then be like, who you come in? I'll be like, you literally let me in, goddamn.
And now we got this rock theme with the Justice League. I remember it was I think it was December 20 when Film Junkie had Zach on, and I think Nicotina and Chris Wong something were there with him, and Zach just decided I'm gonna just share with everybody a little bit of the score, and he pulls out this part of the heavy metal theme. It's like, oh man, that got my butt. Every time I thought I couldn't be looking forward to this movie any more than I already was in 2020, he would do something like that and it would just up my anticipation.
Yeah, like I said, May 20th, 2020 was like that is
the holy day for so many of us.
That's right, you're an hour away. I got 1 hour left in 2024.
Where I'm at, it's 2025. So happy New Year, like I said.
You want a cookie?
Happy New Year, buddy.
You want a trophy? You want a cookie? Like you want your own little ball to drop? Like
If you're offering cookies, where are you?
That's a light. So, all right, guys, we're still stuck on 16,022.90. So
I'll be right back.
Throw in a couple.
Kaza's performing Saturday night.
I didn't think San Diego Comic Con tickets sold that quickly. Jesus Christ!
Oh yeah.
Do you even have a Comic Con ID, like a San Diego Comic Con ID?
No, I don't go there a lot though. I just go to MegaCon a lot in Orlando. That's it.
Okay.
I went to Comic Con once, but
you should look into how to get a San Diego Comic Con ticket if you've never gone before. That would probably be
nice.
You're a scalper's dream right now, Chappie. You're gonna make some scalper rich.
Yeah, I probably will.
You're gonna have some guy putting down a down payment on a house, being like, "Well, how'd you get that money, sir?" Well, I ran into this dude named Chappie, and he wanted to go to Comic Con.
Right.
I got it. You're counting Chappie's money.
You don't even know where I work at.
I know how much it costs to get them outside the loop. So if you can get in, you can get in, but it's just you're going to be doing a roundabout because it gets crazy. You can get there are deals you can get, especially if you're going by yourself. Hotel wise, you might might just go ahead and sleep out in the park with us. It's all age because the hotels they fleece they really do a bad job, and that's one of the issues that the.
Are you allowed to camp outside though? I don't think so.
Yeah, you are.
Oh my god!
Did you follow our channel during July of last year? Did you see where I pretty much ended up after I had nowhere to sleep? Had to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
And there was
I think it was either. Yeah, it was Friday night. I was walking away from the convention center, and I'd seen people blow up an air mattress and lay right in front of the Hall H entry.
Yeah, we saw them, and then they moved us. God. So you know where you left us when we all left. The other area that's parallel to Hall H, that's where they lined up the majority of us that weren't in that little area, that little tent, that little covered area. The 90% of us were out there, and there was a lot of people. I'm like, I swear, out of the 6,000 people that got in, 5,000 of them were out there. Or at least half of them. The other ones just didn't care. They didn't care as long as they got in. That was going to be me. Because I'm like, hey, we got the wristband. I don't need a great seat everywhere in there's a great seat. So, my plans changed with a couple of snap, crackle, and pop of a very poorly made bed. And then next thing I know, I'm out there just wandering around. I didn't have a sleeping bag or nothing. So I was just like sitting down, wondering about my life decisions. It's like, oh. But it all worked out. Like I said, after we were done that day, I didn't regret any of that shit. After about 8 o'clock on Saturday when we were doing our stream and I'm like dead, I didn't regret any of it.
Yeah, I was fortunate to get a press invite by the time Star Trek had their panel, so I was getting into Hall H one way or the other.
That's what I'm working on right now. I'm working on that right now. That's what I have other ways to do it to get them, but I'm covering it. We're covering it as an outlet, so I'd rather get in that way, and do it that way. And I filled out the stuff in October, so I was ahead of the game, so but I have a backup plan too. So
you should hear something relatively soon. I mean, they don't start sending stuff out for the press. Like they don't, as far as I remember, like they start confirming press invites around March or April. Because the deadline to get your stuff, to turn in your stuff and get everyone all squared away, I think is at the latest June, because they mail out badges for the press by May, but your deadline is like June, because then you can just go to the convention center and pick up your press badge. Because that's what I had to do. I had to go to the convention center like that Wednesday, and I picked up my badge.
So I'm hoping
so we will forever remember last year's Comic-Con stream for your pants, William.
That was fourth in his obsession with. I don't know what was wrong with man that day. So
yeah, Bell Rev said, "Did you see this one? He just donated $10."
Oh, so now we're at so that should put us at
16,300
and even 800. Yeah, woohoo! So we're at 800. Oh, wait for that campaign, but the total campaign is let's refresh. Oh, with the firecrackers and stuff. 16,300. So hey, we're making some ground. We're not gonna make it all ground, but like I said, the campaign right now, AFSP would take everything we have. I mean, they would, they would be fine. But like I said, I like that round number of 20 grand. So hit that on.
Sammy says the tunnel battle is her favorite scene. I think one of my favorites, and there's so many, but one of the favorite moments is just the final, just after the final battle when they're just standing on top of the cooling tower with the sunrise behind them, because that's how everybody felt, like finally seeing this movie after all these years of struggle. I mean, if I could try to capture the word triumph or the word victory in just one image, it's the Justice League final hero shot at the end of this movie, and it's the way I put it is like it's retroactively meta for how the fandom felt after the campaign to get this movie out and finally see the light of day.
No, I hope the shot with all running together when they're like posing, when they're like running together into like the whole.
Oh
Dark Side
yeah, that's
house.
really good too. Yeah. With the slow mo shot.
Because like if that would have been recent fetus, that would have gotten such a big reaction.
Oh yeah. The whole like third act is just full of cheer moments. There, it's like, why? What were you thinking taking this out? And one in particular, I'm really going to rant about when we get to it.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Bell Rev, by the way,
Yes,
for
thank you.
getting us to that milestone there. Just staring at that 16,300, I can't believe we did that in any amount of time, let alone a year. I was like, we started out like, well, let's get $5,000. Let's throw all of our resources. It'll take us a year to get $5,000. I'm like, wow, fuck.
Is it true that they were torturing Zack Snyder when he was making this?
Did they what?
Like
what?
No, that like Warner Brothers was like kind of torturing him a little bit when he was like recutting this movie.
Well, that's
like,
what he
for
said.
the Snyder cut.
So
they were doing the Chinese water torture on him.
Basically,
physically torturing him.
He shot what they wanted him to shoot,
Mm-hmm.
and then
So,
he
like,
also
wasn't
shot.
there like a whole dispute between him
go
and
ahead.
Green Lantern, and he almost like quit the movie because of it, or no?
No, so he shot what they wanted him to shoot, and then he shot what he wanted to shoot during the initial shoot. Then when time came to finish up the Snyder cut, there was some back and forth about Green Lantern, about whether or not he could use it, because Walter Hamada, in his infinite wisdom, was like, no, you can't use that because we have plans for the Green Lantern, and those plans ended up
went nowhere.
They went nowhere. Like, as we can see, James Gunn is clearly making more of a use out of Green Lantern than Walter Hamada or Jeff Johns ever could in their time at DC. But I wouldn't say tortured. I would just say they were very combative almost every step of the way. I mean, it's ironic that Toby Emmerich was the one who called Zack and said, "Hey, let's come together. Let's talk about getting this thing released," only for him to be like, "Well, you should just release it as is. Oh, you should just do that." And it's just like, do you want to make the fucking money, or do you want to be still considered the asshole? I mean, he's still considered the asshole no matter what way you spin it.
I mean, just look at that Hollywood Reporter interview with like all the execs are like praising Zack Snyder for like 300, and he's like in the background like
yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't like.
Well, like not only that, but I mean,
Zack.
it's like. Well, not only that, but I mean, it's like once this came out, like in the lead up to it, I mean, they transparently were trying to undercut it, where they said like it's the whole cul-de-sac thing and the Ant Sarnoff interview, and ignoring the response to it and all these. I mean, they were very clearly trying to cut the legs out from under. They were dragging their feet every step of the way, and that's a sore spot with the fandom that I think it's still not been properly resolved. It's like once it was decided primarily by AT&T this movie was happening, and come hell or high water, it's like again how combative they were and how much they went out of their way to try to kill this thing. I mean that is still something that I think people are quite justified in feeling sore over.
Yeah.
Just make sure you aim it at the right people. I mean, because those guys are gone.
Sometimes I wonder, like with Toby Emmerich, like what was wrong with that dude? Like, why was he always?
You speak up, Chappie. You're a little bit muted.
Well, he's pondering, so he's giving it effect.
Oh, hold on. I'm probably far away. What's weird about Toby Emmerich though is sometimes I always wonder, like, why was that guy like just such a dick? Like, he didn't want Henry Cavill back, and he would always like give Zack Snyder such problems, even with the Snyder Cut. Like why was he always just such a just an asshole? Like, I couldn't like own up to his mistakes, but I don't know.
Because some execs in Hollywood are assholes. I mean, that's long and short.
The higher you go in a business, Chappie, the more asshole you meet.
Yeah, but like what? Yeah, but what's your beef against Henry Cavill? That's what's so mind-blowing.
Zack Superman.
But like, you have someone else take him in a Superman movie? That's what I don't.
Nope.
It's my way or the highway.
I don't get it. Like I said, this guy was at New Line for the entire time before he became the
chairman. He was the chairman.
chairman of Warner Brothers, which I could see why at that time he would have been a fine choice. It's just, God, if he wasn't such a dickhead, then maybe he would have done all right, but I don't know. Have they actually released the numbers yet?
You mean like the
For this
comprehensive,
movie?
like not the partial numbers of the. Here's the picture of the numbers. Like you mean like comprehensive? No, they have not.
Why would they?
Yeah, what I mean, I know why we want it. It's like, and we want the business case for stuff and all that, but it's like, I mean, they got plenty of egg on their face already over this movie.
I mean, here's a
They
chance.
once again, they are gone.
True. Very true.
The business case, if they have the current regime, including James Gunn, would have access to all of that. So we don't ever need to see him. If there's a case to be made, he can look at it and be like, okay, this has a draw. Let's do this or that. But they are gone. They shouldn't even be part of the conversation. The numbers are where they need to be as far as who needs to have access to them. There's not shit we're going to do about them. There's nothing we could know every number that came out as access, and there's nothing we can do with them. So the people who have access to them currently are the only people who really need them. You know.
I think took Zack Snyder's highlights off of me and face the sun.
Pull up the one with Danny Elfman. That's a good comment.
No, not sure if I see that one.
It's at the way. It's at the way top.
I remember Justice League when it first came out, and I didn't hate it, but I felt weird with Elfman anyway. Yeah, well, I mean, and Elfman,
Danny Elfman said the most disingenuous thing you could have.
Like it's the only Batman theme. Yeah, I heard that.
And it's like, could you be any more of an arrogant dick about this? Like, no, not even just any disrespect to Tom Holkenborg, but like Hans Zimmer and his whole score for the Dark Knight trilogy. Fuck out of here.
Well, it's really
deaf. It's very tone deaf.
I was surprised too with if that was his attitude on that. It's the fact that he didn't recycle his Flash theme from the '90s show. Because it's like, okay, it's like if that's how you feel about Batman, I mean '90s Flash has a pretty awesome theme. So
yeah, sometimes people with their own ego get the best of them.
Yeah, 15 minutes for William N for Phil.
I mean, it's a great theme, but there's other themes as well. It's the same with Superman. Like, as much as we love John Williams, I mean, there's also the Hans Zimmer theme as well. So it's like,
yeah. Oh boy, I get to listen to more fireworks.
I don't listen to John Williams, and I'm not a fan of his theme. But sure, go on.
Yeah.
And here, the dark side. Dark side takes over the phone call. This is the first, the first dialogue the dark side has in the movie. Mm-hmm. And what's really, if you haven't heard like a Ray Porter on a stream or what have you, do his dark side voice, because obviously there's some, ADR kind of manipulation to make him sound more, more sinister, more baritone, and more alien. But without all that, he does pretty good. Just when you ask him just on his own, like put on his dark side
voice. No, he's a great voice. He's phenomenal.
Yeah. I saw this scene before the movie came out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, a friend of mine got sent this scene early, and he showed it to us. So,
yeah,
that was pretty cool.
When were you able to see like the whole movie before the official release day?
No, I was not that fortunate.
I was able to do that because I didn't get the I didn't get one of the invites to the digital premiere, and then I remembered like, oh right, I can reach out and get screeners for these things. So I did that for this. And,
Did you ever
I
go
got,
to SnyderCon?
I've not. No,
No,
not
I
physically.
I did.
Yeah, Phil's been there. I've not. Unfortunately, well, hopefully next one. I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's my goal, but I tried to gain tickets, but they were all sold out.
Well, so I got this I saw it about 5 days before the movie came out. It was actually I was out at a local baseball game with my folks and my sister and her son, and I was refreshing my phone constantly because they told me it's okay, we'll have the screener your way I don't know, it was either Friday or Saturday, whatever they had said, and it was Saturday at this point. So I'm like, well, I didn't think they would send a screener on Saturday because they're not going to be in the office, but nonetheless, I'm refreshing my phone every 5 minutes for this because I'm waiting on this, and it came through. And so get home, it's after it's close to midnight at that point, and pull it up, and I had to do the whole coordinated type in the code on your phone, whatever the hell with these top secret screeners. But I waited this long, I was not going to be not watching it that night, and I didn't care. It was I was it was starting at midnight, but that was my story with it 5 days early. It ended up being good for me because the digital premiere unfortunately experienced technical issues, which I'm not going to speculate whether or not they were intentional on the part of certain disgruntled executives, but I wouldn't put it past them. But
that's kind of silly. But
seeing it early is always very fun.
No, it got overloaded. The server got overloaded because I had a live watch party.
Well, that was no, that's not the premiere I'm talking about. That was I think you're confusing that with the when it actually hit, when it was actually in general release.
Oh, you're talking about what the one that's Film Junkie and all them were waiting for?
Yeah, there was waiting until 8 o'clock in the morning to start, and it was going through, and it's that's I have no proof that there was technical issues where there didn't need to be any, let's say, on that, but I wouldn't put it past the people in charge at that time.
You're the kind of guy who's still looking for the Loch Ness monster. You're like, I know he's out there.
Damn right I am. I will catch Nessie come hell or high water.
I see him.
Bigfoot
too.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely would too, Sammy. I would love to. Again, hopefully next one. Because I mean, Zach, they're charity events. I mean, and this is a cause very near dear to his heart. So I could definitely foresee him wanting to keep these going in any way he can. And he loves meeting his fans. He loves interacting with his fans. So
yes, he does.
I would love to meet him one day.
It's not just him too. I mean, Debbie, Patrick Tatopoulos, Damon Caro.
Yeah.
Who played Carrie in Man of Steel? Played Carrie Ferris. What was the actress's name? Damn it. Christina Wren. She's nice too.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. I honestly I think the biggest what the fuck for me was sitting in the theater after the movie aired and Ray Porter announcing that Ben Affleck was in the room. It was just
I remember
fun.
I remember him announce. He made the announcement. He said because he was the guest. He had Ray Fisher come in. He had Terrio come in, and Ray Porter.
Well, they were there from the go. They were watching the movie with us.
Yeah, that's right. But Ray he announced it by saying it's and we have a new guest today who is I think the best Batman, and he got that far, and then everybody just erupted in cheers because who else? Yeah, we knew exactly who he was talking about.
Yeah, and what's funny is a few of us were privy to one of the Trinity being there for it, and I won't say who, but other people in the fandom that were present were trying to make the spin that it was going to be Gal Gadot, and well, they were wrong. To put it simply, it was just a funny thing for to watch a grift happen in real life, because without skipping a beat, during the Man of Steel cocktail party, Zach walked by me and Dave, and we turned around and got drinks, and then of course fucking fans swarmed him, and some of the first ones to do so was that goon squad, and they got him to be sell the Snyderverse, blah blah blah. It's okay, that's shady. And then the rest of the weekend, they just kept basically asking the same question in different ways. It's just like, could you guys be any more just selfish and stupid? I don't know. It was just a waste of time on their end, but like, you could tell there's a very stark difference in the way that he was, the way he recepted other fans, and it was just nice to see that. But like, when Ben showed up, it was just a fucking like, whoa, like Batman, like Batman is in the house answering questions left and right, and I feel really bad too because there were a couple people who just asked him the dumbest shit. Like there was one guy who was like, "Hey, can I share my portfolio or resume with you guys?" And it was just like, dude, fucking wrong place, wrong time. What are you thinking? And then there was another guy who asked him about his Batman movie, and you could tell he just didn't want to fucking talk about that. He wanted to talk about this movie. And so, and a few other fans just had to make it about them and what they wanted to talk about instead of making it about the movie. And then, of course, you had that fucking idiot in that Superman costume being like, "What are the chances of it being sold to Netflix?" Like, dude, shut the fuck up. You fucking rob somebody of a question just to ask that stupid shit for the third time. Fuck off.
Yeah.
So hard for me to get to. Yeah. These have tended to be stateside. These events.
Did they
it's
go?
Really,
oh my God! I really loved when you made that movie do this. It was really cool, huh?
It's really like I remember like with the first one, because of course I haven't been to either one of these physically. But like with the first one, people there are people in the fandom I know who flew thousands of miles to make that. I mean, that was back when we were still like, we had no idea we were going to see this movie. So, I mean, just talking about like, it's just an event that is just so much of like part of like a pivot point in somebody's life. It's like, and yeah, I'd love to. I really love to get to SnyderCon 3. So I'll do that. And
Well, no, I was going to say, wasn't there also another question that someone asked about Jeff Johns' Watchmen book?
yeah.
And then someone just said, like, "Yeah, we don't talk about that guy."
Yeah,
that was funny.
Zach just said something like, he was because it was DJ Desargent and Damon Caro were like, it was that the Jeff Johns comic, and Zach, because he was asked like, would you ever consider like adapting that since you did Watchmen, you did Justice League, and Zach just kind of said, yeah, probably not, and they did the mic drop and walk off stage. So.
Yeah.
God.
And that got I mean, you could hear the cheers from that all the way on the other side of the country.
Yeah, that was and that poor kid probably didn't know any better. He probably just read the books and knew fuck all about the binds. So, when he asked the question and DJ's just like, wait, is that the Jeff Johns book? And they just fucking both dropped the mic. Literally the funniest moment of the entire weekend was when
that was priceless. That was just priceless.
That was it was and it was right after he Zach kind of had his own like teasing moment where he says like, oh, they might have Olympians and Kryptonians might have had a connection. I don't want to reveal too much about the death of Robin kind of thing. So it came on the heels of those, which are already like big cheer moments and things people like really relished. So that was kind of like the icing on the cake. One thing I also kind of want to say here, because we're at the the Martian Manhunter twist.
Martha Manhunter, thank you.
Well, like one thing, because we had to. It was like a not when Zach did all his teasing and during the campaign for this movie. I mean, the trade off was a not insignificant portion of it did have to be kind of spoiled, and this was one of them. The Swanwick as Martian Manhunter reveal, and one thing I've always kind of thought is like, if I could pick one moment or like one big like reveal that he made. Where he said, like, here's something you guys didn't know about my version of the movie that I would have liked to have not known going into this. It probably would have been the Martian Manhunter scene, and a lot of it's because it's a twist on a twist, where it's like Martha, Diane Lane walks out, we realize, oh, it's Martian Manhunter, and then it's like, oh wait, but there's more, and it was Swanwick the whole time. So yeah, if I could pick one elements of this movie that I could go back in time and say, okay, you're going to see this for the first time, not knowing this about it. It would be the Martha Manhunter scene.
I was surprised by it. That actually was a big shock for me when I first saw it.
Well, because I'd seen Zach, because he revealed it on Vero.
Well, I remember I saw like concept art of it, but I didn't think they were real. I didn't think they shot it, but that was one thing that when I did see, like, oh my god, it was actually real. That was pretty great.
Another thing too, also, I kind of always really liked about, especially contrasting this with the version of theatrical cover they're deciding to bring Superman back is. And I mean, this is something. This is kind of like a Joss Whedon-ism that has really caught on. I think it's actually kind of run its course and gotten tiresome. And in CBMs is the idea of the team forming and they all kind of act like dicks to each other and just they're really distrustful. And we saw that in the theatrical version of deciding to bring Superman back and the whole thing, like the Steve Trevor tell you that and he's going to come back. Was going to be like Pet Sematary and the thing I really like about this, what we see here. In the Snyder Cut version is that is the league is the fact they function like a democracy because everybody puts like their own thoughts about whether we should do this or not on the table. Nobody's putting each other down. The only thing that's kind of similar is that Aquaman is still kind of mistrustful of Cyborg because of his knowledge of the mother boxes, but that gets remedied fairly short order here. But that's something I really appreciated in seeing this version is the fact that this the league as they form they have respect for each other and they treat each other as equals.
I mean, that Pet Cemetery line was probably the one of the few jokes I actually kind of laughed at. So
I did kind of laugh at the joke when Barry goes to visit his father in prison and there's a guy behind him in the line who says, "Hey, speed up your kid," and Barry turns around and super speed like draws the mustache.
Yeah, that was so
I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't know. That was kind of too much.
Every time when you bring up Justice League, Brad, it just basically gives me nightmares.
Yeah, you saw it for the first time on your birthday.
I can't even, like, when people would tell me that intro with Batman wasn't half bad, I was like, no.
Look how that's cut. That's cut horribly.
It's not only cut horribly, but it's made and shot in a way that's evocative of like a fucking Looney Tunes cartoon. It's like you literally have this goon hopping over to Batman and being like, "Oh, is it because Superman's dead?" And it's just so fucking on the nose. It's so bad. It's poorly written. It got some decent, visual images with Batman in the window. And that's
that
about
was the
it.
one good thing about
the gargoyle part. Yeah,
sure, but like even still, like it just reeks of laziness. And the fact that I have had other Batman fans try and like defend that shit, I'm just like, all right, whatever works for you. If you like cheap slop, you like cheap slop. That's none of my business. And people would be like, "You're just being too hard." No, I'm not being too hard. You're just settling for mediocrity. You want to settle for mediocrity, that's your fucking business.
Well, apparently it was initially, the opening with Batman. It originally apparently was even more comedic than it was, and the studio had told Joss, "Yeah, you got to dial this back in the editing bay."
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this for a while. Like Joss Whedon and even to another extent Jeff Johns, they don't fucking know how to write Batman at all.
No,
like at all. Especially Johns. God, that Three Jokers book is fucking terrible. Good God.
Could have gone in credit.
Don't get what. Go ahead, Chappie.
Joss Whedon.
Don't get William started on Doomsday Clock, on where that was going to head.
Doomsday Clock. William and I are pretty much lockstep about Doomsday Clock. That book is a fucking mistake.
He got stopped. He was about to do what he'd done before. He got stopped. I don't have any evidence, proof, or whatever. There's no.
But the writing's on the wall when you read it. Come on.
Yeah, he was about to use Dr. Manhattan to reset and do another reboot of the DC universe, and somebody's a group of people, whether it be management or executives, said, "No, we're not doing this. We still are getting this shit you smeared over us." It'll probably be an executive or Jim Lee or somebody that came in and said no, because people like to look at New 52 and Rebirth as these big triumphs. They weren't. All right, they weren't. Long term, short term, you got short term fix, but it's like heroin. You know, you may get a great 3 or 4 hours out of it, but there's a price to pay, and that's nobody wanted to do that. There's a lot of people who did not come back to DC and did not work with DC after that because of that. Their project got derailed by one guy or one group of people. So everything that they worked on and put into their book, they got derailed because somebody else sold a narrative to somebody higher up, and then they just weren't going to do it this time. Because if you read Doomsday Clock and get all the way to, you started feeling the shit come from the sky at around issue 8. When Dr. Manhattan starts saying stuff, and when you realize it's him who caused all this, I'm like, okay, he's about to do this again. And then all of a sudden, it took a real long time for those last 2 issues to come out, and it's because somebody sat him down and said no. You know, and like I said, I never really blame. You can say what you want about Jeff Johns, but at the same time, it's the person that says yes is the person you should blame. He's an employee. At every level he's been in DC, he's been an employee, and the problem was not necessarily him. The problem was his boss. You say no to him, he has no choice. That's it. Move on to something else. Too many people said yes to the guy, and then they want to, you know, if I'm a person like that, I'm going to keep going until somebody says no. So they finally
trying to make him the next Kevin Feige at that studio. And that
he wanted to be, but he wasn't a filmmaker. That's the main thing. He's not a filmmaker. Kevin Feige's a producer. He's a filmmaker. You know, just because you wear a baseball hat doesn't make you Kevin Feige. I mean,
That's why we always refer to him as the guy with the ball cap, right?
Yep.
And where are you guys at? Are you guys at 201?
Yeah, we're at 227.31. Right when they're Batman's coming down with a grapple gun when they're bringing the coffin out of the truck.
Yeah, just because you write these characters for a certain amount of time doesn't mean you understand how to adapt them in a live action sense. That's one thing Jeff Johns does not understand. And yeah, you know, he had his time in TV, whatever. Well, that track record isn't that great either.
I don't think he's
not
a good writer.
Screenwriter. Well, he's context of what he's supposed to do. If you give him a framework and you give him boundaries, he's fine. It's when you let him run loose that's the problem, you know?
Like, I've had people defend his decision. I'm just like,
no.
You do you. You do you. I won't defend any of that.
Well, like
Homeboy needed a crisis manager to speak on his behalf. He is a coward. He is forever a coward in my book. Until he formally apologizes to everyone in a public setting, he's a coward. As far as I'm concerned.
And speaking like decision making, like the one thing Joe Morton alluded to was that this is like kind of at the early stages of the campaign. He had talked about he was sort of addressing the Snyder Cut with this, where he said there was talk about the Cyborg solo movie. They might there was a lot. He said something like there's a lot of deleted footage, and they might want to repurpose that for the Cyborg movie. And it's like, oh man, you guys are just you're not thinking like any kind of like actual framework here. So. Didn't he rub in Doom Patrol? Yeah, apparently. That's what Ray said, is that he calls him, I got my own cyborg now. Just so petty. Just a petty thing to do.
Props to Javon Wade for being like, yo, I don't want any beef with this shit. Me and Ray we're on the same wavelength. We play the same fucking character. We're all fucking cool. Like,
yeah, Ray said the same.
Yeah, like,
I love his version of Cyborg in that show, though, too. I love them both.
Yeah.
I really like the way. I was worried about them putting him in that version of Doom Patrol. But, man, that Doom Patrol show is a success on there's no level that Doom Patrol. It got length. It was good. And, like I said, it was – whereas Titans was, but Doom Patrol had no issues quality-wise for me.
Titans, the problem with Titans was constantly is they always started strong, but every time they got to a season finale, they just never knew how to stick the ending.
So they didn't know how to write that show. The show, good God, that show was just abysmal in writing. Like they just did not have a strong writing room for that show, dude. It was just bad, all in all, bad.
That is not where the money was spent. The money was not spent on. It got as long as it got, both that show and Doom Patrol to get as long as they got, it was a fucking miracle. I thought that this is okay. As soon as this app, all the apps going away, okay, this shit's going away. Nope. That shit carried over into HBO Max, and it's like
it's an absolute tragedy to me that great shows like the Terminator Zero Chronicles gets canceled for 2 seasons, but stuff like Titans lasts for like a whole bunch of seasons. That's it. I can't accept that.
I don't really.
Well,
Fox
didn't care. Fox didn't care. Fox didn't care about anything but baseball, football, and NASCAR.
Yeah, that's why they fucked up Firefly, man. They fucked up Firefly.
Anything that they did outside of that, if it wasn't for the fact that X-Files and for us geeks in the early 90s fought for X-Files, they were trying to cancel X-Files. X-Files was not supposed to get a 3rd season.
Yes, Swamp Thing. That was like that. That canceled.
Yeah. People don't
that
remember that
X-Files right after the first episode.
Yeah, they were about to cancel X-Files, and that ended up being a hit show that lasted way longer than it should have, but it was a hit show.
They tried to cancel Futurama. That was another one that they were kind of like canceling a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know what was wrong.
They eventually will get around to it, though.
I don't know what was to do with Fox.
Its ratings aren't there. It doesn't have the ratings for Simpsons is going to get a pass because it's the Simpsons. But if you look at Simpsons ratings, I mean, a lot of these things with other things going on, a lot of these their ratings have been halved. They've been cut in half. I mean, they're still good, but some of these guys are like, well, this is it's what you've done for me lately, not your legacy. So I see Futurama. I don't know. Every season you get of that, I've gotten of that is you should cherish it.
Yeah,
because it's
Well, not only that, like you don't even like release Firefly in out of order. You don't even like release the episodes out of chronological order. Like that makes absolutely no sense. Like they were doing out of the way to just sabotage the entire TV show for some reason. But yeah,
they didn't feel it justified the expense of the time slot it operated on. So. They did a lot of that though. That was just their way of thinking. They've changed since then, but it like Fringe. Fringe was another show that people who liked X-Files and that show came along. People fought to keep Fringe. They wanted to cancel Fringe after the 2nd season. That was one of the better shows that's ever been on Fox. Had to fight to keep that going on. They had the email campaign. They had campaigns and all that.
Another one that was one of the lasting seasons that was able to go on for a while. Bones, you ever seen that
what
one?
Show?
Bones.
By the way,
but Bones went in the syndication.
William,
What's
you
up?
got about 20 minutes till the ball drops. So if you want to kind of step outside and show the fireworks like we did last year, just give me a heads up.
Yeah, I will in a few minutes. It's cold out there right now. Fuck that.
What was you gonna say about Bones?
Bones was actually on a network TV show. That was on TNT. That was
Wasn't that on
TNT.
Fox? I thought that was a Fox TV show.
It eventually, but I think it was joint because TNT it aired on TNT, and it also aired on it went into syndication. So you had a different case, and that's what happened with X-Files. Another thing, once X-Files went to a certain amount of years, they can make money in syndication, so they kept it on. But all the other shows had to fight, man. It's like, dude. I don't want any science fiction show on fire. But then you give Gotham any more than the 10 minutes that it should have been on the air. And, now you've changed your mind about keeping shit on TV. So I'm sorry, that show was horrendous. But yeah, it has its fan base.
Well, it kind of got worse as each season went along. So it started out okay, but then it just kind of like, it didn't got bad. Like, look at that design of like the Joker. It's like, oh my god,
the whole thing was like, okay, dude.
Like, I'll take Jared Leto's Joker over that any day. Like, dude, that is like, ooh, that is so bad.
That show was like, are we at the nightmare scene?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Like a minute before the nightmare starts. And like I said, when we did the watch along for Twilight of the Gods, when Odin has kind of his vision of the future or what the future has in store for him, it's like, yeah, I definitely got a vibe of like the cyborg nightmare vision. Yeah, here we are right now.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Wonder Woman.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right. The
But
dark side.
that's the one I really need. I really want to see that.
Oh, the what?
really
The
wanna see
how Wonder Woman, Aquaman are killed.
how
By
that
the way,
happened.
yeah. Well, yeah. I want to see all of it, definitely. But I didn't notice this until like the first like couple.
I didn't
times I've
notice
seen
Dark
this.
Side there coming down the stairway.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but like the paradigms behind I didn't even see them at first. The first time I saw this, right behind the Amazons, and they got like a lot of the Amazons chained up.
When Darkseid uses his Omega beams to kill Voko, it's the shape of an Omega symbol.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Okay. This part right here. Dead
The
Lois
scary
Lane.
idea, Zach called it.
Right.
Crispy Lois.
Crispy Lois.
It's in that moment that Superman was overtaken by the anti-life equation.
Or, like I remember thinking one thing with the way he puts his hand on Superman's shoulder there, and that's another thing I wrote a piece on at the time, is that the way he does that.
This is my favorite part of this.
It's like he's consoling him, but again, he's putting him under his control at that point. So, it's a way. It's like Darkseid's almost kind of twisting the knife there. Where It's like. Well, oh yeah, and Sammy, yeah, is that there's the whiteboards that have been released, but he's also made clear it's like that is the initial version, and there is a version of that that whole story that is somewhat tweaked and modified that has not been seen.
I think it's important to note that all Cyborg saw was a potential vision, not a concrete one.
Yeah, yeah.
So the end game of how Aquaman and Wonder Woman die could very well still be in line with what we saw in those whiteboards. Dr. Poison could still very well poison all of Themyscira and kill Wonder Woman and Hippolyta, and obviously as the Nightmare hints at, it's kind of vague of who exactly killed Arthur, because Mara has she has the trident.
Let the bastard come.
In the whiteboards, I'm pretty sure it's stated that Manta and Orm are the ones who kill him.
Yeah, yeah.
But
that's kind of addressed too, with in the final Nightmare scene where the Joker says, "How many alternate timelines do you destroy the world?" Right. So that's even like addressed within the context of Nightmare itself, where it's like there's like a general apocalyptic future coming where Darkseid conquers Earth, but we are what we've seen. These are versions of that, but they all ultimately encompass the same apocalyptic scenario.
Right. It's like a fixed point in time, basically. Yeah. It's a
an inevitable intersection, you might call it.
Yeah.
Hey, 575 of you guys watching that round.
So James Gunn's doing his own Nightmare now.
Please subscribe, and spread the word about what we're doing. We'll probably be on the air for the next maybe hour or so, however long we have left of this one. So right now the charity link is it's pinned to the top of the page. All you got to do is go over there and donate. If you can't donate, then spread the word and make sure that somebody else sees it. Maybe they can. We are closing in on our goal, but we probably won't reach it tonight unless we got a big donation at the end, which is fine. I mean, we're going to get to 20 grand. I have all the faith in that in the world. So do what we can tonight, and then we'll pick up the pace next time we do another charity screen, which will be sooner than later.
Aaron, we are at 2:40:22. It's right when it's actually right when the League are jumping or landing behind Superman when he's looking at the statue of himself that was destroyed. Sammy says, "Yeah, true. The whiteboards was Black Manta, but Mara's Nightmare line doesn't tie up as if it's Supes that killed Arthur." Yeah, yeah. And again, Zach has made clear it's like what we've seen of the outline of that plan. That is how it was, the initial conception of it. But again, he has a modified version of here's how I would make these movies today if I got the chance to. It's like we have not seen that. So, and it's probably like there's probably a lot of tweaks of the Nightmare timeline and things of that nature to it. I think I might have been on Film Junkie at one point. He said Justice League 2 because it kind of it starts with them taking on the Legion of Doom, and and we get like half of the Nightmare, or we get like part of the Nightmare at the end of that. Then Justice League 3 is like first half is Nightmare, second half is final battle with Darkseid. I think I remember him saying on Film Junkie at one point, like Justice League 2 today would pretty much be just all largely Nightmare, and then 3 would be the Nightmare is undone. Now we're battling Darkseid in the final showdown. Don't quote me. I think that's not verbatim, but that's something I remember him saying on
3 would be mostly Nightmare, with the final battle being in present day, because the second film was the Justice League United, the world not behind them, and there would have been, from what I understand, a Nightmare sequence in 2 where Batman and the Joker have that conversation about Robin. That's about as much Nightmare as you got outside of the ending of the film when Darkseid kills everyone.
So it's like 2 ends basically on a cliffhanger of like the Nightmare is here, but it's not. We haven't resolved that.
Basically, the way this film's epilogue happens with what we saw is how 2 ends, was supposed to end.
Oh, okay, so Superman arriving and it's you need me to help you undo this world with a joke. Okay, so
pretty much like Justice League 2 would have ended the way that we got that alternate, well, not alternating, but like that one of the many endings we saw at the end of this movie, where it was that Nightmare stuff. Like that was how the second film was technically supposed to end and lead into part 3.
Yeah, okay, that kind of clarifies it for me and Sammy here.
You make me so mad sometimes, man. God, that's it.
Oh God, yeah. This part here, where this is one of the things where it's like you've seen the theatrical cut. It's like I knew this was not a reshoot. The whole part of him turning his eyes and seeing Barry sneaking up on him.
Sorry.
I think that might have been like the one kind of like big kind of big cheer moment of the theatrical cut that I remember is him turning and seeing Barry coming. By the way, real quick, I don't know if when Barry gets knocked over against one of these memorial walls here with all the names on it, if you look closely, right next to his name is Ben Parker. So,
yes,
I remember seeing that and like joking with like some of my co-writers at the time. I said, "Oh yeah, Uncle Ben even dies in DC movies now." Yeah, see, this is the part, because that was probably my favorite scene. It was definitely my favorite scene, actually. In the theatrical cut was the version of the Heroes Park battle that was there. From this point on, it was all stuff that we hadn't seen because it was good. It was very truncated, and of course, it had reshoot footage interspliced with it of like, does the world need you? Do you bleed, Batman? And that's all thankfully gone now. Like this portion of it, this was all new, so that was my favorite part in the theatrical release. And again, the fact that that's as good as it is here, and we also got there's a substantial amount of it we haven't seen too. That it's like kind of like I said, it's like we had to have a lot of it spoiled for us in the campaign, but we still, with this and with other areas, we still got new surprises and
like the army showing up in this.
Yeah, with the military guys getting involved. Yeah. I actually got the interview to one of the fight coordinators, Mike Lambert. It was actually in the lead up to when The Flash was coming out. And Mike Lambert, he's worked a lot in like the Hong Kong industry, and these days he's mainly in the Hollywood scene. As a fight coordinator, and he worked on this and then The Flash. So my main three things I did the interview on Kung Fu Kingdom for him. And my main three things I would ask him about was, again, The Flash upcoming at the time, working on this, and fighting Jet Li in Unleashed. And I really enjoyed asking him about working on this, because I'm so glad those Cloak and Daggers behind us, because I'm at a point. It's like I research like people's IMDb's whenever I'm doing an interview with somebody, and it's like now it's like if I know they worked on this movie, it's like I'm asking them straight up. It's like, hey, what are your thoughts on the full movies out there now? What were your thoughts like watching that campaign unfold? What did it feel like seeing it finally realized? That kind of thing. It's so refreshing to be able to like talk about that in the open now with people who worked on it. Yeah, that's where we're at right now, Aaron. We're kind of at the tail end of it. Yeah.
Do you bleed?
Yeah, with the mustache fish and the semi-British accent they had at Henry talking in, and then it's like that was
so cringeworthy.
And then like a couple seconds later, oh, something's definitely bleeding.
Don't bring that up.
Way better version of all that right here. So yeah, William, you got about 8 minutes.
I'll probably head out in about 3 of them, about 3 minutes or so. Then I'll switch the phone on. I've got the phone ready.
Yeah, William and Phil are about to join us in 2025 in about 7 minutes here.
Yes, sir.
Like, did Joss Whedon really think that was funny? Like, oh, something's bleeding?
Well, he thought Flash falling on a Wonder Woman's chest was funny, too, so.
I mean, that joke has been done a couple of times in rom-coms, but I don't know. But you don't really do it in something like this. Like, when you do it in a rom-com, like something like The Proposal with Ryan Reynolds, like, that's fine. But when you do in, like, a Justice movie like here, it kind of feels a bit out of
Well,
place.
the big thing is the fact that Gall said, I'm not doing that, and he's making threats to her career when she says, I'm not doing that. And then the fact that again, that's the thing that for me is like, that was such a hill he had to die on. He had to get a double and have her face turned away from the camera. It's like, this scene was that important to you that you had to go through.
Well, he did in Age of Ultron.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's kind of strange.
Yeah, absolutely, Sammy. It's totally disrespectful.
Okay. It examines.
Well, if Joss Whedon is anything, it's pretty sure it's disrespectful more often than not.
Well, it examines the weird behavior of Whedon in general. That's what I'll say. He's just a prick. That's all he is.
So see a Silas heroic sacrifice here, just like Miles Dyson. And I kind of the thing about it too is that in Terminator 2, I mean, that's like he gets shot, so he knows he's bleeding out, so I'm at least gonna help my allies here avert this future. And he just it's a whole like I don't know how much longer I can hold this scene. And with this, it's like Silas, he doesn't set out. He's not on a suicide mission when he's doing this. You can see he tries to run out of that booth. It's only when he's cornered, you see like in the moment him make the decision to sacrifice himself. And it's definitely a parallel to the Jonathan sacrifice in Man of Steel.
He's loading.
William, yeah. It's a lot. Have you seen the parking lot outside the Sci-Fi Center? Because it's enormous.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, when you see it out there, it's like, tell you, man, it's like, and Williams he's done, showings of things out there in the parking lot where he's, gotten a screen out there and a projector. So, yeah, they got plenty of, they could host like a rock concert out there. I mean, it's that big. We are right after Steppenwolf gets the third mother box.
Mm-hmm.
And he disappears.
Again, why would you read this out of the theatrical cut? This heroic death scene is shit. God, it always gets me.
Oh, and also coming to us from the distant future of about like 5 or 6 o'clock at night in Australia.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
what's up, Aaron?
almost. Well, hey, I just thought I'd jump on and wish you guys a happy New Year and everything.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, great to
Happy
see you,
New Year
Aaron.
to you, Aaron.
So what's
It's
the
about-
future looking like?
It's
Anyway.
almost 7 p.m. here in the future.
Really? Oh, well, yeah. Obviously, yeah. William's taking us out to see the fireworks in Vegas. So for William and Phil are both about 3 minutes away for 2025. Yeah, Sammy says Happy New Year, Aaron.
Thank you.
And Larry just gifted 5
Thank
gifted
you very
membership.
much, Larry.
I'm just sitting here eating ice cream.
I had ice cream tonight. So, well, last night I should say.
I just had Joy Ranchers.
I had Jack in the Box.
Hmm.
Man, that was a few hours ago. I'm actually getting kind of hungry.
What's so perfect too is this chapter is like wrapping up right as the ball's about to drop for William and Phil. 2 minutes left. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
It's perfect timing.
Yeah, right at part 6 starting, something darker.
Hey, Brad, is Ruth doing okay?
I
kind of miss her. Like, whatever happened?
Yeah, there's been a bit of it. We prefer not to go too public on that. And there's no bad blood between any of us on here, to be clear on that, between Ruth. But there is she's dealt with an unfortunate situation with some social media, let's say, unwanted guests that have she's unfortunately had to take a little bit of a step back, and it's like, God, don't. Whoever's putting her through this trouble, it's like, don't ever let me be in a room with you, buddy.
That's sad.
Well, let me guess. Harassment.
Pretty much, yeah. So
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, we don't want to put too much because she's you put too much on her with that, because she'll come back when it's when she feels comfortable and safe doing that. But it's like the fact that Ruth is the biggest sweetheart in the world. It's like the fact that somebody's putting her through that. It's like,
man. God.
Oh yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Ooh, yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, indeed.
Oh, is this like the back lot of the? Okay, yeah, it's kind of the back lot of the of William's lot. I think he's taking us out the front lot right now. This complex is bigger than I remember it. Yeah, we saw it happen live on camera. Happy New Year, William. Happy New Year, Phil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Now there's the fireworks.
William will be getting home in about 5 hours from now.
Like I'm out of there.
Yeah. They're probably they're probably all smoking. That's probably why he's getting out of there.
Oh, yes,
He doesn't like the smell of weed.
Oh yeah. Oh, Sammy. God, why do you? I'm one of those people who now, I know this hasn't been as bad in recent years, but I think I have never been officially diagnosed, but I think I have seasonal affective disorder. So, yeah, one of those people, like, once we're in winter, but it's not the holidays, my mind kind of has to, adapt to that, the lack of all the color and bright lights and festivities. And I'm somebody you might call like a little bit of Christmas junkie because that's my favorite time of year since I was 4 years old. And every January 1st, I liken the month of January to, it's like going to Disneyland and then right afterward getting in the car and driving to the DMV. That's what the month of January I regard it as. So, but yes, you count down to Christmas again for the 58 days. It's like the Christmas season starts for me. It's like I package like the whole final 3 months because I am that eager to get that time of year every year. So once we get there, it's like that's when I'm like, okay, have fun during the holidays again. So looking forward to October and then leading into November, December, and especially this year because Thanksgiving kind of sucked for me this year because I had my little situation where I got, I guess, dehydrated and my stomach decided to turn against me. And not to get too graphic, I'm going to go and mute William.
Oh man.
Well, so there's like fireworks all around the city.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, it's Vegas Strip he's on right now. Thanks for the gifted. Oh, are you one of the people who was gifted with the new membership that Larry gave out? So welcome to the Cyber Center, Pack Gaming Opera Style.
I know I went over to Las Vegas Live. There was a lot of performances going on at the Strip. There was a huge concert. There was a few artists that I didn't know who it was. There were rap artists.
By the way, going back to the movie real quick, this part here in the Batcave where they're all we're discussing a strategy. Is it just me, but like with them all lined up in front of the computer here, and what you see in still images, they all just kind of look. Something about it, just they look like action. They look like action figures in that part to me. I don't know why.
Like the box ones.
Yeah. Yep, I do too, Sammy.
Have you ever watched the movie Small Soldiers?
Yeah. I love that. That where the toy soldiers come to life and go after the Gorgonites.
Yeah, I love that one.
Oh yeah, Larry.
Oh, you gifted 5 more, huh? Thank you, Larry. Very much live in the moment, so I don't really plan things. Yeah. Well, I think part of it for me too is like with without getting too personal, when I was a little kid, I was actually bullied a lot in school because I wasn't a big kid. I was picked on pretty relentlessly, and so like every year it's like Christmas is Christmas, and then you add the fact I'm getting away from school, where I'm getting picked on constantly. It's like okay, that makes it that much better. And so it's like then you get the new year, and it's like okay, now I'm being sent back to this thing I hate.
Yeah.
Did you celebrate Christmas going?
Were you bullied at both primary and high school?
Pretty much. Yeah, we really didn't. Probably till about halfway through junior year. It's probably kind of when it sort of petered out.
Yeah. Now Brad goes, hiya.
Because you know what, I would have thought you being in a particular high school in Italy, with a bunch of people, kids, like fellow kids who were also had parents in the military, you all would have had the same element of respect for each other.
Nope. Actually, that was kind of, in fact, there were actually times where it was kind of the opposite. Where there were kids that used to push me around, and they would tell me, it's like they would ask like what rank my dad was, and I would tell them, and they would say, well, my dad outranks your dad, so it's like he's not going to do anything to stop me because.
That's disgusting. You thought it would be the total opposite. Like you all would have been raised in a military way at home.
Yeah, no, school is school, no matter where you go.
Because my grandfather, my mother's mother, was in the military, and my mother was raised like military-esque in the home.
Yeah. Yeah, that didn't make much impact with the kids in school, unfortunately.
I guess it's different in different countries.
Some of the meanest things you'll ever meet are kids in junior high.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
What's junior high?
Well, that's middle school. Yeah,
Middle
that's 6
school.
through 8 here. That's grade 6 through 8.
So sixth grade to what grade?
To 8th grade.
8th, okay.
Yeah. Although it was a little bit different in my school when I was in high school in Italy because it was such a small community, it was a small base. So what they basically had the elementary school that was K through 6, and then the high school was 7 through 12. So technically, if you were in 8, you started in 8th, because I started that school when I was in 8th grade. So that technically in that school I was in high school before I would have been what is normally considered high school.
Okay, well in Australia, right? We have primary school and we got high school, right? Primary school starts from kindergarten to year 6, and high school starts from year 7 to year 12.
7, okay. Yes. Yeah, I mean, middle school is whoever invented middle school didn't know what they were doing. It's bad.
Nope.
And we start our school year around the end of January, start of February.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember one year I had to go back to I think it was 99. I had to go back to school like on January 3rd because New Year's Day or New Year's Eve fell on a Friday that year. So it was like, okay, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd you're back. So usually they you get like a buffer of like a week, but or 5 days or something, but not that year. This is also way better, again, like everything in this movie is way better than in the theatrical cut of when they board the Flying Fox and He'll Be Here, Alfred, and Faith and all that. It's just everything just cut down to meet that 2-hour mandate. Like, why am I taking over the screen now?
I don't know.
Back up. I think that probably William is like probably stepping back in the store.
Yeah.
Quite a round child, long hair was very fitting on me. Yeah. So, probably the surprise is nobody. It's a big thing, not the only thing, but a big thing that got me started in martial arts. Oh, I think William was like he was on his phone out there showing the fireworks from the parking lot. I think he's stepped back inside. Yeah, I can see him walking in right now on his PC feed there. Yeah, I do too, Sammy. Great line. Like flies its nature and the whole concept of he can. I talk to intelligence, so he has like this kinship with machines now, and he's able to like see that. By this point in the movie, it's like he's not the. He's thought of himself as the he's just turned into this robotic freak and lost his humanity, and now he's realizing, okay, there's that I can actually turn this into something that works that illuminates my humanity. I just realized we lost Spidey too.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Man, I love this scene where you got Wonder Woman and Batman right there. I'm like on the biggest Wonder Bat shiver. And
yeah.
that just fed a lot of Wonder Bat shippers heart. It's like, thanks, Zack. Finally gonna see something live action.
That would be awesome.
All right, we just got a $50 donation from Darkside. 50,000 more worlds still owed. That puts us at 16,350. How much time do we still have left on this movie?
We got about
about an hour.
We got about more like about 50 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so we're at. All right. So we're at 50-20. Or we're at
we are at
311. 311. Okay.
Yeah, 311.
Oh God, this scene, the end in the scout ship. I remember like when this when the theatrical cut was released on home media, or it might might have been released digitally. They put out a couple of the lead scenes, and this was one of them.
Yeah.
It's like I mean everybody saw that, thought, what the hell were you guys thinking? And this wasn't even with the black suit because you had to recolor the black suit.
It looks like you got a donation as well for the.
Oh, we got another donation. Okay.
Yeah.
On that note, I think I'm going to turn in.
We got another $50 one.
But it's been fun.
Thanks, Phil.
Everyone.
All right,
Take
good
care.
to have you, Phil.
Much
Great to see
love.
you, man. Happy
Good
New
night.
Year.
Happy New Year.
See you, man.
Happy New
Take
Year.
care, Phil.
Happy New Year.
So
We are
what
at
else is-
16,400 even.
Awesome.
Let's go. So I was gonna say, if I was at the full circle event, I think I would have lost my shit. If I watched this on the big screen. Unfortunately, I didn't.
Yeah. That's another thing. It's like so there are probably fewer than 1,000 people in the entire world who have seen this movie theatrically, and that's something I really hope to have the experience of. It's some days like seeing this in a theater and seeing this in IMAX.
If there's a way. Oh, this is my favorite scene. My favorite scene.
Yeah. First Flight 2.0.
Yep. I was waiting for the moment to tell you guys, this is my moment of all the film.
Yeah, see you, Phil, and Sammy sends her regards.
Yes. Let's test it.
And the black suit, the fact that, again, Henry never physically wore the black suit. They had to recolor it when they were finishing up the movie. It's like, you would never guess it.
The way
What
we
was
loved
that
you.
on talk about full circle?
Listen, it's
when
time.
when they did that big event quite a few years ago.
Yeah.
I was actually like typing up to ask Zach a question because Zach was on the Nerd Queens section of Full Circle.
Yeah, I remember them doing that. Yeah.
And I asked Zach a question, right, about because he was doing specials for this movie.
Yeah.
And I asked him a question like whether he's going to do something similar when Rebel Moon came out, and there was supposedly the girls was going to be one of the ones organising the event, which was going to be something similar to this vein, and then next minute, a few months later, the strike happened.
Oh
So
yeah.
Obviously, the event didn't occur because of the strike. So
Yeah, that sucks. We are at 3:09:28. It's right after the league walks out of the Flying Fox.
Oh, Desaad was, by the way, who gave that last 50. Don't even ask with me.
I love how people are taking on names of the villains in this movie for the donations. Fireworks already wrapped up out there, William?
Yeah. We still got some independent people doing it, but the main one is then the one that's actually put on by the casinos is over with.
you must be awfully cold out there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I have my jacket on. So
I was actually looking at the 10-day forecast for me here. It's like they're in a couple of days actually, because it's been fairly temperate for these last couple of days, but it's barely going to really drop here. It's going to get down to like 22 here around the 8th.
The fireworks have not really stopped in the neighborhood where I'm at.
No, we got what I was showing you guys was the ones put on by like the Plaza, the Stratosphere, and some of the nearby hotels, and the hotels like Boulder Station that was doing one, I guess. But yeah, there's still a bunch of people blasting leftover ones from July out there. They ain't gonna stop till 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
I'm surprised nobody creates any like street parties at the plaza.
It's too cold. Well, they have it down at the Strip. They got like about 500,000 people down there.
Yeah, I saw. I've been on and off watching live streams around the world, and there was one from Las Vegas, and there was like a big concert going at the Strip.
Oh yeah, they got, man. You go down there. There's several big names down there. Fremont Street has a big old thing, and when I first came to Vegas, I would go down to stuff like that. But after living here, it's like, nah. It's like I said, as soon as I'm done here, as soon as I think, like I said, I have the traffic alert thing up there. As soon as they open up to here again, they'll do that in about a half hour or so, and then I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna find something to eat first. But the cool thing about tonight is everything is open. I'm not gonna have those kind of issues where it's like it's Mayberry, but this particular night, everything is open. So I'm just deciding what I want.
Kim's? Is she open?
Nah, they didn't open it. They had an event at church.
Bad call.
No, well, they're pastors. I mean, that comes first for them. So they Christmas Eve, things like that. They run events at their church.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. He's a reverend. They're both they're the heads.
I know. I would have got Sister Kim's today when I was over by your area.
Yeah, I wanted Sister Kim's today. Trust me. That's my first. That's my default. And then when I don't have them, I got to start thinking about shit.
So you'll be traveling tonight to get something good.
I think we're coming up on you. I think we lost Cappy actually.
I'm thinking about a shrimp burrito at Roberto's. And Roberto's is always open. I think that's what I might do. Who knows? But I might the shawarma guy. I can see him burritos. Huh?
I didn't know they had shrimp burritos.
Oh yeah, they're good too, and they're big. They don't skimp on it.
Well,
a little bit pricey.
What are they?
Shrimp burritos.
Yeah, but what are they?
Are there there's cooked prawns?
You're like a dad. You're like a dad that is hopelessly trying to get somebody to laugh at the dad.
Or is it like minced, prawns?
No, it's whole pieces of shrimp, and it's got rice around it, the brown rice or the red rice around it, and lettuce and onions. It's really good. I mean, it's a tasty.
Okay.
Shut up.
So it's like a fried rice type burrito.
Yeah.
Nice. Very healthy.
Yeah, so that's what I might end up doing today.
Very, it's very fusion food.
Speed ramping here.
I don't think healthy when I think of Roberto's.
Now that might be one of the healthier things on their menu, but yeah, Roberto's is you're taking some seconds off.
Okay, well, I don't know the store, so.
But it's a health. Yeah, rice and shrimp. You can't get any healthier than Roberto's.
We are right at the team shot, Larry, when the Batmobile slows down, and then it's 14:21.
I'm just trying to translate in my mind, dude.
Are you guys past where they engaged Steppenwolf?
No, not yet. I'm at right when Aquaman jumps up and starts taking on the parademons.
Okay. I'm at the point where she just flipped over Steppenwolf. And here comes the Flash.
And Cyborg is firing at Steppenwolf.
Now he's trying to the Unity's about to happen. That's where I'm at. So we might not be on the same page. And he just whacked Wonder Woman with his axe.
My man.
Okay, I'm going to skip it a little bit ahead to where you guys are.
Yeah, the Flash is about to charge Victor. That's where I'm at.
The axe that does nothing, that acts like a club.
Oh yeah, because that's a. I remember the first time I saw this, and I mean, Superman's entrance in this is like, it's one of there are so many moments you could find the direct parallel in the theatrical version, how much of a downgrade it was, but the way Superman comes into the final battle here, I'd love to make a meme of this at some point where it'd be from Batman Forever. It would be like side by side where it's you have the I believe in truth, but I'm a big fan of justice from Justice League, and then you have Not Impressed from here. And I want to take like that Jim Carrey line of your entrance was good, his was better. It's different showmanship.
They just pulled Steppenwolf down with the lasso.
Yeah.
Oh, you're ahead of me. Okay, I'll have to.
You know what I miss?
I
That
am
I miss the
at
movie soundtrack.
320. I'm at 320.
Second, Aaron.
I miss movie soundtracks.
Yeah. Did they put out? I know they put it on YouTube, but did they put out like a physical release for the score for this version of the movie? I don't think they did. Oh, they did.
So.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you can buy. Look it up. I think it's under what's his face is what's that dude?
Junkie XL.
Junkie XL. I think he put it.
Okay.
Flash is still running to catch up to Victor to try to charge him up.
Remember when Junkie really became big? He did that remix of Elvis, and the Elvis Presley estate made him change his name to JXL because they didn't like the word Junkie XL in his name.
This is the first I'm hearing about that, but that makes all the sense in the world given how.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Given how he passed away.
Yeah.
All right, so here's Superman's about to make his entrance, and here he comes. Bam. Not impressed.
I mean, my jaw dropped the first time I saw this. I mean, and like,
yeah,
I just think about the applause this would have gotten in the theaters.
And not only does that accent have killed multitudes of people throughout this movie, it's useless against him. He just destroys it.
Well, this is where
now
you see.
Yeah, now you see why they didn't want any part of Earth while he was
impressed.
Not impressed. And the fact that he's so. This is where like everybody again the people. This is where people like a lot of detractors when they first saw this started like kind of seeing, oh, okay, I get what Snyder was doing because you see Superman like going through all the self-doubt and trials, Man of Steel and BVS, and when he gets to this point, it's like you see just how confident he is and how self-assured he is, and he's quipping, he's smiling, he's just putting the hurt on Steppenwolf like nobody's business. And this, again, everything you guys said, the detractors said we weren't getting out of Superman first two movies, like this is the culmination of that. It's like it was a process to get here, and a lot of people like when this came out said, okay, I understand what he was doing now, and the fact that this is such a great payoff to that, it's just, man.
I mean, Steppenwolf has no chance against.
Yeah,
he literally. I don't think Steppenwolf got a good punch in.
No, not one hit in. And this uppercut, every time I see this uppercut, when he uppercuts Steppenwolf, I just always in my head go, "Show you can." Street Fighter. Remember Jay Oliva talked about when he was kind of doing interviews about what he did on storyboard work. Before this movie came out, he talked about his storyboards were about kind of trying to show Superman unhinged, as he put it. It's like, yeah, we got that. We definitely got that. Every time a year or two to show with the showing the real movie because the red and the blue lasers. All we need is some green there. It looks like Christmas out there.
This part right here might be my second favorite. I think. Once the
the Flash.
Yeah. It's definitely the best scored of the movie, in my opinion.
Wow, it's finally time to refuel.
You know what also I miss? I miss Junkie just doing music.
Doing what?
Just going. I miss Junkie just going in the booth and just doing music, producing albums and stuff. Because that's where I became a fan of his.
Yeah.
Because there was a period of time where I became really into like Europop and Eurodance and stuff, and he was part of all that scene. That like Renaissance of all that.
Hey, when did you come in, Ozzy?
Wait a minute. Notice we're down there for the last 15 minutes.
You weren't here when I left. When I went out for the
didn't you hear the? Well, William, didn't you hear the
You
distinct?
didn't see my baby sis down there. What's wrong with you, man?
Didn't you hear the distinct cussing
We've been
level
having
go
a
up?
long conversation, William.
Nah, I didn't realize you were there. I probably was saying stuff to you too.
Oscar fan favorite moment, guys.
Yeah. Academy Award winning moment here.
So what? How much would it cost for Excalibur watch along?
The 1980 movie?
The best King Arthur movie ever fucking made.
I actually like that movie, so too.
It's a lot interesting you say that because there are a number of people I've worked with over the in different outlets or I talked about
Super
like
chat
when
that
they did when they did the Oscars kind of fan events voting whatever it was, and these are people who are not necessarily the biggest fans of this movie or of Zach's, but I remember a couple of telling me it's like they were like talking with colleagues of theirs and saying it's like they were kind of rolling their eyes because like, oh yeah, there's no way they're not winning this one because they said it's put to a hashtag vote. It's like, oh yeah, they got it in the bags.
And it wasn't just hashtag. You actually had to go into the Oscars website.
Yeah.
And put out your details and everything. I actually did that.
Yeah,
I did it for both. I did it for both Zack Snyder films.
Yeah, I did that too, and it's like, but it's like the fact that again that we made such an impression that everybody was like, oh yeah, it's like don't this contest is already over.
But the funny thing is they haven't done that since that.
Yeah, wonder why? Because it's like don't you give this fandom like a hashtag contest? It's like we're not going to lose.
Hey, now we can check out all the streaming services to see what new movies have come out.
What, this year or what?
Yeah, with a new month and new year, the streaming service.
You're a trooper. You're a trooper, Sammy.
Tuesday, right?
No, Wednesday.
What'd she say? Oh, she's still up? Oh, yeah. All right, let's see where we're at.
Like, we just sat through 11 hours of Society of DC movies. Now it's ending in 30 minutes. All I want to do.
Yeah, we have sat there. Yeah, we did it again.
Yeah. Well, again, we did 12 hours last year of our epic New Year's Eve family, sci-fi center family get together and charity stream watch along. So did the same this year.
It should be a tradition, I think.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm definitely enjoying it.
Just like Howard the Duck should be a tradition.
No, it's rabbit season. Get it right.
Duck season.
Every October 23rd, Howard the Duck.
Well,
your birthday is 2 days after my mom's.
Well, this year we can always do one with Sucker Punch, that Owl movie.
Yeah.
Gahul,
and that, yeah.
I love Gahul, yeah.
That Owl movie is pretty good. It's very family friendly.
I think it's most underrated
for the kids to watch if there's any little sci-fi centered children.
Yeah, I definitely would be down for that. Sammy, I funny you mentioned this. Also talking about Junkie Score, and by the way, also again, real quick before I get into that, just the completion, get the cyborg arc that we didn't get to see for years, and the payoff for that. I'm not broken and I'm not alone. I mean, just so great to see that come full circle. But
charity scream
marathon. Oh yeah, I'd love to have the haircut in there too. But yeah, I know, Sammy. I know you're also and you're a big Alita fan too. As am I, and this kind of pings off of everything we were saying about Junkie XL. I remember this is some of the film Junkie talked about, and I think this is somewhat public that after when the movie was going through all the overhauling and between that period and when this version came out, he did the score for Alita Battle Angel, and he took actually some of his score from that and repurposed it for that. And I'm not sure if I can find this and put it in the chat. because there was somebody did like a side by side comparison of the the League, the United shot that's coming up in a minute here, and the theme for that, and the final scene of Alita where she's pointing up to Zalem and pointing her sword to to a vector. It's like yeah, you can see like the connective tissue there. So that's kind of interesting what he did with the taking a bit of the score, part of the score for a movie that he thought at the time was never going to see the light of day, and putting in Alita, and then the movie does come out. So let's see if I can find it real quick.
I love them showing that Wonder Woman kills. And
yeah,
he
yeah.
has zero fucks about it.
Yeah. Well, that was another thing that Zach put out during a lot of his teasing. He put out like an unfinished like animatic, and he said, I'm not sure, and he threw shade doing it too. He's saying, I don't know how they took out Steppenwolf in the theatrical cut, but I use Gaz to kill Gaz is the way he put it. And here we are. It's like this unresolved cliffhanger. Go, Claudia.
You know what's so interesting? Now that it's rebooted, they're not going to use Darkseid now as the forefront of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, that's where we're like wondering, like, because Darkseid, there's only one Darkseid in the multiverse. I mean, it's like if you touch it, Darkseid at all, it's like, is Gunn going to adhere to that, where there's only one Darkseid? And it's like, okay, is he a threat to every universe? This one and James Gunn's. That would be pretty cool. A bit of connective tissue to create.
If only they made Kathy Bates as Granny
Goodness. As Granny Goodness. Yeah, she's my fan cast for it too.
Who would you cast with Granny Goodness?
Kathy Bates.
Oh, okay.
Kathy Bates.
Kate Blanchett would be a good one as Granny Goodness.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be so sure, Taladia. What about Darkseid being a villain in the DCU? Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
If Gunn's playing with the multiverse. Yeah. Okay, yeah, here we are. We're at the hero shot now. Like, that's what I said. Like, it would have been like great, just epic seeing this, had this movie released under normal circumstances anyway. But again, the fact that we went through all that we did to get this movie out is like this scene like has such a double meaning now every time, retroactively every time I see it, because it's like this is how the fandom just collectively felt here.
Where are we at? I'm sorry.
Right when they're standing in the sun.
Yeah.
33.
Yeah. With the score and everything, it's like it's what I call this moment is like a lot of other moments. It's retroactively meta, because it's like this is like the victory that we never knew if we would see or not. This captured in an image in this movie we never knew if we would see or not.
Yeah, and then there's in this epilogue. These epilogues that probably, I'm glad he added them on there, but I wonder where we would be if we never saw the nightmare, if we never saw what he filmed afterwards. Because now that I saw that, I need to see how this all ends.
Yeah, I think that's why. I mean, not to get too conspiratorial, but I mean, it's like,
well, that's why they didn't want it. Warner Brothers didn't want it.
Not the fact they just didn't want it, but also, I mean, Zach, the fact that he went out of his way to put to end this on a tease, on a pretty huge tease, on multiple teases. In fact, it's like, you don't do that if in your own mind, you don't want to complete this.
Epilogue.
Yes.
A father twice over.
I'm kind of wondering. It's like I would imagine if they had gone with, if this had been the miniseries release, that Zach had wanted to do, if this had been the miniseries, I would imagine like part 6 and the epilogue that would have come out the same night. Wouldn't like wait a week for like the 20-minute epilogue here.
Yeah,
yes,
and like I said, there is money in putting something like this in a DVD. Like I said, that would sell it out. That you could actually manufacture more Blu-rays than usual with that in it, because a lot of people will buy it as a collector. Even people who don't know what the movement was about, they know what this movie was about, even in the abstract. And I think that would boost its sales. And it costs, the only thing cheaper than a DVD or a Blu-ray is to make as a comic book. You can mass produce those for dirt cheap. But personally, like I said, you know, give me a 12 issue miniseries, bookshelf format, so that I can do this in it after you collected all 12 issues, and
well, that's
then,
why.
Then you start selling other stuff.
Well, that's why I also kind of, during BVS, I kind of zeroed in on like when we get to the 10-year anniversary of that, and now about 15 months, like there's some kind of commemoration that's, that again, the fandom's going to do, Zach's going to do, but again, the question is like, okay, what kind of is, will the studio capitalize on that at all? And, if so, what will that entail, and what could that involve? Like them looking at data saying, okay, we Gunn's got some wins on the board now. Can we do anything with this?
Well, minimum cheap way out is, like I said, to literally add fill in the blanks in BVS, because you don't really need to go on to Zack. You don't need to do anything more with Zack Snyder's Justice League 1, 2, 10, 20, because the nightmare scenario begins in BVS. It can end there. You can encompass all that. You can add an extra, maybe half hour to an hour. Give me the battles to Mascara. The anti-life equation, you could cover that and still intertwine it with the movie that you're selling out. You have justification right there because you're trying to increase sales out of already existing media. So anything you do, as long as you were able to control the cost, would be able to do it. Now, whereas by itself, Air cuts down on arrival. But because you are doing this in this Blu-ray set, that Joker is now relevant throughout. There's your justification of doing the air cut. Do it inside of the BVS double edition. You know what you could also do? Make a double edition of, because they're both 10-year anniversaries, right? So make a double pack of it, make it a cool thing. You could sell it that way, and that's your justification. That's your business reason. But you don't get a haircut with it unless you're going to fill in the blanks with the BVS and the nightmare scenario, because it's not relevant at that point to your story. So, hey, Warner Brothers, I know you steal shit from me all the time, even though it takes you a long time. Steal that. But also steal my comic book. Dude, just do the fucking comic book. Look a comic book store up. Come on, man. We need ones.
Sammy, I have not. I wasn't aware of that, but you said, yeah, go ahead and DM me that. I'll definitely give it a look.
I wonder what kind of British accent Sammy has. I want to hear it.
Oh,
give Cinder a look.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you when you get her, and then you'll be surprised.
Well, she mentioned
one of those cool British accents, like Dua Lipa, like that kind of accent.
She said earlier in the watch party, she was you lives up the Newcastle, which is closer to Scotland, so she probably, I would imagine, sounds fairly close to Ruth.
Like Ruth.
Yeah, fairly close to Ruth. That's the best example I could give. Yeah.
So she's Scottish. What the hell?
Why is it called the W when it's two V's? Couldn't tell you, Chuck, but again, you're wrapping up happy hour here.
Doing jokes again.
Yes.
Sam is like, oh wow, laugh.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is also when Cyborg's at his father's grave, because he had the line earlier when they're bringing back Superman, when they say everybody gets dressed, and he's like, I'm always dressed, and he takes off. For him, it's get undressed, get out of the hoodie, and now it's he can take that. He feels comfortable, being undressed, and not having to hide himself. Yeah, Dark Knight Returns tank right here.
Future versions of them
yes,
change that.
This is what we need.
And you know what I hated in the Arrowverse? Whenever they yelled out, "Suit up, suit up!" Oh my god, that was so cheesy.
It's funny. I have a very light accent. People usually find it hard to find.
I like this scene. She's like at her father's temple.
Yeah. She's like longing to see her people again.
Posh Spice, that's cool.
Oh, here. Oh, yeah. This is also another thing too about the two versions of Flash running at the end.
Yeah.
The theatrical cut. I mean, he has that weird way he ran. It's like, and this is like I'd love to know like what kind of direction was Joss giving, where it's like he told Ezra, it's like, yeah, run like really goofy is the Flash, and we get like normal like human running in this version.
With like the Snyder cut version of him running,
yeah,
he came up with the idea because he does martial arts.
Yeah, Ezra, yeah,
and he did it like with like a certain form of movement that he does. It's like a similar version to kung fu, but it's like a blend.
Yeah.
Or something else. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I think I remember reading about that.
But it's like a certain movement that they do, and he decided to emulate that for his running.
But no, we got it. Well, this isn't too far off from the way he runs in the theatrical cut.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Aaron. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, nope. Especially coming out of the
I don't think
watch.
this is gonna, I don't think this is gonna hurt him.
Nah, well, he's safe enough, yeah.
Marshmallow. I still this is one of my favorite ones.
Oh, don't pick on Dora the Explorer.
Cheap chin music.
Yeah, zoinks.
Somebody's trying to save Shaggy from your damage, but I think it's too late. Yeah,
That's funny.
There you go.
Yeah, Skeletor.
Oh no, I'm not gonna fight Jared Leto.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one you have no chance.
That one. I'm gonna lose.
Yeah. I'd lose that one too, Aaron. There's no shame in it.
Yeah. Now this one, I still think, you'd be cartoon killed here, but
A real one? Oh no, I'm dead.
Just perching up on his tail. Oh, Art.
I don't think you can beat him. The world would be rooting for you on that one there, right there. So.
Yeah.
He's such Jar Jar Binks. Yeah. Okay, Deathstroke scene here, teasing the Batfleck movie. God, I want to. I know Ben went through hell in this, but if
give it some time. We have 591 people. Once again, we're about to wrap this up because as soon as this is done, I got to go get something to eat, and I got an early start tomorrow. But hey, like, subscribe, and even if you're not able to donate now, the link is going to stay at the top of the chat. If for those of you who are watching this at a decent hour, just because you're not doing it live doesn't mean you can't do it at any time. That link is going to stay up until we reach that goal, and then we will send the money to. We'll split it. 50% goes to the national organization of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the other 50% goes to the local chapter, so that they don't have to really wait to get funded because they need funding too. And getting money from national is a little bit different. One of these days, I might just do it for Nevada because each chapter comes together to fund each other. So,
yeah. And I'll tell you what, Jesse Eisenberg played a really attractive Lex Luthor.
Oh yeah. He's getting his revenge on Batman. And you know what? Also, with what's known about Ben's Batman script and kind of the feel of it and the conflict with Deathstroke, you know what it kind of reminds me of, Aaron?
What's that?
Oh, man.
Yes.
Yes, a Batman movie like The Raid. Who wouldn't want to see that? Okay, do I need to put like the buzzer on that to cancel out that buzzer?
Hey, Brad, have you ever seen Excalibur?
I have not, no.
How have you never seen Excalibur, dude?
Imagine going on to Lex's boat. You can have a bit of a swim in his private pool on there. I bet he has a spa bath there as well.
Yeah, I think actually
both
this is
indoor and out.
I think actually that's actually Zach's boat. I think he actually owns that boat.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I think I remember. I don't quote me on that, but I think I remember like.
Let's say don't be starting no internet shit, man. Come on.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the first like tease this movie ends on is the Batfleck movie, and
I've heard from people that's one of the best scripts they've ever read.
Yeah. Jay Oliva, like in particular, like really emphasized that, and yeah, Ben, I know you went through hell.
I know Steven Spielberg has his own yacht.
Yeah. Well, he probably has his own island.
Yeah.
Oh, don't bring that up. Islands and celebrities.
Oh, not Epstein.
Yeah. It's true. Okay, walk that back a little bit.
Yeah, not that guy.
Yeah. I bought the bank. Yeah. So that's one thing I hope would be kind of packaged in that if we actually get this resolution that William's talking about is like the Batman versus Deathstroke story that Ben has screwed that again by all accounts is absolutely amazing, and Jay Oliva's actually probably been the one to shed the most light on it, and him and Joe Manganiello. So hopefully, and William says, hopefully let's give it some time.
Make it make money. Make it make money.
Man.
That is actually out okay.
Amber Heard played a really real badass in this.
Yeah,
her accent here is bad though. I don't know what she's doing with
Let
this.
the bastard come.
Yeah,
I think that's her own accent. I think.
No, she's from like Pittsburgh or some shit.
Isn't she British or something?
No, she's American.
Oh, she's American.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, and
I didn't know.
she had a perfect English accent throughout all of her other appearances, Mira, that I recall. Right? What happened?
Well,
She
I kind
hit
of
her
put
head or
that.
something?
I kind of attribute. I kind of put that in the same category as like Halle Berry ditching her African accent from X-Men 1 to X-Men 2. Because it's subtle in the first one. Then by the 2, you could tell they just said, "Okay, to hell with it." Nightmare Joker here. It's like I was that year, like the year this came out, that Halloween. It's like I said, it's like, yeah, I am gonna, and I've done that. 21 and 22. I was Nightmare Joker. I think the only kind of a drawback for me is for that is like Jared Leto's hair is longer and straighter than mine, so I couldn't quite get the hair to match as well as it looks here.
You could have always borrowed your mum's hair straightener if she had one.
Yeah.
I have this Funko Pop. I love this. I love this outfit, the trench coat.
My dad told me to joke about boxing. I guess I missed the punchline. Oh, Chuck Cage. He's this chuckle house. I'm your best friend.
That reminds me why there are no Jim Jones jokes, because the punchline's too long.
And I just got that too.
I thought I was going to have an edit-free show tonight. Nope. Ringing in the new year, the same way we rang in last year.
I didn't cuss one bit or say anything provocative.
The mass murder is probably a red flag. I don't think they'll care.
Yeah, well, William, like this line about, I often wonder like how many alternate timelines you destroy the world. I kind of always wondered. It's like, that was kind of what I was saying earlier about there being like these visions of the nightmare, like alternate versions of it, but they still kind of encompass the same general sort of apocalyptic future. That's something else I kind of like thought
until
about.
He fixes it.
Exactly.
It's like Groundhog Day.
Is that something they could also play with the idea, like with just like the general continuity of these movies, like because we keep getting like the filmmakers just putting like all this worlds and stuff on a silver platter.
You know what I would
capitalize on it.
I would take the Flash, because obviously it's the Flash that ends up having to help him do all this, and the Joker somehow. Yeah. I would link that to Peacemaker season 2, and like I said, that's how you he's literally.
No, you're talking about like
his Elseworlds, because every time, and not all of them get destroyed. Some of them survive, and the ones that survive can be your mainline DCU, and then your ones where these things get wrapped up. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can do it, but DVD is probably going to be the easiest way, because you can literally justify to somebody, if you're going to spend money on any of this, you can be like, okay, well, we're already going to spend money printing the DVDs. Why don't we just add this to increase our sales? So
your math, grow up and solve your own problems. Why don't foreign players are God, Chuck.
I wonder where
I'm gonna have to create a buzzer for the chat. I see. Might be a long one.
Yeah, what was that, Aaron?
I wonder where Harley is in the whole Nightmare
She's
universe.
dead.
Yeah, she's
dead.
Oh, is she?
Somewhere. Yeah, Batman is like, I held her dying in my arms.
That's why the Ayer cut won't make sense without finishing that story, because they were introduced to be a part of a much larger story. So if you're going to do that, then now you have justification for that. You could slap that together, put his cut out there. You can have whatever money it would cost. It wouldn't not. Now you're justifying, because they're not just spending money. We know how many Blu-rays we can sell, because we know how many we sell every time we put some of this shit out. It sells out. But now you don't have to print limited ones, because there's not that many get printed. You can actually say, well, let's make 100,000 of these things. Probably sell out, make your money back, get your profit back, and then
Oh yeah, we might see. I think that might be something that would be, I held her dying in my arms. Yeah, that might be part of that script.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. I think time is the biggest ally we have now. You know, time to get further away from other regimes and let this one get a couple of wins on the board, and then, you know, because it's not going to go away.
Yeah, well, Sam, that's Sammy point. You know,
okay, I can see
you're just saying that to get a Williams spin, man.
you need to stay out of the cleaning materials cabinet, and I guess go back to the medicine cabinet. I don't know.
So now, obviously, this scene, of course, Zack initially filmed it with Wayne T. Carr as Green Lantern, and I said earlier, it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's like that. I would love to see that scene, and the intent. I mean,